just longing for a glance from you. Yeah. A chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who. These are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from, just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand, waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who. These are feelings that I ought to hide. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who. These are feelings that I ought to hide. We're gonna keep it going. We got this now, you know. We're getting closer now. We're ready for some more. Now is the time, reaching for blossoms in the sky. Sun setting low, making us golden as we ride. Now is the time, reaching for blossoms in the sky. Sun setting low, making us golden as we ride. We've seen the magic tricks, we don't care, we've got more. We know we're on the tip, we're ready at the shore. Now is the time, reaching a walk down Pico, heard someone shout from a crowd of fed up people, getting told they should calm down. Didn't wanna fight, but the tears that fill their eyes are brought by the people sworn to preserve their rights. Oh, how could you not see it all coming? Stuck in our ways and running out of time to change. We've got to at least try. But what will they do when the people are stepping out of line? Oh, now, oh yeah. What will they do when the people are stepping out of line? By the ocean where we hit the ground, when just one block away shops were burning down. No surprise, the peaceful pay. We can't kick our feet out till justice takes its place. Oh, how could you not see it all coming? Stuck in our ways and running out of time to change. We've got to at least try. But what will they do when the people are stepping out of line? What will they do when the people are stepping out of line? What will they do when the people are stepping out of line? Stepping out of line. I wanna know when they're stepping out of line. My eyes are closed so long after the sun comes up. We do a dance in the dark, down the hall, pictures fall, even the neighbors call. But then you rip out my heart, every artery, a part of me. Ooh, it's obvious to me that you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Walking away from me. Yeah, yeah. 'Cause I could be anything you want, I could be anything you need. Baby, tell me it's something real, and I'll give you everything. Every now and then wicked smile, you know I can't help myself. They play around with me for a while, keep tearing me up until there's nothing left. Ooh, it's obvious to me. Yeah, you love to watch me bleed.
street. 'Cause it's all going on right here. We're gonna make it perfectly clear. When you hear our voices ringing in your ear. Yeah, 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 yeah. Run, tell your mama. She better come around. Yeah.
We got the mother of all parties, and it's about to go down. Yeah.
Yes, we're having a celebration. We're gonna rock the entire nation.
It's a win-win situation, so come and lay it down. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Ooh, your mama got to tell. Your mama got to tell.
Tell your mom.
Your mama, you got to go and tell your mama.
Hello and welcome back to Season 4 of DreamLeague Division 2. It's your boy KC back here with my girl Kips. How are you doing today, friend?
Doing pretty good. I mean, I got a really good night's sleep. I went to sleep with Dota in my brain. I woke up and I'm like, well, I have about 2 hours before the Dota starts again. So I cleaned up my computer. I cleaned up my keyboard. I'm a good gamer like that. I do that once a year instead of never. So I am all ready to rock and roll.
That's what I like to hear. Talking about ready to rock and roll, we got Modus taking on Rune Eaters here. Both these teams doing fairly well in the Group A standing so far, Kips. But I do want to say, not to put them down or my C and Chinese brothers down in Ivory and Raw. Both these teams do have the 2-0 over both of them. Now, again, I will hit up some Southeast Asia cope here and some Chinese Dota cope and say there might be some ping issues with them playing. But the fact of the matter is they have been our weakest teams here in Group A. So it will be interesting to see which one of these teams here, Rune Eaters or Modus, are going to be the frauds and which one really deserve this place in the standings for now.
Yeah, we cast Modus before on, I believe it was on Monday.
Yes, sir.
I looked after their basics pretty well in order there, but I'm curious how far that's actually going to carry them.
Both these teams showed some decent prowess in the games we saw. Modus, again, I think I caught some of the games with Ajurat as well, and they look pretty good there. So quite interested to see what the European teams do against each other, being much more familiar with each other's playstyles. And just these wins could go very far in terms of the standings in the groups as well. So very happy to see what they do. Curious to see what our drafts are like as well. If I remember Modus in their last game, they picked up some interesting stuff. The Moita carry, they had a position they were down 10,000 net worth against Raw Gaming. Actually, it was even 13k at one point, and he just came through and carried through on Bottega. So quite interested to see how this game goes.
Yeah, I remember some absolutely devastating Slardar picks coming out from this team as well. And we know that this fish has been the man of the hour, even in losing games, by the way. That is something that has surprised me about how strong this hero looks, even in losing games. Where normally previously when you had a Slardar, and your Slardar had a bad game, he was just sort of sir not appearing in this video game. He jumps in once, he gets a crush off, he dies. And that is not the case. Even in these losing games, we see a ton of damage output from this fish. So I would not be surprised to see this ban straight out. I don't think Modus should be allowed to get their hands on it whatsoever.
Team ban.
Yeah, it's funny, Slaughter. I was hyping it up on day one already. And I was
Yeah,
like,
you
yo,
were.
this is a sleeper hero.
10
Teams need to pick it,
seconds
whatever.
remaining.
But from that sleeper hero status, it's turned into like almost like the hero of the
5
tournament for your
seconds
DreamLeague
remaining.
Division 2. Every single game I've seen it in, like you say, it's won most of the games. And
Dire
even in
team
losing games,
back.
down 10, 15k, it still has so much impact, giving his team chance to win every single time. We see your boy Lone Druid to start off here, taken
10
out, Kip.
seconds
So we can have at
remaining.
least a semi-normal game of Dota with that.
5 seconds
What,
remaining.
you don't want to see other people try out that support Lone Druid? Because I do.
Radiant team ban.
Oh man, 9 class. The man, he needs to be stopped. You know, funny enough, I was a big Admiral Bulldog fan,
10
Alliance
seconds
fan, way
remaining.
back in the day. So Lone Druid is actually my personal favorite hero for a long time.
5
I never
seconds
got good at
remaining.
it despite trying for like 100 games. But in modern Dota, I hate this hero, man. I hate it. Besides, when I was Enigma fan at TI, the last TI with Ghost when he was dominating games, you know, it just makes the game so difficult. Good Lone Druid players just take over. They do so much. Talking
They're a
about good
scourge.
micro players, the Beastmaster taken out as well. One of the few heroes that can really play all 3 core lanes
Radiant
right now.
team ban.
Enchantress and Batrider banned 2, and the Phoenix, another stalwart in this tournament and just in general and Dota in general at the moment.
10
This hero has been
seconds
so damn
remaining.
strong, Gibbs.
Yeah, the damage output
5
is
seconds
nuts. I
remaining.
mean, from the passive damage output alone to the attack
Dire
slows and
team
the damage over time. Oh, there goes Viper as well. It's funny, I've seen a lot of Viper bans, but I don't think I've seen a single Viper pick in the games that we've gotten yet.
That's a very good point. I haven't seen a Viper yet, just in our games. Not complaining about that. That is a
Radiant
at least
No.
Lone Druid
team
takes
pick.
skill to play. The Viper is just straight up miserable. And that's the Moita we mentioned before, coming out first pick here for Rune Eaters.
Yeah, I
Dire
mean, great
team
flexibility still between the carry position and the 4. I don't think we see her in any other positions than that currently. Maybe you can shove her over to 5 if really necessary, but you want a boss 4. You want somebody who's really practiced with the dead shot, because that is the thing that makes or breaks this hero, especially
10
from the support
seconds
position.
remaining.
100%. I'm trying to see
5
Rune
seconds
Eaters
remaining.
in their last game. How much did they prioritize this Moita? They didn't manage to get it in any of their last 2 series, so just see they get it in the first pick. Maybe that's why we haven't seen it. He's got banned out in the first phase every time, so want to see them flex on this. Like you say, it's a flexible hero and they can, you know, maybe show their prowess on it. Underlord first pick is also very interesting. Maybe the side of Modus are reading this will be a Moita
Dire
carry and it's the
team
lane's
ban.
okay, but isn't this kind of exploitable in the laning stage at some point?
Yes. Yeah, no, I like that you used interesting, because I was like, yeah, this is interesting, alright. This is like the kind of interesting that you use when you want to be polite. I do not like first pick Underlord whatsoever, for precisely the reason that you say. Because
10
it is very
seconds
exploitable in
remaining.
lane. There's a ton of heroes that at the very least will just have a good lane versus an Underlord, and
5
he
seconds
he
remaining.
doesn't pressure very much at all. So he can really, you can get away with a lot of carry heroes versus this. And then on top of that, of course, it gives away a lot of your game plan, and it means that you have given yourself away as a team without an active offlaner. This man, and he can TP into engagements, but he is not going to be the one creating those engagements in the first place. So you're going to have to make tempo via other positions, via your 4, via your mid. Maybe your carry needs to show up early. And you can absolutely ban for that right now if you're Rune Eaters. So not only do you have more open in your picks for the carry position and the safe laners in general, but you also have good indications of what would work well with this Underlord, and you can scoop those heroes right out from under him. You have 3 bans left.
Curious to see what they pick as the lane part of the Underlord. Maybe they can pick something, and I would have thought maybe they could pick something that can mitigate like the issues. You're playing up against an Ursa, you pick up the Enchantress, you dispel the overpower or something for the lane. But that's already
Radiant
taken
team
out,
ban.
so I'm not sure how it goes. Maybe they're just feeling really confident in this. I'm surprised they didn't go for an early tiny pick for Bottega. We've seen him absolutely demolishing that hero of this tournament as well. Seems to be again one of the heroes of this tournament. Just seems to do well in the early game, and his
Radiant
scaling into the
team
late game
pick.
has been deadly
Dire
too.
team pick.
Techies.
Ooh.
Well, that is a lot of damage put together at the very least. Techies once again not an engagement creator, but one hell of a follow-up hero.
Yeah, I do really like this Techies pick. You can pick something like a Ursa
Dire
to punish the
team pick.
Underlord, but Techies is going to jump on in, and you never know with the turnaround plays is there. Like you say, there's so much magic damage between the sticky bombs, the firestorm, the lockdowns with the roots. Techies back into the meta, unfortunately,
Radiant
Kips, and it's
team
looking
pick.
really damn strong so far.
There's our favorite.
Oh. That is our favorite fish. Slada picked up, and with the Jakiro too, so the laning prowess from the side of Rune Eaters looking extremely deadly. This could be a Moita Slada
10
lane,
seconds
which
remaining.
sounds so difficult to deal with. A pause 5 Jakiro makes any lane seem kind of
5
strong in the
seconds
bot lane for
remaining.
the side of Rune Eaters, or I guess the top lane there, the Dire side.
Radiant
Really liking where
team
they've gone
pick.
with the draw so far.
Dire
They're gonna
team
respond with a
I-
Winter Wyvern here.
It's funny you said something about like the lane presence. And it was like you summoned the Winter Wyvern in my mind for me, and then she shows up in the game here as well. I mean, Winter Wyvern feels great as a pick versus Slardar, versus Muerta, versus these overwhelming physical
10
damage heroes,
seconds remaining.
especially if they're going to jump into the middle of you and actually focus fire
5
you,
seconds
where you can
remaining.
easily turn it around on them. So I'm personally a big Winter Wyvern enjoyer. Also really good as a team fight reset if you want to like assess, can we do this? Can we go back in? Do we want to disengage? Winter Wyvern also great for that if you're a little if you'd like a moment to evaluate in the middle of your fight,
Dire team bad.
if you actually want to be there or not. And Void into Puck, I thought we were done with this a year ago already. I thought we were done with this 2 years ago. This is not a counter matchup at all. I don't know why mid players keep doing this. Help me, Camille. Why do they
10
keep picking the
seconds
Void
remaining.
Spirit into the Puck when the Puck does not
Radiant
lose the lane
team
and
back.
in fact becomes a real problem to deal with for a Void Spirit
Dire team
later on?
bad.
It's one of those, in theory, I see why they do it. But in
Yes.
practice, it never seems to go out the way it's
No.
supposed to. Like, you go to the Axe, you have a double silence for the Puck. You go the Yules, then you can get the Yules into Aether Remnant, guaranteed lockdown for the Puck. But like you say, Puck seemingly
10
managed to make
seconds
it out of
remaining.
this, and as the game goes on, like, your biggest criticism of this Void Spirit hero kit
5
is that it
seconds
lacks the
remaining.
damage. It lacks the... It always just feels like you're just a little bit short on getting that kills, or if you do get the kills, you have to commit your entire kit where Puck, that's not an issue. As the game scales on, your
Radiant
damage is
team back.
astronomically high. Your elusiveness just gets higher and higher as the game goes. You can also, you know, this hero's like a carry hero nowadays. If you want to itemize for a BKB third or fourth item, you can if the Void Spirit really becomes a problem. So, and I also think the Puck is kind of good against Void Spirit. You have a silence of your own, and you have a Dream Coil that locks you in place.
10
If you
seconds
Astro step out,
remaining.
you're gonna get stunned as well. So, I'm with you there. I'm with you
5
there on this Puck
seconds
versus Void
remaining.
Spirit matchup.
Yeah, it's the Aghanim silence.
Dire
Everybody's like,
team
oh, the
pick.
Void Spirit, the Aghanim silence is going to do it. And the Ags always comes too late. The Puck has been rolling the game for quite a while by the point that you get to that. And then as you said, yeah, Puck doesn't like to buy a BKB, but he'll have the money for it since you so kindly let him roll around
10
for the first
seconds
20 minutes.
remaining.
100%. We see the last few bans,
5
Alchemist
seconds
and
remaining.
Lifestealer banned out for Modus, and Rune Eaters ban out the Luna and the Tiny. The Luna would have been a really nice pick this game for the side of Modus. Agility core against a Slardar minus armor. You can have this Underlord with auras backing her up, and of course a save from the Winter Wyvern. But have let this team play very fast. So I'm quite interested to see what they go for Bottega. I feel like every game I've casted of Bottega, he was either playing Moita or Tiny. So it's going to be fun to see one a new hero so far.
Let us find out, because right now up versus the
Radiant team
Slardar.
Lion.
Lion last, okay. Yeah, and the Muerta matchup for the carry position. And I think that's a little bit of a tough place, because for the Muerta you want a physical damage hero that's going to get up close and personal, somebody who can close the gap with her. Whereas those heroes will usually
10
be
seconds
melee heroes,
remaining.
where Slardar is going to have a very good time against you in lane. So a little bit
5
of a rock and a
seconds
hard
remaining.
place situation for Modus here.
Yeah, it's quite interesting that they went for the Moita carry. I think Modus kind of expected them to maybe move this to support and pick another carry with their bans, it seems like. But I don't mind it, to be honest. You have a Jakiro, which is not a melee hero, but it does that job of being that like tanky frontliner, lane-winning hero. And again, as it stands, Moita is the biggest, baddest carry in the game, and she has a lot of tempo and playmakers to make space for her as the game goes on. Jakiro for some tower push, Slardar Blink Initiate, Void Spirit is a spirit hero, so his job is to go around and kill people. And the Lion is some nice backline pickoff, control for the puck
Choose your
most
hero.
importantly, and also magic damage burst. And this is an interesting pick. Now, the
Yeah.
final pick of the draft, Kips, they go for the PL.
Phantom Lancer, what year is it? I have not seen this
1995
man.
last I checked.
Yeah, I have not seen this man in a long time. I mean, they're correct in their assessment that the illusion clear of Rune Eaters is a little lacking. The Slardar indeed is not very good at dealing with those masked up illusions. The Lion pretty decent at clearing some of them out though, at least. And eventually, I do think that UI gets on top of that damage curve again and just gets to be enough of a damage machine that you can clear all of them out pretty well. So I am thinking that Modus still needs to push the tempo a little bit if they want about actually getting through this match with Muerta unscathed. But then again, maybe I'm doing the puck short here. This is a puck in a pretty... it's not a free game because there's a lion in it, but we know about the puck scaling. So altogether, I think both teams have some really good tools to deal with this game. The Phantom Lancer is definitely a threat, but the pucks accounted for decently well with the lion here. This it's hard for me to say where this one is going to go. The Phantom Lancer makes it very hard for me because, man, I don't think we're going to see that anywhere else in the tournament at any point. They were really between a rock and a hard place.
So hot take, and I'm also a full-time Phantom Lancer hater. But he has sort of creeped back up into the meta. Everybody thought this hero was going to be dead once they made the change that Diffusal will no longer work on the Manta-style illusions. And people were like, RPL is dead, you can't play it now. But the strength of this Ags, that insanely high range movement speed buff to farm camps and to contribute to team fights, has been really clutch going for the first item Aghanims. And I do quite like it in this game up against the Slaughter. You have two methods to dispel the corrosive haze. Your natural Manta style buyer for things like the silence against the if the what is this guy's name? The Void Spirit ever goes for the Ags. And I think again you're not like prime PL where you're the Androll and Viol of late game scale, but this hero is a very good late game hero, and if you're playing up against a Moita who's also quite a slow carry, you go to that 3-4 item timing. Both teams are playing for it. I feel like the 3 item timing specifically, I think that's his timing too. So very interesting strategy with this. I quite like the PL pick actually, kids. I never thought I'd say this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you're here to educate me on it a bit, because I have been ignoring the PL mostly. I'm very curious to see indeed, because yeah, I was talking about a gap closer to the Muerta. This man is absolutely going to do the job.
30 seconds to battle.
Just carry players like coping and living in the past. I saw Arme play Phantom Assassin yesterday. He won the game, but yeah. You know, every time a new patch comes out, PSG and Cole be like, we can make it work. And now PL talking about Mr. Bottega, the man of the hour. He's going to get forced immediately, forced the doppelganger away. Is he going to be enough to keep himself alive? It looks like these things behind him, so going to dissuade them for the dive for the first blood. But both of their ruins will be stolen, but they're in position to get the other two. So what looked to be exciting is a very uneventful 2-for-2 ruin trade, yeah.
Yeah, simply not enough disables to keep that Phantom Lancer in place. Now we're going Void versus Puck on the mid lane.
Do you think you're going to see any exciting first sort of solo kills and such, or it's just going to be a case that we've seen so often right now with this lane specifically, where people are just trading from for the most part?
I think there's a Lion Slaughter on the bot side that definitely has explosive potential with the double stun. Anko is going to look for opportunities to kill off problems down here.
Very strong lane, so much aggressive potential. We have technically 3 stun/disables between the stun, the hex, and the slaughter crush. Actually 4 if you account for the bash, so very difficult lane. Problem's gonna have his work cut out for him, keeping his PL alive, and hopefully not getting caught himself here. But we'll see. PL not the most exciting hero in the lane, kids. All you do is just farm. If you can get that, we'll be happy.
No, exactly, and this is not like we're talking a Kotl Phantom Lancer situation where the land spam is going to come out or something like that. That is still 120 mana. We're only going to see him use that in very select occasions.
For the range, please. Priority.
Yep.
It's priority. Up top, this could also technically could be a less aggressive lane with having the techies, but have the Underlord behind him. It doesn't look like anybody's going to be too crazy here as well. I think farm trading is going to be the name of the game for both lanes here as well. You've got a Moita on one side and an Underlord on the other side. They just want to get their creeps, you know.
Exactly. Now, the moment that Underlord pick comes out might already be the point where the Muerta immediately gets upgraded to the carry. You know that whatever comes with him is going to have a hard time pressuring. Like it had to be a Tusk or something before you start considering maybe not playing a Muerta there.
So the interesting thing here, we were saying that the PL has like the sort of chase to get on top of the Muay Thai in these fights. But I'm not seeing, I guess they can combo up with the puck as well. Trying to see how they actually get on top and work on the Muay Thai, because as we stand, we have a very good lane, and this is big and will be okay. But this could be our first lot of 10 problems. Getting chased down here bottom, the bashes are good, but he'll have the survivability for now. They're looking to turn. Anku getting smacked down, but this is a tanky hero. He's got a bracer, 5 armor, he'll be fine for now.
Yep, moving upwards towards the treads. Phantom Lancer gonna be... He's got the raindrops queued up already. Ready for these a possible rotation from the Void Spirit, I'm imagining.
And he's a cool having the hardest time farming to the 10 TS, but we get quite close to the slaughter. Up top, this could be actually a first blood here. Right kick from Elmo gonna come through, bringing down Kitaro. Void Spirit, sorry, Underworld gonna be very happy with that, and your way, he's actually gonna be close to TP to his tower. He will make it off away, but taking a lot of damage, trying to trade up for that Lotus pool there.
Yeah. Really, if you overstep first these guys, as much as we're saying like, hey, this is a free lane to just farm, going aggressively in this lane, not going to happen. You need to keep your distance from that Techni's burst damage.
And it kind of, funny enough, the Underworld does set up opportunities. All this chip damage from this Firestorm, getting people low, Techis can feel, you know, emboldened to jump on in, and if you do that, you can always follow up with a bit of malice as well. So a sleeper lane that actually has quite a bit of potential, it seems like. In mid lane, as expected, 2 heroes just trading farm for the most part. Void Spirit winning out marginally here. Both guys gonna get their runes without any contest. No support rotations this time for the 4-minute runes. Very different to what we've seen in other games where there's a full, all the support going in. Up top, actually. They get a kill onto Underlord. I'm not sure how that happened. Yowie must have used his spells perfectly on the Moita. That's a nice return pickup there. And down bottom, Botega getting threatened too. There we go. That's the Winter's Curse. Sorry, the Cold Embrace we were talking about. Keeping him alive up against all the physical damage from the Slaughter. And sustain for the PL, which is something that Hero can struggle with. So, Wyvern putting in the work right now.
They're not able to stop this Slaughter from farming though, this is one of the few points in the game where I feel that you could make the most impact on this man's acceleration. But if you manage to get him to a pretty normal blink dagger timing, then he's always going to present a problem.
I guess when you were doing that mental gymnastics of where should a Slaughter go, should it go mid, should it go off lane?
I'll just fly over them.
Okay, because that's rotated him, you're right, Mr. Alex is here. Gonna look for something, Anisan, who might be good in the line, can get on top of him, surely it could be a kill, but beautiful Earth Spike there, catching up 2 heroes and interrupting that jump in on the Techie, so kind of a wasted rotation there.
At the very least, he's going to be able to help with the tri-lane mid rune party that we're so likely to see.
Dire are
Mr.
scanning.
is here, Mr. Alice is here, Extreme Material trading out spells, 20 seconds for the rune, even Mr. Chikiro coming down, so all the supports, like you said, making their way downtown to the middle lane. There's 10 seconds to go. It's going to be a battle of luck, but as I said, that XT taking so much damage, so he might be pushed off this rune anyways. He does have 10 stick charges if he wants to get back into this, but it's a 2-3 right now. He's going to fully collapse on the bot lane, gets the rune on Akira, which is a haste, which is a big one here, and he's going to get the kill onto Techies. The Cold Embrace comes out in a good time. Should be inevitable death for Techies, I would like to think. It does cost him the haste rune in the end too.
Why not you?
Nice win for the side of Rune Eaters. And he's going to chase for more. He wants this puck real bad. I don't know if he's going to get him. No actual step for another 3 seconds. XD going to juke and jab around the tower. Interesting little turnaround he did there to make sure Void Spirit can't catch him. So good awareness from XD. Kips, I think you muted your mic by accident.
I did mute my mic by accident, thank you very much. Now, you could see there that the Void Spirit already started putting pressure on the puck earlier on, so spending Astral Steps, it looked like frivolously, seemingly, but half a minute before the rune came in, so that the puck was already low by the time the actual threats came in. And that meant that Exony simply could not stay and contest for the rune at all, because he'd been getting pressured for half a minute before that already.
100% playing the long game. So far, this Void Spirit hero, like you say, has some weaknesses, but Ethereal is taking every step impossible to make sure to ensure some success here. Right now, very even game. 7 minutes in, 2 for 2 for the kills. Just a 1k gold lead split between the two teams. And of course, not even a contest over for the Wisdom Shrine as well. So, all things considered, it's just a bit of a farm fest for the moment, Gypsy.
Just a bit. This urn is going to come in on the Void Spirit pretty early, and I think that's where we're going to see Ethereal start making the moves. First, of course, the most forced of moves where you gotta assure yourself at first urn charge. And after that, I mean, I think apart from the stat change, the return of the urn is also definitely one of the reasons why Void Spirit is so much more viable right now. It's because it is everything you could possibly want on that hero. Between the mana regen, just a little bit of stats, and then the significant amount of extra damage.
Ethereal gonna find himself the second rune of the game as well. He's going haste into the old jackpot. And we're feeling good with that. He's gonna have to earn plus the ED rune, so we definitely could see a big move out of him there. I think hitting the puck would be great if he can actually get a chance mid. That could be easier said than done. And you know, we're talking about this offlane Slaughter. Oh, before we get to that, they look like they want to make a move over on him. They're bringing 3 heroes. Anku would be a big threat.
Make the move first.
Ortega gonna wait for his team right now, and he's not getting stunned. The save will come out in the end. But do they have the lockdown to catch Anku? Now the root comes out now. The jumping from Tekis just doesn't have range right now, but they might still get him in the end. They're gonna chase. They're gonna throw everything on Anku, and eventually
here's the counter.
Bring him down. But as the counter play, Void Spirit is here. He's got his ED rune. He kills the Wyvern. Can he get more? He's gonna jump over from Mr. Alice, and he gets the Tekis too. Beautiful move from
Dire's middle
Ethereal.
tower is under attack.
This is everything a Void Spirit wants. Like, you don't have to set up the fight yourself. You can walk in, you can save all your steps for damage, and you get the follow up. You mop up both of the supports. That is the dream,
Radiant's
except for the
bottom
fact
tower
that
is
his
under
urn
attack.
was not delivered yet at the point where he came there. So that's beautiful kills, but they're not actually going to help him with the first charges. He's still going to have to go shopping for those.
Oh, bad unfortunately. Problems coming back to this lane. This is what Winter Wyvern kind of does. He'd actually just shove out his waves in far range to keep the towers alive. But up against the Jackie, with the Slaughter threatening from the sides, it's easier said than done. Ortega might get forced out of lane here.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Playing
under
very
attack.
aggressive. Don't think they're going to have anything more than chip damage for Anku this time. They are bringing the puck over, so now it's the other mid laner who's looking to make the rotation to the spot, and he's going to work out puck into with the ult. Get off the dream.
Oh man.
What happened? Oh, he actually held on to it, but now he's going to work out because they're going to make the move for Anisan, and they're going to get a 2-4-0
Radiant's middle
special
tower
here.
is under attack.
That was a little awkward. I mean, you're always going to get him, but Exney is definitely going to feel a
Dire's
little
bottom
awkward
tower is under
about getting hit in the face
Radiant's
with the full
middle
crush
tower
there.
is under attack.
Oh, bad. Both the mid laners making good moves to the bottom lane. Like you say, for the Void Spirit, it's just that much more important.
Dire
Not the
are
fastest splash
scanning.
farmer, so his rotations and the kills he gets in this game, all that more important. Gonna have a shield ruin as well. They're going back here bottom. Fully committed to this lane, trying to take down this Phantom Lance's tower. Though they are gonna put the Jakiro mid, so it's kind of a split push type of attempt, because you would think that Jakiro would want to be throwing the liquid fires over here to the bot lane.
I think so. No, I think this is about Ethereal looking for an opportunity to get urn charges on a tower guarding support. He's going to be a little upset that both the Phantom Lancer as well as the Puck are here.
XD rotating back to the bot lane, just have Jim Coil available. I don't think they can make too much, but look at his illusions alone, giving so much information here. And Problems does have his level 6 now finally, so if they make a mix there, you see that curse come out and be really impactful. They're going to go for it, take that step of damage. They're going to pop him in this curse, only 1 hero of 4. And Ortega, he's taking away so much tick damage. He doesn't have a doppelganger for 10. Is he going to survive this? No, he doesn't. The flag grenade
Radiant's
doesn't
bottom
secure
tower
more than
has
enough to
fallen.
bring down the Phantom Lancer here. Oh man, you would hope your carry is not the victim of that move, Kipsy.
You'd hope not, but hey, good news, still no urn charges for Ethereal. He's got 3 kills already, but no
Radiant
charges
are
out of
scanning.
it. So surely kill number 4 is going to never happen because he doesn't have enough damage or opportunities, right? Right? This man's playing a great game so far.
Well, although the game
Radiant's
looks pretty
middle
even,
tower
5
is
to
under
5
attack.
in 12 minutes, 1,000 net worth between the two teams. I do start to worry. This Phantom Lancer is only a 4.8k net worth. The Mortar's almost 1.5k ahead of him at the 12-minute mark. That's a serious deficit. And this
Radiant structures are
farming
fortified.
even faster once he gets that. Kind of start to worry about Botega's game, but don't have to worry about Mr. XP jumping forward here. Combo up with Botega's trying to bring up Taro. Taro could have survived though for the moment. Feeling good on that interjection. They use a lot of spells there. Oh, I thought the Winter's Blast gonna catch him there in the end, but he makes it out. And Anisan,
Yeah.
he's only level 5 on this line. Gonna soak up some XP mid. Sorry, go for it, KP.
No, you brought up a very good point about UI here, because we've seen this movie before, right? The UI Murta being completely undisturbed while all of the action happens on the bot lane. That spells trouble. He could become basically unstoppable very early on already, and it hasn't even messed with the Slardar's game enough, I want to say, since he is very close to his Blink Dagger now as well.
Yeah, usually
tower
that's
falls.
a deliberation you have. Oh, do we want the starter mid? Do we want the starter off lane? You usually want to have that extra farmer in the mid lane, get him online a little bit sooner. But like you said, he's had a very good start to his laning phase. So he will be getting his Blink Dagger. It's a bit later, 13 minutes than we expected after the start he had. But before we get to that, Kitaro, he's going to get found and he's going to get blown the hell up. We'll take it fully, it's enough damage. They're going to actually force to use the Fiend's Gate just to but now, the man we were talking about, Anku's the play center for his team. He's going to get found out and brought down for the 3rd time. That fish got fried.
He did, and I had to curse his Blink Dagger, huh? He was, I want to say, 50 gold off of it when he died. It's rough, buddy.
Oh, man, he was having such a good lane, but now his Blink Dagger put back up. I would say like 3 or 4 minutes further than he would have wanted it to be.
Yep, and at well, in support of a Void Spirit who by now has the full Spirit Vessel up and who still does not have any charges in it.
He's been involved of
Here we go.
5 kills
Here's a
and still
charge.
doesn't have a vessel charge. Oh my god, that is just unfortunate. Finally, the Winter Wyvern should go down. And
Come on. No!
Oh my god, the Winter's Curse comes out. Problem, he survived at 1 HP and now Anisan, he's going to be the sad victim of this event. And Interior, he might be in trouble. He's got no active test for 8 seconds. Oh, it's a disaster. He's going to try here to assimilate, but at the end of the day, he gets punished. And he gets punished so damn heavily. It's a 3-kill streak going over to Almo. Oh, bad Kips. How did this just happen?
Radiant's top
He
tower
was
is
so
under
scared of
attack.
the Winter's Curse that he left the Winter Wyvern alive to get the curse off. You saw him stutter stepping there. Do I go back in? Do I go back out? If I go back in, I'm in range of Winter's Curse and I'm not gonna get the kill. Okay, so I'll step back out, but now I'm still in range of the Winter Curse because I stepped forward already. If I would have kept on going forward, the Winter Wyvern would be dead right now because I needed only a single click. I did not give the single click and now the entire enemy team is here.
Radiant are scanning.
This Urn
feels
is,
moving.
well, he got a charge.
It's hurt. Eventually. Meanwhile, in the Radiant triangle area, they just found a massive ancient stack. So although Yowie is having a great time farming, the side of Modus, besides the Phantom Lancer, who's slowly but surely catching up, is getting so much acceleration. Almo having a great time farming, going for that rod of Atos first. So some lockdown and active play coming out from him, and now XD coming in. 2-man Dream Kill. They're going to try zoning on Anisan. They bring down the line to start off. They would like the bigger kill. They would like the Void Spirit, but he's going to get the Circulate out. He'll be fine. But again, picking up 2 supports, seems like it's starting to get outplayed a bit around the map is the side of Ruinators, Kipsy.
Yeah, they seem to be struggling to continue that momentum that they had early on in that bot lane, where so many easy targets kept presenting themselves. Instead, they feel like the easy targets right now.
The Void Spirit, the silence is still there for another second, and there's the techies jump in to finish him off. They
Dyer's
kill
bottom
Ethereal.
tower is under attack.
Oh man. He got the vessel timing so early, but ever since then he just can't string anything together.
It is quite wild, isn't it? 3 kills before Urn, nothing all the way until Vessel, and then he dies in all of the engagements after Vessel. It's the anti game that you want to have. Everything's going wrong for Ethereal right now.
100%. The one saving grace that you have is this Yowie on the Moita, farming an absolute storm. Still the most farmed hero on the map, despite all the madness happening around their team. We'll see what you can do once she makes that first contribution. She went going the full glass cannon build here. Maelstrom into MOM, and then finally going to go for the
Radiant's
Dragon
middle
Lance off
tower
next.
is under
She
attack.
can't show up to the fight without the BKB with that build. If you don't get zoned on, you get absolutely blow up a team, but one spell you get caught with, she will die very, very quickly.
Yep, at the very least, she's going to have a Void Spirit with a BKB in front of her pretty soon. Ethereal's got that shard up, so he's very good at farming with these stacked creep camps right now. And Anku has the blink dagger now. We haven't really seen it used just yet, as here Xeni finds another.
This is the second time I'm seeing this Underlord go this route of
top tower
Atos build.
is
It could have been
under
Elmo's game in the past, actually. I saw the
Dire's
Atos going
top
into
tower
Nightmare very
has
early.
fallen.
And it's been effective so far. Like we were criticizing the Underlord, very passive hero, can be an aura bot, etc, etc. But when you go for this route of Atos build, you have genuinely a lot of lockdown and reach. Down bottom.
Yeah, you're doing it's
this
all
going
area
before.
control.
They're looking for Anku. They're gonna find him here waiting for the Midas. Can they lock him down? They do have a Jinx available. It's not even needed. The burst damage is there, surrounded by 3 heroes. They kill the Slaughter yet again.
Yeah, the sports squad was coming in, but too late. Starter already down. Troubles just get spotted by a warding lion. Immediately, Fusion
It
taken
seems to
down.
me that we have a situation here where you have these two active playmakers on your pass 2 and 3 in the form of Void Spirit and Slaughter, who both do kind of a similar thing. They run around the map with the support and try and make kills, but we haven't seen them really combo up together themselves to kind of make plays. Do you think that's maybe the next change Ruinita needs to make to kind of stabilize this game?
I think so, yeah, but the other thing that they need for that is vision. They need to find their targets before they actually have to walk all the way over to them. Because with the mid tower and the bot tower currently down, there's a lot of dark space in this bottom quarter of the map.
Dire's top tower is
This, however,
Look at this. They're going to go for Slaughter again. They're going to hard commit for me and get him. But I think we were actually seeing a crazy move. I think Rune Eaters were trying to sneak up a Roshan there. I think they're going to commit for it. I don't think Modus is going to expect us at all. And why would they? They killed the Slaughter. The minus armor for the Roshan. This is 5 head plays. Oh my god.
is really well. You see that
They're actually
circle
gonna
as
get away
well?
with it.
Drawn on the minimap? That's the techies indicating where they're gonna play, I believe, and that's not on the Roche pit whatsoever.
Dire's middle tower is under
This is
attack.
next level.
Oh, boy. That is it. Now Yowie, the only saving grace for the side of Ruin Eaters, the top farm hero in the map, is going to have himself an Aegis to boot. So he's got that glass cannon build we said before, but she can actually feel confident to show up with these fights, having that second life on the Aegis of Immortal. I love to see things like that. Not too often do we see plays like that being made.
It's very clever, but you gotta wonder how much it's actually going to get leveraged. They have one ward on the other side of the river right now, but it still doesn't feel like their side actually has a good way to leverage this Muerta. You might want to go grab the tower top, I guess. And then what after that? Who are you gonna jump? They don't feel confident right now. Their Slardar 0-5-1. I can't imagine Anku feels like he's confident to just, you know, go run up some high grounds blind and get the engagement no matter what. Because yeah, he's been getting a lot of engagement and none of it has been good for him.
But I mean, what else can you really do on a Slaughter? You're a blink stud hero for your team. It's not like you can fall back as a Doom and sit in jungle for 30 minutes with a minus and then do something for your team. This is the only thing your hero does is blink stud, make plays with your team, you know?
Yeah, like as far as I'm concerned, you go find Ethereal and you hold hands together. Well, but the thing is, Ethereal doesn't want to do that because he wants to buy a BKB. Get out of my farm. I'm farming here.
Maybe this is actually the play. You think it's a farming Aegis, they get this Aegis and it's like a 6-minute window where they can just like accelerate the network on all their heroes and hopefully not get smoke ganked.
Hopefully. The only deal that I see with that is that the Muerta has not been the one who has been getting ganked. She's 0-0-1. This man has lifted a pinky this game. Only his pinky.
Oh man. And now your boy Bottega also showing that my BSJ videos aren't worth its metal. He went for the Manta style into straight up butterfly here, so gonna have some survivability against the Muay Thai with the evasion. But he is actually going back for the Ag, so I don't look like a complete fool right now in my prediction for his action build.
No, the Axe was
And I
always
really
going
do-
to happen.
I really feel like both these two core heroes have like the same idea. You want to get 3 to 4 items, critical mass, and then you want to win the game with it, you know?
Yeah. I miss the 1.5 item timing carries, man. Like the Ursa's, you know, Blink, Basher, Go Time. That sort of deal.
Not often you see the strategy of both teams going for like this ultra late game carries in PL and Moita, so I actually kind of like seeing the old school style of Dota coming back here for a bit. Not the most exciting, but it's gonna hype up to something bigger in the future, I'm sure.
And it's
Radiant's
something
bottom
different
tower
right now,
is
isn't
under
it?
attack.
Difference always good.
See? It's just been a full-on farm phase since this Aegis came out. Net worth is
Oh, but at least
stabilized
she's farming
despite
forward now.
the kill difference. Yes, for sure,
Radiant's
for sure.
bottom tower
They're
is
getting
under
some
attack.
establishment on the map. They've got 2 wards here in the bottom lane. The smoke is going to
Dire's
come out.
top tower
Actually, from
is
our own
under
team. I
attack.
don't think they're going to find anybody here. They would love to find the PR, but only showing these
Radiant's
illusions.
middle tower
And
is
look at
under attack.
techies. Oh my
Techies
god.
nest. Yeah, and this is such a great position for a techies to be in, right? Because this is the choke point. This is where the map wraps back in on itself. It is
Puck
a
might be
center
coming
in a way.
through.
Dire's
Oh,
Picking up
man.
the gate, which actually going to make the move too. This will be hilarious. Uriel going to come through, popping up all these bombs with his BKB and the DD. Looking for the techies itself, but not going to find him. And now, Underlord popped the
Dire's
Fiend's
top
gate.
tower is under
Looks
attack.
like just a safety Fiend's gate to help his team, but not really going to commit to anything too heavily. And I don't really blame him.
Ethereal there is like, yeah, this thing can only go down to 7 seconds. We're not going to get it in a fight anytime soon. Let's just ruin this techies life for a bit. And it was, of course, possible for the entire Radiant team to be up there. So, better safe than sorry. Pops the BKB.
Radiant are
And I guess he was
scanning.
just a minesweeper, but that was a pretty
Dire's
decisive
top tower
move from a
is
man
under
who's been at a standstill for the past 10 minutes. So, he's still got it. He's not going to be flinching on the trigger when the time comes to go again. I like to see that.
40 seconds before his BKB is back up. Hopefully we see a full-on team fight come out then. But looks like Modus recognizing this window here where Ethereal doesn't have his BKB. That's his biggest item he's purchased so far. This could be a window to bring him down. The root comes out. The road out of 8 to follow. The jump gets interrupted from Mr. Alice though. So Ethereal should have a chance to get out of dodge here. But Winter,
Oh,
of course, he's gonna
beautiful.
jump in with problems. He has a big dagger. He gets off the curse onto Ethereal. And your way just TP'd in to kill his mid laner. Feels bad, man.
You know what? Sometimes I gotta interrupt you, I think, because I saw that blink dagger. I saw him waiting there in the smoke. I'm like, oh, he's waiting for a TP. He's waiting for anybody else to come in and finish off that Void Spirit for him, and that's precisely what Problems does there. Great patience.
Always feel free, Kips. I'm sure you have more valuable things to say than me.
It's about the timing. Let's put it that way.
Oh man, timing is key. Talking about item timings here, Slaughter working towards his blink tag, BKB. About 1,300 gold away for it, so still missing a big window there. And man oh man, it looked like a nice place to kill the bombs, but the fact that you use your BKB and you show on lanes, it's gonna cost you so damn heavily for Ethereal. And although he had a good start, 3-0 in 1, he's kind of falling. Well, his farm's not too far behind, but like the momentum in the game, he feels like he hasn't had a successful move in over 10 minutes, yeah.
He has. I mean, I keep coming back to it, but all of his kills were pre-earned. All of them. We are now at full Vessel BKB halfway to the Asha. It's been a
Iffy,
while.
what do you think about this? The Muay Thai is going full on glass cannon here. No BKB inside, he's trying to finish up a full Silver's Edge after the previous few items.
Dire's
Risky,
middle tower
especially
is
with the
under
Winter
attack.
Wyvern in the game, right? He is for sure going to kill some more teammates before this game is over.
Fuck, going Going for the Octarine core up next.
Dire's top tower is
Despite
under
playing against
attack.
Lion, Jakiro, and Void Spirit, these pucks, man, they're always so confident, refuse to buy BKBs. And they're one of the few heroes that can actually use your spells well enough. If you have vision good enough, you can get away with the greedy moves. And the smoke, actually, they did just smoke on Dire. What popped it? Did they just hit creeps?
Radiant's
Not
middle
entirely
tower is
sure.
under
I was
attack.
thinking about the puck and the fact that normally I would be like, yeah, you can outplay this, but being solo initiator basically versus an instant hex is one of those few conditions where I'm like, nah, you gotta get the BKB up. On the other hand, maybe he's just waiting until he sees components of the Axe over on the Void Spirit, and Ethereal isn't even trying for it right now. So he's saying maybe if I only have to deal with the Hex, I can live that.
I wonder if he's confident because his Underlord did go for the full-on control build. He went for the Ags and Gleipnir, so he could be the guy starting fights, putting the Fiend Gates in the middle of everything, tanking up some damage, using the Gleipnir, locking people down in the puck and maybe follow up. And even I do feel like Phantom Lancer is also a carry who doesn't mind frontlining once he gets to the third or fourth item, and then Winter Wyvern curse somebody. I don't think even had to use the curse, they just found him with the puck, so they kill off Mr. Lion and his son. He gets brought down.
A little far from home. Alright. Start our BKB about 150 gold off. I believe that is when we might see another move come out from the Dire side here. But it's still hard for them to feel confident. The only move that paid off for them in this game so far was to go for Roche.
100%. And that first Aegis seems to be a bit of a pattern nowadays where it doesn't really mean too much, you know. Once the second and third Aegis, of course, come along, those are critical to the game, but the first Aegis, it's kind of meh, you know.
I think a lot of teams are very good these days at avoiding the Aegis carrier, and especially giving it to the carry. That's how you see whether or not a team is going to go for it or not. If they give the Aegis to the mid or sometimes even to the offlaner, the tempo will stay on. If they give it to the carry, it's a farming Aegis.
That is true. That is true. Gone are the old days where carries refused to let anybody else even think about the Aegis and they pick it up every time. Nowadays we do see heroes like Void Spirit, Storm Spirit, etc. get a chance to hold the Aegis of Immortality every now and again.
We used to have a lot of Beastmasters, right? Soloing Rush, taking it, and then bulldozing a couple of towers with it. Oh yeah, you're one of the few co-casters I have that doesn't know yet that I have a soft spot the size of Great Britain for Beastmaster. And we haven't seen him yet because he's too good right now, which is fair. You should ban that man. But
honestly,
at some point you're going to get the Beastmaster spiel and you're gonna like it.
well, we do have a pause, so feel free to sing your heart to your heart's content. But right now, man, I'm on the opposite boat. This hero has been good in the meta for far too long. It feels like maybe
It's
10 straight patches. Beastmaster and this Ags first every single game, just so strong. Even before the Ags became popular, after they nerfed it, they were like, oh, okay, Ags is nerfed. Let's just buy Pipe, let's buy HOD, let's buy all these things. And the hero just refuses to die. It's just too strong.
Yeah, well, if they wanted different Beastmaster builds, they should not be nerfing the zoo the entire time. But they keep on. First, we take away the Necro Book, then we nerf Helm of the Dominator. Like, of course you get Ags only Beastmasters when he's such a versatile man. You could be seeing him all the time, but in different roles.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
To be fair, when the zoo was around, that's the only thing we were seeing. So yeah, you know, talking about bringing the zoo back to Dota is like talking about communism in Washington. It's a very taboo topic, Gibbs. And now we see teams
I would.
gathering around here in the
so.
mid lane.
Dire's middle tower has
There's
fallen.
going to be a trade for the tower right now. Dire has wrapped around here quite nicely. Rune Eaters has established this time in the jungle. But doesn't look like Modus is giving them opportunity. But now they're finally going to smoke up. They're going to break the smoke. And again, showing respect to the high ground. They don't want to go to their own
Roche
jungle.
fake.
They do have the
Bottega,
Underlord.
low ground. We'll see him.
Bottega, uh-oh, you could be in trouble. They're going to find X-Lee in the backlines. Getting the puck would be a huge way to start this fight. Can they get X-Lee? Hope's going to come out. And there's the Winter's Curse. It's a huge one. They kill off only Anisan. But they don't get the puck in the end either. Such a chaotic fight. Spells getting thrown all around. It's very broken up. It's just two supports going down for the moment.
Dire BKBs are down.
The coil comes out. They get it. They get the Moita your way, dropping to half HP, but do they have chase to find him? They already used the Pit of Malice, sorry, the Fiend's Gate. Puck looking to chase on very low HP here. How the hell did Exney survive that? That was crazy.
I mean, they were split over on the Dire side, right? One half went for the PL, and the other half, in the meantime, went further, found a puck, and then neither of them were actually focus firing the cores that they were on. And the middle of the fight was completely dominated by the AoE spells of the Radiant side. Getting that Fiend's Gate in the middle, really stopping off a Muerta without a BKB. She was rooted to the spot, and then made her a sitting duck for that Winter Wyvern ult. So a split call leading into the Radiant side, correctly capitalizing on it and keeping that fight split.
Very good analysis of the fight there. Puck find himself Arcane Rune. I do think it's so critical for the side of Rune Eaters, like you say, to be able to pick off this backline, to find these heroes. Yes, the Puck is a great hero to find, but if you overcommit on her, yes, you could kill her in the next engagement, but if that Winter's Curse comes out catching more than 3 heroes, oh boy, is it damage time.
And the Winter Wyvern is really, she's not going to show ever until she knows where the Muerta is at. That's the only thing that's going to happen. She's going to wait 2 screens away, in smoke ideally, until the Muerta shows her face, and that's when the ult comes out.
Maybe the Brave team going over for the Roshan.
Yeah,
Look
there
at
she
that
is.
beautiful Fiend's Gate come out, comes out with so much damage. Anisan gonna buy back to the line. Wants you to get back into the Jakira's gonna fall, but meanwhile, they're trying to fight during their jungle. The Roshan does get brought down already. Bottega has an Aegis. Oh man, they would really like to have fought that fair and square on the side of Rune Eaters, but they couldn't even get a chance to walk to the pit.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, I honestly think that Problems there is happy enough that a kill came out of that. That wasn't even necessary. You just do the math, you're like, okay, this PL needs about 4.5 seconds to be able to get the Aegis. Well, luckily I have a spell right here that could take up to 6 seconds of the enemy's time if I drop it on a couple of heroes. I was just,
They got a
you drop the Winter's Curse, that's a guaranteed Aegis.
They get
Radiant's
a kill, they
bottom
force out a
tower is
buyback,
under
and they
attack.
secure the Aegis without costing them basically anything. So, really going to be feeling good on the side of Modus right now. And yeah, the Moita is a big bad carry. We've seen her carry games from worse positions before, but this time she's up against a PL right there, neck and neck with her, the farm. This Underlord is obscenely farmed this game.
Dire's
All
top
the
tower
momentum
is
setting on
under
the side of
attack.
Modus right now.
Dire's structure.
See how Rune
Guess
is
what?
going to respond. I would think
Radiant's bottom
Muerta's
tower
buying a
is under
BKB.
attack.
lots of teams coming in. They're gonna
And she
actually
better.
Moita, she doesn't have that BKB just yet. That's that heroes around us. People are going for the moment. And actually, in the backline, they do find XD, but the cold and break looking damn good. They do finish off in the end. So the Hunters become the hunted there. Thought they could get the Moita, but not just yet. And now she's gonna pop the Pierce the Veil. Bottega taking a lot of damage here from Moita. Moita trying to kite around, trying to find her. She's gonna be forced away by Elmo. Blackman didn't land there luckily, and they're looking to go back in. Anku, who can he find here with the stun and initiation? They got Anisan to back them up. Oh my god, the PL illusions just breaking this up. They're gonna look for problems, but he's kiting up in the tree lines. He'll be fine for the moment. I understand why they want to push the baton. 45 seconds, no puck. They already used the dream close, so even if she buys back, it doesn't really matter. But Oda's not giving them any opportunities there, Kips.
Radiant's
Not
bottom tower
giving
is
them
under
those
attack.
opportunities, but the opportunities can be created now that the Muerta is finally free to walk out of the pit with the BKB in her pocket. Iowa is going to come marching straight up to this tower. They're going to press the issue, even into the Aegis. They want to see if they can at least get it down, or if they can get some towers while this puck is out. Either will do.
I don't blame him. Pierce the Veil plus BKB. He's gonna feel immortal right now. They're gonna make the jump forward onto your way. Just like the BKB pops it, they're gonna eat through the tech. The Winter's Curse still does come out, goes through the BKB. They're gonna find Winter Wyvern this time. They do lose the line. Story we've seen many times this game. But it's still a 2-for-1 trade. They're gonna pop their BKBs on the field. They're gonna get off. So Anku, he might be caught. He'd have to chase the slaughter. The speed crop comes out. They will try this fish yet again. The secret died. Feeling really good, but he is kind of infamous right now. Can they get Anku? He gets the flick away. The TP's there. Is it gonna be enough? No, it's not. Oh man, it was just half a second off.
So close. No cigar. I mean, you're a full commitment hero on the slaughter. That's what happens to you. Such a huge damage output from the techies actually in that fight. Would you look at that?
Man, that
just
hero,
as much as the
that's
PL.
just a problem. Definitely. All things considered, even though it's a 2-for-2 trade, it does seem to have fallen in favor of the side of Rune Eaters. Run from an 8k goalie to 6k. It was a fight on the opposite side of the map, so it's not like Rune Eaters can punish with any real estate or trade into towers. The game does seem sort of stabilized. This Moita BKB, this could be the timing they've been waiting for.
It could be. Could cost them a tower still right now, though. Ethereal already sweeping wave. I
Ethereal.
think he's safe.
No, he's not. He's silenced up, and even with the Bloodstone, he's not tanky at all. He's got eaten up
Dire's
there.
middle tower is under attack.
I thought he was immediately going to step
Dire's
away from the
middle
wave when I
tower
said
has
he's safe,
fallen.
but no, he really took his time there, and that's... You cannot do that versus a puck. And that puck's buying a BKB right now. Time's there.
But caught an absolute
Dire's
edge of the
middle
foot of
tower
Manus. I'm
is under
actually
attack.
shocked he didn't go for the Manchester style this game.
Radiant's
With double
bottom
roots
tower
to the spell
has fallen.
and a silence from the puck. He went for the Bloodstone instead, and it cost him. 40 seconds out of the fray here for Void Spirit. And actually, when the Komoda Feet get inside the base, they're gonna go through. Are they gonna get? Who are they gonna get here? That is a bold ass move. They're gonna put Protego in hyper within 80 seconds left. They're gonna try zoning in your way. Your way flag. Kind of waiting for now, and there we go. Winter's Curse. If they get that Lion should be eaten up here. Anisan 4 used his buyback earlier. Kidaro's gonna follow your way. One of the sole survivors for his team. Where is Anku? What can he do here on the starter? He might get the ball. They're gonna be forced out the buyback on
Dire's middle
Chikiro.
barracks are under
Doesn't even have
attack.
Macrofire available to slow this up, but they've kind of got what they came for on the side of Modus. They forced out buybacks, they got kills, they kill a tier 3, and they're using that end of the ages perfectly there, Kips.
Yeah, using their Winter Wyvern perfectly. As far as I'm concerned, Problems has already shown himself to be the MVP of this game. It's been insane how little Yoi has been able to do. Even now that the BKB is up, he is still going to be Winter Scourged every single time, or killing his team off because somebody else is. It is unplayable for him.
I 200% agree with you. I feel like there hasn't been one whiff Winter's Curse this game. He
Nope.
played his lane well, keeping
Dire's
Bottega
top
in it.
tower is
Just
under
throughout the
attack.
game, he's been the absolute biggest menace. I mean, even look at his KDA. 6-3 and 10. That is an amazing score for a Pulse 5 to have.
Yeah, he's currently outdoing his own puck, who has about double his net worth.
FYS kind of score right there. Now they are going to smoke up on Ruin Eaters. You know the agency's down. They really enjoyed this bottom side of the map, their own triangle and the enemy jungle, but Modus hasn't given them even a single opportunity this side. There's a GD Ruin sitting in the river. Vitiro finds that could be a pretty good pickup for him. I don't think they're going to find enemy heroes. Radiant playing under their own
Dire
vision here in the
are
Dire
scanning.
jungle instead.
Techies has built himself a perimeter up in that Dire jungle, but the Dire refusing to go near it for now. Now they're gonna... Well, they're gonna find it.
Son. Breaks one bomb. They find the Techies. Can they burst out with Stylus in time? Should be a pretty rudimentary kill. Doesn't cost them too much either. And they did some demining. So, gotta feel good they're taking out some of the bombs to boot.
Probably does. I'm still thinking about this Bloodstone on Ethereal, because I do think you're right that the Manta style is insane value this game, but he does already have a BKB, and I'm thinking that the Bloodstone probably
Radiant's
more has to do
middle
with the
tower
fact
is
that
under attack.
a long-lasting presence is required of him. His team needs
Radiant
more
are
damage to
scanning.
deal with the Phantom Lancer illusions. They need somebody who
Dire's
can
top tower is
stand
under
in the middle and
attack.
tank as well, especially since the
Radiant's
starter
middle
hasn't
tower
exactly
is
had the
under
kind of game
attack.
where you can do that. So perhaps that is why the Bloodstone comes out here for Ethereal eventually. He's going
And
for
you
Shooter's Guard
always
next
like
as well.
to demystify the caster's curse, but really, I blame us for this game. We hyped up the slaughter so much. We said even in losing games, it has this impact.
Yeah.
Yada yada yada. This is the first time Slaughter has done sweet bugger all in a game.
Yeah, he has really been, well, you've been using fish food. He has been the chicken of the sea.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Nothing to do for it. Sometimes, yep, you're a hard engage hero with a bad game. Let's see.
Trap here.
That's a nice cry.
Up, he does get the two-man crush. They burst on Mr. Alice immediately, taking it out of the fray. He walked up the high ground there. A super brave move from Anku. Trying to eat up his illusions. Just Curse comes out. This time doesn't look like too impactful of one. XP going in the back line, finding the Lion. They do get the hero. He set it up by Uncle getting mowed down by this pure Bottega. It is timing and it's looking super scary right now. Oh my god, Slaughter just got eaten through there by Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, and even though that Winter Curse didn't look as impactful as the other ones, it was still enough to prevent the Muerta from being able to walk up the hill there at all. Maybe if you can get the Muerta up the hill, get her in a position where she's on even grounds with the rest of the fight, where she can actually see the enemy team and properly hit them. She was locked down to the low ground, because otherwise she'd just be contributing to her own team's demise once again.
I haven't spoken about PL too much this game. It's mostly been farming on the side of Bottega, but I feel like they really wish they had something like an Underlord themselves on the side of Rune Eater, so they could just have something to clear through all these illusions. Maybe lock him down with some roots, because right now Bottega has really been threatened this game.
It's been so hard. When the Muerta can't stand a fight, it's really up to heroes like the Void Spirit to do the clearing out, and that, well, he's scaling alright, but it's a tough job for a Void Spirit to do. He's gonna want to finish out that Shivas pretty soon, but he's got to keep the buyback in his pocket by now as well, because their base is getting threatened. Techie's perimeter is still in full power. On top side of the map, they're completely locked in.
Shouldn't really be the Void Spirit's job having to deal with the PL going for like Bloodstone into Shiva's guard and stuff, but the Bottega getting out of hand as it is, and he's often having such a troubling game.
Just pops it.
Now. They pop the Fiend's Gate, they force out both the BKB and not the Veil just yet. What can he do? What's the other option if he has no other way to dispel that? And the backline heal, oh my god, we've seen this story before. Kept getting caught out once again. Does have the buyback fortunately. He's going to be forced to use it. Unfortunately for him, he would have liked to finish up the Shiva's card instead. And he's going to get caught out. Now, trying to cover the PR.
There we are again.
This girl comes out again, breaking up this fight. Going to get the kill on Kiro once again. He uses buyback. He's in the thick of things. He kills off the Winter Wyvern. What else can he do? They can run away again with the inverse from the shard. Yo, we're trying to stand and fight, but there's no real targets. Even now, he's going to get jumped on. He used his PKB earlier. He's going to get brought down. 100 seconds of the Moita hit the deck. Can they get more? They're driving the freaking fountain here, Kip. They want this kill on the starter, and they're going to get it. No response there. He doesn't have a buyback either. These illusions might even finish up with Hero. What can he do? He's going to get brought down here. Surely he does. PL running amok right now. That's 4 heroes dead. No buybacks. Racks are getting taken out, and the GG's is called. What a performance here from the side of Modus.
Yeah, great demonstration of the virtues of the Phantom Lancer. I gotta say, took way too long to get on for my liking, but it's the same with the Muerta, right? We were in a hypercarry versus hypercarry situation here, and the Winter Wyvern as just a straight up support answer to a core, to the enemy core, was a phenomenal pick. I was like, oh yeah, the Underlord is on the table. That means that the Muerta was basically guaranteed to be carried from that moment on, and they knew. They knew, because they picked that Winter Wyvern straight after, and like, we know that you're going to think you can run this as a carry, but you cannot, and we're going to show you why.
I know, man, it's the second Wyvern I've seen picked up in this tournament, absolutely clutching out both games. This is the easiest MVP we ever gave. Like you said, problems on this Winter Wyvern, he was a problem. So, great stuff from the side of Modus in game number 1 here. They've had momentum throughout this tournament. Let's see if they can keep that up in game number 2 after this break.
Ground. Whoa, girl, shake that body. Show me how it's gonna go down. Don't be late to the party. Don't be afraid to scream and shout. 'Cause when we dance to the music, you know that's what it's all about. Yeah. Shake that body, shake it to the left and to the right.
like cherry pie and cream. There are stories we need to tell and laughter we need to share. There's joy and love all around, good vibrations everywhere. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song. We're living the day as it comes. Might be tough for a while. Still rolling with the punches, and we do it with a smile. Five, 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 five. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song.
Let's go get the party started. You know how to get it going. I'm so fired up, I'm ready to go. The music's moving my soul, I'm busy going. 1, 2, 3, 4. I really feel like dynamite. I really feel like taking flight. Oh, I feel good, I feel so fine. I'm making moves and getting mine. And I need you to get in line. 'Cause if we're gonna make it, we'll make it right. Huh. Let's go get the party started. You know how to get it going. I'm so fired up, I'm ready to go. The music's moving my soul, I'm busy going. 1, 2, 3, 4. I really feel like dynamite. I really feel like taking flight. Oh, I feel good, I feel so fine. I'm making moves and getting mine. And I need you to get in line. 'Cause if we're gonna make it, we'll make it right. A boy, a used lost toy, running so scared, eyes wide shut from pain. This fight, this poison
welcome back to Dream League Division 2. We are for number season 4. Casey, that's me, with Kips, and we have a second game coming up very shortly. What did you think about game number 1? We had Ruin Eaters taking out Modus. We hyped up the draft for both teams, but at the end of the day, the last pick, the PL, wasn't really the MVP of the game, but they did end up being the winning team, Kips.
It was, I mean, certainly would have been a hard matchup for the Runators no matter what, I think. The PL, the amount of HP on all of those illusions, they were really struggling clearing through that no matter what. But yeah, it definitely also had to do with the fact that they simply could not put their Muerta in the middle of the fight without first getting punished for the lack of BKB by the endless spam of the Underlord spells. And then secondly, getting punished for being a hyper carry by virtue of Winter Wyvern, who I legitimately think that we did not see a non-fight winning ult in the entirety of that game. Every single time, on point. Problems. I would love to see more of this kind of performance out of him. What a way to put your mark on the game as a position 5.
Yeah, absolutely sensational plays from him. I would like to say from minute 0 right till the end. He played his lane very well. He kept Bottega in it against a tough matchup. And then, like you said, once these mid-game fights started, there was not a single Winter's Curse used that didn't catch like 2 or 3 heroes, kill an enemy, stop the Moita in its tracks. So I think that's something they got to maybe keep in mind. On the side of Ruin Eaters, if they're going to be first picking your ways carrying Moita, they might just have to ban the Wyvern. It seems like this is a really good counter. PGL were lucky they're falling behind with these next level strats here.
Yes, indeed. Well, I would actually hope that it leads us to a second game where we are not going to be hyper carry versus hyper carry. Because Runators, like we've seen a lot of Tiny played before, and you can rotate early in on that guy. You can actually come and contribute. If, say, your Void Spirit is having the bad luck of the century and got his only 3 kills of the game before he got his urn. That sort of thing. So a little bit more flexibility in like when they actually have their timings would probably do them good. And the same goes for Modus. Like if the enemy can actually continue building on that pace that they got just at the breakdown of the laning stage, there were a whole lot of kills and a whole lot of pressure coming out from the Rune Eaters in that point. If Modus has a bit of a worse performance from their Winter Wyvern, or they don't have a Winter Wyvern at all, maybe you never get to the critical mass with that Phantom Lancer. So I think both teams definitely were playing a little bit of a fragile game here, and I'd like to see drafts that perhaps featured a little less farming, both for their and our sake.
5 seconds remaining.
Little less farming keeps you in the wrong game, my friend. Joking. We see
A girl can dream.
One of your dreams is coming to fruition. They ban out the Moita here in the first phase, so your way won't have that chance to scale super crazy. Bottega also won't have that opportunity. So one of the game's most popular hyper carries is at least out of the fray. But you know, maybe calling that monkey paw, Moita take it out, and then we see like a Naga Siren picked up, but then we're really gonna suffer.
Oh well.
Radiant team banned.
We'll have to cross that bridge when we get to it. I don't see a lot of reasons to pick Naga Siren in any games right
remaining.
now. Io getting removed once again. Lone Druid also out.
5
We
seconds
do
remaining.
seem to be gearing up for things like Bat Rider, question mark, Tiny, question mark, Beastmaster, really big question mark. Have we summoned him? Have we summoned my Bay? Have we summoned the Baymaster? I'm curious, yeah, Bat's out. Beast's in. Let's see who wants to go Beast mode.
Radiant team pick.
Not Modus.
They go for the Underlord again. And after I've seen them play this a lot on the side of Modus, I don't hate this first pick Underlord anymore. It feels like they're just so comfortable with it. The way Almo plays it is a very proactive way as well. So, not too upset with this, Gipsy.
Yeah, I mean it still does this thing where you immediately know the matchup and you can immediately pick whatever carry you are comfortable picking first phase, because the Underlord will probably not contest it, and in fact could just serve as an appetizer to the rest of the game if you're an Ursa.
100%, and they actually did, like you said, they responded to Ursa immediately. I would like to why don't they just go for Enchantress or something like that straight up? Then maybe they can counteract the Fury Swipes in lane. Hey, Josh was banned out in the first phase last game. We'll see what they decide to do.
I agree. The Ench would be a really nice pick here. Going to wonder if they'd actually get it through though.
A hero that's been terrorizing pubs at least. They could go for the Veno Manto to kind of counter up the Ursa as well. Maybe a pass for Veno.
I was wondering if he was going to
Dire
start
team
making
back.
appearances. And the function is very similar to an Enchantress as well, right? In that for a lot of the game, what you're doing is getting a lot of vision and colonizing the enemy jungle.
Radiant team ban.
Well, points go to you, man.
Oh, bad. Oh, they do ban out the Veno, so... Like, they ban out the Veno themselves, though. I would think they would maybe wanted that against us. That was kind of like the old school counter to Ursa in lane, but...
Radiant team.
It is a
ban.
kind
But
of a
also
weird one.
you-
Later on, he gets like Blink BKB, he just jumps in 3 hits the Veno, so it doesn't really matter, right?
Yeah, and also you already have an Underlord in that lane. The Veno does feel a little passive there as well.
And,
Now we
10
know that
seconds
neither of
use
these
something.
teams have particular problems with playing passive, but I do, okay? I do.
5 seconds remaining.
you know, always the question comes is Finland, Eastern Europe or Western Europe? The fact that you so aggressive, Kips, I'm leading side of East, you know what I'm saying? But
Adopting the local culture, yeah. I mean, well, what would you say the Dutch are, though? Because I'd like to say that we're sitting on the sidelines trying to profit off the entire business, which, you know, I am a caster, still fits.
oh bad. Getting back to Dota right now, as limitations to my knowledge on EU
Dire
politics,
team
we do see the Hoodwink come out a stalwart in this event. Just been an absolute menace across the board. Just provides so much damage and just annoyance in the games. And Modus going to go for the more defensive route, with the Ringmaster giving his team some save capability, some lockdown with that ultimate as well.
Radiant team pick.
Such a
See it
well-rounded
again,
hero.
Kips.
There she is. I mean, listen, Ursa, another overwhelming physical damage carry, and within that window, whether it's 2 seconds or all the way up to 6, yeah, the Ursa will probably get at least 1 kill during the curse. But,
10
you know,
seconds remaining.
entirely possible to mow through multiple of your own supports. So
5 seconds remaining.
I imagine Rune Eater is going to want to look for either a save,
Radiant
a way to
team,
say
Dire
Shadow
team
Demon somebody out of the way, or for heroes that will simply be playing away from their core. So yeah, I was going to say expect a lot of ranged pickups here.
Now, Kipsy, we've had this discussion on the first day. It's carrying on to day number 3 here. Does seem like a bit of a passive support duo here, Ringmaster plus
seconds
Winter
remaining.
Wyvern, in my opinion. Do we have some worries for Modus in that regard? Especially when your offlane
5
is this big
seconds
slug, the
remaining.
Underlord.
Yeah, agreed. All I am going to say to that is I guess Modus does not feel pressed for playing passive whatsoever. And they do have the enemy carry on the board once again. They know the Ursa. You can absolutely outscale an Ursa, especially because we're talking as terrifying as this hero gets late game, he's still kiteable. He will remain kiteable until the end of his days, especially with the Winter Wyvern in the game. So I don't want to say that we're going to see another Phantom Lancer, but we could.
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it, and I think if you look at the way Rune Eaters are drafted, they've got like these heroes want to get up in your face, make plays. You got as Ursa, going to be in the front lines. Puck
Dire
wants to jump in
team
with the
back.
Dream Core. Phoenix even wants to get in your face with the egg, so they can sort of just wait and let them come to you if you're the side of Modus. And oh, you summoned the hyperest carry of hyper carries, Kips, the faceless void. We're going to 60 minutes, baby.
We very well might. I mean, there's a puck
10
here that might have
seconds
something to say about it, right? There is a possibility that Rune Eaters here manages to get
seconds
a
remaining.
puck game out where, you know, if the Winter Wyvern does not find the puck immediately, and you can force out the Winter Wyvern ult with the Ursa, right? You can force the Winter Wyvern to show by engaging with the Ursa. Or you force him to leave some of his teammates to die to get mauled by a bear,
10
depending if they
seconds
really want to
remaining.
wait for the puck. But when you have 2 of these
Dire
cores like
team
that, and the
back.
first one is high commitment, the second one is absolutely not, there are definitely ways for Rune Eaters around it. So yeah, Modus knows what they've got. They know that they're not going to play active, so they got that Faceless Void.
Radiant
But that
team
definitely
back.
leaves space for a lineup like this one on Rune Eaters to take advantage of that.
Very interesting band-aid on Rune Eaters. They take out the Death Prophet, a hero you don't see that
Dire team
that
pick.
often anymore. But in the
Yeah.
right game, in the right circumstances, could be really powerful.
AoE silence.
And
That's the theme of the last two bans there.
that makes sense. That makes sense. This is why they
Radiant
pay you the
team
big
pick.
bucks, Kipsy. The analyst brain is
I
just
wish
too
they
big
paid
right
me
now.
the big bucks. They never did. You know who paid me the big bucks? Complexity did. Back when we were with the
way.
Dallas Cowboys. That was 1.5 year of solid money.
10
Like
seconds
proper
remaining.
adult salary as opposed to esports wages. I miss those days, man. That
5
was
seconds remaining.
I wish we could have made something out of that team. There were really good people, everybody working really hard. Such a fun environment. It's all gone like tears in rain.
Talking about fun environments, Ember Spirit last pickup for
Here
Moses.
he
That
is.
the active hero.
Your heroes.
That's the. How did it make it through? I was hyping up Ember Spirit. They let through the Beastmaster right to the end. That is crazy business. Uncle,
Exony is
I
gonna
do
have
wanna
his.
say Kips.
Yes.
There's a lot of pressure onto this guy. We hyped up his starter. He had one of them. Again, another broken hero in the patch right now in the last game. And he kind of didn't show his impact at all throughout the game. So this time they've given him a more scaling hero, more farm heavy hero. Maybe that'll support his playstyle a bit better. Like to see what he can do. I think if we get a better performance out of him, we could definitely see a game 3 here. Rune Eaters could force that. But if not, Exney could show off his style on Ember Spirit and he might just have a 2-0.
It is entirely possible. I mean, both of these other cores work really well with the Faceless Void here. Bottega, absolutely, you know, I think he's a carry, and he's going to call the shots. He's going to make these moves whenever he feels comfortable. And he's got great people to follow up on him here right now. The team fight on Modus is absolutely terrifying. Rune Eaters, though, they have 3 cores here. All 3 of them can make moves. They have very great follow-up support for them as well. The point that I'm the most scared for them right now is just after the laning stage, where Yoai, Ethereal, and Anku will all be like, I need 1 item to get online, guys. Just the one. And they're going to be splitting the farm 3 ways. Nobody's going to get priority, and they're all going to take longer than you'd want them to. That, and you know exactly the window I'm talking about, right? Like, you know, you've seen it. It's somewhere between like 13 to 15, where any of the 3 could make a move, but they'd rather have that item first, and so instead they let an entire window go by. If they get any of these online, or if they get 2 of them online, they can start making the moves. They can start moving this game into a Void Spirit who's really much more reactive. But they could lose valuable time early on by needing items on everybody.
100%. I do think this Beastmaster pick, again, not just because it's broken in the meta, in this game, provides them for exactly what they needed. Some sustaining team fight, an added team fight, and the hard lockdown from the Raw against both Faceless Void and especially the Ember Spirit just seems so damn valuable. If you get out a good Raw, you follow up with an Ursa, if any hero's gonna die, it doesn't matter if Underlord has 10,000 HP, he will definitely get brought down as well.
Yep, and I'd like you to look at Anku's queued up item right now, because you've been complaining, no, the only build right now is the one with the Aghanim Scepter. He's got Helm of Dom queued up, baby. Beastmaster has 2 builds, and we're going for the fast one.
Oh man, we made that communism capitalist analogy earlier. The rise of fascism is bringing the left back. Bring back the zoo, kids. Bring back the zoo.
Michael, your animals. Do it.
Now we see a full smoke on smoke up here for both teams. Probably just Warden Ruin shenanigans. I don't see anything crazy happening. Anku making the run all the way back to the base. So is he actually going to do the old school meta here, Kips, and block creeps right from the base?
The
Something I
battle
haven't seen a lot.
begins.
Usually the offlaners are skipping creep waves, killing the enemy range creep to get the equilibrium right. But this time he's going to do old-fashioned block here.
Yeah. All the way from the base, indeed. That's no fancy Chinese shenanigans with the range creep here. We're going to simply start our wave off all the way at our tower as far as possible. But Bottega does know he's been blocking himself as well, letting only a single creep through.
On the topic of old school meta here, we're seeing the Puck versus Ember Spirit. This is one of the most classic matchups you could see in Dota 2 right now. Does this favor any hero, or both heroes should just be farming AOK? Kips.
The Puck does not currently have the damage, and this is off of my old calculations though, so pinch of salt with the word currently there. But Puck, as far as I know, does not have the damage anymore to get through the Flame Guard. So the old age problem where the Puck could actually take off the Flame Guard, or the Puck could, and then what you can't do anymore as the Ember Spirit is when your Flame Guard's off, you don't push the wave anymore, as we were watching a squirrel get precariously close to becoming stew. The Ember Spirit can now push the wave into the Puck instead of constantly being forced back by that hero. So this is a much more even matchup than it used to be.
100%. And in fact, you can go for that Flame Guard build as well. It means your team can stack up, you can farm up much faster in the jungle and things. Hopefully, we won't need to see that kind of recovery moves. He can max out the slack, he can move around, he can make plays on the map, you know, give some excitement for his team while the Faceless Void is just farming away here. It doesn't look to seem like he has too bad of a lane, although I don't think you want to be playing up against Beastmaster Hoodwink. This could be troublesome later on for Mr. Bottega here.
It could be. The poison and the slow from the boars, very annoying. No instant big nukes for him to walk off, just a steady chip down. That is one of the things that Void hates most.
Down bottom, I think Ursa should be A-OK. I don't think Ringmaster and Antelope can threaten him too much. Yeah, you can maybe get some chip damage with the Firestorm, but if you have enough regen, they'll always be okay to farm in this lane.
Be fine for now. And I'm very curious about Yoai's item build in this game, because I was saying literally during the last game, hey Ursa, 1.5 item timing, Blink Dagger, Basher, go. Do we still live in that world? Because we've seen a lot of Battle Fury Ursas as well in recent times, which I am I mean, I understand, and it gives you a magnificent mid to late game presence. That's the amount of damage that this hero puts out is absolutely surreal. But since we're seeing the treads finished off here, I'm hoping that we're going to see a faster build instead.
I feel like Ursa is one of the few heroes who can go first item Battle Fury and still have no issues with joining his team. Like, he'll go if he gets early Battle Fury timing, he gets a Blink Dagger at like maybe 14 or 15 minutes and he's ready to go. Like, he doesn't need much.
It's true.
You know, the kit of the hero is so strong, and then it does give you that farming capabilities as well. It's the least boring Battle Fury hero in the game, honestly. So I'm
yes.
fine with it.
Yeah. I will 100% give that to you. He's still a lot faster than everybody else, but I'm an old Gaming Gladiators kind of fan. Old Liquid, you know, push the pace until it can't be pushed anymore. You can always go faster.
That's fair. They cried about the Rakio diving tier 3s at 9 minutes, but man, was it exciting to watch.
Exactly, and you know, as long as you are playing fast, you are the one in charge. And it's a rough way to play, because a lot of people can't handle the fact that it's always their own mistakes that lose them the game, because you were in charge the entire time. That means you could have done something differently. But when done well, it's so dominant.
Phoenix left there. I was gonna hit up a line talking about mistakes. Phoenix about to go down for the first blood, but the dive was more than enough. You managed to survive through the tick damage. In 4 minutes in, we still have not seen a single first blood. Supports have dropped low on both the side lanes, but they've managed to min-max their items well enough. The Fairy Fire meta carrying them through. They say okay. It gives opportunity for maybe one of the cores to be get picked up for the first blood, or get the first blood gold themselves. And talking about
Bottega is going to take a lot of damage up top.
See Faceless Void. He's getting gone on. Anku would love to pick up this kill for the first blood. Anisan, one more right click should do the trick, but actually the ball. Poison damage taking the Faceless Void down. And we did say Anku was a disappointer last game. He needs to step it up. And down bottom, even the Phoenix getting bursted down too. So it was a very boring first 5 minutes, but once that 5 minute timer hit, we see 2 kills across the map.
Immediately, yep. And Anku's now pretty much ready to be left alone on this top lane as well. He's got his Elm of Iron Will. That's really all you need as the Beastmaster. Your most fragile phase is now over. And Anisan can feel free to leave this lane now.
I mean, I know it's a bit inflated with the board denies, right? But he has 16 denies in his lane up top games. He's absolutely bossing right now. We did see a similar story in game number 1 where in the initial forces on a laning phase, he had a very good start, but as the game scaled on, his impact really dwindled. Hopefully we won't see the same thing here on the Beastmaster. This hero really does scale much better, and we could see some big plays out of him. Now, we get to the 6-minute mark. Teams are going to be battling out for the Ruin down bottom. They brought 2 heroes over to secure Ethereal this one, but the Ruin is unfortunately going up top, and XD going to pick up a haste and a free kill over on Anisan's Hoodwink as well. So, feels good for Ember right now.
Oh yeah, that's about as good as it could have went. Squirrel Stew, Rune pickup, nothing for the Phoenix and nothing for the Puck.
100%. We're going to get to that 7-minute marker. It does feel like the priority and the importance of these Wisdom Shrines has sort of dwindled down in this later iterations of the patch, where we don't see like 3-4 heroes collapsing trying to steal this away. It should just be Radiant getting their Wisdom Shrine and Dire getting theirs.
Dire's bottom tower.
It's probably good for the game, but man, when you were a support, getting that old Wisdom Shrine, getting like 2 levels if you're under level just felt so damn good. But as I say that, XD is actually making rotation over. He doesn't have any Ruin or anything like that, but he's just going to use his kit, run through,
Dire are scanning.
maybe disrupt Radiant here. Is he going to make it in time? He's going to be a
spotted by the
little late,
boars.
but there's problems. He's coming through. He doesn't have a point of cheering chains. And actually, like you said, spotted by the boars and forced to run the hell away. Problem's going to have to TP out. And it's going to work out there on the high ground for him as well.
Yeah, a little sad for Ethereal to have made his way all the way over there for absolutely nothing. But yeah, no level 6s on the Beastmaster yet. It means that you don't get to hold anybody there. That said, once that level 6 comes in, I'm imagining that Ethereal might be interested in coming along to that top lane again, because Beastmaster will love to take that top tower so he can take over the Dire jungle.
Your boy Problems, he comes to the gate, they're getting 3 heroes surrounding Your Way does have his level 6, it's not an easy hero to bring down, he's going to pop it. Trying to turn on Elmo there, but he should be able to run this off. TPs are going to come out. Hoodwink going to be the one, actually just the one support TP, which he cancels, is enough to dissuade them for beelining on the Ursa.
Dire's middle tower.
Yep, and he has queued up the Battle
They
Fury.
want the Ruin. XD gonna get caught here. He gets Dream Coiled, everything going on to him. He actually gets off the Remnant at the last second, but Hitaro waiting for him on the other side, ready to bring down the Ember. That's a big pickup. And down bottom, they're gonna go for Your Way once again. This time, he does not have any range ready, so they could be able to chase him. Do they have it? No, they do not.
Okay, and these are some insane wins for Rune Eaters right now, because this is kill on mid, pressure on mid. Beastmaster said, hey, he'd like to have help taking that top tower, but because all of the supports are down on bottom, the Faceless Void can do nothing against his Beastmaster. So Helm of the Dominator is up, so top tower's basically fallen already. Mid tower's basically fallen already, and no kills on bot despite 2 tries on the Ursa. This is devastating.
Has fallen.
100%. When you see that sort of paying out here in the network, look at this Ursa sitting at 4,000, and this poor Faceless Void not even at 3k yet in 9 minutes, so he's really having struggles. A hero that really needs a good laning stage to kick off his farm. He'll be going for the MOM first at least, so he'll have some farming items to help him catch up in this game, but it's going to be an uphill battle from here.
It is. I would really like to see, and this might be an early call on it, but I would really actually like to see Modus give a lane in some way, somehow, to Problems. You need his level 6. You need him to ideally get an early Blink Dagger as well, because there's going to be several heroes with Blink Daggers running at you, plus an entire zoo. You want the Winter's Curse to be online ASAP.
That first big team fight is going to be so damn important, and he's only level 4, so like you say, it has to be a priority to get this guy back into the game.
Are fortified.
And look at this, they took the top tower with the Beastmaster Ethereal, just hitting up the mid tower solo here. Great deny from Mr. Ales to stop that. But they get 2 towers now before the 10-minute mark. And down bottom, the one lane they didn't pressure. It doesn't really matter because Ursa's just farming away regardless towers or not.
Yeah, the fact that they haven't been able to kick him out at all is really, really starting to hurt. He's been solo here. They've brought 3 heroes there, 4 heroes there. He's been untouched. And now if you want to play this economy game, you're starting so far from the back foot. And I was talking about, hey, you need 1 item onto everybody of these cores. That we're basically already past that point, because Anku got an insane time on that Helm of the Dominator. He's already online. Puck is going to be next with the Witchblade coming up pretty soon. And then third comes Yowai with the Battle Fury. Really nice cascade for all of the cores, and all three of them can contribute by that point. This is textbook so far.
100%. Looks like Elmo is going for this Rod of Atox build again. We're not going to rush the Gleipnir and the Axe this time. Looking to go towards a Crimson Guard for his team here. And I kind of agree with the decision. So this game, auras needed. You can't just walk around the map styling on people, you know?
No, there's too much damage over on the enemy side to be able to get away with that. You want to be able to mitigate the damage from Zoo. You want to be able to counter out that Ursa. That Crimson Guard is going to be very necessary. And the same goes for the Ember Spirit here, who's working his way towards the Mage Slayer. You are going to need the resistance for yourself, first the Puck, first the Phoenix, but you're also going to definitely want to mitigate some of the damage coming out from those heroes towards the rest of your team.
It's quite funny, the minute Pipe sort of goes out of the meta, this Mage Slayer comes back in, and it's kind of like the pseudo Pipe for the team. Every team kind of picking up a Mage Slayer hero, be it the Ember Spirit, be it the Monkey Kings, and just applying that like sort of reverse aura for your team. Helping them survive through all this magic damage, but magic damage is about to come out during the mid lane. They drop the Stream Quill. The Bushwhack is there, but nice save from Mr. LS, keeping XNE alive. He'll be okay on the Ember Spirit. He's done a good job of keeping up his farm on the Ember so far. Sticking in there with the Puck, despite that being down 3 towers here. But what moves can they make, Gipsy? They got these heroes farming these areas, but they're getting threatened really deep on this side of the map here. Madam Kips, I believe you might get muted once again.
Beastmaster Gaming. I don't know how it keeps getting muted. I swear I'm not. Sometimes I'm touching it, but this time I don't know how I did it. I don't know. I'm gonna have to check that this thing is not cutting out on me. It is getting on in here, so perhaps that's just what's happening. So I'm gonna keep an eye on it.
Oh, good.
Dire's structure.
Map kind of stabilized a bit, although they're still very deep on their side of the jungle. Before we get to that XNE pressuring here in the mid lane, 2 deep wards from Radiant on both sides of on the top side of the jungle and the bottom side here. So Dire jungle, very dangerous place to play, or at least gives a lot of information over. Meanwhile, this Ursa sits in free farm to his absolute delight. He's got that Battle Fury completed up now in 13 minutes, Skips. And 500 gold already towards the Blink Dagger, so in 15 or 16, at the 15 or 16 minute mark, I could see a smoke coming up in Yoe going absolutely beast mode, yeah.
Yep, agreed. And by that point, this Beastmaster, let me see what he's actually building here. Yeah, we're going straight into the further Helm of the Overlord, and he's already pretty darn close.
Very interesting build. I think he's going to be like looking to play like certain areas and completely shut down the top side. And talking about shutting down the top side, they're going to smoke up. They want to space this void kill. The MOM just expires, but the Bushwhack catches them both. Oh my god, beautiful spell casting, but there we go. Once again, the Winter's Curse is even better. They get the 2 heroes out. Elmo coming to help his team as well, disrupting all these moves with his Pit of Malice. Trying to keep Faceless Void alive. Even problems. Stay through that. It looked like a perfect initiation for Radiant there. But at the end of the day, problems with this curse, man. It's just such a big problem.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
No, he is in the right place at the right time, and in general I think both of these supports have been really good at reacting. We saw it with the save on mid from Emerald S as well.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They understand that just because you're playing passive doesn't mean that you're not constantly having to anticipate what the enemy is going to do and making sure that you are already in position once they make the move. Because if you don't, if you think that you can just sit back because we're farming anyway, that's when your cores get murdered. On your watch.
100%. It is a 4k deficit, 15 minutes in. Kind of expected to see with the context of the laning phase and just to see these drafts. You know, you pick this Faceless Void carry, 9 out of 10 times you're going to have a terrible lane like this and be forced to catching up. And sometimes you can do it, but if the hole gets too big, it's tough to dig yourself out of it. We'll see how it goes.
It is.
They haven't seen any... Oh, go for it, Gipsy.
you'd like somebody to toss you a shovel, right? So I'm waiting for this Ember Spirit, who has been getting a lot of farm priority here. You can see it in his net worth as well. He's been constantly getting stacks. He's been getting the safest farm that's possible. That's left on the top side here. Constantly switching between these two camps. Stacking them, farming them up. Like, there's a Veil coming out next. I don't think we can wait much longer than until the Veil is finished. XNE has got to start doing stuff right now. This is a freebie though. Well, I say that.
If you say that, oh, we just cursed yet again. Now I'm trying to run forward and get a return play with the roll, but he's not going to find the Ember Spirit. They might have to settle for Mr. Problems. He's been a thorn in their side, so it wouldn't be a bad kill to get. Just for morale. But Mr. Alex, he thought he was going to come there to help out, but he's like, nah, let me take the gate and go back home. We'll just leave the Wyvern to the wolves there. Down bottom. There's the rotation you're talking about, Kips. They want to make the move onto your way. Can they kill this Ursa? You use the enrage already. They're going to throw out a whole bunch of spells. Your way does a lot of damage in return. Sort of breaking up the spike, but XNE, he really would like that kill. He can't find the Ursa. He retreated under his own tier 1 tower. And they're going to force to give up. They lose the supports yet again.
Too fractured of a move. I don't know, you do have a Chronosphere. I realize that it's scary to bring it in. But at this point, especially if the Radiant are ready to bring all 5 heroes, you need the Void to be there or you're never going to get anything done. You don't have any burst damage. You have solid damage in a longer fight between the Ember spam, between the Underlord, you know, the output from the Winter Wyvern. But you're going to need to lengthen that fight then. You need the Chronosphere, is what I'm trying to say. Otherwise, all that's going to happen is the burst damage over on the other side and they're going to kill your supports and then move on for your cores. Or move on for the real objectives on the map. Because, yep, this is Beastmaster. It gives you towers, gives you map presence, gives you the ability to do Roche as soon as you want to.
Beastmaster Ursa absolutely shredding through old man Roshan. It's a pity. You would think in theory they have good Roshan fight. You got the Chronosphere, you got Ember Spirit, and of course the Winter Wyvern is amazing. But that Winter's Curse was on cooldown. They had no positioning or wards or anything like that on that side of the map, so it just goes so damn fast. Now they got to survive through this Aegis. Usually we say the first Aegis not that big of a deal. You don't get in high ground and such, but I don't see why they can't take all the tier 2s, can pressure across the map here. All these heroes are ready to go right now, Gibbsy.
Yep. And I said in the previous game, if you give the Aegis to the carry, it's a farming Aegis. Sorry, this is a bear with a blink dagger. He's the exception. That proves the rule.
100%. They're doing their best job to keep this Faceless Void in the game. He's farming up an absolute storm. He's got his Maelstrom completed, working towards a Manta style up next. We'll see when exactly he'll be able to contribute. The Aegis also does kind of dissuade engagement from the Faceless Void. You can't just get like, okay, we got him in a Chrono, throw everything on the Ursa and kill him, because he has an Aegis, so it really sucks to play up against your Faceless Void. But we'll see. Yeah, we'll wait for the opportunity, look to find something.
Radiant are scanning.
Just stay in the game at the very least. It is hard to push into the towers. You have Winter Wyvern, you got Firestorm from the Underlord, even Ember with like kind of long range.
Problems got spotted. This is bad.
Uh-oh. Gonna have to escape after keeping him alive for a moment, but like not very long. And he's gonna get brought down almost inevitably. Nothing he can do on the Wyvern. Doesn't even try off the Winter's Curse. I don't really blame him. They didn't give him opportunity. Luckily for him though, Kips, he's only very low level, so he'll be back up in just about 25 seconds or so.
Yeah, only back up at 25 seconds, but the Puck has a blink dagger now. And this, with the added version of, like, there's going to be boars hunting for this Winter Wyvern soon. He's going to have a lot tougher of a game to get all of these big Winter's Curses off. And you saw the positioning there as well, that nice little half circle. They're very keen on not getting cursed whatsoever if they have the chance. So he's going to get scouted. There is a hero that can always reach him, always shut him down in that Puck. He's very far from his own blink dagger. I don't think Problems can save them this time.
100%. They've learned their lesson from the first game. They've anticipated and they've planned for this with this Winter Wyvern. It's worked out so far. And the game strategy seems to be going all the way of room meters. They're going to get that first Aegis. They're now transitioning to the Tormentor. They've got a 7,000 gold lead here. Make that 9,000 after the death of the Tormentor. And pressure is starting to mount here from Modus. We understand this is Faceless Void Gaming, but there's limits to it, Kip. There's limits to how far you can go down before you can come back up.
If you ask Team Spirit, no, there isn't. But you gotta be built a little different, right? And the amount of discipline that it takes, and the fact that you have to have a plan for what is my best move right now, like our best move, what is our game plan, what's our win condition, and constantly updating that even when you're on the losing side. This would be a very good pick-off. Nice.
I thought that was going to be a disaster because they smoked up, they walk in the mid lane, Yowa immediately TP broke down.
And it's not over.
And now they get one kill. It's going to cost them though, Mr. Alex. He gets brought down and Yowa going to jump forward for Almo trying his best to survive. The Chronosphere is there in the backline, but he had the damage to kill the Beastmaster. No, they don't. He's still at full HP with the Phoenix behind him, and it's going to cost them the Underlord as well. Yeah, you get the puck, but you're going to pay for it.
First Chronosphere of the game is an absolute nothing burger, unfortunately. This Beastmaster is so tanky, and with all of the support from the Phoenix behind him as well. Pavis coming in there, Vlad's already being up. Yeah, they weren't going to touch him very much. And now, even though that started with a puck pick-off, that's still their tier 2 tower getting threatened. Modus, once again, under the gun.
100%. You're going to take down this tier 2 almost inevitably. Nothing, there's no Chronosphere to fight anymore. Rock is still defending this tier 1 bottom. Kips, they haven't taken a single tower this game on the side of Team Modus. Map just got to feel so small right now to play on. Problem is making a bit of a weird move here, maybe trying to get a deep ward or go to the gate, I'm not sure.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's looking like a tough hill to climb. It's a very uneventful game. 75 for kill score. Very weird for European Dota game. This feels like I'm in in the dark days of Sea Dota right now. But the game itself is moving on despite the lack of action.
I mean, yes, and the game is moving fast, by the way. You wouldn't say that we're at 22 minutes, but we are only at 22 minutes, dude. This is a really very fast game. You, as a play-by-play, you're like, well, but I haven't been able to yell about kills happening. No, but these towers have been falling, and these items have been happening, and Modus has been completely choked out of the map. This Winter Wyvern's still only about halfway towards the Blinking Dagger, when that is maybe the one thing that can keep them in the game. There's just no time, there's just no space.
It felt like he got to that big dagger so soon. That first fight where he got it off with a blinking in the river fight on the high ground in the mid lane. It was so clutch this time. It's taking some time. And it's a good point you make. Even though the kill score is going slow, the actual pace of the game is lightning fast, and they're gonna try to do something about it on the side of Team Modus. They're gonna smoke up here. They're gonna walk up the enemy high ground. Beastmaster is solo, so if they catch him, this will be a huge kill. If they can bring him down in time, there is the outpost of Pikachu. They're gonna throw all these spells on him. Beastmaster locked down and brought down. So that's a good pick-up to find, but it's still nothing comes for free, Kip. They're gonna lose Mr. Alice. MRLS, he's brought down there on the Ringmaster.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, bot tower finally down. Good payoff for a ward that was about to time out there as well, forcing the entire of the Radiant side back. Finally a word in edgewise from the side of Modus here. And there is Orchid up on XNE right now. I thought that he was sticking to the Veil first, but I like that build up a lot more because that means that you can actually go for solo kills.
So he's feeling the pressure. He knows he needs to do something for his team. He identifies that. I haven't seen an Orchid or an Ember in an insanely long time, and he could find a spark, even any of these supports. Could work, turn to be very valuable, but that was a really good trade for them, like you said. You killed the Beastmaster only to lose a Ringmaster. You didn't have to use any big ultis, and you eventually, finally get that bottom tower. So, game, again, like you said, 10k 3 minutes ago was an insane network lead. As the game gets longer and longer, it becomes less and less important. On the side of Radiant, they're going to smoke up now. Runita's going to go through the portal. Going to look to find something. Bottega, hope you snip this out, my friend. The scan's just going to miss. Oh, but he went back for the Lotus pool. This might be dangerous.
Oh, too greedy.
Void, my friend. Oh, no.
You should have stayed out of the woods.
She's pinging the pool. Well, yeah, buddy, we knew that was going to be there. Everybody did. They were hoping that you would stick around for it. Oh, that sucks. I mean, you gotta optimize, right? But sometimes that just looks like greed.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That beat's gonna cost them a second tier 2 tower of the game, getting sieged up by Mr. Anku. They get it with absolutely zero contest here. Bottom lane, they're posturing for the third tier 2 tower. And you might not have any towers left on the map by the time you're done. By the time Fatal Sword respawns here.
Yep, and that most likely will cost you the next Roshan, and that is where it really starts hurting, because that is where you're going to have an Ursa that's able to dive your high ground with an Aegis in his pocket, because the siege is already there. They never had to worry about taking those towers down. Look at the Beastmaster's army going to work there. They're going to be able to take your axe, and then when you try to respond, here's the Blink Dagger for the Winter Wyvern finally. That is when the Ursa gets to jump, if he has an Aegis in his pocket. So you hope right now as Modus that you can somehow prevent Rune Eaters from getting the next Roche, but it's going to be a very tough challenge with no towers to TP to.
Honestly, I really like that the Beastmaster went for this HOD into like aura build this game. Like the pace that he's managed to play with his team is so damn good. The Axe, although it's good in the team fights for sure, it does seem like at least 60% of the purpose is the farm speed as well. So much more proactive build here, and it's paid off so far. All the tier 2 towers taken in 26 minutes. Set up for the next Roshan, like you said. We'll see. I really do hope the side of Modus try to contest. I don't know if it'll be a tough task, but I think if you give away the second Aegis for free, you're going to have a really tough time defending your base.
Yep. I see the Axe on Beastmaster. Well, not on mid Beastmaster, but especially on side lane Beastmaster, that Axe is absolutely a bait. You can see that this presence of the Beastmaster has been insane for his team. He's been at every single tower kill. He's been tanking a lot of the ganks. He's been giving so much vision with the creep army. Anku has been doing all of the work this game. And it's something that I keep on saying to everybody who wants to listen, but if you have a Beastmaster, you always have a possibility to have a game. He will always get you space. And that we really see him. He's basically the conductor of this game right now. He's telling everybody where are we going next, what are we doing next, which areas are we taking, and he's playing it to perfection. This is the way that the reason, I should say, why I like Beastmaster so much. It's definitely not the damn Axe build.
Let Kips cook, guys. Let Kips cook. Roshan gonna be back up in 20 seconds. Is that an Axe completed by the Ursa? What did I just
Radiant's
see?
top tower is under attack.
Let's look over here at Ursa's courier. Oh, a disperser. Never mind. Just a disperser. You know, this guy is so bummed right now.
Yeah.
7,000
Oh, you saw the Axe
gold
go in
ahead
for the
of his-
Underlord.
Ah, I
Radiant's top
see, I
tower
see.
is under attack.
That's a big thing to pick up for potential Roshan fight. They're going to smoke up.
Radiant's top
They know the
tower
pressure's
is
mounting. They know they have to do
Dire
something.
are scanning.
Hopefully Mr. Bottega can make an impact with this Chronosphere. They can get a pick off before the Roshan fight. That could be huge for them to transition, but it's easier said than done. You're going to go to the top side of the map. Ember Spirit's already waiting there. They actually zipped out. And Roshan, that's the goal for everybody. Puck will have to run back to his team. He could get cut off by the smoke. This might be a disaster.
Dagger, Wyvern at the ready.
Die, I really don't know.
Oh,
Wyvern's
he
gonna go.
dies.
He just gets the Ursa one. He does almost die. They're gonna pop the conflict only on the puck. They will get the puck kill here. No buyback available for Ethereal. There's gonna be a 4v5 when Ursa does pick up the Aegis. Problem, he's gonna get brought down. Meanwhile, Your Way, he's going absolutely beast mode right now. He wants this Underlord. He's gonna kill him through that BKB TP. He is dead. Actually trying his best to get another kill here. Ludwig dropping down a little low. Faceless Void will find that one. 2-for-2 trade here. But the Aegis is in the hands of the Ursa. That's the big one. And your Chronosphere is used. Your Winter's Curse is used. Everything was used. So, at the end of the day, Modus got what they came for.
They do. And this Beastmaster also finished the loaded harp right now, which is going to be so crucial for keeping the puck alive, who has... I was watching, I'm like, okay, there's some defensive items flying out. No, wait, no, that was just an offering for. So, very unfortunate pick-off there. But man, you could see how fraught that entire situation was for the side of Modus already, with Problems basically dying just because he dared stick his nose into the pit. They are so far behind on damage and HP right now already. Never mind on items.
Dire's middle
Well, like
tower
you said, this
is
time
under
around,
attack.
they're really anticipating for the Winter Wyvern. They know how to play around it. They didn't have a single other hero other than Ursa in that
This
pit.
is
So,
my shot.
yeah, he got the Winter's Curse off, but didn't really do anything. And it cost him his life immediately. He couldn't call him back to say that he was forced. And down bottom,
Now Ember.
XD got the
close.
BKB off in the nick of time. Very lucky he didn't get bashed there.
Oh yeah. And it's only a little bit of respite, right? You get to call the enemy team back here, but ultimately, yeah, the Tormentor was up, Ursa's gonna take that, and the Beastmaster is going to set up shop in your triangle once again. So they're still gonna be taking and cutting waves from there. Tormentor, you get the boomerang online. You were behind on damage before, it's gonna get even worse, and now they're smoked up, ready to murder your Underlord.
Elmo, you in the wrong side of town, my friend. And they don't even need the Ursa to kill him this time. Even just with the Phoenix and Puck, he ticks away so damn fast.
That's precisely why they get the opportunity, right? Enemy team sees, oh, Tormentor got taken, Ursa's not here. This is a decent Winter's Curse, but the Aeon Disc is already online.
Oh man, what a play by Guitarro. I was actually going to bring that up earlier before Elmo got gone on, is that, yeah, he went for this Orchid as well on the Ember Spirit. And talking about Ember Spirit, he's going to get silenced up here. Can they make a move to punish the Puck, who stepped out a little too far? Ethereal, he'll be fine. He'll got the quick fingers. He'll make it out there for the moment. Now, trying their best to defend their base.
That Wyvern.
Already use the ultimate. And Wyvern, he's gonna go in and look at the damage from the Supernova. The Sunray going absolutely crazy right now. Gonna get another kill. They get the range racks. The melee racks about to follow. They still have the Aegis for another 2 minutes on Ursa Voltaica. Going into the time warp. But this chip damage doing absolutely nothing to your way right now. He's gonna pop the enrage and he's gonna eat through this first lane of barracks. It's a complete set for the side of Roomies. Ember's gonna try to go forward.
You want to smoke?
Gonna pop his BKB. He gets the root onto the Ursa. Ursa finally gonna take away. They do have a Chronosphere. Can they punish him? What this Aegis expires? Voltaica looking for the angle. Oh, he gets rolled up. Kip doesn't even get a chance to pop the Chronosphere. And now, Puck, Ethereal, duking and diving. The Chrono comes out. He's just onto one hero. They do kill the Beastmaster. Actually, Puck was there in the back lines. What a Chrono. But they still haven't killed him. And now, Your Way, he's wreaking absolute havoc in this fight. Almost untouchable. But now, the buybacks are there. Can they punish the Ursa? They want to make a move onto Your Way, but they don't have the chase. Problems. He doesn't have Winter's Curse. How are you going to stop this man? His Blink Dagger is getting ticked away at the very least. Voltaica running the wrong way. He's going to jump forward, trying to man fight, but he can't do it. Your Way 1v5. He doesn't give a shit right now. He's battling them. They can't touch this bear. He's immortal. But finally, he's going to go down. But man, that took way too long.
Oh, that took forever, and 2 buybacks, and your mid racks. I'm having a hard time calling that a win for Modus, but at least they keep themselves in the game right there. And they show off their threat. This Puck is still kind of vulnerable. Ethereal not getting as much done as he'd like to. He's going to upgrade his Yule Scepter into the Wind Waker just because between the Orchid, all of the time dilation, the roots from the Underlord, he does not get to play this game nearly as freely as he'd like to.
100%. He was actually a beautiful Chrono. He caught both the Beastmaster and the Puck at the edge of the Chrono. But at the end of the day, it kind of looks like he has to use this Chrono on Your Way because otherwise they just don't have the damage to compete with Ursa whatsoever. The damage or the lockdown. So, we'll see how it goes in the next fight. We are starting to get there, but in terms of Faceless Void Farm, because he actually went for the Aghanim, so kind of recognizing that the team's lacking on lockdown, is lacking on control, so changing up his item build a bit there.
Yeah, it's the ultimate long fight item, right?
And it gives you, now with the new patch, it gives you the reverse time warp as well, so definitely can bait in and bait out with it at least. Very much needed for his team. Nobody else can do that job right now.
No, they almost deliberately drafted themselves a lineup that would not do that. This is very much a 4-protect-1 with emphasis on the protect. No attacking.
Phoenix, we haven't getting to speak about Guitarro too much either, but it looks like he's just getting away with murder in his fight. So damn tanky with this Aeon Disc plus Solar Crest, and the amount of magic damage he's doing is huge. We didn't actually speak about this at the start of the drop, but they actually don't really have any single egg hitters. I mean, you got the range from the Wyvern, but nowhere near enough attack speed to bring down that Supernovas.
Yep, and you definitely do not want to be standing around cuddling the egg with all of your melee hitters while there's an Ursa in the game. It's absolutely impossible. So these eggs are, I don't want to say free, but he can be very aggressive in where he places them, as you saw with the kill on the Winter Wyvern on in the extended fight earlier.
Almost under the tier 3s, he didn't give a shit.
Yep.
He just did his
Radiant's
thing.
bottom tower is under attack. Dire
Now, Ember
are scanning.
almost has an Aghanims completed, so he will have a lot more maneuverability in these fights. I do
Radiant
still worry he
are
has the
scanning.
chance to get locked down by this Ursa, the Abyssal, maybe the Roar, but he's
Radiant
going for the
are
aggressive
scanning.
moves. He wants to, at least if the team has a chance in these fights, he wants to be able to chase, he wants to be able to find more kills, add to his damage quota. I'm never really going to complain seeing an Aghanim coming out from a Ember Spirit, you know what I mean?
Oh, the Winter Wyvern better
Uh-oh.
not step. Ooh, okay. No, it was
They're
too
actually
far.
going to go for it. They're going to commit the coil. They're going to commit the silence. Everything onto the Wyvern, and he does not have a buyback. This could be a big window here, Kips.
It is, it's
be a
huge.
4v5 fight.
Dire's top tower
I didn't have the money for it. Forget even being on cooldown. Now tier 3 getting beaten up just by the creep alone. Taker's going to do his best here with the Aghanims. Kill out the creep wave. You still have the tier 3 and you do have a glyph. 25 seconds before the Wyvern's back up. Does look like
Yep,
they
and
at
it's-
least only put up enough respect to push Rune Eaters away here.
Yeah, because if it was a buyback because he spent it previous fight, you'd see them run up that high ground right now. But since they don't know whether the Wyvern has the money or not, they simply have to play it safe.
Same. A little bit more time is also needed for Faceless Void to finish up his BKB. Bottega would love to have that. Ursa is showing in the mid lane here. Don't know if they have anything to jump on him. They have to. I feel like they have to chrono this Ursa to kill him. Otherwise, I don't see any other methods.
And some very interesting, you gotta do this very carefully by the way, because the puck showed on bot as well. You can only show one of them at the time, but you can control all three waves if you keep it staggered like this. First the Beastmaster disappears off the map, then Ursa on mid disappears off before the puck shows on bot, and then disappears from bot. Every time you gotta keep them guessing as to whether or not you've grouped in the meantime. Otherwise, you're going to get, if you show all three of them at the same time, you're going to get smoked on immediately.
It's interesting. It's going to be a 3-man smoke. I don't know if they have the luxury to go for a smoke like this without all 5 heroes, but like you say, you might show some heroes, they might bait. Maybe a pick-off is
It's
what
an,
they're looking for, not a full
Underlord?
5-on-5 engagement. Show the
Underlord can
Underlord
always
mid.
come in.
That is fair. Ember Spirit does have an axe. Very maneuverable around the map
Dire
as well.
are scanning.
Beastmaster is going to show. Oh, he's on the high ground. Never mind. Not too sure. The smoke's going to break. Ember Spirit is here. They're going to use the Beastmaster. Try the speed gate. You try to go on the Beastmaster. He's so tanky right now. The roll came up. A lot of damage onto Void, but not enough to burst him down. They
The
get
puck
2
died in the
kills.
backlines.
Puck died. How did he die? I'm not even sure. And now they're just going to surround the egg, and that's how they kill it, Kip. They're just going to ride kick the old-fashioned way. And the buyback now comes up from Puck to get the Dream Kill on 2, but there's the BKB from Bottega. He's going to feel confident. Getting to play some
still a
Dota
crowd.
now with the side of Motors. 3 buybacks used here from the side of Radiant. They're going to get the roll onto the Faceless Void eventually. They kill him off. 90 seconds he's dead without the buyback. He didn't even have a chance to chrono. I thought this buyback play from Radiant was crazy, but it might just work out for them. There's no Faceless Void for 80 seconds here, Kipsy.
They're gonna demolish the base right now. No, those were great buybacks, and it's the risk you have to take. That was, I think, about the best fight that you could possibly force if you are Modus there.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Buybacks there on the Wyvern, but Winter's Curse already
Dire's
used.
bottom barracks are
TNT
under
taken
attack.
already in the bottom lane. They're going for the racks up next. Yowei feeling confident with his team behind him. It's going to be objective gamer right now. They take the raid tracks. Going to triangle for the media racks eventually, I would think. But Lord Root is very annoying. They're going to try just do some long DPS to Yowei. They're going to grip up this barracks here. Still 40 seconds to face this void. If they want
Puck's
to take the
gonna
fight, it
take
will be 4v5.
Oh no, times it wrong. He's gonna do it again.
They only lose 1 barracks here. It might just be a bit of a win.
Barracks has fallen.
It was looking like Megas there for a second.
No, Roshan. It is not just the racks.
They're gonna
So
get
if you're not this close to Rosh, you don't buy back there, and you wait. You save your buybacks for the Roshan fight. But since the Rosh is close, you buy back. You make them lose the fight. You force them all the way into their base, take their buildings, and then back off for the Roshan. You could see the smoke here. They were trying to contest this anyway. They knew it was coming, and they were going to contest without the void. But Roshan just dies too fast, and Modus gets nothing to say about it.
That's a fully stocked Roshan. It's the eggs. Sorry, it's the Aegis. It's the cheese. It's the refresher shot and the banner, which gets upgraded now as the game goes along. So they're really in tip-top shape to take this next fight. Chronosphere are not available on the void.
I'm not opposed to taking the occasional bounty.
And now problems, he's going to go to D-Ward, but this could be disastrous. He's going to show here. He's going to break the enemy's focus. He's going to get found and he's going to get burst out. Uh-oh. This is a disaster. Mr. Winter Wyvern, he's going to be surrounded by all heroes. Nothing they can do to save him. And like you said, he brought back previously. 93 seconds out of the fray. Uh-oh. That one last Arad just looks all that much more difficult to do now.
They would have loved to have that vision there, but once again, there's just simply not enough time. Rune Eaters has been pushing the pace of this game so hard, and they're still doing that. They're always just as far forward as they can possibly be. And that means that Wyvern, out of luck, out of time. And at the sidelines for this high ground push here, look at the puck going in.
She wasn't survivable enough for these kind of moves earlier, but now she's feeling A-okay. 3 years a bird. And doesn't even actually mind getting Chronosphere again, because we see the Chrono the puck. Your way can go absolutely crazy, and puck is gonna jump in, initiate on Bottega and the boys. Don't get too much Beastmaster, but now Beastmaster jumps in. Anku trying to look for the roar. Can they get it on the face of boy? It's not even needed. They get him anyways. Does cost Anku's back down. 110 seconds out of the fray. Used his buyback earlier. Could be costly. There is no buybacks available for Daya either. 80 seconds, no faceless void. It's a tough task to defend from here. You down 2 heroes and an Aegis to play up against. That's going to be the mega skips.
The Radiant now have mega creeps.
It is going to be the Megas. They'll go fish for another kill here because the Void is still dead for so long. That Age is still up on the puck.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He's just going to be focusing on the buildings for now. They want to end this game. Force that game number 3. It seems almost inevitable at this point. And oh my god. They tried to do something with Ember Spirit, but they just can't. He's brought down 125 seconds. He does have the buyback. But I don't think it's going to mean much here. The backline's problems. He's got a lot of them. He gets brought down yet
Dire's
again.
middle tower is under attack.
First tier 4 falls. Next one. About to go 2. They're going to try. They're not using the Ember buyback just yet. They finally are. He's going to remnant through. Again, what else can he really do? Just one set of chains. That's about it. Some respect being shown here, the Aegis. Actually, it's on the puck this time. I didn't even notice that. I thought it was an Ursa's 46 card. He doesn't need it, so that's why puck is being so damn aggressive. Not a worry in this world.
Aeon Disc is still up as well.
4.
During
Mega
the
Creep
start of that
in the
fight.
base. How are they going to defend this? Void is back up. But I don't think it matters. They're going to try for something. Jimko comes out and Ember. He did use his buyback earlier, so can they chase turn him up? A lot of damage coming out, but not enough to kill XD just yet. They're actually showing some respect despite the base being vulnerable. No tier 4s. They don't feel like they need to push the baton here at this point at least.
No, all of that was fishing for a kill. They want an opening kill and they might just go back into the base and start fishing again, but you won't see them commit for the throne until they get somebody out of the game without buyback once again.
See when an opportunity arises. Very disciplined Dota. I was watching
this has been a clinic.
Suns fan was discussing with Syndrin the other day. Like, when's the last time you see like Mega Creep come back? I know before we get to that, Pickoff might go the other way. Gonna make a move on his hero, but like you said, he has an Aeon Disc and such an Aegis in hand, so nothing really you can do with him there. But I think part of the reason why we don't see these Mega Creep comebacks anymore is teams have just got a lot more discipline. They don't take any unnecessary chances, despite being Mega Creeps on. They know they don't have that window. They don't go for that full-on hard commit like in the old days.
Yep, not for the throne. You farm up, you stay close to the base, you see if they dare poke their nose out, and if they do, you punish. And of course, the losing teams have also gotten a lot more disciplined at not dropping unnecessary kills. The Winter Wyvern pickoff that we saw kick off the entire extended stay in the base was unusual. Like, there's a reason this kill score is so low. It's also because the defending team has been really good at making sure they did not get picked off unnecessarily like that. It was the first slip-off of a very long game of not getting caught out.
100%. It just seems like, you know, it's the kind of things you see in your own pubs, like, oh my god, why did you walk out of the base there, man? You costed us the game. But that just actually happened in the pro game this time around. Now they're still going to gather up, trying to find a pick-off of their own for the side of Modus. Anybody farming in the wrong side of the map there. No opportunities given. It's a 30k gold lead. Aegis has ticked away. I wonder what is the opportunity they're waiting for here, Gibbs?
So, one of the things is that if you pressure up all 3 waves like this, you're actually going to be hard fought getting an opportunity because the enemy team is always going to be very close together. Because they're all in their base, you put the creep waves close together. So if you want to find a pick-off in a situation like this, and unfortunately we're up against mega creeps, but you could still do it, you could leave one wave alone. And you could see if they're going to push that one out, because then you have the information that they're behind that one wave and they're actually split up. Some of them will still be in the base, and one of them or 2 of them are going to be behind that wave that's a little further out. That's something that you could try. But otherwise, you're simply keeping the pressure up until either one of them does something really silly, or there is another Roche. I hate to say it.
Are scanning.
Oh my word. Waiting for the 4th Roshan of the game. Up 35k. Not a single tower left in the base. You hate to see it as a caster, you hate to see it as a fan, but you gotta understand the player's point of view. Don't want to give any chances to give this game away. You are down 1-0 in the series. You want to equal up the games. Get yourself that chance. Get that better position in the group and win the 3rd and final game of the series.
Indeed. And this is, we're definitely past the point where, for example, Beastmaster can just march
Oh,
up
I
here.
You're going to see an opening. Jumping forward. Get the rule off onto the base of Void. The get back was a good one. We discussed doing enough, but the puck should still be okay. But there's the Chronosphere. They're throwing so much just to kill the meaty puck, who does have buyback. But they do get the puck kill, and Daro in a bit of a weird place right now. Can he get his supernova off? He doesn't. Oh, he does get a chance to, just at the end there. But they should be able to kill this egg. They do. He's dead. Meanwhile, Blacklines, they have to defend their base.
Alright, we're committing.
That's not the it's fight I expected, but they're gonna go double buyback. They see all the alphas are down, and they're just gonna call in for this throne here. Don't see why it wouldn't work. Ursa finally joining his team. How are they gonna do this? I'm curious to see.
Dire's turret
Samson's
has
an
been
absolute menace here.
killed. Dire's
It's just
ancient
putting
is
in a lot of
under
work
attack.
with his Academ
Fishing in the
Scepter.
trees.
Cleaning up these quick waves. Nice little 2-man clearing change. Besides that, but Boteka is gonna jump and try to feast on the Woodwick, but he has an Aeon just going in the backline.
X on the Ember.
Trying to find somebody. He's gonna kill the Witch Survivor it seems, but bigger kill is dead. The Ember Spur is dead. 125 seconds, no buyback. That should be the opening they need. Yeah, Winter Wyvern has a buyback, but he's got no spells them in. Boteka trying to man fight up against the Ursa. Not being able to do so successfully. And look at the damage from Yowei. They just eat through face this Void. He's gonna pop the buyback. He's 3 buybacks to minute. That's a huge Winter's Curse. Is he gonna be enough to take on Ursa? He does have the invade if he gets out of this. And he doesn't manage to, but he does have his own buyback. He'll be coming back to join this fight. It's a valiant effort here from Modus, but is it gonna be enough with the first they get in the backline? They're gonna try here for Woodwick, they're gonna try here for Anku. Crowley is getting hit. So they're about half HP, and Beastmaster, he used his buybacks earlier. He's gonna get brought down. No, he did not. Sorry, that's my mistake. He's coming back in here. The Glyph is finally forced out. It's a triple kill for Elmo.
Is under attack.
Underlord doing his thing, but in the back lines, the faceless Void, he gets brought down. He's did a dieback, and that's gonna be it for game number 2. Okay, we will see that 3rd and final game of the series. It was an exciting fight to end it off, but in the end, Rune Eater's too good here in game number 2.
They are. That was a very disciplined game. A very clear Beastmaster showcase, but also definitely like a lot of itemization adjustments from the puck, a lot of risks needing to be taken from the supports, because they had to play around the Chronosphere and around that Winter's Curse for the entirety of the game. And the fact that it's hard to cast the absence of something happening, right? But the absence of game-changing Chronospheres and the absence of the game-changing Winter's Curses shows how much work Rune Eaters had to put into making sure that it did not happen. And you see there at the end that if it's not a sheer economy game, if it's not just like, hey, we have more buybacks than you do, it could still get very dicey. A lot of deaths still happening and a lot of those buybacks being forced in that final push for the throne.
100%. We've seen a banger in game number 1. We saw a banger now in game number 2. And game 3 Kips is looking to be a good one. So stick around, folks. We'll get your coffee, we'll get your popcorn, and be back after the break for game number 3.
Girl, shake that body, shake it down to the ground. Whoa, girl, shake that body, show me how it's gonna go
my head. Got the whole world at my feet, and there ain't a cloud ahead. There are stories I need to tell. There is laughter I need to share. Joy and love all around. I can feel it in the air. Whoa, nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song. Fa 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 fa, fa 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 fa, fa 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 fa. Fa 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 fa, fa 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 fa, fa 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 fa. Let's get together now, baby. We will be the perfect team. Like the hand in a glove, like cherry pie and cream. There are stories we need to tell, and laughter we need to share. There's joy and love all around, good vibrations everywhere. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song. We're living the day as it comes. Might be tough for a while. Still rolling with the punches, and we do it with a smile. Fa 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 fa, fa 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 fa, fa 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 fa. Fa 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 fa, fa 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 fa, fa 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 fa. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song. Fa 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 fa, fa 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 fa, fa 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 fa. Fa 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 fa, fa 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 fa, fa 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 fa.
shut from pain. This fight, this poisoned land of fools and broken dreams. Oh, please set me free. Take me home. So cold. My home. So dragging on the floor, crawling, falling, washed up on the shore. This fight we blindly chase.
Oh boy, something I've been waiting for the past 3 days, Kips. A game number 3 here in our series. And we finally got it. And I couldn't ask for a better series, to be honest.
Yeah, we're getting to see a really good clash. Well, a clash of playstyles on one end, if you look at the previous map, but then the one before that, Mode is clearly showing that they have a better idea of how to play the late game. And now Rune is showing that they clearly have a better idea of how to play tempo. And I am very curious to see who is going to adjust this time around. Is Modus trying to say, okay, fine, we can play tempo as well. We'll leave that Beastmaster out and we'll show you what's happening.
10
Or
seconds
are they
remaining.
going to go with third time's the charm? We can do this again. We can go late
5
game once
seconds
more.
remaining.
And you,
Dire
without
team
say
back.
your Beastmaster, will not be able to stop us this time.
Radiant
It's
team back.
it's gonna be good to see if they adjust or not.
100%. I do feel like you say, the Beastmaster was kind of the
10
catalyst
seconds remaining.
for their team. You know, that's the linchpin they played around. He managed to dominate his lane,
5
shut down the
seconds
Vessel's
remaining.
Void, pressure the towers. But the other lanes didn't go too badly. Of course, the Underlord versus Urta matchup is quite difficult, and of course, Ekani did very well against the puck. He kept his farm up, he played decent around the map. But it was really that top lane. Once the Beastmaster got his ball
Dire
rolling, got that
team
zoo
back.
up and ready, it just became so difficult for Modus to contend with. So it will be interesting to see if they decide to go for this Beastmaster ban here, or
10
maybe
seconds
pick a bit of
remaining.
more proactive draft themselves to try counter it up. I mean, I would love to see Bottega's Tiny
5
come out again. I
seconds
thought he had
remaining.
some good performances on that.
That's a really good play. Well, at the very least, no Underlord this time. Even if I do think that that Elmo plays a very, very solid and decently engaging Underlord, it's still an Underlord. We know you can play it. We've seen enough set Rune Eaters do something different this time around.
Modus taking some time here with the final ban of the draft, and I do not blame them. Like we said, they've got a lot to think about. If you don't, I guess you could ban out the Beastmaster here, but if you ban out the Beastmaster, the
Dire
Bat Rider is
team
still in.
back.
Oh, they already took out the Bat Rider. My bad. But the Alchemist would be in the
Radiant
pool.
team pick.
The Doom has been completely ignored, Kip. So I think
again?
there's a lot of valuable heroes still that we could see come out here.
Yep, and so Beast still in as well. Slardar still in as well. Maybe nobody is quite feeling like it
10
after
seconds
the little
remaining.
bit of a fishy disaster that we had on the first map. Then again,
5 seconds
you know,
remaining.
Elmo looked very, very good on that Slardar the couple of times that we did see him get it. So who knows? He has no such qualms.
Yeah, like you said, Almo had a great performance. I feel like
Dire
we had the
team pick.
flip of the script with the first time we cast Modus, where he played a passive Brewmaster. He did almost nothing in the game, but then the next game they gave him Slaughter and he went crazy with it. So I would like to see them go back to that, some tempo for them to play with. You know, you go a draft, you go like a tiny slaughter here, you just like absolutely cracked in this game.
10
Did you see the
seconds
Phoenix
remaining.
early, so they could go for something like an egg hitter as well. Maybe the life stealer that's been banned out
5
would be a good
seconds
carry to pick
remaining.
up.
Radiant team back.
First pick, they go for the slaughter. Okay, you called it, Gipsy.
Called it. I mean, that's what he's been
Radiant
defaulting to
team
whenever he
back.
gets kicked off the Underlord, so not too surprising here. And works very well together with a lot of these physical hitters, right? And we might see somebody picked up here. I mean, I say that like the Muerta isn't currently banned out. We don't see draw all that
10
often these
seconds
days.
remaining.
So who do you combo up to in order to
5
be able to hit an egg
seconds
then?
remaining.
You could go with a Terrorblade later on. You could
Dire team back.
perhaps look at a Mirana on the support position. I know we haven't seen a Mirana yet, but I know she's all over pubs, and I do believe she's getting a fair amount of play in the tournament that shan't be named. So kind of curious to see if
10
she might be
seconds
making an appearance
remaining.
as well.
The Hoodwink did get banned out now. I was going to
5
suggest that to
seconds
pair up
remaining.
with the starter. Always a disgustingly strong combo.
Very
Seen
good.
it a lot of
Dire
times this
team
tournament, but they thought the wiser. We see the lone druid, the big annoying bear, taken out, and even the Huskar taken out. So we could see something like a Ember Spirit come out early. Again, the Bucks already banned out. Worried about that Huskar.
Radiant team pick.
And they're gonna go back for the techies. This is a super aggressive lane here. Slaughter techies. I think maybe Ruin Eaters should consider going for something like a lifestealer themselves to play up against this lane.
Yeah, this could get very painful very quickly, especially
10
because of the mix
seconds
between
remaining.
magical and physical damage, right? If you pick, say, the Terrorblade
5
into this, which is
seconds
normally the
remaining.
answer for a starter lane, like you get that range online, you get really big damage for him, and you
Radiant
get
team
somebody
pick.
with
Dire
insanely
team
high armor. Then the techies will make you very sad with the blast off, but we have a Bristleback and a Tiny instead. So no matter who of these two is going to end up on that lane, it's going to be a high HP hero to deal with the fact that, yeah, there is a lot of mixed damage. You gotta just have
10 seconds
HP
remaining.
no matter what.
I was actually going to say I would really like to see a carry
5
Bristleback because I
seconds
think
remaining.
this hero, one of the few who can tank through all of this, doesn't really mind playing as a techies. You just turn your back to the bombs. You can be that big tanky frontliner for your team. Might still be an off-lane Bristleback. It could even be a mid Bristleback if you're going to pull full Marine modes. But I do think
I
most
like it.
likely it'll be carry Tiny off-lane Bristleback. But they do have the opportunity to switch it up still. I like this because, again, it does seem like two strength cores, yeah. But Bristleback can stack in front. Tiny can jump in the backlines. He can go Blink Dagger or Shadow Blade. Already a lot of things looking good for Ruin Eaters yet again in this third draft. And I just want to point out the Phoenix having two strength melee cores to heal up with the Sunray also sounds pretty damn disgusting as well.
Yeah, very, very juicy to have all of that big max HP. Percentage-wise heal.
We'll see how Modus deal with this. Would you think like them to
Dire
go
team
back to something like a life stealer? And maybe, oh, never mind. There's the hero you mentioned, the big bad boy, the Terrorblade. That
Yep.
Radiant team
Not a lot
pick.
of Magic Burst online so far, and you know,
Radiant team back.
if there is nothing wrong with hero, don't fix it. Ooh, okay, Rune Eaters. We were talking about, is anybody going to turn anything on the other guy? Our mode is going to say we can do it faster. Rune Eaters say, no, we can take your Phantom Lancer and fight the TV. Okay.
10 seconds
So that
remaining.
should be a mid Tiny now. I kind of like that because I don't mind mid Tiny. He goes to
5
Blink Dagger
seconds
first, doesn't play
remaining.
very greedy. He's a big playmaker around the map. And I really like this.
Dire
I don't
team
even know
back.
pay off, but I like this PR pick because I feel like it's quite a difficult matchup for Terrorblade to play. Your Reflection, you can just dispel quite easily. You have no way to clear through the illusions. The Winter Wyvern's going to have a tough time to figure out who to get in the Winter's Curse as well. They don't really actually have an answer at all for this Phantom
10
Lancer right now. I wonder
seconds
what they go
remaining.
for in their last pick here in the mid. They will have the final pick of the draft. They know
5
what their mid lane
seconds
matchup should be.
remaining.
It will probably be this Tiny, so they have some decisions to make on the side of Modus. They did ban out the Timber Saw on the side of Rune Eater, so that would be one answer they could have had for the PR. All that AoE damage also counters up the two strength cores so damn
Radiant
well.
team
Even though it's not a meta hero,
That,
I would have been a clutch ass pick.
yeah, would have looked really good in this game, agreed. Yeah, and they don't have space for a safe lane or an offlaner. The starter could go to mid, right? So this is
10
either an
seconds
offlaner
remaining.
or a mid still
True.
for Modus. So that gives them
5
a
seconds
fair bit
remaining.
of space.
Starter should have a good matchup against the Tiny, to be fair, in the mid lane, so that will make him play
Yep.
fast. An Underlord would have been great up against this Phantom Lancer, but unfortunately that's taken out.
So
What other
let's
AO
look a
clear
little
heroes
old
are
school.
left?
LC, DK.
Dragon Knight for the mid. I do like the Dragon Knight, but I feel like in this type of game to get to these three heroes, maybe a carry Dragon Knight would be better. LC pretty
Dire
good against the
team
Bristleback, and if you do find the Phantom Lancer, he's going to be dead to rights, especially comboed up with a Slaughter. Mars is not
Yeah,
the best at
overwhelming
AoE
odds
clear.
is very good for Illu clearing, right?
True. Actually, LC is quite a good shout now that you mention it. Overwhelming odds eats through the illusions, and you can
10
pseudo counter the
seconds
Bristleback
remaining.
as well. You can jump on the Phoenix if you get a chance there.
5 seconds remaining.
Gives you another Blink Initiator to play along with the Slaughter. And his
Radiant
lane shouldn't be
team
difficult against PL either. Like, what does PL really do to LC? Nothing, basically.
It shouldn't be anything at all. Those are, yeah, I think I like the LC most, but it's quite out of the left field. But then again, most of the other options are as well. Like if you look at the magical damage dealers that are good against the PL,
10
you're
seconds
starting to look at
remaining.
Leshrac, a lot less threatened now that the Diffuse
5
build isn't really a
seconds
thing anymore.
remaining.
Same goes for Invoker. Both are very good. Puck used to be a thing. Has the Puck been banned? Yes, it has. Of course it has.
Yes, the Lesh also just got banned as well. I was thinking, oh, Leshrac could be good
Yeah.
for the mid pick.
Yeah.
What else is
I
left?
I think I like the LC most out of everything that we came up with here.
Yeah, I'm seeing the vision. I don't really see anything else that could be really clutch here in the mid lane or even the
I
off
don't
lane.
expect them to do it though.
Is Sand King still in the pool? Sand King could be a
Sand King
good
is still in the pool.
AoE
Yeah.
damage, some control.
He does fall off, of course, but most solutions versus PL fall off. That's not like
True.
hey, at some point once the Skadi comes in, you're kind of like, yeah, sorry mate, I tried. It goes for most heroes.
Rune Eaters have to find themselves. They're probably their pass 4 or pass 5 support here, most likely the pass 4. There hasn't been really any support ban, so they can pick whatever they want here. Would you like to see aggressive support or maybe like something like a Shadow Demon to double down on this healing and
Dire
protection
team
strats?
Keeper of the light.
I summoned him last PL game. I did.
Oh man. When else have you seen this combo? Cottle PL Kips.
Yeah, this is perfect for
10
a couple of
seconds
oldies
remaining.
like us, right?
100%. And
I shall
also,
not
5
name
seconds remaining.
the old nickname.
oh man. So now you can play your PL who have
Your
endless
hero.
magic damage burst to make the Slaughter lane more difficult. And then you have a keeper of... Actually, hold up. It's a mid Cottle. And a pass 4 Tiny. Alright.
Okay.
They're playing the tempo, Kips. They're playing the tempo.
They're still playing the tempo, even with the Phantom Lancer. Mid Coddle is one hell of a drug. I really enjoy it. Terrorblade is going to be hunted. Winter Wyvern, extremely upset by this as well, because there's really not much. Most of your saves and your interrupts just don't work. Yeah, hold them still so I can hit them with my Horse Blast. Feels pretty good for the Coddle, and if you don't get the Coddle in the Winter Wyvern ult as well, if the Coddle has it's the Aghanims these days, isn't it? If the Coddle has the heal, yeah, they're grouped together to be healed there. That's great for him as well. I really love this as an answer to the Winter Wyvern. I love this as a speed up for the draft. Does put them, I want to say, a little light on the hard lockdown, but I think that's fine with the trade that you get for how much pressure you're going to be putting on in this game.
Yeah, we see a side of Modus. They went for this last pick Storm Spirit, which again in certain ways looks really good, right? There's nearly zero hard lockdown for him. So in that sense, you should have a free game. But on the flip side, you have all these like tanky heroes to get through, a lot of sustain from both Cottle and Phoenix. So are you going to actually have the damage to get through them as well? It's kind of a weird situation.
This Storm, I think, could be the key to the game if he gets enough farm. Because if you get yourself to an Aghanim Scepter, as well as the Overload Shard, by the way, both are extremely good tools versus the Phantom Lancer later on. So once you get to those items and you have, you know, the Parasma over the top of it, then yeah, you could absolutely be the DPS force that you need, especially in the carry matchup where the Terrorblade is struggling a lot more. Oh my god, I gotta turn these guys down.
They're going absolutely crazy with these voice lines right now. Again, I also think the Slaughter also needs to really have a good laning phase. His blink dagger timing is key. If he can get that blink early, then there's a hero for Storm to play along with. And again, these are a lot of tanky heroes, but once Corrosive hazed up, if you Corrosive hazed up, locked down, Storm will be able to pick them off fairly easily as well.
We come for you.
Very interesting, a lot of pressure. Game number 3. Elmo, we have seen him perform on the Slaughter in the past, so very interested to see what he does with this.
Yep, and over on the other side, the Beastmaster that ruled the previous game is now a Bristleback over for Anku. Oh, these offline Bristlebacks sometimes are not as tanky as you'd like them to be, and he's going to be up versus a Terrorblade lane as well, which is not the greatest of matchups for him, just because you can be last sitting with the Quill Spray very well, but you are not threatening your main laning opponent whatsoever, unfortunately.
Yeah, not the easiest game for a Bristleback. Nobody really threatened this game. Terrorblade super high armor, Slaughter quite high armor, Storm too elusive to really get on and pressure.
Also high
probably
armor.
Be a Lotus. True, very true, and it'd probably be a Lotus Orb first game, I would think, for Anku, because otherwise the Corrosive Haze is gonna really make him the opposite of tanky, squishy almost, in fact.
I was thinking about sad, the despondent.
Oh, he's playing Dota. That should already go without saying. You know what I'm saying? Joking. Game 3, we for sure won't see any first blood shenanigans. Both teams will be playing quite conservatively, and as I say that, the smoke comes out. They do have a Techies, they do have a Wyvern, even the Slaughter caught in the smoke. Terrorblade gonna try find the ward,
30
maybe?
seconds
Maybe
to
not.
battle.
No, we are
We actually
steaming
able to
all the
see
way down the
Roshan
river.
level 1.
2-way counter smoke. Smoke gets popped. Slaughter knows.
Anisan will be on the pass forward Tiny, so he'll be playing up against the Terrorblade plus Winter Wyvern lane. So it is a double melee up top. Should be a good lane for TB to farm in, honestly, all things considered.
The battle
I
begins.
think so as well. The Bristle will probably
He's gonna
survive,
think
but
wiser.
no threat. Yeah. There is so much damage on this dire lineup.
It really is. And I think even if Bristlebacks, I don't think he's going to really be threatened. So hopefully Anisan can do a good job of stacking camps and such, letting Bristle scale up that way. Also, worst case scenario, if it really is too difficult of a lane to play up against this Wyvern plus TB, they can always go and pull the wave with the Tiny as well, who started off with boots. Should be fine. I'm very interested to see how this game goes. We've seen some new heroes, some new strategies. And the Koto mid, once again.
Yes.
Reliving its glory days. These supports just irritating each other for now. Avalanche on one side, Winter Wyvern on the other. But nobody really threatened to anything like that.
I think the Illuminate heal is going to do a ton of work this game, right? I imagine that he's going to get a shard in the standard build as well. He's got the Urn of Shadows right now queued up already. But we have seen Ethereal have some really bad luck with getting an urn and then finding charges for it. So let's hope he does a little better this time around.
100% that urn was like a curse, you know what I'm saying? He was 3-0 before that urn, he gets the urn. And then he just couldn't get a kill after that. It was really sad to see.
Not a single one.
On bottom, looks like they're just trading farm pretty equally right now. Sidara with the half pull, getting equilibrium right. Nobody going to be direct on at this point. Still at level 1. As the hero start lane level 2, needs to get it a little bit sticky, but up top, they actually get the full spot onto Bristle, punishing his own level 1 timing, popping the metamorphosis and getting that one. That's a huge one for TB to find. Gonna really slow down Anku's game as well.
Yeah, the Bristle is the biggest question mark for me on the Radiant draft. Shunted basically all the way off to the side, and I don't think he's going to get much help in this game, especially not from, like, his Tiny can't do anything. You were saying it before, he might need to stack for him. He might need to pull waves for his Bristle, depending. Because you also don't build armor in the lane here as a Bristle package, just straight HP, because the components for the, how do I say, rushing the plate mail is not the way to try and get to your Lotus Orb.
100%.
You'd have to be truly desperate.
Vanguard first. But before he gets there, it's going to be quite a tough task.
Yeah, I mean, the Vanguard, great for the damage block, yeah, but that's indeed also just HP on the build-up. You're right.
100%. Down bottom, his counterpart Slaughter seems to be farming okay. Not the highest CS, but he is equal at the Phantom Lancer, but he's not really taking any harass or the like. With the techies behind him, he's feeling much more confident in this Tiny. But the Tiny looking to make some moves here. Catch Bottega. Can they stack up his cores fast enough to pressure Terrorblade? Easier said than done. Big stick coming out of Bottega. And could getting some decent harass here. I don't think they'll be able to bring that big bad boy down. Problems on the other hand.
No.
He's going to take a lot of damage from this next force spray. Do they have the mana for one more? I don't think so, but the avalanche comes off. The right click does come there, but he has a huge stick himself, so baiting out a lot of spells, but eventually, surely. Oh my god. Problems, man. Absolutely wrecking havoc. But we see this level 3 timing working out pretty nicely for Anku, so sort of recovering his lane here a little bit, but he did use a lot of mana over there.
I was about to say, that was all of his mana for no real gain there. The TB is already bringing more regen.
He would have loved to have that Cottle in lane with him too. Fast for Cottle with the Bristol bag. That would have been a deadly lane. Oh, do you think there's any specific reason they went for the pause 4 Tiny instead of playing the mid Tiny and the support Cottle?
Support Cottle, or the support Cottle is not nearly as big of a presence in terms of the damage over the top of any Winter Wyvern, also the healing, right? And it's
Right.
mid Tiny these days ends up being a carry Tiny anyways. You build him basically the same. And that is not really the presence that you were looking for in this game. You wanted AoE magic damage, and the Cottle is just more of a steady output there. So I think that was the calculation.
For sure, at least he can make plays. Doesn't even need a blink dagger, just with the Honor Shadows alone he can be making moves where if you have Tiny, Bristleback and PL as your cores, there's just too many items that need to come out to make plays.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Exactly, I think that the Rune Eaters have had the better feeling for staggering these items.
Yep. The Metamorphosis, and he's just going to chew through there. Tiny, and he's going to get the hell out of dodge. Kata with a very early rotation, even Kidarov coming through the gates here. So good move from Bottega. He didn't have to use them. I mean, he got a kill, so it's kind of worth it still, right? To pop the meta there.
Yeah, he's going to try and get the most out of it by grabbing a couple more creep camps with it right now before he returns to the lane. And I mean, we know that this is a Terrorblade. You can technically start jungling at level 3 already.
Now, Anisan going to make the rotation. The counter rotation here for Elmo. Not an easy guy to bring down. Starter got so much space. You're going to try for the chase. The magic damage is there. The disarm coming out from Mr. LS. Or MRLS, should I say. Going to be enough. Now, I'm going to get to... I just changed his name because I'm like, if you don't have real words as a name, I can make it what I want, right? It's all imaginary anyways.
Yeah.
Now,
No. I'm giggling because
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
because you call everybody Mr. anyways. So like, yeah, no, it makes sense to name him Mr. LS because he's the only one that actually has Mr. in his name. You have to add it for everybody else. Here it's correct.
That's fair. That's funny.
I think you should keep doing it.
Alright. I got my analyst approval. Let's go.
Yep.
Sunspan can never say the same because Synderen will never approve of him. And now we have these rotations here. 47-minute Wisdom Shrines. Xnee gonna pop that Illusion Rune, gonna heal up here a bit. I would actually say stealing stacks right now, but it's just a seldom camp. And hard to pressure the Bristle back here by the Wisdom Shrine, but he has his Terrorblade to pair up with. Biding his time, he might just be, if he just goes to the Wisdom Shrine right now, he might just be able to steal it away. None of the supports have run for it just yet. We're going to opt to make the safer play and just farm the jungle instead. Farming pretty deep, and Tiny will be able to go back and pick that up. So it'll feel good for the pot for Tiny to get that and even pull the creep wave here to maximize his farm with the illusion ruin. So love to see that, because Kottle's kind of doing the same thing in his own jungle. A very, very efficient farmer there.
Exactly. You gotta get creep waves as well as jungle camps if you want to keep up with the Kotl, because he is doing the exact same thing.
Unfortunately, Stormford doesn't do the best job of pressuring towers. If you had that mid DK, then it would be problems. Kotl sitting in the jungle the whole time. But I guess then he could just stand in the lane and blast the creep, so it would have worked out the same anyways.
Finders, keepers.
Yeah, trying to win a farm war versus Kotl is a lose-lose.
Oh man, Elmo on the Slaughter didn't get pressured too hard in lane, but he's also not farming that fast either on the Slaughter, so curious to see how long it takes him to get to that pink tag eventually. Gonna go for a soul ring. Pretty interesting build here on the Slaughter. Alright, seems fine for now. Nobody's making plays on his enemy heroes, on his, his teammates as well, so seems to be good for now. Just gonna be the farm fest for the early portions of the game, kind of expected from both teams. But I say that, Stormford about it to keep up top. They want to make a move on to Bristleback. Can they kill Anku here? And commit a lot here, and with the Metamorphosis, it's more than enough damage to bring him down. And Stormford probably going to hasten walk all the way back home for some regen.
Probably, yeah. I like that the techies put the taser on him before the TP. So you even got to bring that in. It reminds me of the good old days of people putting Darkseer shields on Nature's Prophets before TPing them around, that sort of jazz. But oh, he's stuck around to farm.
Ooh.
At least he has a soul ring, but I'm not sure that's going to be enough to save him.
Gets up the stun, and Castle Blast should come out, and that's more than enough damage. Man, oh man. This is the strength of support Tiny as well. He's only level 3, but you still have 2 forms of lockdown to combo up with your Kotl. And this time the curse is broken, kids. He actually gets charges on his Urn of Shadows.
There we go. And now he is a menace. Immediately going bot. Look at him. Full health, full mana, 2 Urn charges. Hello, Slardar. You want to defend this tower? I don't think you do.
Solar Band comes out. They're going to trap with Slaughter. Elmo going to run down to the water, giving himself that movement speed boost with the sprint. And I feel like the Spirit Vessel, once he gets that, is so valuable this game. You contact him revive and healing. You make the Slaughter's healing less. Even Terrorblade hates to play up against that. That magic damage against him just hates to play against it. Ticking over and ticking over. We'll see how fast Kotl can get to that.
Well, he's not interested in getting it fast. He's going Orchid first in order to really ruin the game of this Storm Spirit, who is building into a Gaia. And this is one of the brutal parts of playing up first to Kotl.
Oh, in the mid lane, talking about ruining people's game, Storm makes a big zip in. They're going to try for Kotl, and that's a big kill for XD to find. Comboed up with the Texies. Sorry, I missed the tiny kill up top, but I was just watching that Storm go crazy on the map there.
That's the much more important kill. Like, one of them is just the support dying in a lane that has basically already been abandoned by the carry, or by the core. And the other one is the Kotl, who is the tempo controller of this game and whose Orchid is going to ruin the life of the Storm Spirit as soon as he gets it. Because on a Storm, you don't want to immediately buy a BKB after your Gaia. You don't want to buy a Yule Scepter. Like, you don't want to buy a Manta style. I mean, we've seen it happen in response to an Orchid before, I think, but that is desperation mode, and he's going to presumably have to choose one of these options.
Interested to see if the support gets sort of itemized to mitigate this as well. Yeah, as it stands, that Orchid will be a big problem before TV gets his Manta style. You can also go on the Terrorblade before he gets Thunders off. But I'm pretty sure the Manta will be coming out in a similar timing to that Orchid, so it shouldn't be too big of an issue for Mr. Bottega.
Here's the Orchid. Well, he does not have a Manta style yet, so...
Whoa.
I'm not sure if that's fast enough.
Okay, he completely rushed it. Good for him.
Yeah.
And he's going to be a real terror on this map right now. I'm really liking his itemization, Kips.
And he is so fast as well. He can be anywhere within seconds. Next up is going to be the Force Staff. Even more mobility. Good way to save people from the Slardar in this game as well, and from the techies.
Dire's top
He
tower
wants to keep
is
this,
under attack.
this awkward hidden. He doesn't show on the map at all. And now they're going to smoke up.
Radiant's
They're going to run
middle
through the
tower
jungle.
is under
Unfortunately for
attack.
them, Storm is playing in his camps actually.
Dire's bottom
It'll be
tower
hard to
is
find
under
him.
attack.
Looking for the
Yeah,
first
they have
victim with
absolutely
this
no
orchid.
idea.
Why would he? Like,
Radiant
what's the
are
reason
scared.
is there? You think the Kato would be
Wyvern's tanking it.
Mr. Wyvern here. First orchid comes out and the damage is more than enough to kill off with the Wyvern, but XD looking to punish. Gonna try for the Phoenix, but look at that supernova out just in time. And XD taking so much damage from the burn plus solar bind.
Dire's
He's
middle
gonna force to
tower
get the
is
hell out of
under
dodge, but
attack.
Kidaro trying to pressure him even more. The second spirit, does it land? The third one, it does. Is it gonna be enough to kill Storm? He's got a range drop, but it's not gonna save him in time. What a move from Kidaro. Absolutely beasting on this Phoenix now for a second game, Kips.
That's gotta feel so
Dire's
delicious.
middle tower is under
He is
attack.
so happy right now. Now this mid tower, dead to rights. Yeah, that's. I have very sorry problems, but we have higher standards for your winter's curses than that.
Trying to get a return kill. Techi's coming in. The Adrenalin's looking pretty good. Can he get the jump off? Is he gonna be in time and in space? No, it's not gonna reach. What is a blinding
Great
light
intro-
comes
and-
stopping that jump in. Even steals the room.
Oh, but there's a
Luckily,
sentry.
Where was the sentry? Oh my god, they're on the hill on the other side. Probably just clipped him on that range. Given
Dire's
the dust
bottom
on the
Yeah.
top zone.
tower is under attack.
A return kill for XP in the end, but it was actually the Phoenix who killed him, so he still has to get his lick back against Kidaro. This Castle pick really working out. The pace is getting played so fast here for the side of Rooney. It is. We'll see how Modus can keep up. But
Yep, and it's
Techie
got-
and Storm,
it's got
no
her.
slouches either.
No, it means that we haven't been looking at the side lanes at all, which has been to the benefit of mostly the PL. But I think all of the other cores are also quite happy to be
Oh my
left
god, Phoenix is
undisturbed.
gonna do it again. 13 HP. He survived on.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Talking about the side lanes, the slider finally does have his dagger. He's going to look to be tipping with the team. Did they have a smoke up? Yes, they do. Let's see how much effect Dire can have with this. Who they're going to look for. Phoenix is showing, but they would rather go for the Conto. They might have to set up with Kidaro. Blink seems to be cancelled. His Blink actually got cancelled. And now,
Fire Spirit.
yeah, Kidaro seems to be a specialist on the hero with the way he's playing right now.
Yeah, he seems to be so comfortable. And that was one of the most whimper blink dagger reveals I've ever seen out of a Slardar. Not even happening.
That's a
He
pretty
just
sad one. Storm and Wyvern making a move together. They're trying to find Kidaro, but again, he just dives the hell out. Because why not? Slada is not there to play with them for the moment. Trying to collapse the bottom lane. They would like to kill
Radiant's
a
bottom
Bottega on the
tower
PL.
is under attack.
Not an easy guy to catch. Sorry, not Bottega.
yeah, not Bottega this time.
Dire's
Is your
middle
why.
tower is under attack.
Yes, your way. Doing what he needs to do. But he reads the play perfectly. Gonna TP the hell out. Almo makes a move to the portal. He could find himself a tiny up top. Not the hardest kill to bring down what his Corrosive Haze available. But again, does he want to be making a big ass move like that just for a tiny? I don't think so.
I don't think
Tiny
so
almost has a
either.
Blink Dagger of his own, Gibbs.
He's been getting quite a bit of contribution into all of his skills, and now a little bit of free farm time on top, and they're immediately rolling again. Ethereal has the
Tiny
Force
and
Staff.
Kotal. We've seen this combo before. Problems, surely he's gonna fall here. He's hiding in the trees quite nicely for now. If they go on him, they are wrapped around on the other side, so they could maybe help. And Nissan's going to catch him out. There's the toss back. Wyvern is going to die almost immediately just to the Orchid. And the Orchid take off in the end. And they can't even respond to Tiro because, like you said, he's got his 4 stuff already, so he can get himself out of dodge. Might be settled for Nissan, but again,
Radiant's bottom tower
Nambo, he
is
blinks
under
in, there's no
attack.
friends to really play with, but now XP is going to go in and Bottega, he rotates through as well. Look at the
Hello.
damage from the Terror Blade. What a move. So unexpected. There's no even mid-tower for him to TP2. He just did the old-fashioned walk-over through. He would love to push this tower, but it's easier said than
Dire's
done up
middle
against the
tower
Castle
is
though,
under
Gibbs.
attack.
Yeah, the Godl's not supposed to be able to kill him right now because of the Manta style, which is why he shows up. But on the other hand, yeah, his creep wave's gonna die. He's gonna take a ton of damage from the blasts. He is not quite at that critical HP mass just yet.
5-0 on the TV right now. And Yoe on the other side hasn't had to do anything, sitting 0-0-0. This is the perfect score for all carry players. This is the games they dream of. Huh. Who cares about kills and towers? Just let me hit my creeps, friends.
Radiant
Now,
are scanning.
unfortunately for him, he is
Dire
just
are
simply
scanning.
not as fast of a jungler as his counterpart on the other side, so that is definitely going to hurt him a bit. Tiny very close to that blink dagger now.
Hopefully get it soon. Could be setting something up here. They have a ward scouting out XP. They see him walking down. The avalanche comes out. Can he get a toss back? Yes, he does. Into the Orchid Malevolence. And XP, he's going to be in trouble. No way to dispel this, and he's surely going to tick out here. Beautiful moves from Ethereal. Man, oh man, this mid Kotal. It's not a meta pick, but god damn, is it working out right now.
It's looking beautiful, and that Storm Spirit really regretting his life choices. Yeah, he's going for the BKB. He has no other choice. Nothing else that makes sense
Kidaro
here.
here. But again, the Supernova is not just in time. He's going to be forced to TP the hell out.
That might just be the last time that TP out is going to work for you like that, because the Tiny is flying in the blink dagger right now.
Right side of that play for Amo, he did force a lot of rotations, 2 or 3 TPs in to try to save just the pulse by Phoenix. And mostly the bottom tower as well, I guess.
Yeah, as well as perhaps seeing an opportunity at grabbing some kills. It has been... they don't have a good way to force engagements before the Tiny blink dagger. They really have to wait until the enemy overextends it and go on them. Right here, that's...
And you're going to make the move on Tiny.
That's a waste.
Yeah, that's for sure. Well, it's so to both the blink
Radiant's
dagger
bottom
reveals here
tower
just
is under
becoming
attack.
so underwhelming. Both times round. Fight situation. Oh, he does get the T-ward there. It's a nice move there from Almo, and where does he get a double kill? How does he find Kidaro? We kind of missed that here on the stream. But he's gonna be happy with that. Finally,
Radiant's
somebody
bottom
managed to kill this
tower
Phoenix,
is under
but
attack.
and it's gonna open up this bottom
Radiant
tower as well.
structures
So
are
getting some real
fortified.
estate on the map finally for the side of Team Modus. Fighting back. It's a close game so far, Kip.
It is. And now
Radiant's
with the
bottom
Bristleback
tower
at
is falling.
Lotus Orb Vanguard, I think Anku is also ready to start contributing to this game proper. Kotal has the full Spirit Vessel up. They have all of the damage. The only thing that they seem to be lacking is a way to actually get a fight.
I think they might just force
Dire
Roshan here with
are
the Lotus Orb
scanning.
competed on the Bristleback. I wouldn't see why what would dissuade them to go into the pit. Although, I guess it is on the wrong side at the moment. Maybe they'll wait for it to move over. And they'll feel a bit more confident.
Yeah, and I mean, on one hand, you are the team with the Phoenix. You always feel good about doing Roshan. On the other hand, you are up versus the Winter Wyvern. You always feel bad
That's fair.
about trying for the Roshan. And Problems could buy a Blink Dagger basically right now.
And I guess also they do have the Bristleback, which
Yeah.
is good for Roche, but they don't have anything else really physical damage to pair up with him. So maybe not the best thing to do right now.
No, PL famously shoddy Roche taker.
100%. The only funny enough illusion hero that really could have Roche is Spectre with that pure damage, but that's a hero we do not see anymore. And Kiraro is
Well,
setting up here,
Kiraro's-
but they got some decent wards. Even the
got
PLs
it,
actually
yeah.
came out the side of the map. They do see the whole enemy team up at the Tormentor, who
Radiant
goes
are
for the
scanning.
techies, who gets this crazy Aghanim shard.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And they're gonna go for it.
No, good shot, and they're straight up leaving their Phantom Lancer out. Not much of a contributor, and you know what? Fair's fair. Anku can do so much of the work by himself. Between the medallion and all of the nasal goo, Roshan sitting pretty at about 10 armor as opposed to his normal 30.
I'm not trying to make any accusations, Kips, but this really seems like a puppy pose right now. No reason is given. You just take the Tormentor, the game's pretty even. You kind of have a hint at Roche. Your boy Mr. Ali is thinking about what to do here, how we're going to play, the lots of pigs coming out. Let's see if they try to do anything or they're just going to give up the first
Dire's
ages
top
for free here.
tower is under
And
attack.
Bristleback, man, such a menace up against Roche. Bottom lane PL just going to use his ability to shove out. So not giving away any openings on the map. Yeah, you got the tormentor, but it's really going to cost you the side of the Dire.
It is. I mean, I always say, like, you don't know when a cat is going to step on a keyboard. Like, any pause can happen for any reason.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
And I really like this decision to give the Aegis over to Anku, because now he's going to be, you can be a big tanky frontline, you can put him in front of towers, be healing after the Kotal. Actually gives you a method to get on this map and make some plays. When the PL will be comfortable to join them in these plays, Kips, I have no idea.
Radiant's middle tower is
But it
under
could happen at
attack.
some
It's
point.
going to
Now
be at
actually,
Axe.
PL, it's going to be on the low round. Oh, they had no idea he was there, because the smoke up was there. With all those heroes, I'm sure they could have actually killed him. Tier 1 tower though is still alive on mid. Maybe Bake, they're going to see the Kotal charge through. If they can find his hero, that'll be a huge first pick off. Almo not trying to guess where he is. They're rather going to walk up the high ground and start with the position, but they're actually going to see his hero. No, they're going to go on to Daro first. They made the wrong call, but they're going to get the kill. Not much of a response. And as I say that, actually, Einstein, he jumps in a beautiful 2-man avalanche. The Winter's Curse doesn't come on in time. The silence is beautiful from his hero. They kill over Winter Wyvern. They force other heroes back. Teki's going to get the TP off. And it looked kind of dicey for the Storm there for a second, but at the end of the day, it's only a 1-for-1 trade for the support. But that was so close for the Kotal getting found out. That would have been a completely different engagement if that happened first.
Oh, absolutely. Dire, keep a hold of that triangle. Nobody else can come up. The Phoenix presumably dies
Dire's
as
top
well.
tower is under attack.
It's completely different ballgame, but instead, yeah, they miss out on the Coddle by half a second and get completely rebuffed.
Going to TP up top. They look at corner defend the tier 2 tower. Everybody's TPing, including the Terrorblade. With the TP there, they can definitely bring on Anku. And Anku is kind of baiting there, like, oh, I have my whole team behind me. But actually, he does not. He's going to be man against the world
Team's
right
mid.
now. He loses his first life, but Exney takes a lot of damage. Surely he should go down in the end, but actually, they make an aggressive play with the Slaughter and the Techies. So much space created. They kill Anisan. And they might be able to... Oh, did Bristleback just TP out up top? Oh no, they're still making the move on Bristle up top, and they should get him in the end. Bye-bye. TB against Bristle, man. What can you do?
Losing on two sides of the map at the same time. There was so much information on the Dire there. They know that the Bristle is completely alone because
Radiant's
there's a
middle
go
tower is under
in
attack.
mid. I think on the Slardar. I only came in after that engagement started, but they win 2 versus 3 there with just the Slardar and the Techies versus 3. And then up top you have the other 3 heroes beating out the Bristleback, who, by the way, taking him down with that Aegis. Yeah, that got a little dicey there with the amount of quill stacks, but that is a huge loss for the Radiant side.
It looked like they were hunting for the PR now. That's not an easy hero to bring down, but giving the team some information here. Again, this combo, this 2-man combo of the startup plus Seki showing to be a threat on anybody on the map, actually. Forcing heroes back. If you don't use your spells correctly, you'll have the correct backup, you'll get blown up by these two as well. That's just leading this guy, Mr. Bottega. Farm is absolute heart content right now. Not too far ahead of PL, but again, he's contributed a lot more to his team than PL's had to.
Yep.
And
You're
Kitaro,
right,
this time
still-
you might not be so lucky, my friend. You're gonna get the jump on him. There's the chain stun. Phoenix will get the dive off in the end. I think he's gonna get his jump in time.
Still so lucky, I guess. No, but this PL is approaching the Aghanim Scepter really fast now, and that is when he's going to have to start contributing. When he will want to start contributing as well. So that is going to be the next big reveal for this game. BKB up for the Storm now as well.
Really like this from the start, going for the Ags. As he queued up, but before we get to that, we'll be prepping for something big up top. Anku going to be posturing for now, forcing heroes back, not letting them attack their tier 2 tower, sorry, their tier 1
Dire's
tower
middle
up top.
tower is under
But
attack.
yeah, he's going to be going for the Ags first. He already has the shard. Slaughter not kind of seen as an AoE hero, but I feel like with his shard, you kind of do a lot to PR. Get corrosive haze spat on everybody, can stand in the puddle and tank for your team.
Radiant are scanning.
Should be pretty decent. I do still want to see once your way finally joins the engagement, how these fights will look. It's a mystery for us right now, Kips.
It's always hard to calibrate, isn't it, when you haven't seen it a lot yet. And even in the previous PL game, like, he was an absolute monster, but at the same time we also knew that his counterpart over on the enemy side absolutely did not get to play. So here, this Terrorblade is online and ahead, and the PL was picked into him. We're going to learn about what this matchup is actually supposed to be. There's the Axe, there's the smoke, there's the engage.
Instant smoke up. They're gonna go for it. Uncle, he's gonna bait. I don't think Modus are gonna be unwise enough to take this bait, it seems. Nobody wants to go on the bristleback because we saw there after the Aegis, even though he was by himself, it took 3 heroes and almost all their HPs to bring him down in the end.
Yep.
It's a correct amount of respect being shown by the side of Modus. Who can they find? Uncle gonna drag the pink wave, shoving this wave. Anisan smoked up behind him, so is Kidaro. Modus really is respecting this PL timing now that he's joining his team. Don't want to make any overzealous plays right now.
Winter Wyvern
As I
just
say that, they're gonna
called
smoke
for
up
the smoke.
themselves.
Straight
Let's
across
go.
into the jungle.
Radiant's bottom
No, and now we go
tower is
around.
under
He's
attack.
changed his mind.
Carl's actually going to be TPing out, so if they go for this engagement, it's not too far away, but they kind of split up. Your way would be a great target to start off on. They can find the PL. Anku, of course, is going to be the one to pass through. He's going to be the one to show, but they know the pistol back. This guy is bait, man.
Radiant's bottom tower
Not really the
is
guy you
under
want to go on in the
attack.
backline,
Yes, it
Kidaro. You're going to look for him. You can't start
Brought
and
her
find
all the
him.
way around.
Oh, man. They didn't want to go up the high ground. Right now, the tier 2 is getting sieged up. They're going to show Bottega. This will give time for Anisan and Ethereal to make their way back here. Join their team. And Kips, you said it before. Both teams kind of a bit scared of this 5v5. Nobody knows who's going to win this fight right now. Looks like we're going to see a disengage
backed.
coming out of Rune Eaters.
Dire's middle tower is under
Backed all the way
attack.
off. They had problems sitting a full screen's length away from the entire thing. And it's man,
Dire's
they can't
middle
know
tower is under attack.
that the Coddle was absent in order to
Dire's
farm up the
structures are
boots of travel. But man, that would have been a great window for them because now that the boots of travel are going to be up, you never get that
Radiant's
opportunity
top
again. The
tower
next
is
time
under
the Coddle
attack.
TP's out, he can come back so fast.
I feel like we just needed to see Elmo make the brave move and go up the high ground. If you get a full founded Phoenix Plus, it could have been huge. But then again, if you don't burst him in time, the Supernova gets off.
under
You
attack.
put your team in a really bad position. Now they lose the tier 2 middle. I thought they actually got the one top, but not just yet. They will set up for the middle lane one.
Radiant's top tower
Claiming
is
the
under
Dire's
attack.
triangle here as well, so putting Terrorblade to weird places on the map to farm. It looks like a bit of a wraparound again. Look at your man's problems. He's in a bit of a weird position.
Radiant's bottom tower
XD
is
is
under
behind him.
attack.
I don't know if they actually want to be found right now. Who's hunting and
Radiant's
who's the
top
hunted?
tower is under attack.
Still unseen.
Another smoke.
Trying to play the map up top, Elmo.
Radiant's top
Silas
tower
shoving this
has
wave.
fallen.
Actually, there's still a tier 1 tower. Elmo might be a bit greedy and try staying this longer than he should. They're gonna hunt now into the dire jungle area.
They're gonna get curved around over the
They
techie
might
stacks here.
find the techies. Not the worst hero to die. They're actually gonna TP out. Bristleback, what you gonna do about that? Nothing, but Anisan, he can do a lot about it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Thank the
Elmo
gang.
immediately backing off to farm the unexpected camps again. But this is going to be that tier 2 tower push up top right now. Nothing you can do about it, especially not without your techies.
We're getting to another dangerous timing here, Kips. It feels like just a few minutes ago, Yoe picked up his Aghanim, and he already almost has a full Eye of Skadi completed as well. Just 1,600 gold away from that. Once he has that, I feel like he's in almost prime PL shape. Like that 4-slot timing just feels so damn good.
Dire's top tower is
Maybe we'll
under
be working
attack.
towards this next item here as well. Gonna go for the Silver's Edge, so looking to hunt the back lines, looking to be maneuverable in the fight. He doesn't just have an Ag shot that can do that for him like the PL. So very interesting to see
Looking
what
to
happens
kill a
when we
bristleback.
finally
Tower
do
is
see
under attack.
that 5-on-5
The
engagement,
clash.
Kips.
Dire's top
Yes.
tower is under attack.
We keep on gearing up to it and then immediately backing off again. But the important part here for me is that all of the pressure that the Radiant has been putting in has actually stopped the Terrorblade from farming as much as he did before. So now Yoa is actually
Radiant's
level with him.
bottom tower
He has
is under attack.
fully bridged the gap.
Same. Storm working towards the Shiva's guard up next. Did he buy something here? I don't think
Dire's
so.
top tower is under
Kind of
attack.
fallen behind in the farm on X-Knee a bit. Which kind of expected Storm Spirit in a game like this. You have a lot of heroes taking up space in the map. Most of the networks basically concentrate onto TV alone right now. Once he gets his Shiva's guard, that'll be a huge pickup, but I kind of feel like the PL is going to be so farmed by that point. The
Radiant
illusions are not really going to
structures
get.
are fortified.
Yeah, but on the other hand, you are waiting out the Kotal window here. He is not going to get much bigger than he currently is. There's a Hex in the making, but this is definitely a shift over towards utility right now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And the Storm Spirit will definitely scale his damage more, especially once he has time to upgrade the Witchblade into the Parasma. Once we get to the Aghanim Scepter, the bouncing overload charges as well. All of that is still going to contribute to his scaling, whereas Coddle, he's about there, and the Bristle is also not going to get that much bigger again, apart from getting a BKB. Which, you know, you've had the physical damage this entire game. You will have the Silver Edge up on your TV right now. The only problem is, of course, that this is a PL with an Aegis in his pocket and a level 20 now completed. His illusions just got so much less damage.
But I think they maybe banking on the high ground defense here. They gave up the Roshan. They feel like in 5-on-5 engagements up against this PL right now with the Phoenix behind him and such. They don't have the prowess to fight, but on the high ground defense, you have the Storm pesky high ground defense. You have the Techies who can bomb the base. You have the Winter Wyvern who can like blink and catch a few people in the Winter's Curse. We'll see if they execute it in the truest in theory. Right now, again, in network, the game is still kind of even.
It feels overly passive. Look at this.
But look at the PL go, man. He's eating through these Raxes right now. There's got no response to a melee Rax that's getting taken off here. This is crazy. Down bottom, they're trying to trade, but it's going a little slower. TB's forced to get out already, and they just lost the Rax for free, Kip. For free. Now,
completely for free.
He might be in trouble. He's silenced up here. Instead of popping BKB, they're actually trying to seek to break the fight on the other side of the map. PL coming in, he's getting bursted down there, but he does have Thunder available. He actually doesn't have a target. It's a disaster. Boomfinger's just dead. Oh my god, the BM tips coming out. What happened, kids? They even typing track in the old chat. That's just crazy.
That is nuts. It feels desperate. He itemized against the Bristleback, but instead he's getting his ass kicked by a PL, and that felt like a frustration move almost, because surely you know that the entire enemy team has TP scrolls. They can come to that tower, and your two supports are stuck defending the base. That's where you left them. They just watched that PL take the racks. You are always gonna fight the 3 versus 5 there, unless you burst 2 heroes right from the get-go, and that was just never going to happen.
I'm not sure, did he use the Metamorphosis as well on the TP? He did not, so at least he'll have that back up in 35 seconds, but we've already seen how fast the PL pushes the base. We do have one glyph available.
He just stepped in.
He can do before that, and look at this, he just goes to the Winter Wyvern. And so much damage problems. I think he might just die here anyways. They're going to try to help him out as best as they can, but at the end of the day, Wyvern, he's dead. 45 seconds out of the race. He does have the 5
techies.
PL is relentless right now. Techies goes down as well. Just gonna survive on a third of HP. Lucky for him. I thought Illusion would have got him there in the end.
I thought so as well.
Yeah. But look at this. The Raxes are melting away. They haven't even tried to fight Beyond Modus. They're losing the game without any contention right now. Botega is going to TP to the back.
TP from the back.
But it's going to cost them. They're going to get one quarter first. The TP, he gets gone on. He's going to survive for a moment, but XP is going to chase him out. He's dead. Buyback onto the Winter Wyvern. This is the fight they could be looking for. Kizaru, can they burst him in time before the Supernova? Nope, there it is. And like you said, Botega, they're going to try to fight through the egg. They can indeed. There is still a Thunder available. Can he get a Thunder? Get it off on Amku. He's trying to survive for the moment. Beautiful Thunder out to Anisan. It's looking good right now. This is the fight they've been waiting for. The fight that they've been waiting for. They get a triple kill on XD. Now it's just PL against the wall. He's got the Aegis. Can he make it out of this? He doesn't have the shot for the inverse. And they're going to actually find his double death deal with the PL. What a move. They might be regretting those tips in trash talk soon, Gypsy. Your way, inevitable death here as well. Out of the fray for 80 seconds. And maybe they could do some real estate damage themselves here. They have some pretty fast push with the TP there too.
And that is a pretty insane gold lead swing as well. They didn't have to spend... No, they spent a single buyback for that. Just the techies.
Invisibility.
They baited their racks. It did cost them a melee racks. It wasn't free. A melee racks, a buyback tier 3, but what a team fight. What a wipeout there.
Yeah, and here you see that Coddle, if you can just get on top of him, he's not actually a threat anymore. Like, he really wants to sit in the back, but he hasn't itemized defensively for himself beyond getting that Force Staff. No BKB on that man. No way to defend whenever he is not the one dedicating the pace of the fight. And then after that, they ignore the PL standard recipe, right? That man has the Aegis, we kill him last.
100%. He managed to bully the supports in the base when it's him against them alone, but the rest of his cores backing them up. The equation starts to look a bit different. Now, I'm curious to see how the side of Ruin Eaters respond once they get the PL back up. Surely they would still feel like, do they feel like they have an advantage? Or, I mean, the network doesn't show that anymore, but do they know that?
I would say that they still probably feel pretty confident. PL is moving over into Bloodthorn. I'll make sure that he can actually deal with the butterfly of the PL.
See where we go from there. Stormsword still trying to finish off the Sweeper's Guard. But we actually bought the Ags instead. Huge pickup there. I didn't actually catch it myself in the fight, and now Slaughter gets his Ags himself. Bought that BKB, which he's had for a bit. If they can get to the Shiva's Guard on top of this Aghanim, which the Storm is not too far away from, it'll be a huge timing too. And he does have the buyback for now as well. Like you said, even though the side of Rune Eaters could maybe go up, do some real estate damage, but the buybacks, they surely can't win a fight with the numbers advantage that Modus will have if the buybacks are saved up and ready in so.
Nope, they're really going to look to have either a pick-off or another Aegis in their pocket before they move again. I do think that they'll feel emboldened to go. But over on the other side, this Terrorblade now has a full Satanic. Bottega is an issue.
They're going to show on the wave here with the Techies. They have established a big ward in the high ground. How is this fight going to go, Kips? They're waiting for anybody to show. Who can they find? Who can they burst? They're going to jump the Winter Scourge in the background. Doesn't look like too good of ones. The kind of company will take out a bit of heat. They're going to try to bring down Anisan's first. I believe that Tiny did use his buyback earlier. Oh no, he does have it, but they're going to get him. They're going to force out the egg as well. They kill the Phoenix immediately. Now in the backline, with the weapon, he goes down too. Silence is there on his own to release finally. Look at the TV going absolutely crazy on the high ground. Anku dropping so damn low. Now they're going to commit him with the steal. That's a dieback on Phoenix already. And now your way, he's trying to run away, but they might just find him. Uh-oh. You thought you had this game, my friends, really, but it's looking really rough. XD though is dropping really low. Bottega just standing his ground trying to fight. XD still somehow survives. The supports are dropping. And look at they go. They're kiting the TV. How he's man against the world. We've seen this. How he went for the carrier the last time. This time he's got no way to get to the solution. Surely he's going to fall. 100 seconds hits the deck. Oh, he looked good for Modus there for a while, but at the end of the day, they just kited up the TV and they just turned the fight around, Tipsy. And this could be the game. No TV for 89 seconds. Throne is exposed.
The throne is exposed. That could really come back to bite them. Both of the carries in that team fight very preoccupied with killing the enemy supports, but you know, it's the buyback game. They don't stay dead on the Radiant side, and they do on the Dire. And that means that the numbers start dwindling. They don't kill off the Kotl either. I think that is the big mistake. In the previous fight, they went for the Kotl straight up. All of those extra heals coming in, all of the extra hexes coming in, the fact that Ethereal gets to live through the entirety of that, I think that is the big difference maker for why the ultimately the other cores of Modus also start falling.
For their base, it's 280 gold off buyback, but an inch is big as a mile right now. He can't get there at all. They're going to have to defend 3v5, 10 seconds before the starters back on, so they're going to give up the tier 4s to look for a better fight with all their heroes. We'll see if that pays off. He's going to heal up the Bristle back for now, but without that Silver Sage on the Terrorblade, they just have no way to trouble Anku at all. He's completely
jump into the back.
And they do get a huge Winter's Curse, trying to kill off the collar, but actually he pulled the collar away. They do get him in end. Zero does have buyback. How can he get back in this? He's got a TP boost as well. Now XD might have overcommitted himself, keeping his supports within the backline. Meanwhile, PL going absolutely ham on these supports, killing both. They don't have any buyback. XD silenced up. Your way is going to find him. He's dead. Buyback wasted on Storm. This should just be the game. Terrorblade, he comes out, but his mana gets the balls. We've seen the story before. He can't do it, and he doesn't even get the chance. Throne is destroyed. Ruin Eaters come through with the reverse sweep here, Kips.
Finally, at the end of all of that, and I think we got the answer here. If we're looking at, hey, who is the best of both of these teams at playing tempo, it was Rune Eaters. If we look at who is the best at playing late game, I gotta say, looks with the way that they managed their PL this game, it might have also been Rune Eaters in the end.
yeah, this was the kind of identity set for both these teams from the first game, picking these big late game carries, fighting towards the late game. It worked out for Modus in game number 1. The tempo got absolutely destroyed in game number 2. But in game number 3, with backs against the wall, Ruin Eaters managed to keep their composure. They made the better moves around the map, and they find themselves in a winning position here on the DreamLeague Season 2 leaderboard. And throughout this event, Modus, they're gonna really feel this loss. They felt like they had chances at times, but I just want to ask you, didn't you feel like it was a bit too passive at times? I mean, the first fight they took was like 30 minutes in. They didn't even try to make a big move on the side of Modus either.
No, and I feel like that's the theme for them this entire series, right? They would have much rather have the better counter engage than the better engage, and maybe it has something to do, and this is something that you can only really see if you go back into their replays, for example, like maybe their ward coverage, for example, isn't far enough forward, isn't enabling them enough. Maybe they don't go for enough towers, or maybe they don't have enough vision behind these towers in order to feel confident diving them. There's a lot of reasons why a team might not want to make these moves that have nothing to do with their players just wanting to farm another item. But I didn't notice it during this match at the very least. And in general, it feels like they felt more confident playing passive, as their drafts in game 1 and 2 showed as well. Like, they seem to favor that regardless.
Fortunately for them, Modern Dota 2 is not a passive game no more. You have to make moves on the map, and Ruin Eaters' fortune favored their bravery today. That's it for our first series of the day. We've got a full 3-game banger, but we're not just done yet. DreamLeague Division 2, we've got many other games coming up. We will have a short break, and the next series will be up for you guys in just a bit.
Girl, shake that body, shake it down to the ground. Whoa, girl, shake that body, show me how it's gonna go down. Don't be late to the party, don't be afraid to scream and shout, 'cause when we dance to the music, you know that's what it's all about. Yeah, yeah. Hey, girl, shake that body, shake it to the left and to the right. Yeah, girl, shake that body. We're gonna shake it all night. We're going down to the nightclub in my stretch SUV, 'cause
sweet pie and cream. There are stories we need to tell and laughter we need to share. There's joy and love all around, good vibrations everywhere. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song. We're living the day as it comes. Might be tough for a while. Still rolling with the punches, and we do it with a smile. Five, 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 five. Five, 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 five. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song. Five, 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 five.
Let's go get the party started. You know how to get it going. I'm so fired up, I'm ready to go. The music's moving my soul, I'm busy going. 1, 2, 3, 4. I really feel like dynamite. I really feel like taking flight. Oh, I feel good, I feel so fine. I'm making moves and getting mine. And I need you to get in line. 'Cause if we're gonna make it, we'll make it right. Huh. Let's go get the party started. You know how to get it going. I'm so fired up, I'm ready to go. The music's moving my soul, I'm busy going. 1, 2, 3, 4. I really feel like dynamite. I really feel like taking flight. Oh, I feel good, I feel so fine. I'm making moves and getting mine. And I need you to get in line. 'Cause if we're gonna make it, we'll make it right. A boy, a used lost toy, running so scared, eyes wide shut from pain. This fight, this poison land.
and welcome back to Season 4 of Dream League Division 2. Still your boy Casey here, joined by my girl Kips. We got a new fresh series in our hand. No breaks for us today, Kips. They just want to give us more and more Dota, and I can't say I'm unhappy with that. What else do you need in life than Dota freaking 2, man?
Yeah, for the Dota 2 to be Eastern European, of course, because that is where all of the new talent comes up. That's where all of the action happens. So I'm very glad that we're getting ourselves a proper matchup here, and it is a pretty. We're starting to get to the pretty important matches for the standings here as well, right? So I believe that that Nemiga will probably be having some aspirations towards the top of the board, if I remember correctly.
It is currently, I'm sure production will give that to us in a second to look at the leaderboards, but yeah, they are quite far up there. 3-2 for the moment. Team Link's quite struggling with 1-3.
Yes.
So kind of a lifeline for Nemiga. They need to keep on winning these games to keep on being competitive as the league goes on. For Team Links, they're not doing too bad actually. 2-3, not 1-3. Wikipedia is a bit delayed here. So very important game for the middle of the pack, it seems, Kipsy.
It seems indeed. There's a pretty big division here in Group A in general, right? Nemiga or Nigma pretty much unopposed at the top. Two teams are really getting the the brunt of the damage in the bottom there, and everybody else fighting for the middle. This one might just be very close once again.
100%. We will find out how close it'll be with a draft as well, Kipsy. I believe it's up live and ready. You can see what these two teams will be
10
going for.
seconds remaining.
Bans seem kind of standard for what we've been seeing in this
5
tournament so
seconds
far, Kips.
remaining. Dire team ban.
Yeah, a little priority given to the Phoenix right now. Monkey King out, Beastmaster out.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's see. I think we've seen the Alchemist go from like a first phase priority to
seconds
something that gets
remaining.
banned more often when it's actually clear that there's good agonyms in the game. IO only
just
versus
kept
certain
really falling
matchups.
Pick.
I don't know if it's fallen off in general or it's just sort of like how the Dream League Division 2 meta has kind of evolved, you know?
I think it still has to do with the fact that it's a bit of a conditional pick. Like, if you pick up the Alchemist
seconds
immediately at the
remaining.
start, it's very simple for the enemy to start banning out the,
5
you know, the
seconds
Queen of Pain.
remaining.
And assorted heroes,
team
as well as doing things like, for example, picking up the Ancient Apparition. I'm surprised this man made it through, though. Not gonna lie, he is supposed to still be on vacation.
You and me both, sister, because this hero, again, there's a lot of good heroes currently in the patch. Don't do
Radiant
it, especially
team
making the
back.
argument to be one of, if not the best heroes in the patch. But so far, what I've seen, Bat Rider just seems to be an absolute menace. Can be played in like 4 different positions. It can be played as support, mid lane, and especially in the off lane is really good. Not really too reliant on like blink timings or anything like that. You can go for the drums
10
first
seconds
into
remaining.
boots of pairings, or you can change it up. You can even
5
go auras
seconds
if that's what the
remaining.
game calls for. It's a very flexible hero that just does so much damn damage in the game. And if you don't really find a lane counter to him, he really just runs away with the game, it feels like, Kips.
It definitely does, like. And how many friendly dispels do you have available in the laning stage anyway? Don't worry, let me take off the napalm stacks off of you.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm struggling to come up with any. If you don't have
5
a
seconds
dispel for
remaining.
yourself, dispelling a teammate is out of the question unless we're talking about Legion Commander. And we all know that she doesn't appear anymore.
You can go real old school with the Pause 5 Abaddon or Pause 5 Oracle heroes we haven't seen in a really long time. At least Abaddon not in the support role. We really see the Disruptor come out, so very unlikely we see that. Could see a Slark. I have not seen a Slark in Dream League Division 2 as well, which is kind of surprising. Thought the hero's kind of got his stocks going back up for the moment. You can get something like a Weaver, which has like maneuverability. You don't take the napalm stacks off, but it's hard for Bat to chase you down. See what they decide to go for. Yeah, I'm really not sure. The options are open.
Dire team ban.
Options are very open, and we're already targeting Young G's heroes on the mid lane here. The signature ones are the Guap and the Storm, which of course do double duty as two of the most popular heroes in the meta regardless. So that is easy double whammy for Team Link's taking those out.
Dire team.
Yeah, like 3 of the best
Radiant
heroes already
team
gone.
pick.
Puck's gone, Quap's gone, Storm's gone, and you could actually even argue 4 because the Beastmaster's gone as well. And we're gonna see a repeat of the techies coming out here again. Something we cannot really complain about. You have Disruptor plus Techie, sounds like a deadly support duo. Hold people in place kinetic field, get the blast off, jump in. Lots of
10
magic damage
seconds
and
remaining.
control. Interesting support duo to come out. Very aggressive support duo as
5
well.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, but with the added caveat that they're only aggressive so long as their cores are, right? They definitely need some enablers up front. But you know, Slardar has not been banned yet. We are going to keep continuing talking about that fish until they nerf him.
It just does so much for your team. Like, it just fills all the gaps. Kind of like how Mars was in a few patches ago, right? Where it's like, you need a blink, stun, initiator hero that can win your team fights. You pick the Mars. You need a good laner who can blink, stun, and like, you know, negatively debuff your opponent's carries or core heroes to help your team bring him down. You go Slaughter. You know, never really a bad game for that type of hero. You can also
Radiant
play multiple
team
lanes, just like the Mars could as well, which could be mid and off lane. Strong hero right now. Talking about strong heroes, you can have a Batrider Hoodwink. That's the dual lane in the off lane. Oh my god. I would not be wanting to swap that lane if I'm a carry.
No, and then later on, of course, the Hoodwink loves playing with the Batrider. She's phenomenal
10
follow-up,
seconds
especially if you
remaining.
get to drag people next to trees, especially if you can hold people still
5
long enough for that
seconds
sharpshooter
remaining.
to fully wind up. So these two together are just a fully working kill duo already, and it leaves you so much freedom for your second support pick, especially. You can pick whatever. You know that you already have an engine to make
Dire
moves and
team
kills
pick.
happen in this game.
Points away.
We see the Pango come out as well for Team Lynx. It seems like they're getting all the OP heroes of the patch for now. I wonder actually if carry Abaddon is still like a thing, because I think it's actually not too bad in that lane. And it just against Batrider in general, like, okay, blink lasso me, bro.
10
I'm fine.
seconds remaining.
I'm just gonna pop my ulti and walk away from everybody and give my team a chance to jump in.
5 seconds
But I haven't really
remaining.
seen carry Abaddon in quite some time, so I don't know if Namega will be confident to go back for that. And the Spango creates some more problems in the draft, some more teamfight control, decent laner in both the mid lane and the off lane. I'm really liking what Team Lynx is doing so far, Kips.
Yeah, he's quite unbothered by the Disruptor as well. Very hard for the Disruptor to
Dire
get a
team
grip on him, can roll out of many situations where you'd glimpse others. This way, though, you get to hold people in place, whether it's the Bat or the Pango or anybody else that might be coming up. That taunt will go through anything.
I haven't seen an axe in quite some time. I believe this
10
hero is not in a
seconds
terrible
remaining.
place right now. He's not broken like he was, but he's not a bad hero either. He's just Axe.
5
That's what Axe is
seconds
supposed to do. Blink, call, blade mail, and make people suffer. That's about it.
Yeah, that is
Let's give
about it. He's a blunt tool, shall we say.
Yes,
Radiant team
he's a
pick.
hammer. Banging
Faceless
that nail.
void.
He's a hero to play along with Disruptor and Techies. We're going to go for the Faceless Void now as well. So really going for the late game prowess to have that Faceless Void and get comboed up with the Disruptor Static Storm. So pretty decent team fight coming
10
out from the
seconds
Mega.
remaining.
Really going for the circles here. Like, a lot of
5
heroes
seconds
able to
remaining.
follow up on each other here. I would just like, how do you gonna make them group up in the first place is my question. Especially if this Batrider has a good game, they might not need to, you know, JoJo style, put 5 heroes on top of whoever's getting dragged and beat them up. It could
Radiant
just
team
literally be
back.
one shot from the Hoodwink from downtown and the damage from the Batrider themselves. But Link said, fine, you go circles, we go circles. If you want to have a rabbit, or if you want to have a team fight off so badly, then we will add the Ravage. We will take the other big fish. It seems like it's
10
a good
seconds
time
remaining.
for fish heroes, isn't it?
The minute they added those rivers
5
in Dota
seconds
2, the
remaining.
meta was starting to shift. Tide Hunter, I absolutely adore
Dire
this pick
team
right
back.
here. Faceless Void doesn't do jack sizzle to him in lane. And
Nope.
he's
Radiant
arguably
team
maybe one
back.
of the best combo breaker from the offlane position. You get a jump in, try chrono, axe core, whatever. Tidehunter just to press R. Not too much to do this game. You have even more team fight to pair up with this Pangolier. Does mean the Batrider switched to support hero, but even still, like, if you face this Void, do you really
10
want to play into like
remaining.
a Bat Tidehunter lane or a Hoodwink Tidehunter? I don't think
5
he really likes playing
seconds
against
remaining.
Tidehunter at all face this Void, so I don't think it's the hardest lane. It's
He
not like
does
you get
not.
completely shut down, but with any rotations and the light coming out, I think could be a difficult time for Namega, and especially when they carry.
Yep. I mean, you can time walk off the damage from the Anchor Smash, right? But not actually the debuff, and that is what gets you.
Dire team back.
Well, the carry player is named Self-Hate, so you know, maybe being in a difficult position is what gets him going. You know what I'm saying?
Perhaps.
Final 2 bans here, the Invoker plus Razor taken out, and Namega we're watching the
10
stream clips.
seconds
They're like,
remaining.
Phantom Lancer, that was a really annoying hero. We don't want any of those stories today.
5
Let us play
seconds
some normal
remaining.
Dota.
Yep. And Team Lynx are mostly watching Young G's Dota buff.
Radiant
And to
team
be fair, he
pick.
is the most high-profile player on that lineup with a little bit of a distance. So I can see why you'd target him so hard. But I gotta say, that
Dire
is
team pick.
most of your bans. That's 5 out of 7, all for a single player. And presumably, Young G still has something left up his sleeve here.
Hey, if you want to really go old school, you could argue 6. Maybe you want to play the mid Razor or something like that up against the Pango. You never know. So yeah, it's really crazy. Now
10
they're gonna pick up a
seconds
final
remaining.
pick, Tiny. Which again, I don't think the Faceless Void likes. Like, this
5
guy's gonna come
seconds
online really
remaining.
early with his like Echo Saber and Shadow Blade moving around his map, ready to make plays with his team. And I don't think Namega are gonna really be ready for this. I mean, the supports need to have good games, and if the Axe gets an early blink dagger, sure. But this final pick gonna have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, and I do think that that pushes the Batrider back to being a support here, because I see no reason to push either the Pangolier or the Tidehunter into a support role, so it must be the Bat that gets demoted. Unfortunately, because I do really like the core Bat, but there are some crazy support Batrider games where you basically become a core anyway. Let's see. That's going to be QBFY playing it then, I think? Yeah, I've got a memory of that man being a 4 player.
We'll see. Coach Kips, how good the memory is looking as the year starts stacking up. Now,
Yes,
looking
yes,
for
he
the
is.
final pick. They've, like you said, there were so many mid-hero bans. There's not much left in the pool. There is your arch nemesis, the Void Spirit, still left. There is a Leshrac
Yeah,
if they want
hate
some
that
like
guy.
magic damage to Alta's tank.
Love that guy.
Invoker's even gone. What is left to play? Mid Primal
Yeah, then we
Beast
start
doesn't
getting
really
to,
look
like,
too
the-
good this game.
Primal Beast?
Maybe
No,
a Death Prophet?
I was gonna bring up Primal Beast actually for the Pango snatching capabilities. Do really enjoy him for that.
I mean, they don't really have save, but I feel like Death Prophet could be pretty decent. You know, they actually just go for the
Select
slaughter,
Oh,
your
man.
yeah.
heroes.
The one time we don't
It's-
call this hero out.
I mean, we sort of did though. We were talking about him during the bans. We shouted out fish heroes when the Tidehunter came up. I'd say it counts. I'd say we both get like half points for that. He was inevitable.
Inevitable. Come to the close of the drop. I do kind of like this. So you have these 2 blink stun heroes. One is how Axe will itemize. I really do think problem with Axe is that he does need quite a bit of farm to be effective on the map. And you don't always get that on offlane. Yes, his hero farm stacks and stuff very fast, but how is he going to have a chance to win his lane, support stack the camps, pick up your blink +1 item, and then make the moves?
Yes.
I don't know. There is though on the plus side to say, like, so much follow-up damage and control from the 2 supports. So like all the Slaughter and the Axe needs is just the blink tag. You don't need the blade mail or anything
Yes.
like that. Just stun one hero and the supports will do the rest.
No, but he will though. He will, especially since it's his mid laner that's going to go a blink dagger first. On the axe, you feel so sad if you go for the blink dagger. A naked blink on axe is a tragedy. So he will be stopping over, presumably for the blade mail first, since he can afford to, because the item diamonds are going to be very nicely staggered. First blink dagger is going to be Slardars, same timing as the blade mail for the axe, and then the axe gets a second blink dagger over the top. And yeah, as you said, they have so much follow up. This could be a really aggressive lineup in spite of there being, you know, that super hard carry Festus Void sitting somewhere in the back yet. If he's lucky, he probably barely has to contribute anything to this game.
That's fair. Now I want to ask you, we might have one concern here for this Faceless Void. Yes, in the late game, obviously everybody knows Faceless Void, absolute beast, eat through everybody, get a few heroes in the chrono. But they don't have, in the early to mid game, they don't have really much to play with the chronosphere. Like the only thing they really have is Disruptor, Static Storm, and that's not really much damage. It's more control as well on top of the chronosphere. So that could be a worry for them getting into these mid game team fights.
Yeah, it could be perhaps. I mean, Chronosphere is still Chronosphere. Well placed enough, you can still hit people outside of it. It's a shame that they don't have more synergy with it. Yeah, but I'm not concerned about their damage. I'm seldomly concerned about the damage when there's a Techies and a Slaughter in the game either way.
On the
And
flip
I'm
side,
looking at team. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, no, go for it first. Go for it, correct.
No, because on the flip side, Team Lynx here with the tiny, you are correct that if Team Lynx says, hey, we're just going to bring 5 people, then the Void is going to most likely have to get involved as well. And that's where you're going to run in trouble when the Faceless Void himself is just not farmed yet. And the Tiny doesn't need that much farm to get online yet. So if Team Lynx is ready and prepared to just 5-man and call Amiga Gaming's bluff that way, then yeah, it might actually be a detriment.
I feel like this tiny pick is so good, right? You got the break for with the Silver's Edge for the Faceless Void. Or not that it really matters too much. You have the break for the Axe as well. Can't get any spins off. You're just going to go around this map creating havoc. Like, if he can play his timings fast enough, he has a beautiful team to play behind him. Could be really deadly. On the flip side, like we were saying earlier, like you have this Slaughter. If he gets off to a good start, he can play even faster, and the damage from the supports is really heavy. I do feel like the supports on the side of Team Lynx also very critical. Like, you have so much damage coming up from the Hoodwick between the Bushwhack, Acorn Shot, and of course the Sharpshooter and the Batrider. If he can take some stacks, get his Blink Dagger up early, like the pace that they can play out on Team Lynx is just crazy fast. So curious to see how this game goes for them.
Yeah, the supports though, they are very high impact, but especially the Batrider, if he doesn't get any farm at all, he feels quite sad. So there is a little bit of pressure on the side of Team Lynx to get everybody a nice portion of money. And I think the cascade of item necessities on the Amiga is a lot more forgiving. Really all you're looking for is the blink on the Slaughter and the blink blade mail on the axe, and that's anything else you get on top of that is a bonus.
100%. Good luck, have fun in chat this time round. Very different towards compared to the BM we saw in our last series, Kips. That was a spicy chat and tip situation, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long series, and I think there was some frustration shown in the plays itself as well. I don't know. It's very easy to say GLHF at the start of a series, and it's a lot harder to not say question mark near the end of a series, if you know what I mean.
100%. We see the wrap around here with the smoke. Head onto here in the low ground. Not the easiest fish to fry, but he'll be fine. Probably just breaks smokes and runs away. The flip side, his team is smoked up. Could see a smoke on smoke battle here. That would be fun. Something we hope for. Another smoke broken. Wards is placed down. Might go for Melojul here on the low ground. If he sticks around too long with the Spango, he could get punished.
The battle
He's
begins.
fine. Actually, dude, they're gonna go for it. Aspects of the Battle Hunger, the 2-man crush coming out. Melojul gonna try jumping for the ruin, can't get it. Who's gonna be the first player? It's gonna be the Slaughter. It's gonna be the Pangolin to fall, and Young G, the one to get the kill, and he might get a second. 2 kills for the mid lane. Don't make it 3. He does fall in the end, but that's just a perfect case scenario. He's gonna regen, come back with the first blood, a second kill, and a Batrider dash to boot. And Omega off to a brilliant start.
That is phenomenal. Oh, Youngji, but you couldn't get it any better. It's true. Melajul was already going to be a little challenge on this mid lane, but now especially, this Slardar is probably gonna run this town.
Like you said, this is the guy who has to set the tempo for his team. He's going to go for the Blink Dagger first. These kind of kills, having a good lane, just lets him wreak havoc across the map all that much sooner.
Oh, and he rotates so fast early on too. Speeding through the river as we're watching the top lane go down right now. We were discussing before how, yep, you have the time walk, you can definitely shrug off some of the damage spam that's going to come out from that anchor smash, but you're still going to be bothered in the straight matchup and by the damage reduction. And that is especially going to mess with your ability to actually shove this Tidal Hunter out of lane. I don't think that that's something that this Faceless Void plus Disruptor combination can actually do.
One bright side though for this Faceless Void versus Tyrant Delaney is that you're not really threatened either as the Void. It's not comfortable to play, but it's not getting to the extent where it's like completely uncomfortable either. You should be able to just stand here and farm. Maybe a little less in the laning phase than the Tyrant will be able to, but farm nonetheless. He won't be pushed out to his jungle or anything crazy like that.
And then over on the bot side, Axe plus techies. I mean, you gotta play so careful here, especially if you're the tiny as well. They absolutely do have enough damage to bring you down. They do not care if you're in the middle of a creep wave.
QBFY.
Top side.
I didn't have nowhere near. But yeah, like you said, that's a disgusting combo. You get caught in one call in a creep wave with the blast off jumping through from aerial. It's gonna be it. You dead every single time.
Yep. Undeniable. This Hoodpink, by the way, I know it says QBFY, but I keep on calling him Cubify in my head. Like making blocks out of people. Perhaps. I don't know. I should ask it, man, at some point if that is what he intended with his name or if that's just happened. If it's QBFY stands for something, you know.
If I could change MRLS to Mr. ILS, you can change it to QBFY, kids. You have my permission.
Oh.
QB5, sorry.
Excellent. Yeah. No, I will then. I'll just show my Camille said it's okay slip at the bouncer.
That can get you anywhere except through airport security. Don't try that at home, kids.
No, I don't think you're quite right. Okay, I'm going to stop here.
Down bottom, this is a combo we're talking about, the Axe plus the Techies. Just so much damage. You're going to chase down Krakow on his Batrider, so he's going to fall again. So far, although we hyped up the tempo and the pace that Team Lynx can play with in the laning phase, it's all been the silent Omega getting these kills in. 7 Jesu taking a lot of damage there as well. Kind of getting pressured a bit on the Tiny. Doing okay on the CS mark, but the nutrition battle on his HP not doing too great so far.
No, exactly. You are tiny. You are supposed to be getting really good CS. Nobody has the lasted damage that you have. You cannot be contested.
Flip side, it doesn't seem like Axe getting to farm too much here in the lane. Although they are pressuring to get kills, they're 2-0 and 2 on Axe after that first blood engagement and all that. But the CS not doing the best, which is fine if the support can stack for him, if he can steal stacks on an enemy team. But yeah, like you said, this Tiny, he farms so damn much. Hard to keep up at times, honestly, in the laning phase.
It is, but yeah, you know, the techie is great at making stacks, great at helping you take stacks as well. Depending on the build, we're looking at 1-1-1 here. Let's see if he's going to be putting more points into that blast off to combo up with his axe, or if he'd rather be an all-rounder and put more into the taser.
100%. The spot lane. Gonna move over Disruptor. They want to make a play onto Tiny. This would be a huge kill if they can get it. He steps out of line. He could get punished. There's the call. There's the blast of Disruptor coming through. 7 Jesu. He's pretty tanky. He's got the magic suit. He's got the belt of but he's going to be enough to survive. He actually tries to go back to get the axe on the tower. He might be a worthwhile player in the end. Batrider trying to get the damage out. Is he going to be enough? He's looking like he's going to be a little too short. And it's a double kill. Corvus 9. Oh man, I wonder if Tiny would have actually. I don't think he would have been able to. There's the glimpse, and actually QB5, he's coming in. It looked good for him too, but it's 3 heroes dead yet again. These early engagements just too dangerous for the side of Lynx right now. They're just falling short every single time.
The moment that Tiny turns, I get pretty scared already. That was never going to work out well for them, unfortunately. And you can see the Bad Rider being like, man, I'm a Bad Rider. This is a long fight. I should be stacking up the deeps here, but with only a single level in the Flaming Napalm, it's really not enough.
100%. Maybe the Hoodwink TP came out a little sooner while the Tiny was alive and stunning. It could have made a difference, but the way things went, I was kind of wondering why he went back with the Tiny, and then when I saw the glimpse come out, I was like, ah, okay, that's why he realized that it was inevitable anyhow.
Dead turrets.
Look out for fallen rocks.
All things considered, he's still equal with the farm of the axe who just got a double kill, so it's not too bad, but they're fully committing a tri-lane down here bottom. They're like, they can't kill the Void up top. Let him do his thing. We'll make some space.
Well,
hate
the
this
Void...
decision.
The Void's gonna, I want to say, hate himself a little though, because up first the Tidehunter, especially in the 1v1 now, you can't touch the man whatsoever. So sure, he'll survive. You said that before. I completely agree with that. There's absolutely no way you should die, but he's not gonna stop the Tidehunter at all. In the meantime, here on bot,
they're bringing Young G in. They know something's going down. QB5, he's going to TP in. 7 Yushu, they're going to commit everything onto Ned again, but this time, can they save the Tiny? It looks like it for now. Can they get a return kill? Is the punish going to be there? Pango coming through. Roshan Thunder comes out. They want to get this axe, but they're going to do the Delta split, and they don't know which way to go, Kipsy. They're missing everybody right now. Oh my gosh, the bushwhack is good once again though, and this might just be what they need. Swashbuckle comes out, the damage is good, but it might be a little short, but this time it's not. They get him. Cuba fight, the MVP of this fight, picking up that huge kill on the Tiny to boot as well. But now Young G, he wants some revenge, wants to bring it up, but look at the bushwhack going once again. He'll be fine on Hoodwink. Man, oh man, that could have been disastrous for Team Lynx. If they lost a Tiny again, we'd be looking in real danger town. But that turned around, absolutely beautiful. Finally a fight going the way of Team Lynx, Kipsy.
finally, but those numbers, they nearly came up short in order to kill that axe there. And now here on mid, we just keep on going.
Uh-oh, Military, we just gets brought down, and again, Backrider, like you say, this hero has a lot of strength, but he just gets blown up. Even at level 5, it's nowhere near enough damage and not tanky enough. So on the support, he's really suffering right now.
No, and it's gonna put Young G at such a fast blink dagger. I don't see how you stop this man from getting to the blink and just starting to run at you incessantly. The Pangolier is really going to have a whale of a game in order to keep his team in. Because Tidehunter's a fun tool, right? But you really only get to pop that Ravage once. If you don't kill the Slardar every single time with that Ravage, if he gets to go out, then you just spent the biggest tool in your entire team's arsenal for absolutely nothing.
Talking about the Pango, he's having a really rough game, having to play against a Slardar in lane who got first blood and an additional kill. He's a full 1,000 net worth behind his counterpart. So Melo Jewel got his work cut out for him this game. Gonna need to reach his timings. He'll do his best to. The one saving grace though for the side of Team Lynx is, like you said, this side is having absolute free farm up top. So once he's ready to join his team, he should make a big difference.
Yeah, I'm hoping that he's going to, with the Vlads in his pocket, he's going to walk out a couple of towers, take down top, take down mid, and really slow down the capability of Namiga to follow up on their Slardar, the TP after him, for example.
Please smokes. Your boy is so confident and so not interested in this game. He hasn't even leveled Ravage yet. He's like, nah, just give me my farming tools, fam. I ain't leaving this area for a long time.
No, the Ravage is for when when it's time for the towers to start falling, and he's just not there yet. That said, he does seem to be holding the point for it.
Okay. Getting distracted, he was going for the ruin, but he's taking his like, nah, you do your thing, I got this guy. Oh man. That damage from the techies, nothing to scoff at.
Is under attack.
Yep, full points into the blast off. That is
I
the
like to
follow-up
see we kind
that
of hype
the
Link's
starter
draft
wants.
a lot. Kips, sorry to cut you there,
Dark
but
are
this
scanning.
support duo that we hyped up, the high damage,
Radiant's
the
middle
lockdown
tower
and such
is
from
under
them, it's
attack.
really paid off so far this game. This Tekis and Doctor doing a serious amount of work. It's not like Hoodwinked and Batrider are doing bad by any means, but they just don't have the same staying power as these two, cumbering up with their cores right now.
Yeah, but also the Batrider was
Radiant
supposed to be a core.
structures are
That really changes the name of the game. And if the Batrider doesn't have that farm coming out of the lane, if he doesn't get a fast blink dagger, then yeah, the entire dynamics of that duo changes.
100%. Like he's trying to smoke up and do something, but this side of the map is completely controlled by
Dire's
Nemega.
bottom
This
tower
high ground
is
in this
under
Radiant
attack.
jungle for now. Ain't a place of safety, but absolute danger. On the bright side for Team Link's, they two cores are absolutely farming up a Storm. 7 Jesus farming insane.
And he's coming in.
He's actually going to be keeping mid. They're actually going to go full commit here. Look at that stun, look at that avalanche, it's so much damage.
Love that rotation.
On young God. Yes, it is. Mellow Jewel, he's not done just yet. Looking for Tekis here as well. Ariel trying to get the blast off the high ground. Supposedly it's not going to work, but the Taser does. But finally, we're seeing the Batrider come and make a big play, getting the Firefly to the high ground. So, big moves in from the Tiny at a timely portion of the game.
Yep. He gets glimpsed back to the bot lane as well. He will say thank you very much for that.
Southface
Nope.
actually coming to the mid lane. They have the static storm, he has the chronosphere available as well, but I still don't know if he can have enough damage. He pops the chrono, he's trying. But even together, they still don't have the damage. Mellow Jewel, he gets the swashbuckle away, but time zone actually gonna kick him out there. That play was calculated, and he was really good at matching the back line. They're going for QB5, and they get him too. So a full collapse here to the mid lane from Nemega, and he's looking to pay off. Tiny,
Here's the
sorry,
tide.
Tyrant, he finally comes in, but a little
Hasted
bit late. He does
fish.
have a haste rune.
Dire's bottom tower is
So
under
bad.
attack.
No, I don't think he expected that Faceless Void to show up, mate. I saw him, he TP'd in for the previous engagement already, decided to stay in the trees. I was about to bring him up later as an example of, hey, by the way, he's ready to 5v5.
Uh-oh.
But
Even
then he
gets
showed
to-
himself fully.
Tyrant supposed to TP here, but looks like they left already, but I do get one lasso here. And they punish off Mr. Tekis. Well, and Tyrant to cancel his TP, so he's just gonna go back to the top lane and farm. A very weird and interesting game so far, actually. I'm not expecting a lot of these moves, but it's turning into something exciting for us on the viewer side, at least.
No, especially the Faceless Void showing up there, like, we were saying that he was probably going to be necessary, even if the Chronosphere wasn't that great of a tool this game, and it's still Chronosphere, man, as you can see there. Like, it will still do a hell of a lot of work, just by virtue of the area denial and its duration as a stun alone.
Dire's top tower
100%. He
has
did max out
fallen.
the stats. He went for like trades, double rage band and stuff. So really wanted to be able to contribute as fast as he can. Just probably a necessity up against a side hunter. You need every point of armor and
Radiant's
damage you
bottom
can
tower
to be able
is
to
under
fight up
attack.
against him in lane. We see a nice smoke up here. It's actually smoke or smoke engagement. Mellow Jewel. Oh, he's on the low ground. He's gonna get caught, stunned. Was on the mark with the blast off was on. And look at the disruptor ult. He's doing some work. Disrupting the sharp shooter. Actually still goes off through the silence. That is an interesting interaction. And now they're gonna make the move, trying to kill off Disruptor. Might cost them here, Disruptor gonna fall eventually, and now Tyrant to come in. They find Young G, he gets blown up. 7 Jesu making crazy moves on this Tiny, super impactful on the map so
Love
far. And they're looking to chase for more. Can they get a lasso off? Not even needed. Mellow Jewel from the low ground, but that damage from the swashbuckler, I'm pretty sure it's a diffusal there to boot, so he's got an insane amount of it in. What was an even game? Even in favor of Nemega, maybe just 3 minutes ago, where it's completely turned on its head. It's a 4k goal lead, 14 minutes in. It's a tier 1 tower mid taken out, and it's a lot of momentum getting built up here for Team Lynx.
Dire's middle tower.
And they're not done
Yeah,
just
it feels like-
they're keeping up top on the
Radiant's
on the
bottom
Pangolier.
tower is under
They
attack.
want this voice.
Go, go, go.
They might be able to get him. He's got Chrono
He
to maybe
is
Chrono
so
and
far
run
from
away.
his
They have
tower.
Lasso. Oh, can they get the vision in time? No, what a TP.
That was the only thing that was going to save his life right there. Very well understood by him. No, what it looks like to me is Young G perhaps not fully
Radiant's
respecting the
middle tower is under
survivability of the
attack.
opponents, because that previous engagement, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think the Techies was involved in that, at least not from the start. It was him and Disruptor. That together is just
Radiant's
not
middle
quite enough to
tower
get a
is under
Pangolier, and
attack.
afterwards you get a lesson in why Pangolier is so good versus the Disruptor, because as soon as he gets his ult off, you
Dire's
cannot
bottom
touch him
tower
anymore.
is under attack.
And the entire fight turns around. And I feel like we've seen the starter several times now go really gung-ho with his blink dagger, but not quite getting the returns out of it that he wants to.
So it was a case of a millimeter. Techies actually was there. He did jump blast off in
he
with the
was.
Slaughter. But it was slightly off the mark. So that extra damage that they needed to kill
That is what happened.
Melojul there just didn't come out. So there's a bit of a misplay.
I see.
And now Melojul, he's going to put the pressure up top. The Disruptor gets a nice defensive bounty off. But this is what we spoke about. Rolling Thunder, he just doesn't care. He's going to kill Vanilla off. He wants to find Faceless Void, but Salvage not going to show himself. And he's actually looking to pump fake up the high ground, looking for a chance to re-engage. Youngie is going to jump forward. They have the currency available. But the TPs are coming out en masse. They're bringing Hoodwink up top too. I say en masse, but Tyrant said Tiny, they still farming. Tyrant is actually just going to walk here straight up. He doesn't give a shit right now, Kips. They got some. They don't
He
even
can
have the
go
vision.
wherever
They're
he
just walking
wants.
blind. He doesn't care. The Bushwhack's going to come out. He does have Ravage to combo up, but he doesn't want to come out under tier 2, and wisely so. Can they punish the fish? They got to take his jumping in. He's doing a lot of damage in the backline. Hoodwink gonna get caught as well. Does Yanchi have the damage to burst the back? Doesn't look like it. Meanwhile, Tyrant, the man against the wall, beating these guys the hell up. He kills off Techies. The 1-for-1 trade so far. They did have to commit a lot here on the Radiant. The Ravage already used, but can they snowball it into more Kipsy? They're gonna try for Yanchi in the river. This hero is pretty tough, and there we go, Chrono. These guys are tanky. They're bringing in the numbers, but Tiny, he's here too. What can he do? Axe even joining the fight. First time it feels like this entire game. Province 9, what can he do? He's gonna get stunned up. Can he tank through this? He's got the wrap, but it's not enough versus the tiny damage. It's just too damn high. And look at this. The cleave almost kills Void there. He gets a nice time of off, but
Techies is back.
He's gonna blow off Melojul. It's a good one. Now Tyrant, he wants to tuck his tail and run. And he will be able to. What a fight it was going on for so damn long.
You know what happens to me when I see fights like this that seemingly just continue for the sake of, well, we're already fighting, so I guess I'm coming there now as well. I hear the popcorn song playing in my head. And it keeps going and it keeps going. No. Forever and ever and ever until everybody's death cooldowns are finally too long to come TP direct back in or something like that. I'm loving Sevajesu's contribution to this game, by the way. Echo Saber, Silver Edge, shows up to every single rumble to rock and roll. Love it.
It's not like Salvage is not trying to contribute to his team. He's just a face to this Void. Like, what do you do before 40 minutes on zero? Not really much. So, having a bit of a hard time, and I kind of seeing why this Axe hero is not really getting picked up as well. Maybe in the later games he will make me eat my words, but for right now, he's got a lot of farm for offense. He's actually got the same farm as mid laner, but just doesn't come to the effectiveness of his farm right now is just not that high. But he does scale very well in the late game, along with his Faceless Void, so we'll see how it goes later on. But right now, he is trying to sneak up a Roshan. They're just gonna walk in there. They either smoke up from the Mega. Do they know they're in Roshan put Kips? I'm not sure. They're walking kind of weird right now. I don't think they do.
No,
After this
they
is a
are
really slow Roshan.
fishing in empty waters. Yeah, I mean they have a decent amount of minus armor over on the Radiant side, but not all that much straight up damage to actually kill the Roche with.
Radiant structures.
They got Gush. That's about it. Right now, nice
Radiant's
baby shoving
top
up top.
tower
Who
is
picked
under
up the
attack.
Aegis? Seven Jesu. Not a bad call. This guy's been so active with his team. Why not? He's the biggest, baddest warrior on the map in farm, in damage, in kills. Absolute menace right now.
And the vision from the Radiant is really far forward.
In the
Yeah,
last fight, did he have it already? Or was it just a raw Shadow Blade?
not sure actually.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Probably was a raw Shadow Blade, but it wasn't exactly a fight he picked, if you know what I mean. So it's hard to say like it was on an item timing.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It was just
Yeah.
Tidehunter hanging out in the Dire jungle until somebody did something about him.
Man, oh man. We do see, they actually did a crazy play trying to bait out somebody to come to that bot lane, just leaving the creep wave there, not showing. But Namega were wiser enough to dodge that bait. Now Team Lynx, they can just retreat over to the Tormentor. Taking them quite some time. Will they get it? They should get it eventually, right? Tiny refusing to use spells.
They will.
Help with this, so they'll get it eventually. Cost them a decent amount of HP. And it's going to be the boomerang coming out for Cubify.
Very nice. That's going to do a ton of work together with the Tiny's burst damage, especially. Get a boomerang on them, avatoss them. Yeah, that's gonna hurt.
Surprised they haven't changed this Batrider shard yet. Maybe it's better for Batrider to like siege towers and stuff. It's fine, but support Batrider, you hate to see it. Luckily, it didn't go for him, so he's fine. Titan can go for his Ags as well. Soaring into Ags. Kind of a common build we see nowadays. Just long range, peskiness. AoE minus armor.
And the Pango is, in the meantime, coming up on his Aghanim Scepter, and I think that as soon as we see that, we have plenty of excuses for Team Lynx to fully go on the offense again.
I mean, what are they not lacking anything? You have the team fight control from the
Dire's
Ravage, you
middle
have
tower
all this
is
damage
under
coming
attack.
out from Meloju, what his Ags. Tiny, we just have to hit the tower and wait for his team to follow up. Like, they're sitting in a really good position. 8k net worth deficit for the side of Omega. What does the Spaceless Void have? Is he able to
Dire's top
contribute to this
tower
fight? He's
is under
sitting on
attack.
a full Mjolnir now. So he got some damage, but BKB in tow, still very far away.
And he's also quite fragile. He'd really rather not be bothered until he finishes up the BKB as well.
That's going to jump forward, trying to blow off the Spider to start the fight. They do get a nice pickup, but the Ravage is there. It's going to cost him Opus 9. He gets the support, but it cost him his life, and so does Teki. Go bye-bye. And they're not done just yet. Meloju. Oh, wasn't brave enough to dive behind the tier 2 tower. I don't blame him. Not that he really needs to either. They just took the tier 2 top with the Tiny. They can probably gather on and go mid if they want to. Or they can maybe wait for the cooldown. But up top, Saber Jason is so by himself. This could be a good window for them. They're gonna jump forward. They catch the starter in the corner, but they didn't get the growth of haste off. So this should be fine. Oh my
that's
god,
what
he
you
just flips it
get.
around. He blows up the face of the void. He
Yeah.
does have the Aegis, so he's keen. Beelining in to try to help him. Trying to get you in time. He's gonna stand and try to fight the drop the ult. He's pretty good young. He's trying to use the man fight. I don't know if it's gonna work out. I think in the end, they do get the Tiny, but it costs them literally everything here, kids. They lose 4. They're gonna try chase for the 5th one. Vanelli, he's gonna try for the TP out. The push right comes out in time, and he dropped. It's a full 5-man wipe.
You were going to ask previously, or like you did actually ask rhetorically, like what are they waiting for? And Team Lynx were only waiting for an opportunity, and Namiga by jumping give them that again and again. And that's really all, because what you don't want to do is you don't want to engage blind into this much responsiveness from Namiga, right? There's the Disruptor ult, there's an Axe, there's a Slaughter, there's a Chronosphere, there's the Techie's Jump. You don't want to be the one that goes first, and Namiga is actually, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I don't think they're playing passively enough.
Is under attack.
Oh, how the turns have table. Mrs. Coach Aggression herself. He's saying, guys,
Yeah,
let's
I hate
total
to
a
say
bit.
it.
Let's chill, guys. Oh,
Dire's
man.
middle tower has
Tier
fallen.
2 mid falls down.
Dire's bottom tower
Team Lynx,
is under attack.
following your core philosophy, not this betrayal here. Kept they playing super aggressive. They take all the tier 2s, cleaning up the last one here bottom with the Tiny
Dire
alone.
are scanning.
This time he really is by himself if they wanted to go, but
Dire's
there's no
bottom
chrono or the
tower
like
is under
available.
attack. Dire's
And
bottom
he's just
They
gonna
learned
get that
from
tower
last
for free.
time.
Meanwhile, his team smoked up, looking for something. They get 5 self hate here. Oh boy, he'll be really living up
Got
to
a
his name.
leash.
There's the anchor coming out. There's the Defu. Oh my god, he just dies immediately. Vlad
Yeah,
having
the-
himself a game on this side hunter, man.
The Mjolnir, you are so bloody squishy on that Faceless Void. He wants to be the last one in the fight instead of getting caught first like that. And another.
DJ Khalid, another one. Young God gonna make the wise move to TP out just his tower. It's crazy that the kill score is only 20, like it's 2018, it's only 2 kills different for these teams, but the quality of these kills and the rest of the gameplay is extremely different right now. They're gonna make a move on to take his aerial, trying to do something before he inevitably goes down, but just doesn't have the damage anymore. He's gonna perish too.
I love how the Tide has been playing this as well. He has been making such a big nuisance of himself. I mean, it's one of the reasons that Namiga keeps going for him. Like, surely he can't keep getting away with this. And his answer is that, unfortunately, he's better at math than you.
Not to exaggerate, but I don't think there's been a single time this game they've even threatened to kill this Tyrant. He's looked completely immortal so far, and one of those heroes, do you really want to be giving a Tyrant an absolute free farm in a game? You know what I'm saying? Like, sure, Void wasn't threatened to die in the lane, but Tyrant is actually getting more than him. And throughout the game, he's kind of a counter to your carry. I do think the one last chance here for Namiga is if they can get to the triple BKB on Axe, Void, and Slaughter, they'd be in much better shape to fight, but they're not even giving them the chance. They're diving his Axe under tier 3 years, Mr. 7 too soon. And he blows him up yet again. Oh man, this poor Axie. And they'll okay, they don't need an Aegis. They could actually just hit on this tier 3. This man is playing with no fear. He's got his Tyrant behind him. He's got his back rider behind him.
Oh, there's a lasso.
He can take the bait. There we go. Beautiful Ravage catching 4 heroes. The chrono is great too. Is it going to be enough to bring out 7 J2? He's trying for the fight here on 7. What's up?
No, you're stuck.
Can't do it. He is stuck, but he did what he needed to in the fight. He broke up that chronosphere. It's a double buyback. They're going to try find this Tiger here. They do get him. So signs of life here. They cost them a ton. But they get heroes in the end. They kill both the Tiny and Mellow Jewel there. Even if using 2 buybacks, the goal swings in their favor, Kipsy.
I am really upset for Mellow Jewel there. He did not deserve to just get stuck. I have never seen a more superhero entrance from a Pangolier than that one. I mean, the Ravage was beautifully timed as well. Like, the spellcasting from Link's absolutely impeccable in that situation, which is indeed a very dangerous one going into. Like, we know that they've been looking for opportunities to get kills precisely because the reactivity from the Namiga. If you can't see that Chronosphere coming, if you can't see the Axe coming, then it's going to be devastating, and it was. Here then, tied 4-0-10.
For Vladik, can they kill him? They haven't been able to do it so far this game, but 5v5 versus 1 they managed to. That's a biggie. And they're going to get a tier 1 tower as well. Dare I say, my head's starting to get a bit shaky. If I'm Lynx right now playing up against the Foisters Void, playing up against all these heroes that scale so well into the late game, starting to get a bit fishy. If they get combat for the next Roshan Kips, we could have a completely different game on the hand for what we saw in the first 25 minutes here.
Radiant's bottom tower.
The Roshan is going to be the linchpin to this entire thing. If that Rosh either goes to Namiga or does not, at least not end up cleanly in the hands of Lynx, I think they're in trouble on the Radiant side. But another Aegis, and I think Lynx keeps on going as they were before. Here though,
They would have loved to fight 7J suit there, but he's just a little bit of the wiser to make it out of that. They're playing with their momentum so hard, catching that one pickoff after another pickoff, just like you say, cascading from a massive deficit into an almost playable game here.
Alright, Lynx. You gotta just, they're hugging their towers right now. And the tide's nearly back. I don't think they missed the Hoodwink nearly as much, so perhaps they will even risk getting gone on again. But there is another Chronosphere up.
Really unlucky for the Maker that the Roche respawn is so long. With Slaughter plus Faceless Void, they take it so damn fast. Even the Techies damage is crazy, but they're not giving up. If anybody shows they're ready to blow them the hell up in the Mika, they're gonna smoke and they're gonna go again. Every game breaks the smoke and they actually find the Tiny. Can they burst it down? There's so much damage. They Chronos face on 3 of your own heroes, my friend. I don't know if this is the right call, but they're trying and it's enough. They kill the Tiny. Oh my god, they threw every single thing and the kitchen sink at top to boot. But they get the Tiny. Is it going to be enough though? Tidehunter, he's going back in there because they don't care. 45, he's getting the advantage. The Rabbit comes on, he hits 4 heroes. It's a beautiful one. Is it going to be enough though? They lose the Hoodwink in the background. It's a 2-for-2 trade for now. Southway trying to continue the spike. They get Mellow Jewel as well. There's this such decisive gameplay from the Maker. Tidehunter, Vladik, he's trying to chase down Southway. Not going to find him, and now it's a similar situation. Kids, Tidehunter versus the world. This time, he knows the world's a little stronger and the Roshan is open. What a freaking comeback from the Maker. Backs against the wall, down 13k, attacked on the high ground, and it just turned this game on its head.
Oh, and Lynx just felt themselves a little bit too much. That high ground go was questionable at the best, and it just snowballed absolutely out of control for them. They have not actually managed to take the full 5v5. Because you see, the conditions are still there. That Festus Void can still die in an instant, but it has been the Namiga getting the first proper jumps now.
He TP'd out. Rose tossed him too hard and look at this bloody he jumped into the ages! What a move! Oh my god, they tried to kill Roshan on his run through the river, but they couldn't have the damage, and now it cost him the ages. This twist and turns, this is worse than Game of Thrones, Kipsy. And he's not done just yet trying for the techies. He's gone. What a game of Dota! This is madness!
Yeah, the writers are really messing with us right now, huh? Like, oh no, they've guessed the plot. Guess we're gonna have to change it. Oh no, they guessed our change. Guess we'll just change it again.
Oh man. Tyrant, the goddess Shiva's god completed, got this Aegis. You know, he doesn't have to wait to be reactive this time. He can jump and play super aggressive, bait some spells if he wants to. He has an Aegis on him. I guess Tiny would have loved that, but much better than face this void having it, Kipsy. They're gonna smoke up. They want to find self-hate. He doesn't know what's going on. He might just get caught. Beautiful time walk out. He has a BKB. Doesn't have a chrono, and he just gets bursted down through BKB and all. Now, Cobus 9 trying to fight. This time it's them gonna try to fight 4v5 without their carry. Is it gonna work out? Looking pretty decent for now, but they still can't kill Tyrant to the one, so they might be forced to back off. Sharpshooter just gonna hit the axe for now. Not too hit back full. What a game. Crazy business all on. 4v4 engagement, but Aces Void down for 50 seconds. They might lose their racks here. I don't know how they try to defend this. Oh, in the backline, so Sharpshooter is caught. He's dead. Oh man, and he used his buyback earlier. That's a big loss for them. Now,
they did not expect this man from downtown.
He just jumped in with the rabbit. He blows one up. And now, Void, he comes in with the chrono. But he just doesn't have the damage to kill the Tiny. No, he does. And now, gonna try to kill Miller Gula as well. They do it again. Up the high ground. Doing the defense. And now Tyrant, he had the Aegis, but he has no friends with him. He gets a beautiful blink off. QB5 showing that he's not alone. Helping his Tyrant for the moment. They're trying for him. Young God and Ariel just don't have the damage. They actually get brought down. But these three heroes might tell a different story. They're gonna go for Vladik and they're gonna bring him down. My god, this bottom lane of Rax is just a cursed place for Lynx to be. Every single time they go there, they just get the buybacks out and get punished so heavily. In fact, even the Void bought back, he got the buyback during that siege. Madness. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, no, the popcorn song is definitely still playing in the back of my head, I can tell you that. Absolute chaos. I mean, those big buybacks, though, could be very important for Lynx if they actually decide to keep on going. Like, they keep on seeing that this Void can die. Still only a BKB with a BKB, or say with a Mjolnir behind is still not a lot of stats. He can die instantly, and now after buying back, he also does not have any money in order to buy his next item. So even though they've once again gotten rebuffed, I don't think they should stop. I think they could keep going once again.
I mean, the only hero on the side of Dai who has not used his buyback yet is this Techies. Slaughter has bought back, Axe has bought back, Covis 9 has bought back, Self-8 has bought back, and of course Young God and the Slaughter as well has bought back. So he's managed to keep up his farm incredibly well here on the Slaughter, sitting at 1,500 gold, 1,700 gold, 2k ahead of his Faceless Void. But I don't know, he's going to go for the Silver Age on Void, trying to maybe kill this Tyrant a little faster. But I feel like a Butterfly helping him survive up against the Tiny might be a bit of a more helpful one. But then again, it's a lot of mixed damage. It's tough to say right now. When it comes down to execution in Omega, they're not stopping. They smoked up and ready to go yet again, kids. They actually get to stand up on Melody. If they can find this would be a huge pickup, although he's going to blink to the safe area. Vladik is not the guy they want to find. They don't have that break just yet, so it still takes a while to kill him. What the Ravage available? Could turn on his head very fast.
And they catch absolutely nobody. The Tiny was looking to take the Tormentor and bot, but Cubify just takes too much damage, and instead they smoke up and wait for a rotation themselves. But I don't think either team has any idea where the others are right now.
Not a clue. Gonna be a smoke up now from Team Lynx. They're gonna go to the portal. Still a tier 1 top.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Now, if they wanted to utilize a couple of buybacks of their own.
A lot of respect getting shown. Run back for the Tormentor. Batrider ready to siege with that Sarge shot now, lol.
It was
Young God
inevitable.
Yeah. What can you do? So,
Dire
Young
are
God almost
scanning.
got his Aghanims. He's got an AC Aghanims, BKB. He's going to be so damn tanky and survivable in these fights. It's hard to believe it considering how much damage the Tiny does, but he could get to the point where he can maybe survive through the initial burst, most importantly, and then from there, you never know what can happen.
That's true. I would have loved to see literally anybody on the Radiant team actually build themselves a Wind Waker, but so far it seems like everybody is prioritizing other items like hexes, or for the Tidehunter, just general AoE survivability items, and I get why, but any one Wind Waker could just make sure that your Tiny survives that Chronosphere. That's all that's needed.
Uh-oh, Tiny's
Well,
going hunting.
hell.
We've seen this story before. Oh no, he wasted the time walk. 7 Jesu. Oh, he actually had a Shadow Blade of his own, and now he's just gonna go and chrono the Batrider. What? This is madness. He does get the kill. And Tiny actually just tucked tail and run. I feel like he could have punished that, honestly.
You have no eyes on the rest of the Dire team, though.
That's fair. That's fair.
Like,
Oh
if you
boy,
get...
that's-
If Axe is sitting right behind him, you just threw the game. I see no way to justify a go there unless you get him right off the bat.
100%. They don't see what we see. Although he kills the Batrider, that's Chronosphere down for a very long time. I still don't know if that's worth it, the trade. If they can find another kill to snowball, it would be good. But looks like Vladimir keeps
Well-
working. They're going to get the bait to the hoodwink. Obviously, gonna jump. They should be able to get QB here. Doesn't need to, like, Tidehunter even wants to respond. He actually, for the first time in this game, just tuck tailed and run. He doesn't want none of the smoke no more, Kipsy.
No, his time is over. His
Tango
time
gets
is
an AC of
absolutely
his
over.
own. I feel like we're at the point of the game where net worth is kind of irrelevant. It's all about buybacks and who takes the better fights at this point.
More or less, yeah, like this is just about enough net worth to have 2 heroes be about an item ahead, and to be fair, that is a really massive Tiny still on the hunt on that top lane. He's going straight for self-hate again.
Radiant are scanning.
Fortunately, for the Faceless Void, net worth does matter. Like you say, Tiny, full item ahead. If he just has that one extra item and he can get you like a butterfly or something like that, then it's like prime time for Faceless Void. Luckily for the side of T-Blix, he's a bit behind. He's going to pop the Shadow Blade, sorry, his own Silver's Edge here. Do not show on this wave,
Both.
friend. Don't do it! Oh, he's fine. Holy shit, a carry player not being greedy. What year have I ate?
Both
Shout out
resist.
self-hate, man. Shout out self-hate.
7 Jess is just gonna go again though. Smells that there's
I feel like they
something in the
know what's
water.
up.
Yeah. He's
Good sense
just
of what
a
they're trying to
little
find
bit
for.
late.
Looking for the Hex on this Tidehunter.
Dire
Not a bad,
are scanning.
not a bad pickup. Blink Hex, instant initiation. Maybe catch somebody before they react to the BKBs.
What about that Wind Waker though?
It's a good point. Save through Chrono, one of the few
Yeah.
abilities in the game that can do that.
Yeah, like your other option is, and I'm saying this with all seriousness, Nigma used to do things like this. It's just straight up buy Aeon discs on everybody, especially on your cores.
Possibility. They're gonna go for a smoke here. Keeping to the outpost. All 5 heroes together. Farm up 1 creep camp, of course. Priorities. Actually, just gonna hold the high ground. Which is the correct move. Don't need to make any overzealous plays. They're gonna bait anybody in the lane. Self-hate, not gonna show on the wave. Do they not have a smoke available? That is a possibility, but they don't
Baiting
give
that
a shit. They're
fish.
gonna go anyway. They can get the score off. They get the Tidehunter. Beautiful static storm. The break is there. Now, Mellow 2, who's gonna come in with the rolling thunder. Doing a lot of disruption and getting bashed up here by Starter with the BKB. Instant buyback from Vladik. Wins the fight. So now they down a buyback.
Hey,
Wait.
I don't want to say, but you know which item is also very good against Disruptor?
I'm listening to you, Gibbs. I'm listening to you.
Yeah, it's they're not losing to the Slardar, to the Axe. I mean, hell, it's also really good against the Axe though. They're not even losing to the Disruptor. They've been losing to Chronosphere. And there are items by which you can count that out.
The Roshan is back up. Both teams sticking around this area. They know how important it is. Probably the big decision, the big factor influencing Vladik's buyback here. Though the bright side is they force out the Tyrant to buyback, but they never have to use any cooldowns. So they in full position to take this fight here if they want to in Omega. The Roar's going to be there because Tyrant has sold the Aegis last time round. They're going to push out this wave. Yankwad, in fact, going to show on the wave. But Roshan is going nonetheless. Pretty tanky at this point. They're going to smoke up on the Omega now. Let's see how this goes. They're quite hard committing on the pit. Can they get an axe call here? This would be huge. Even if Static Storm is back up, they're going to pop this guard. They're going to Scott Miller Jewel, and he's kind of stuck on the high ground again. He kind of messed up there. That's going to be Rolling Thunder down for quite a bit. But in the back line,
this fight is split.
He destroys the Disruptor. The laptop pretty good as well, but it's going to cost back Rider his life. They get the techies too. He has a buyback. Buybacks all round. Just getting expended south. Wait, to use the Chrono. Trying to kill Mellow Jewel, it seems. They do get him. Now, what do they have for the Tiny in the back line? They're going to drop the Static Storm. The young G man fighting up against Tiny and actually winning for now. Southway coming to give himself back up, and it's more than enough. They kill Tiny. He's out of the tech. 95 seconds. He has a buyback available. I don't think he's going to expend it though. Might just have to give up the Roche finally. And they're chasing for more. Batrider. He used his buyback earlier. Are they going to really chase for this guy fully? Yes, they are. They have a Disruptor. There's the clip. More than enough needed. They kill him. And they're going to get Roshan. I don't think Vladik's going to be able to steal this one away. You can see.
No, and I don't think he should be trying anymore either. Let's stick to getting the level 25 here.
I hate to laugh, but it's a very weirdly timed pause. Up 15k, get wiped by the Roshan fit 40 minutes into the game, and you're just like, guys, let's talk about it.
I don't think they're talking about anything in that regard. I still think that it's, I don't know, somebody's mouse cable is tangled. Somebody's little brother came into their room and started screaming that it was his turn on the Xbox now. I don't know. It's, I don't think you have much to talk about here if your team links at all that couldn't wait until the break between the games, because it's over, you know. You had your time.
They're all dead too, so they don't need to do anything like that. Oh man.
No, so it must be something else. The cat just fell down the stairs.
I can't believe South-Hate has played such a good game. Like, he's so far behind in the network for almost the entirety of this game, right? And he's 7-3-15. You don't often see Faceless Voids contributing this much to like the actual gameplay before critical mass, right? And he's just done a phenomenal job through really tough positions. Genuinely sensational performance all around. The shot calling, the bravery, the like, what's the word? Like the proactiveness of the way they played has just been fantastic. And now they find themselves a refresher shot for Faceless Void. Double bubble trouble.
It's about as bad as it can get for Team Links. And now, yeah, even if you buy that Aeon-Disc, yeah, it's queued up on the tide right now. You buy the Aeon-Disc, now there is a second Chronosphere. It's a little too late. Yeah, I'm just a little sad.
Well, you never know what can happen. Don't be too upset if you're kind of pulling for Links right now, because we see they had that huge advantage.
Because they played fast.
They went up the high ground. They went up the high ground and they got bombed, right? And Silent Omega, they haven't had the chance to go up high ground just yet, so we'll see how the execution looks up there. Again, that game isn't too difficult to play when you have a Chronosphere available on your team and a refresher for the Chronosphere in case you missed the first one, you know?
Talk about old people shoutouts here. How about a Lodasphere?
Yeah. Oh man. We had the Shiva
You had to
Rabbit
dig
the
through
other
the
day,
archives for a
Lodasphere
second.
now.
Yeah.
Oh bad. Would we? Let's find us a shot here. Oh boy, that was close.
Radiant's bottom tower
Usually,
is under attack.
10 minutes in, if a Disruptor dies, nobody really cares. 55 minutes in or 43 minutes in, if a Disruptor dies, that's a big deal. This guy got Hycodus.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
a big part of their team fight. Every single
Well, but he doesn't have axe,
especially
though.
with the buyback situation. He does not have an axe yet.
No, I've checked him several times now.
And now they're actually going to make some moves. Young G looking to find somebody, but he's gonna be the hunted now. He jumps in trying to get somebody, and he gets
Nice find.
pulled in. Obviously, forced to get the hell out. Oh boy, a bit overzealous. Something we've criticized the Maker for earlier, but that's what got them back into this game. And now, Benelli, oh man, what is he gonna do? He tries his best, but funny enough, the tick on the damage wasn't enough to stop the Blink Dagger, and Melojul catches him in the end. Him dying is actually a big problem. 95 seconds, no buyback. Oh boy, are we gonna see for the third time? They're gonna go for this bottom laner of Rax for the side of Team Lynx.
Yep.
Self-hate. He's Invis himself. He's got a Sentry Ward. Does he see the Tiny? I don't know if it's in rage. I don't think so, unfortunately. Gonna see Cracker. That's not the guy you want to jump.
There's the
Actually,
Hex reveal.
They find the faceless void. They have to buy back. They have to do something here. He's got an Aegis. He's gonna pop the BKB. He's gonna time walk out. He's actually still going. That's an amazing thing to see. He's much more survivable now than earlier. And now he's gonna turn it.
Oh my lord, it's the same place!
He kills Hoodwink, and like we said, this curse bottom right, every single time they go there, they get punished so damn heavily. They're gonna jump with everybody to triple kill, make that an ultra kill for self-hate. Oh man, I bet you he's not hating himself right now. He's gotta be feeling himself. Catching the gank, keeping his Aegis, baiting 4 heroes in, and then getting the biggest chrono of the game we've seen so far. It's absolute madness here. The Mega Man turned this game on its head. That's 3 heroes hit without buyback. Melojul seeing the desperation, popping Rolling Thunder, trying to kill this creep wave. He's doing a decent job. He's gonna get the TP off. He'll be fine, but the creeps still survive. As long as they get that backdoor protection down, they're not gonna kill Nameka. They smell blood and they're gonna go for this. Still 1.5 minutes left in the Aegis, mind you.
Oh, Team Lynx. There was something about you that you don't get fooled again, but they fooled themselves. I'm not even sure why they were chasing the Faceless Void there, because up the hill, it never ends well. It never ends well. You know how much counter engage there is on that enemy team. You didn't have eyes on him anymore. And now I think it is all over but the crying. What a disaster.
30 seconds before the Tiny's back up. Bad Rider will be back up in a second. 50 seconds so Tidehunter. Not too long before the Tidehunter, sorry, the Tiny's back up. 20 seconds. They could maybe look for something 4v5 for a while. 38 seconds on this Aegis, but they're actually gonna make, and I'm shocking to say this, they're gonna make the responsible move and back out in the Mega.
No, but there are 2 tier 2 towers still up, so it would take them a long time to actually push more. By the time the Tidehunter is up, you don't get more base territory here. So instead you take care of your waves, you group back up, and you look for an opportunity to take a fight that will enable you to actually push full lane plus tier 2.
And they're not really in a rush to play either, right? They are the team who has to face the They can scale. As long as the game goes on, the better chance they have. And now they're going to jump forward. He has a double damage on Self-Hate. He eats through Melojul. Oh my god, they make quick work of him. Unfortunately, no bashes there. And the BKB was pretty clutch from Cracker to make sure that Glimpse doesn't catch him too. Man, oh man. And like you say, when your opponents make a move, that's the opportunity you get, right? And we've seen that for both teams throughout this game. And now, fight. Oh my god.
Lotus Spears.
Give it and gave it, take it away. You get the 4-man one earlier, then you get the completely whooped one now. Now actually,
it all comes out in the wash.
Supports are behind him. Oh, the background didn't actually last, so I wonder why not. He will do it now. And Counter-9 gonna cost him. And look at the Ravage catching the 2 support in the background as well. Nameka? What's happening?
Their turn to have the popcorn song playing in their heads, I think.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I don't know why. Why not just stick his 5? I don't know.
Are scanning.
Yeah, because you're winning now, right? And you're extending your momentum, pick off after pick off. But burst damage has never been what won them the game. It's something that you see a lot in teams that start winning. They stop doing the thing that won them the game because they think they're on top right now, and they think that they can now just take more freedoms. But especially if the way that they were winning was very conditional, say predicated on just a single spell from your carry, like a Chronosphere, then it's very easy to get carried away and feel like, oh, since you're winning now, you can just start playing your hero however you wanted to. And it happens to everybody. It happens to the best teams. It's one of those things that you can see if a team is going to throw, if they stop having the discipline to play the exact same way that has been winning them the game thus far.
All right, now it looks like a game of Dota 2. I mean, a baseball instead of Dota 2 with the amount of throwing we've been seeing from both these team Gibbs. 27 seconds before the axe is back up. Chronosphere will come up soon again. But man, oh man, the later the game goes, even though I said the Faceless Void is the biggest, baddest carry, you still need some level of execution. If you're whooping Chronospheres, if you... it's still quite tough to play the game. And Tidehunter surely should be going for a refresher orb now on his hero as well. Actually not looking towards a refresher at all. He wants to pick up the Aghanim's Blessing and a... what is it called? An Overwhelming Blink.
Yep.
How does the Disruptor not have an axe? We're 50 minutes in. He took a greedy enchantment. Oh my god, he's only got 10,000 net worth. Okay, let me not talk too much shit about my boy, but he's tried his best. He's tried his best.
He's been having a rough game,
Dire
man.
are scanning.
There's really not been anything for him to do but sit back and hope that there's something that he can follow up on eventually. Like that Blink Static Storm that we saw there was his first Blink Static Storm of the game as far as I'm concerned. And that was at what, 40 minutes?
On the wave. They're gonna jump in with young
He's
Geese.
gonna pay the iron price.
Putting everything on to this Mellow Jew Pangolier here, and they're gonna get him. Again, he does have the buyback. The waves are shoved out, so I don't think it's the most important kill. They have a creep wave coming through mid here. Kinda, so they can actually threaten the tower if they want to. But do they want to? That's a different situation. A different question altogether.
Radiant's top tower is under
Yeah,
actually
7
gonna go
Justice
for
is
it.
gonna cut it as well.
There is already a creep wave into the base, hitting onto the tier 4, so backup protection is completely disabled. Now Self-Hate wailing over that tower, destroys it in an instant. Now going for the racks. He didn't buy out his butterfly, keeping the buyback instead.
Radiant's
That's how
top
the evasion
barracks are
tool.
under attack.
Very important part of that. It looks like they're just going to give up a racks here on the side
Radiant's
of
top barracks
Team League.
has
They don't want to
fallen.
use the buyback and the Pango. Interesting
Radiant's
move.
top barracks has fallen.
What do you think about this, Gipsy?
I mean, correct move as far as I'm concerned. If you're Team Links, if you don't have the tools to get the jump on them, then you don't have the tools to win the fights at all. You know you're gonna lose heroes against the Chronosphere. So if you have no way to mitigate the Chronosphere, if you don't have Aeon Discs up, if you don't have Wind Wakers up, then all you can do is make sure that you take some of them down before you guaranteed get killed by the Chrono.
Cracker trying to skip up these waves here, but Corvus 9, he TP'd in. Wants to get some punishment. Is he going to find the bat? Bat looks a bit looks the wiser right now. Blink Dagger on cooldown for Corvus 9, so Bat will be A-okay. They're doing a good job of keeping the lane sharp, I will say, for Team Lynx. Now, they need to make aggressive moves on their own.
They'd love to
Back
find a
right
pick
away.
off here and then immediately go back in for those bot racks. Just assassinate them. That would be nice.
Bat Rider is going for the Aghanims. It's kind of hard, right? If you like Blink, you catch the Face the Void +1 with the axe on the lasso. Doesn't really matter because you have the axe counter play through BKB, you have Slaughter to back into BKB. It's quite a tough one in now. He's going to give up the Aegis. Aegis number 4. Just going to be the one to do the trick.
And another refresher.
Dire's bottom
Well, I feel
barracks are
good
under
for Mr.
attack.
Faceless.
Yeah, the only chance that Lynx has really is to catch him before he gets those off. So the lasso really could be a make it or break it tool in this game here.
I'm going to smoke up. So they're actually kind of praying for a mistake here. Let them get the Aegis, seeing if they make a mistake on the map and catching somebody off guard. Disruptor going to break the
And this
smoke.
Disruptor.
They know where he is. They might find him, get a beautiful...
They got the Void!
There's the active
But they don't know.
coming up to get the Void as well. They don't know. He's still inverse now. Melotoon's going to jump in. Can they burn out the Aegis? Yes, they do. The Ravage comes out to kill Disruptor too. Might have been a bit hasty on the Ravage there. Only catching one. Vladik, yes, stuck tail and rush at the moment. So it's really shocked he never went for a refresher on the Tidehunter, man. They're going to get the clips on him. BKB, no, he does not. He's going to get pulled through his air. That's not going to do two things for long, and he's just going to get brought down. And the Roshan did end up using his buyback there as well. Kind of paid off. 90 seconds still tied under 600 gold before he has that. This could be a bit of a window for Namega. They still have the Chrono, they still have Refresher on Faceless Void.
Regeneration.
A
Is this the
huge
time to
window.
just go
I
for
don't think
throne
he cares
kicks?
about the ages. Possibly, yeah. You have the refresher shard. I don't think they need to back off for anything right now.
I mean,
Radiant's
they don't
middle
know the
tower
Tyrant
is
doesn't
under
have
attack.
a buyback, but surely they'll figure it out at some point while they're just hitting at this bag to absolutely, I'm sorry, the throne with a zero response. Tiny trying to play some Rack Dota, taking on the Racks, but Raxes don't matter, my friend. As Dota said, throne is the only thing that matters here, Kipton. Right now, you're losing your tier 4s and that throne is about to be exposed. Rolling Thunder making some space here. They look like they're trying for a base race, Tiny. Oh, he's going to be finally keeping it. Now the Chronosphere comes out. They're going to make the move to Melody. He did hold his buyback earlier, so he will be able to come back after the first Chronosphere. They kill Hoodwink, they kill Melody. They're going to get the buybacks immediately. Tiny's coming through. Beautiful last up, but they get the second Chronosphere. They're guiding him from the base. Can they turn the 7 users trying to turn the tide, but he just gets brought down and now the throne's exposed. He's hitting the throne. They just can't do anything about it. They clutched the first game. Namega, what a performance, Kip. They were down 30k. Their Raxus was under attack. It's easy to forget that at this point, but at the end of the day, they were the better team and have given themselves that 1-0 series lead so far.
That was one hell of a struggle because they themselves clearly didn't fully control their own momentum yet either. But with that power of that Faceless Void, with several double Chronospheres now, and the insane amount of control that they have, as soon as they caught any hero, anyone at all, it was always a kill for them. And Team Lynx eventually, especially into the late game, you can't just drop heroes like that anymore. It's not worth it. And they themselves lost control several times on that bot Rax, and that is ultimately, I think, where they let go of the game.
Well, if this game is anything to go by, this series is about to be an all-time cracker. 55 minutes, Namega get that advantage. Go get your coffee, go get your tea, guys, because game 2, oh boy, I'm excited for it just after this break.
Girl, shake that body. Shake it down to the ground. Whoa, girl, shake that body. Show me how it's gonna go down. Don't be late to the party. Don't be afraid to scream and shout. 'Cause when we dance to the music, you know that's what it's all about. Yeah, yeah. Hey, girl, shake that body. Shake it to the left and to the right. Yeah, girl, shake that body. We're gonna shake it all night. We're going down to the nightclub in my stretch SUV. 'Cause you know, girl, when we're dancing, there's no place I'd rather be. Yeah, yeah. Girl, shake that body. Ooh, girl, shake that body.
out ahead. There are stories I need to tell. There is laughter I need to share. Joy and love all around. I can feel it in the air. Oh, nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong.
set me free.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you got your coffee. I hope you got your popcorn. I hope you feel revitalized after seeing the epic that was this first game of this series. Kips, topsy-turvy is like an understatement. Throws doesn't even begin to cut it. It was up, down, left, right. We saw everything last game.
We did see everything, the entire spectrum of human emotion. Utter defeat, total triumph, overplaying out of sadness, overplaying out of madness, overplaying out of sheer hope. It did truly have everything and more. So, you know, I'm a creature of order. Maybe they got it all out of their system. You know, the previous map, we're going to have a nice, organized little game of Dota 2. Is that too much to ask for, you think?
Yes. Leave the order for the other teams. I want to see more
Radiant's
madness,
team
more
back.
chaos. I mean,
Dire team
my job is just to shout about the things that are happening. So obviously, I would enjoy this. I mean, you, an analyst, you have to sit there and be like, okay, X did Y because of Z. And when you can't really do maths with fruit, I don't know what to say. It's just like the game is so
Radiant
crazy.
team
What do you even
pick.
talk about there? You know what I'm saying?
Yes, no, that's pretty much exactly the despair of the analyst whenever games like this happened. Like, you feel almost confined to going like, yeah, that was not a very good decision from Team A, but it also was not a good decision from Team B.
10 seconds
Team B
remaining.
won for some reason, though, because they casted the spell better.
5 seconds remaining.
Click your buttons better, kids. Click your buttons better. So, start off the shop.
That's
we
what
have
it comes
a
down to
Phoenix
in the end.
coming out
Dire
from Team
team
Links.
bad.
And the Bat Rider picked up for Namega this time. First pick. I mean, there's no other way to do it because how else are you going to get Bat Rider in the draft these days? We see the techies banned out, showing respect to Ariel's techies, even though...
10 seconds remaining.
Wait, yeah, they won on Dire, right. Okay, that was a very long
5
game, very
seconds
confusing game. The
remaining.
techies was on
Yes.
the winning team, in fact. Tyrant taken
He
out
was.
as well. I feel like he wreaked havoc in last game, especially in the early game before we got to the true madness portions. He was untouchable, unkillable. Just did exactly what he needed to do for his team.
Yes. I was very close to declaring him the MVP no matter what happened after, but I'm very glad that I shut up and not let that thought creep out of my mouth, because I would have looked really silly.
Oh man, gotta give him a little bit of a flame. My guy didn't buy a refresher or tired. I don't know why. And my
Dire
MVP for
team
last
back.
game's gotta go to my boy. He should change his name from self-hate to self-love, because my god, from the worst of circumstances, man's managed to clutch it out with Faceless Void. It was a crazy performance from him. I don't remember his KD off the top of top of the dome right now, but he made mode sickle by
10
the end of that.
seconds remaining.
He was 15, 3, and 17
5 seconds
when the dust
remaining.
settled.
Goddamn. The fact that he only died 3
Respectable.
times.
Radiant team bad.
100%.
I mean, he disappeared so fast all 3 times that it was very easy to feel like he should have died more. But no,
True.
the damage was really quite. And I believe somewhere in the middle of the game we did also comment on the overall kills in the game, that in spite of Team Link's being
10
nominally in charge of the game, the
remaining.
kill score was actually very even.
5 seconds
Very
remaining.
good point. So they always managed. They played such an interesting strategy. They never gave up. They never felt they won the back foot. They always just kept on making these aggressive plays over and over again. Try, and you might succeed. That was kind of the story of this game. On the flip side for Team
For
Links,
both?
they tried the same thing, and it was the definition of insanity. You know what I'm saying? That bottom lane Rax was just like their demise. Not once, not twice,
Radiant
Gibbs, but
team
3 times they ended up losing
Dire
massive
team
team
pick.
fights there. So
Stare your
fortunate
death in
situation
the
for them.
face.
Hopefully they can get their composure now in the second game. Go back to the drawing board. Try play a more normal game of Dota, because it seems this madness, this craziness, this chaos really is where Namega thrives on, right?
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, yeah, that definitely seemed like
5
they
seconds
wanted. Even
remaining.
after they were back in control of the game, they definitely seemed to want just a little more chaos in their chaos. At any rate, Muerta coming out here again. This could be a very deadly support combination put up together with the Batrider, but we did just see a relatively successful switch of the Batrider towards the support. I gotta say, I don't love the support Batrider anymore since his farming capabilities are not nearly as big as they used to be, and you definitely do need to farm on this hero, but it can still be switched in a pinch just like the Muerta. So Namiga with a very flexible opening, and Team Lynx with a combination that we've seen before, the Phoenix
10
Rubik.
seconds
Really
remaining.
enjoyed it with the Tidehunter, not sure how much I like it with the
5
Underlord.
seconds
And
remaining.
especially a little bit, well, we're going to have to see, right? Because Vladik looked phenomenal on the Tidehunter, and Tidehunter is not that much of a playmaking hero. This is also a really big hero that gets what he wants by putting his really big body in places where it's very inconvenient for the enemy team. Underlord can do that too. So as much as I'm an Underlord hater, it is entirely possible that Vladik is able to put out a really good performance with this hero. But I do think it looks kind of on the passive side put together.
Yeah, again, with the change of the skies, Aghanim's, if you can get it early enough, you can actually make plays with your team. You a big form of disruption. Kind of, like you say, fits a similar mold as a Tidehunter. You be this big tanky frontliner, soaks up the damage, and then has a lot of turnaround play as well. I feel like I've seen this draft. I'm getting deja vu on deja vu on deja vu. Phoenix, Rubik, Underlord in so many different games in this Division 2 of DreamLeague. And it has looked decent for the most part, so I'm not going to knock it too hard. We could see this Moita now become a carry because she knows she'll have the Underlord matchup in the offlane. I'm not going to be
Radiant
too
team
upset about that.
Silencer.
Then we see a Silencer come out here as well, so... Interesting pick. We have seen a few Silencers. It seems like if you want to like be a combo breaker, if you time your global silence well, it can work out quite decently.
Dire team pick.
Can be a decent lane bully at times, but can also get punished. And they got quite a relatively quick draft going here for Side and Omega once again. Not many cooldowns to worry about.
Yeah, except for that global, I guess. But then again, the thing with the global that I think you want to stop off mostly is that egg.
10
As well as, of
seconds
course, the
remaining.
ability of the Underlord to indeed come to the rescue from the other side of the map. And
5
that is
seconds remaining.
more annoying to an Underlord than you think, because it actually, even just the threat of the global silence means that you can't simply play on the opposite side of the map from your team. Just like on a Nature's Prophet, it disables a lot of your entire playstyle. Even if he never presses it a single
Dire
time,
team
you're
back.
going to have to play the entire game as if you're going to get globaled.
Yeah, the global silence is so valuable, stopping these supernovas, even stopping like a simple Sunray or something, like healing up this Luna and Unload in fights. Extremely clutch. Do like this Luna pick as well, another tempo-based hero.
10
Like you have
seconds
a much
remaining.
more clear, cohesive strategy
Radiant
this time from
team
Team Leagues.
back.
Not think they did it in the first game, mind you, but I feel like formation-wise, right, going up the high ground, you know what you're supposed to be doing here. And I think that's an important
Yes.
thing. That was their true weakness. Besides everything else that happened, all the madness in the game, the fact that they didn't push high ground in a cohesive manner and they got punished like that, that's where they
10
got to improve on
seconds
for this game.
remaining.
And I feel like Underlord Luna draft kind of gives them that with the Phoenix behind them as well.
5 seconds remaining.
The Phoenix, the Rubik
I
looked
mean-
for save. Sorry, go for it.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to interject that going up high ground versus Axe
Dire
Void
team
Disruptor, I don't think there is any formation that will save you there. I think you gotta get the pick off before you go high ground, or you gotta have an Aegis in your pocket. But versus this team, yeah, you're completely right. Luna really encourages you to play in the correct formation. Everybody knows how to do the set piece battle
10
when you have a
seconds
Luna.
remaining.
And that is, and having a Sieger in general just
5
feels
seconds
much better
remaining.
than needing to walk all the way up there with the Tiny and force your team to stand way closer to the enemy base than you'd have to with, you know, something like a Luna.
100%. They did go for the Slaughter. We see yet another Slaughter. Young G had a decent performance on it last game. He played absolutely fearlessly, I'd like to say. Never afraid to start these fights, blinking, no matter how many heroes are around him. And he actually ended up scaling really well to the late game. Like, he could actually go toe-to-toe with the Tiny at some point. Very decent performance, so I'm not upset that they went for that. Comboed up with a Moita as well, that's like minus armor on top of all of physical and magic damage. Gonna be pretty dangerous to deal with. And I think the Moita versus Luna matchup is a really good one for Moita as well. If she can't get on top of you from the long range, you outrange her and out DPS her
Radiant
from
team
afar.
back.
Yep, agreed. The only question is, of course, will this Slardar actually end up on the mid lane. The Batrider could also still be mid. It really all depends on the last pick from Team Lynx here, because I know that Young G is definitely familiar with the Batrider as well, and they are banning out the Razor themselves, probably suggesting that they are looking to put the Slardar mid. Seems like one of the few heroes that can give the fish a hard time.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Last bans, they go for the Estar and the Lifestealer, kind of protecting the Underlord. I really like to see that. Even though it could have been, we think it's a Muay Thai carry, they could have still moved it to support if they wanted to, and just making sure the Underlord has the game is a very big deal. The final pick will be on Jamaica again, so... Oh, go for it.
No, I'm just saying, like, especially with Phoenix Underlord, the fact that you already have a ranged carry who you know is going to have a good lane, I would really not be looking for another carry if I'm Nemiga here. But Nemiga is not me, and perhaps they have an option that they feel still better about versus this Tiny that's now come in as well. Tiny on the mid lane plays a lot like the Tiny on the safe lane.
5 seconds.
I just often get a little less time to farm, but I guess if we look at the previous game, that there wasn't a lot of farming involved from 7jesu anyway. Just mostly farming kills, and I do believe that Mellow Jewel can pull that off, so I'm surprised. And yeah, there we go.
Select your heroes.
Should be Muerta carry and the Batrider to support.
You're gonna play offlane Pango and the mid Slardar once again. Slardar versus Tiny, I think it's like, I would say it's like 52-48 in favor of Slardar, but then again, I don't think you're too bothered with the Tiny. I think the only difference between mid Tiny and carry Tiny is instead of going like Echo Shadowblade, you go like Blink Echo, right? In that order.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes they literally do straight up the carry build though. It's not unheard of, and we saw how good of an initiation tool the Shadowblade can be in the previous game as well. So let's see if he is indeed going to go just for the blink. I would, you know what? I do think I would lean that way myself this game as well, just because you have an Underlord over on your side lane, and you want to be able to have at least one blink stunner in this game, no matter what. So, agreed. That's probably going to be a blink dagger.
Yeah, unfortunately for Melaju, he'll be the sole guy to move around with the support and make plays on the map. And there's, like, you can burst both Silencer and Batrider with your combo, maxing out your nukes very easily. You can get onto the Muay Thai in the early portions of the game, burst her very easily. So, again, the benefits of the Blink Dagger is that, but also if you take long to get the Blink Dagger, if you whiff some of the initiations, you can end up falling behind on the mid Tiny. But I don't think that's too big of an issue. I really believe Luna and Underlord should be farming so damn much this game that they will be the scale, and you just can kind of go. I don't know if you remember, sometimes mid Tinies were going like Blink, 4-staff, Octarine, like you become full utility. I don't think that'll happen in this game, but like the options is there and the possibilities do exist.
Yep, well, I think indeed in this game you'd like to have a secondary core to be able to slap the Muerta around. One of them for before the ult goes off, and one of them after, something like that. That is always something that works out very well. That's the hardest part for a full-on like single carry matchup versus the Muerta, right? Is that you gotta lay off of her while she pops the Pierce the Veil, and you sit on your hands for a while. And then if you're still alive after, you get to come back in. And that is, if you have two proper right-click DPS cores, you don't have to do that. You can just simply pass the baton.
I wonder if Team Lynx will go full on like momentum tempo based draft and go for like a early Luna Aghanims this game. Then you have some magic damage through the Muay Thai ultimate, and it's just like the team fight prowess is crazy. Like you can hit a timing of, you have like 2 items on Underlord, second big item Ags on the Luna, and then if the Muay Thai went very greedy and didn't go for the early BKB, you can probably just run over them, to be honest.
You certainly have the options, yeah. I mean, your Luna will always remain vulnerable in this game, and you don't make it to the high ground before this Batrider has at least a Blink Dagger, which is a Batrider on the high ground is always a huge complicating factor. So, unfortunately, I think that even if you run them over really hard this game, there is this high ground choke point in this game that is going to be brutal to tackle if you're Team Lynx. And I don't want to jinx them here because they've had some issues with with that high ground before. But I definitely do think that they should be giving it due respect once again this game as well. And Muerta on the high ground is always a problem.
No, I get you 100%. I kind of just theory crafting in the sense that, like, for me, the Moita versus Luna matchup never gets better for Luna, right? As the game goes later and later, the more range she has and the more damage she has, the less Luna can really do about it. So I'm just thinking if you could get to a timing, like you put the ulti on the Tiny, for example, he jumps in the base, he blows a couple of people up, and then you can destroy the towers after that. But like, again, it's all just theory crafting at this point. How that game actually plays out, we will still have to see. And what route Mr. Luna goes for is he's still up for debate. It's not the only difference between Luna gameplay is like you either buy Ags early or you just go like Manta, Butters, Satanic. There's not really that much variation in the heroes. You know, BKB in there somewhere.
No, it's true. I didn't mean to sound dismissive, by the way. I'm actually a really big fan of exactly the strategy that you describe here, because burst damage is a super powerful tool, and the burst damage that the Eclipse provides is absolutely nutty. So yeah, jumping up to the high ground with that Eclipse on a Tiny could, as you say, perhaps be the key to actually make that early high ground push possible. I totally agree with you there, and I'd like to see it happen, but it's definitely it's a gamble. It's a risk. Not everybody's comfortable with taking that risk.
100%. On the flip side, you have kind of a similar situation we've seen with Nemega in the past, or literally the last game. In the past, I'm talking like so many years ago, we have like these 4 very proactive heroes who just want to move around the map, make plays, get kills, and the super like late game farming carry. I would say Moita is even worse than the Void in the sense that, like, you know, even without damage, you can still like pop a chrono and give your team utility in that sense. Moita, she really doesn't want to be contributing to anything until like 3 items, right?
Yeah, absolutely not. This is very reminiscent of the Faceless Void in the previous game, isn't it? With a bit of a difference in that Muerta can actually contribute damage-wise early on. But she's just as fragile, she has no escape, and she absolutely has a lot of trouble contributing as a disabler as well. Now, of course, Deadshot is one of the premier spells in the game as far as I'm concerned, but showing up as a Muerta, taking time away from your farming just to throw in a Deadshot and, you know, fuck off into the woods again, pardon my French, I don't think that is quite the efficiency that most carries aim for. So I indeed think that we will be seeing Self-Hate stick to pretty much the same game plan as the previous game.
100%. I wonder how the lane's going to go. It's going to be a pos 5 Phoenix. It's going to be Rubik Underlord. So kind of an annoying lane to deal with. But I wonder, like, is it going to be as hard as the Void lane, or should you have more help with the Silencer? I don't know.
Hey, you wanna hear something funny? We've been poking gentle fun at Self-Hate, right, for his name, but that's just his pro name, and then in pubs he's currently named Cortisol Expert. So not only is he Self-Hate, but he is also the premier expert on the stress hormone. Never seen anybody.
Really
he's a complicated person.
Happy-go-lucky guy, you know? I'm sure he's completely calm when he's playing carry in the pubs and his support messes up a pull. I'm sure he takes that very well.
On the nose, yeah. Or on the chin, I should say. No, I think that at least he has a theme, you know? Very clearly psychologically sensitive and aware man.
Long way.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how loud do you think his decibels are if he's playing a game on ranked and the mid player picks up the Aegis instead of him?
No. It's entirely possible that all of it is for himself.
Could be
entirely
subversion.
possible.
He makes it look like he's the most
toxic
guy
yeah,
ever,
like all
but
of these
he's actually a
all of these
sweetheart,
men
you know?
named PMA that are absolutely
Oh,
not.
that's the biggest red flag.
Mode try hard. It's like, oh no, he's gonna destroy his items and buy a shadow amulet.
Oh my god. Anime profile picture, also one of the big red flags in Dota 2 pro players.
Yeah, I don't trust that one. I mean, that one's a bit of a mixed bag, though. Sometimes that's just they do that because everybody else does that as well. Gotta find myself a waifu to have as my PFP because everybody does.
I feel like it's either like proper prime god gamer miracle with an anime profile picture, or it's like somebody who wants to be that guy but he's not really that guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Profile picture meta. I shouldn't talk too much trash about the anime profile pictures because don't ask me what my Steve anime picture is.
Ah. do you want to tell the class about your waifu, Camille?
It's a manga profile picture, completely different ballgame to the anime, of course.
Apologies.
Well, right now,
I've-
self-hate. He's not hating the self at the moment, he's hating his internet connection because he's connected and reconnected so many times this time. Very sad for him. What's happening right now? Don't know for sure if it's an internet problem, but hopefully he'll be back and ready to play shortly. And look at this, I predicted something correct. It's not a slaughter pick. We actually have a game immediately on our hands after saying that. Let's go.
You uncursed it.
I uncursed it. But for how long, Gibbs? For how long?
Well, we are going to
30
find out as
seconds
this
to battle.
Slaughter drops a cheeky ward on the opposite side of the river, on top.
We could see some first blood engagement once again. Kovesnine gonna walk in there, spot a few people. Ariel and the Batrider this time. Surely an Omega learned a lesson from the 3 that they took first time round. Self-hate gonna show on the low ground. Only a bit low dex state, so
battle
shouldn't be
begins.
too bothered there. But Rubik rotating over now to the bottom rune as well, but she's gonna get the rune. Gonna hit her a few ticks of health, but shout out for the carry for making that proactive move. I wonder if they're gonna cut the creep wave is Rubik and Underlord. It looks like they will, so finally they're putting out the Chinese moves here, Kips. They're gonna kill that range at the start of the lane. But the counter is there, they're actually getting some harass out too. And look at this Vladik taking some shots. In fact, they're gonna commit spells all around here. Oh my god, it's a brawl before the creeps even hit each other. Absolutely love to see it. And Vanelli, he's going to be the one to take a lot of damage, but he just brought us self-entangles immediately. He's not playing any games. He knows he needs to sustain for the lane. So shout out to Boyo and Silencer.
Yep. No, he's got a lot of work to put in because this bottom lane here, the Dire side, has
Dire's
damage
turret
reduction for
has been
days,
killed.
and it's just extraordinarily hard to actually harass into that between the 24% of the, well, not yet, but 6% starting off Fate Bolt damage reduction, and then of course the Atrophy Aura over the top. It's gonna, the numbers don't work out in your favor, let's put it that way.
100% is a measly range carry. That gotta suck to play against. We'll see how Vladik scales this game. He had a really good game on the Tyrant again, like as we mentioned in the early portions of the game, and it didn't work out. But up top, actually, this could be a first blood attempt. A lot of ticks of sticky napalm, but Cracker gonna survive on 39 HP, and we have yet another pause. Self-hate. Just showing his sheer levels of calm right now through all these DCs. Still coming and playing a decent game of Dota.
It
in the
is
first
frustrating.
1 minute 23 seconds. But it always sucks to have to pause when playing Dota, man.
It really is. I mean, maybe he's named Self-Hate because he's the one that did the wiring for his house. Don't know.
That sounds like an outside activity, Kips, and Dota players, we don't really do that kind of things, you know?
That's true. Do you know how to strip a wire, Camille?
Absolutely not. The most I can do was when I was a younger man, before I started playing Dota, I could change my own bicycle tire and tube. But at this point, 10
Very
years
nice.
into my Dota addiction, I don't think I can even change a light bulb at this point. I'm not gonna lie to you.
It's okay. It's like riding the bicycle, actually.
It'll come back.
You'll be
It'll
back in
come
no
back.
time. Yes.
Muita, despite all the damage reduction, she's doing very well in the first few waves. Will obviously ramp up as the lane goes on, but for now, very happy with the stuff. Tiny, I was going to say, one of the two heroes that should be fine against Starter mid, but even the Tiny is struggling up against Starter in the mid lane in terms of CS-wise. Does have a wave under his tower, so should catch up in just a bit, but man, oh man, nobody likes to play against that stupid fish right now.
No, absolutely not. Especially not when you have to go into melee range against him. All of the bashes and the crushes. Even if you aren't tanky enough, and if you have enough regen, excuse me, it is still such a bother, and it's going to be interrupting your CSing so often.
Oh, first blood comes out. Actually, huge stick from Rubik. Cubify keeping himself in the game very, very well right now. Nobody wants to give up the first blood, but that's still trading, in fact.
I looked it up, by the way.
HP-wise. Oh, go for it, go for it.
No, Cubify, it turns out I should have just gone to his Liquipedia page, because Liquipedia keeps this entire scene running. His name is partially him just mashing his hand on the keyboard, because he needed to create a nickname quick, and a little bit of a shout out to FY as well. So there you have it, he is not named Cubify, he is named QBFY. I'll still call him that though.
That makes sense. Yeah, we've already committed the bet. You can't go back now, you know what I'm saying?
Nope. He's stuck with it. Sorry boy.
Yeah, Tiny, very high HP hero, one of the highest in the game, but his armor very low and all that physical damage of the starter does start to pile up. But he's doing okay in the resources, it's just the CS he's actually struggling with the starter. Like you say, bashes on bashes and stuns on stuns, really disrupting his momentum right here. Bottom lane, just Rubik and Silencer. Silencer doing a good job of trading up against Rubik. Trying to now see if he can trade out for the first blood. Who's going to be Cubify or Benelli? Is that going to be Cubify? Coming out on top there, picking up the first blood. And these two cores are like, man, why are you guys doing all this stuff? We just want to farm, man. Just relax, behave, supports.
Oh, behave. If you're not getting any of the CS, it's darn boring to watch everybody else farm, so I don't think they will. Top side.
7 Jisoo seems to be quite a good laner. It is quite a nice lane. Obviously, Batrider nobody likes to play up against, but the Tango, the hero Luna, does have some clicking advantage again for the most part. The Swashbuckles can get it annoying later, but the Lucid Beep kind of fills a similar role, so equally annoying late for so far. Down bottom, Wojtak gonna be in big trouble. Self-hate, oh my god, he's getting hated on by other people now as well. He's gonna fall in up top, trying to make a move on Kovic9. Is that the damage supposed to down? Yes, they do that. Lucid Beep coming down with some authority.
Yeah, and Vanilli's rotation here, the seemingly losing out on both lanes, can't protect his Muerta on bot, and does not help out anything on top just yet. Now Muerta is alone bot again. Vladik is all the way under his tower. Yeah, they swapped supports.
They're gonna run both the supports over now to try help the Moita, but it's like it's only a tri lane that Southface had to deal with right now. He has to pull his own creeps, keeping himself in a really safe side on the tower. The two supports of Lynx are coming through as well now. Can they find how's the fight going to go? They're going to commit heavily onto Southface, and Putlord, he's going to get caught in the backline. He gets brought down to a nice rotation in the end, and it might cost them even more. Phoenix taking down pretty damn low. QBFY going to be able to run this off. Beautiful toss into the Moita there.
What an awkward engagement. If Lynx moves slightly faster there, I think they might actually get the kill on the Muerta before the supports go through, but they wait too long. As the counter rotation comes through, and well, the positioning from the Radiant side was so much better than with them coming off the high ground with the Underlord having stepped forward all the way into tower range. The hesitation really cost them any possibility at that move working out there.
And this time, Mr. Southface, despite dying that one time in lane, after a much better start CS-wise and net worth-wise up against his opposing offlaner, he's actually leading the charge here in the bottom lane in terms of the net worth department. I don't see this changing anytime soon. Level is this Underlord. Underlord is level 4. I guess once he gets level 5, it's a bit of a power spike and a firestorm damage, but again, they've shown with some support rotations they can actually kill this guy. And it is a full tri-lane now. They're going to finally TP back up after Luna, but not in time. 7 Jesu, he gets brought down.
Very necessary to stop him from gaining too much momentum early on. This Luna, once the Mask of Madness is coming up, he's going to be very hard for the Muerta to stay in pace up indeed. And that's not something that you usually say about a Muerta, who is one of the better flash farmers in this game herself.
Soldier's fortune.
Yeah, that's for sure. Luna is just an absolute beast in the farming department. With MOM, 10 CS a minute is even considered slow on Luna. I'm sorry, 100 CS every 10 minutes, even considered slow on this hero. Well, mid lane has seemed to stabilize. Tiny getting quite a bit of farm. Just 200 gold behind Starter. Very negligible for the moment. Would like to see maybe some supports make stacks for Melojul. He can really accelerate his game with that. Even Vladik could maybe catch up with that, but you know, mid players never want to give that up in a hurry.
No, they do not. I'm curious to see then if this is indeed going to be a race for the Blink Dagger, because if so, Young G has already committed and is already 700 gold in. Yeah, it is. Melojul also aiming for that Blink. They might just get it at a very similar time. I don't think that the Slaughter getting it 1 minute earlier should be all that devastating, but you never know. A lot might happen before that time still as well.
Kind of delays him a bit. We'll see. Maybe we get to kill or something. The light might come a little quicker.
Yeah, this kill.
In for Young G. He's still standing for the moment, but surely he should go down. The last tick of the fire, but it's going to do the work. Coming up with the flag grenade. Yeah, that equals things up a bit, but once again, they're moving the supports to other places on the map. D7 Jesu exposed, and he actually gonna get off the clip. He'll get a return kill at least, but it does cost him his life once again, and a waste rotation here from Melojul on the Tiny, but he's immediately gonna go to the gate now. They want to go for the voice out. We've seen this story before. They didn't manage to come right last time. This time, they're gonna pop the smoke. They threw the gate, and look at this. What a beautiful read, but the bit of madness comes out. Southgate. Oh man, he made the right moves. But the counterplay was there. They're going to keep on chasing it. They're going to get Muay Thai inevitably in the end as well. Beautiful rotation from the side of Lynx. They've come to play this time round, Kipsy.
Yeah, Melojul absolutely making the most out of it there once again. And like his rotations in the previous game also looked really good. That man is on point with his contributions for sure. And now, Semijetsu down here, immediately laying all of that Luna damage into the tower. I don't think they're going to get to keep this one. It is gone.
Most definitely not. They're trying for a bit of a trade up top. They're getting some good harassment damage in here, but I don't think they're going to wait to fully get this tower. One TP should be enough to dissuade them. There is no Rolling Thunder available. But it looks like the side of Lynx want to give up the tower without really much contest for now.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Let's see about mid instead. The contest for the rune. Is it top? Niet. Illusion bot. Nobody in a terrible hurry to pick that up.
Oh man, nobody cares. They just denied it. They don't even care about that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
You know, quite corrosive haste. Really don't like to play up against that if you're a Slaughter. Sorry, you're Tiny and most armor. Nobody does though. On the flip side, Vladik is very far up the lane. Talking about aggressive farm on the enemy side of the map. He's right by the tier 2. Zero fear for this Underlord. And he's actually going to make it out alive. So very impressive plays there from him. Making space for his team. Even forcing out support TPs. That's got to feel good actually.
Yeah. It is one of the reasons to play up as far as you can. Grab some attention. If you keep on making contact with the enemy, right, it's you get the most information, you make them make the most decisions that you can, and of course you have usually the most space behind you for the rest of your team to do whatever they want in. So you see a lot of teams try and keep at least one lane, but usually two, as in the face of their enemies as possible, just for that reason alone. It's not just about getting the farm of those waves.
Farming up a huge stack here inside of Radiant Mage there, completed up Prophet's 9. I try to get his best to help him on farming up this creep. Doesn't even go for Tranquil Boots here on the Batrider, just going straight up with the Blink Dagger. Can't say I hate the build either, that's a nice form of initiation for his team. Some maneuverability for the Bat too. And he's about halfway there, so feels good for him. And we're going to see this Rod of Atos build for the Underlord come out here again. Yeah, for Vladik, something we've seen. Elmo, I like to say, do a lot on his Underlord. Who might think of a different player.
Correct.
Okay, cool. Hey. And this offlane Bango is somehow the most farmed hero on the map, Gipsy, after that ancient stack. And they left him alone 1v1 in the Luna. And not even just 1v1, it was 1v3 many times because the supports came through. It's really helped this game. Luna should start catching up shortly. She's the least farm of the course, but she does have the MOM now. So let's see how
Radiant
she manages to
scanning.
accelerate and catch back up. On the flip side, Tiny just working towards his big dagger. How far is he away from that? About 500 gold off. He's got a nice big ancient stack of his own, and no supports here to steal his XP or
Radiant
farm.
are scanning.
He's going to get all of it for himself.
Going to have it, well, basically exactly a minute after Young G, who is going to be able to fly his in 5 ticks of the passive gold.
Look at you go. That's an expert prediction. How did you know it's going to be a minute apart, Kips? Kips the oracle. Look at her go.
You watch like 8,000 games of Dota 2, and it's sort of, you know, you could probably do it after you wake up in the middle of the night.
Oh my god, it's 13 minutes. Where's the tiny blink dagger? That's the nightmares his Kips is having nowadays, guys. You heard it here first. On bottom.
Dyer's
Starting
middle
shoving out
tower
this
is
I
way.
under
used to
attack.
have
Really
those.
enjoying this side of the map.
High ground nightmares for days, man.
Considering the madness of the previous game, it's been a very civilized game of Dota so far. Up top, Batman is actually
the
the
last
top of
time
the two
also.
heroes. Making a super aggressive play. It's going to cost him. Global Silence was used there. Not sure for what. Trying to keep Bat alive. I don't think he expected 2 heroes waiting for him up there on the high ground when he made that move.
No, and it seems a curious thing to drop. Like that is your first global of the game. You'd love to use it to, I don't know, head off a Fiend's Gate or an Egg. Both of those are looking to get their first big, you know, opening days anytime soon as well. And now you're going to be waiting 1.5 minutes before you could react to any of those. So yeah, I imagine that we're going to see a little bit of pressure coming out from leagues to
Leave them
capitalize on
all
that.
in my wake.
Regen Ruin found by the mid Tiny now as well. Haste on the slaughter. So look for
Radiant's top
something.
tower is under attack.
Managed to settle for Kriker here on
Dyer's
the
bottom tower
Phoenix.
is under attack.
They actually don't get the stun in time, but they're going to keep up the chase going. Phoenix damage is waiting the blink, and actually he's going to show some respect.
Radiant's middle tower is
Gets
under
a stun off, and
attack.
there's no overcommit there for the Phoenix. Respecting the TP's coming out. Cover Snyder.
always like it when they do that.
My friend.
A little like, I could have gotten you, but I won't because I'm
Radiant's
smarter
middle
than that.
tower
Okay,
is under
bye.
attack.
It was my choice not to get the skill. It's not about your TP.
Yes.
I decided. You know what I'm saying?
It's a little,
Dyer are scanning.
no, it matters.
And the Lord does have his Rod of Atos completed as well. So anybody makes a bit of a mistake, he can kind of pressure himself here. For example, Vanelli, if he comes through, get punished. We see a gate move coming up from the side of Team Lynx. Trying to meet up with his Underlord. Not that he has any problem getting around there with his Fiend's Gate, global mobility. Luna is starting to catch up with the Farm Regard. Now in second place. Should be in first place, I would say, in the next 3 minutes, Kips. Maybe I'm over it. Maybe
Alright.
even 2 minutes. I try to get your numbers right, but we'll see how it goes.
I'll keep my watch at the ready. See if you're right.
Smoke up. Rubik and Underlord moving together. They're going to do both the smoke. They're going to get a bit of minus out. There's the Rod of Atos coming out as well, but it's a beautiful global silence to keep Young G alive on the starter, but they're going to continue the chase. Meloju gets the Avalanche, gets the toss back as well, and they bring down his rival there in the mid lane.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Taking a big death, and
Radiant
somehow Rubik's on a
structures
killing
are
spree so far
fortified.
this game. 16 minutes in, and the transition that's immediately to a mid push here for the middle lane tower. Luna gets the last hit. My prediction might be right.
Radiant's middle tower
Yep.
has
And
fallen.
there we go.
Yes.
It was 1 minute. You see, if I used Kip's number, I would have been fine.
Yeah.
Top of the net worth
She
chart.
was already on the,
Radiant's middle
Up and up
tower
for a
is
bit.
under attack.
but
Moita.
this is the last time I think that she can push that relaxed because there are 3 blink daggers over on the Radiant side right now.
Insane amount of initiation in playmaking. Global silence is on cooldown for a moment. Actually, wasn't this a classic combo back in the day? Silencer plus Batrider, you global silence, and then you jump in with the Batrider.
Yep.
Radiant are scanning.
No counterplay for you. He's coming with us.
Now, the Lord might be a little too far up in the back. Meladu is making his way downtown. He's ready to help his container. But very, very tanky. Vladik surviving for the moment. And now looking to turn the tides here. And Rolling Thunder coming up from Cubify. Looking pretty good. Might have to go back and help against the Batrider. Not going to be able to now. Underlord died and Meladu about to follow. Oh boy. Save your buddy syndrome costing them heavily here in the bottom lane, Kips. And that's all the blink daggers that you spoke about coming out into fruition there.
Yeah, and all 5 people of Namiga showing up, whereas the Luna was definitely not interested in any of that smoke. So it gonna cost them 2 cores in a situation where they weren't doing much more than originally just playing up and being annoying, and instead it cost them 2 lives for absolutely no gain. That's a big loss for Lynx.
100%. The one bright side was that the Luna was just sitting and farming in the time, managed to keep her scale up. Moem completed and a full Manta style now completed, so she can really be a pest around the map, shoving in the lanes with that. Has this spell for Global Silence and the Corrosive Haze. Might just feel a bit more confident to contribute with the team as well. If she's in the area and they make any of these crazy plays, she'll be happy to pull through now, maybe. Up top, using these triple blink daggers to a very good effect here, making them more attractive. The Malice, sorry, the Fiend Gate is there. Now they're looking to turn around. Young God, we've seen him make these overzealous plays in the past, and it's going to cost him once again. And he goes down, and Mr. Phoenix, he's on a killing spree himself this game. The support's absolutely styling across the map right now. Carries, what are you guys doing? Maybe this? Ooh, blink away from Cosmini. He's fired.
The double defensive range support working out here. I mean, they'll be giving that gold over towards the Blink Dagger carriers on the other end soon
They
enough.
have the Global Silence. They're setting up here, Kips. There's Luna showing. Is she going to get punished for it? There's the Global Silence. There's the last 2.
There's
Same
the
with J2. Gonna pop the Manta style. Is it going to be enough to keep her alive though? So much damage coming out. She's going to try turn and fight, but it's going to cost her a life still. So many rotations. The full 5-man one. Once the starter spawns at least. And now they steal the Pierce the Veil. Completely useless. And he's actually going to get feared up as well. So Rubik going to drop like a fly here as well. And you get warned about this. Don't show on these towers. There's triple blink daggers. And Luna, she did not heed your warning and paid a hefty price for that.
Yeah, no, the game has changed. They have all of the initiation tools. They have so much reach. And just a single shot of that Rod of Aethys is unfortunately not going to save you when you're up versus this much firepower. Like, that's the worst part, I think. Self-Hate has been showing up time and again just to lay in extra damage after those 3 initiators go over the top. And of course nobody has time to deal with him after the lineup has already been torn apart by all of that initiation. So great read on that situation from Self-Hate and very good utilization of otherwise a carry that often gets played very passive indeed. This man's 4-2-2 on the Muerta. There's nothing to laugh at.
Absolutely love to see it. I mean, the kit for the hero is obscenely strong. You know it is because it gets played as support as well. And the saddest part about that is the Phoenix actually had a Lotus Orb. Why did he not Lotus Orb the Luna under the tower? It looks like they were trying to bait for something, but it did not work out. They are going to smoke around Underlord here, but they're just going to transition into a Tormentor play. But as they do that, Omega take the bigger objective. They go to the big man, Roshan. Oh, actually, they didn't go for it. I thought they were all right towards Roshan, but they're just like, nah.
No, not quite just yet. Need to deal with midway first for starters.
There is still a tier 1 tower there available. If you take too long with that, you can really get punished.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
No, so ideally you
That's
take
the
that
Aethys
mid
waiting
tower
in the pit.
away first.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm not even sure if he's waiting for them to go Roche, especially not with the starter going bot, or if this is just a good place to hide in general for any kind of rotations. There's 2 wards watching on top as well, so this might just be, you know, I have nothing better to do for a bit, and this is one of the most strategically advantageous positions to sit around in.
They've even seen the latter, and they're going to make that move eventually. They're going to come through. Want to make the move to Military. Military taking so much damage from this Moita. The Global Silence comes out. They have nothing really to keep this tiny alive. He's going to take down eventually. And Link's just getting outmaneuvered on the map right now. Like you said, these wards paying dividends here up top. And the Tiny just ended up showing on the wave when he really shouldn't have.
So unfortunate, because that Underlord comes through the gate with, you know, 2/3 of a Lotus Orb in his backpack, disassembled, because the recipe was only just flying in. They would have lived and perhaps even turned if he had that item.
Coming into the background. Sorry to cut you off, but they find the Rubik. He's taking a lot of damage away. They don't have the lasso, and oh my god, the ravage from the creeps. Saving their lives. Ice Frog, you're not supposed to play favorites,
no.
man. Phoenix coming through. Trying to punish.
Come through.
Opus 9. Fully committed under the tier 2 with the Rolling Thunder, stunning 3 heroes there. And he's gonna roll on out.
Dire's middle tower is under
Is they
attack.
okay? In the mid lane, they might get a constellation kill on the side of Blix. Can they find Finale here on the silencer? He's been wreaking havoc with his global silencers.
My edge.
And they're gonna make him pay finally. Not the worst kill to give up. And Young God, he's gonna show on the award, in fact, so they might go for more. Tiny will have his full kit available. They have a stolen Rolling Thunder as well. Can they blow up Young God? Even Luna making this rotation. They're waiting a while here, and Young God is gonna sniff something out. He might just show in the wave, and just to be there to go. Tiny gonna jump in, he gets his stun off. But they don't have anything ready to combo off. He's fine with the shield run.
Yep. Extraordinarily tanky like that. Nothing to do for it. And this is one of the situations where you're like, wait, but what if the Luna had an Aghanim Scepter,
Radiant's middle
right?
tower is under attack.
100%. Does look like through all the madness, Lynx is starting to pull apart in the scaling department. We haven't seen this Luna show on the map for a very long time. And she's now the leader in network. The team has a 3k network advantage overall, and now they're going to smoke up. No Aghanim Scepter, but with the Dragon Lance actually fully completed Hurricane Pipe, they're feeling confident they can take an engagement. They want to fight for this first Roshan. Smokes are broken, they see Copper Snatch to start off, and Cupid's Fire, he's just going to go in with his own Rolling Thunder. A beautiful spell usage, beautiful Slither and Crush in the backline. He catches two, but the Sun Wave is pretty good. But Luna, she can't stand toe to toe in front of all this damage. She's forced to tuck her tail and run. Look at Moita go. She's hitting away. Nobody has fallen just yet, despite all these spells being used, but somebody's going to get caught, and it's going to be the Moita falling for some hate. He's in trouble, and looks like Mellow Jewel, Covers 9 about to follow. Two big cores taken out there. And Luna, she's still going strong. She took so much damage to start the fight, but she's here and she's healthy. They take another one. That's 3 heroes dead. Tier 2 tower open, and they can go back with the big man Roshan as well.
Is under attack.
Well, Lunar Orbit is a game changer, man. You should absolutely not scoff at the damage reduction that puts out.
Radiant's
So the
middle
Luna
tower
gets to
has
escape, and
fallen.
they chase her down quite a bit, but no way to properly finish her off. And that means that now your entire team fight is scattered. You had a great engagement with those 3 Blink Daggers, but after you're over-engaged with all 3, the enemy's just too tanky, they get to pick you apart.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nice vote from Radiant if Dire starts leaving that area. I'm really surprised they didn't just go straight to the Roshan pick. I guess they didn't think they had enough time favoring the tier 2 tower instead. But I feel like Aegis on the Luna, and this becomes a completely different ball game, Gipsy.
Yeah, that's... Even a lasso can't really threaten you all that much anymore. You gotta lasso somebody and then 4-staff them halfway into your fountain, all the way into your tier 3s, something like that. Or into your tier 4s, I should say, in order for it to actually become a threat to a hero with an Aegis. So that would be the way to make it up that high ground safely for Lynx, because that is something that we haven't seen him do yet in this series.
We see might have been the strategy to wait for the Roshan to switch to the other side of the map here. It's now on the Dire side of the river.
Attack.
Makes it a little easier for them. If they buy back, they can TP into the outpost. Maybe you can establish more control in the area before they feel comfortable to Roche. For now, they're actually going to go for a tower siege. They do have the Fiend's Gate available to bring Tiny and Underlord in, but they're kind of splitting up now as well. So it's a bit of a bait. They're only 3v. It's only 3 heroes here, but I don't think the side of the Omega fully knew that. Nobody really showed on the map, so they're going to get away with tier 2, a second tier 2 of the game now. Relatively free.
Yeah, this is such great efficiency, right? You're getting farm on all 3 of your cores while you're doing this, in spite of the enemy behaving as if you're pushing with all 5. It's such a big win.
Tiny just popped the haste and bottled the DD. The good old jackpot is here. He just got a BKB flying in. Oh my god, if I'm Melo Jewel, I'm gonna be completely spazzing out now. Like, let me at him. Show me a hero, guys. But I'm gonna play a bit more responsible than I see.
Oh no, they're scanning. If somebody showed on that scan, he would have been on that. Like a white on rice.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That Rider did finish up his 4-star and working his way towards a BKB already. Not too far off, with very respectable amount of farm for a support Bat Rider. And talking about farm on a support, look at this Phoenix. This is a past 5 Phoenix, mind you, Kips. He's got a load of soap completed. He's got another big item flying out in the courier now. Or it's just a TP scroll. He's got his Chasm Stone and working towards a full-on
big item
Hex here. Sight of Vice. Yeah. Melaju looking to make some space down bottom. He's got wards protecting him. Meanwhile, his team has gone to the Roshan pit. Let's see if the Mega even try contest this. Right now, it doesn't look like they want to.
Yeah, they don't seem to want any of that smoke. That means that this Luna is going to get the Aegis basically for free. Underlord still farming at the same time as well. Does not have to be afraid of a global silence if there's no fight happening at all. Yeah, Team Link's getting away with everything right now. The question for me now is, are they bad at taking high ground, or was the last game just an unfortunate coincidence that all happened just because Melojil got stuck in that corner the first time? That's what I'm trying to see.
That was a bit of an OS frog movement, you know what I'm saying?
This game
very unexpected to happen, and his initial initiation was so damn good, cutting through the chronosphere and such.
Beautiful.
But they're looking for a pick off your young G. Sticks around here for too long, he could get punished very heavily. Don't know if they have the vision and know he's there, but as he walks up the high ground, they might just know. They'll figure it out. He's in the camp, he uses an ability, he's going to get caught out here. I don't think he has time to even pop his BKB, and he gets eaten up alive. He did commit the Eclipse, but Luna still has Aegis, Luna has BKB, she's happy to keep on going.
Top tower has fallen.
Yeah, level 20 in her pocket now as well, so extra lunar orbit damage and speed. That is going to add so much to her ability to man-fight the Slardar, the Pangolier in a game like this. Won't do too much for you against the Murta, of course, but...
Ooh. That was the last component of his Aghanims as well on Corvus 9, and his courier just got picked off in the middle lane. Why was his courier even there?
Yikes. Guess that he summoned it while he was top.
Radiant's courier.
Yeah, his courier's dead. Well, now Vanelli's courier is also dead, so...
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Animal slaughter in full swing.
This is a no vegan stream, guys.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Do you think that everybody who eats meat is in favor of animal cruelty? Is that, or am I like doing the whole why do you hate waffles thing here?
Oh man.
Anyway.
I feel like everybody eats meat being cruel. It's just a hypocrite. They laugh at you can't say you. I don't know. It's just too hard to give up cheeseburgers, Kips. That's all I'm saying.
I know what you're talking about. I do.
Actually walking towards that AC. Had a relatively quiet game for his standards. 1-4-2. We haven't really felt the impact of the starter too much. Corvus 9 has had a few good plays, but haven't resulted in anything favorable for his team at this point. Moisa are doing her best to farm up, but we're really seeing this Luna put some distance between her and her opposing carry at this point. 4,000, actually 5,000 net worth difference, 31 minutes in. That is a massive lead.
Yeah, and she's pretending top right now, that her entire team is behind her, but they are bot smoked up around that Underlord, and Young G just showed them. Not sure they want him though. No, they want him. Never mind.
They're gonna make that move, Young G. Pushing as much as he can. He gets the BKB, Nightfall, TP out, it works. But that is a BKB on cooldown. There's still an Aegis going. There's almost a butterfly on this Luna as well. So once she has that, If the Aegis is still keeping on going, that could be their go time for the high ground. No better item to help you siege that.
Absolutely not. But the Aegis is getting kind of low at this point. Only about a minute left. And she is currently not making any moves towards any of these base towers. So, as a BKB on the Bat Rider now, that is a big deal.
A huge deal, but I completely agree with this. Just keep on checking out the map for the duration of this Aegis. Once the Aegis expires, they'll be like, oh guys, let's smoke up, let's try make a move. Aegis is expired, and then you turn the tails like. Because I feel like a high ground fight, like you're saying, to global silence. BKB Bat Rider, but as I say that, they just walk up. So let's see how it works out. They got the Lotus Soul for the Luna for now. Just swayed the lasso. They're gonna let the lasso onto the Underlord. He dies immediately. No buyback available, and they're gonna force to just tuck tail and run. And Jesu has the BKB there if things get too sticky for him, but should be able to run this off. And yeah, that's kind of what I was worried about with the high ground push.
Yes. No, we've been worried about this high ground since game 1, so not surprised to see both Lynx being a little apprehensive about it, as well as Namiga making a really good stand there once again. It's the Bat Rider. Something like this was always going to happen, right?
100%. Bat Rider plus global, silencer, always a big threat. There's a lot of Lotus Orbs on the other side for the global silence, but nothing really helps if the lasso gets used in the right time, in the right place. It's gonna go off every single time.
Dire are scanning.
No, you gotta be able to jump, and unfortunately we know that they've been limited to just this Tiny as their initiation for the entire duration of the game. Most of their pressure has been moving the Underlord and the Luna forward and getting engagement off of the enemy going into them. Like here again, it's a single jump, not enough.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
And you really called it Kips. The mid Tiny both exactly the same as carry Tiny, just besides having a blink dagger as opposed to not having a blink dagger. But even some carry Tinies go back with the blink. And now Luna, he's been greedy on this side of the map for the whole time of this game, and this time he's gonna get punished for it. Her team is nowhere to be found. That is a, oh my god, 1600 gold to the Moita from that one kill. That is a ridiculous death. I'm sorry, what are you doing there? Your team just showed bottom, my friend.
I don't know. I mean, they've been trying to milk the Fiend's Gate for all it's worth this game. I mean, okay, we can be in the same place in two places at the same time, but that was just pushing it a little too much, and it's gonna cost them more.
They find the Phoenix. He's gonna killing spree himself. Another 900 gold for self-hate. He just printed money in the last 35 seconds of this game. How is
he's
just
half
crazy.
the gap with the Luna.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh man. Oh, we've seen the story from Lynx before, Kips. I'm not saying it's a throw yet. But
No. But they really gotta
okay, they're
cut
gonna go for 4. Young G. Oh, he blinked the wrong way. Melajul scraped out with his life there.
Oh, hug your towers, hug your friends. Don't
Dire's middle tower
dare
is under attack.
put your nose
Dire's
outside of
middle
tower range
has fallen.
They're gonna go for it
until everybody's up again.
It's a slither of vision. He's gonna go wild.
Oh, he will. Yep. Boop. Boop.
They're baiting, yeah. They're baiting and they get the lasso in the background. They're gonna kill Rubik. But the bigger kill, it could have been the Tiny.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Melajul, I think he was gonna be the wiser. He wasn't gonna go
Dire's
for that kill
bottom
on
tower has
Conference 9
fallen.
anyways, but we saw this in the last game. You have this massive lead on Lynx, then you die once in a place you're not supposed to.
Dire's
Then you start
bottom
bleeding
tower
one
is
kill on
under
the map,
attack.
and then another kill on the map, and then what should have been a 15k lead or 16k lead is now snowballed just to a 7k lead.
Dire
No
are
Aegis
scanning.
in tow. I don't know, man.
Dire's bottom
I'm
tower
getting a
is
bit of
under
deja
attack.
vu here, Clinks. Sorry, Kips, not Clinks. That is so disrespectful. If you were gonna be a Dota hero, Kip, you would be Luna or Wind Ranger for sure.
Your answer is wrong though, by the way. If I was going to be a Dota hero, I was going to be Phantom Assassin because I started off as a cosplayer. And I do still have the helmet somewhere.
Fortune.
Nice. Well, I guess we can't be friends anymore. You're a PA picker. That's just about 2
Yeah,
times for me, you know what I'm
correct.
saying?
Correct, good
Bottom,
sir.
Luna going to show on the wave. She has a DD rune. But look at this. This is the Mega Gaming right here. They're going to smoke up. When you least expect them, they're coming through. And he's going to break the smoke here with his invis. But Young G, he just breaks forward. He just has no case in the world. He's going to get caught. But the global silence comes out. Look at his damage back rider. He's going to get absolutely incinerated. It's a double silence here. Phoenix Supernova putting in the work. They're not getting any of the damage really out here. And now Melajul chasing for more. And they tuck tail run on the side of Radiant. They're trying their best, but this is the problem. Moita, Starface, he's gonna get caught. Gonna try man fight the moment, but he just doesn't have the damage. All the survivor bullets, they just get shredded through by 7J Su. This Luna showing she's still the biggest, baddest bitch on the map.
Absolutely. And it's so sad for Young G. He's forced to blink there. His smoke pops. He can't see what did it because there's an invis tiny right on top of him. He chooses straight forward and there's absolutely nobody there. Jumps himself into no man's land. Entire team is forced to follow up down from a low ground as well. And the Luna is in a perfect position to just let those glaives fly for the entire duration of that team fight. She did just as much damage as the rest of her team combined. 5,500.
That is insane. This is prime time Luna. And as fast as she kills heroes, she kills these buildings even faster. 35 seconds no Moita. One rack's already cleaned up. After this glyph, another one we'll be looking to follow very, very shortly. They can try something, but the whole team is behind it. This time 7J Su is not by herself. They're going to eat through this base. They're going to find a pick off here. Vanelli, bye-bye my friend. It was nice to know you. 2 barracks taken. And they don't even have to hard commit for this makers if they don't want to. They can just go pick up the Aegis first. But
if we know anything about
anyways.
these teams, it's that they're over-eager, yes. But to be fair, there's no
Lasso
global.
is back up. Moita is back up as well. Can they try for something? They're gonna... This man is absolutely perfect. Cutting off the back rider. Now they're going to still go for it. Coverstein trying to kite up in the backline. They're going to try and fight the Luna, but Luna has a big EV. She has a mechanic. She's trying to fight through. But she's losing the fight. Moita too much damage. And look at the stun from Melajul. It's absolutely crazy. But now Pierce the Bill. It's worn off. She's in the middle of all these heroes and she gets brought down. No buyback for Moita. I think we're going to game number 3, Kip. It seems to be an inevitability at this point. Mega creeps on deck. No Moita for 80 seconds. Surely they just go for the tier 4s and take this game. Oh my god, now they decide to go back for Roche. That's just hilarious. Okay. Giving their fans the money's worth.
I think it's a little bit different now that the global silence is back up again. They're not just backing off for the sake of it. They give the global the respect that it deserves. Like an early press global in that previous fight, for example, could have stopped the Underlord from dropping that brilliant Fiend's Gate there. That was, I think, the highest level play that I've seen with the Fiend's Gate thus far. Now we've seen some pretty creative plays already with that anticipation of the Bat Rider jump. That's gorgeous.
Absolutely sensational stuff there. I mean, they got that Luna. There was no Aegis on hand. They managed to burst her down. This could be a completely different ball game. Now, they're down Mega Creeps. They're down in Aegis. We'll have one Hail Mary fight left in them. Moita in her own base could be pretty scary. And talking about Underlord, he's going to drop his Fiend's Gate. Come on through. Force out the Rolling Thunder. And send this pangolin backpacking to his little hole.
Level
Now,
25 Luna now.
What? Where did Tiny find it? Up top, that's hilarious. They don't have the Tiny here, so it's going to be a 4-on-4.
Never together when you think they are.
I think they really care. And now they're just going to go for the tier 4. Luna are playing objective gaming here. They're even going to pop the Supernova to secure the death of the tier 4s. Kind of like what I'm seeing here, Gibbs. But it should give a little bit of a window. If they have the global silence, Lasso is not going to be available. He's still dead for 40 seconds and there's the global silence. What can they do in this time is the question. Moita in the background has a friend deleted. And look at the Ags go, doing so much damage through the Quest of Veil. Just kind of getting kited up for a moment, and now they're going to find Melajul. I don't think he has a buyback on the bank. Yeah, actually he does, so he will come back to this fight. They're using whatever they can to try to stay in this game. And they're going to buyback now as well. Buybacks for days. Moita yet again. No buyback for her. And Tiny's going to turn his sights to the throne here. Let Luna deal with the heroes. She's having fun, boosting the KDA, slaying the beasts. But GG, well played. He scored game number 3 on its way, Kipsel.
Absolutely is, and honestly, I think that this is the way that that the previous game should have ended as well, because we did see Team Lynx keep the pace of that entire game right until they get broken at the high ground, and something like, I think because their game plan got thrown off, something like some wires got crossed and they could never quite get back on the horse again. But here the disaster doesn't strike nearly as hard. They keep themselves in check. They stop bleeding those useless skills, don't lose any Roshans off of it. And instead we have an absolutely uncontested Luna. She was really not under threat or hunted or, you know, even thought about for most of the game, it seemed, by Namiga. And they really paid a price for that at the end there. She was, as you said, the boss of this entire game.
100%. We've seen what 7 Jesu can do when given farming these type of games. Again, feels like 2 games in a row now. They've not prioritized stop shutting down his lane. You know, in the first game with Tiny, even though they lost that game, he was absolutely free from the beast of the game. In the second game now, he absolutely dominated on this Luna. I mean, they felt so confident in the lane. They left their supports to roam other places. They let him just play a 1v1 lane. It did cost him 1 or 2 deaths. But at the end of the day, besides that post-laning phase, they never threatened the Luna once, and it cost them heavily. Only thing I know is game number 3, gonna be an absolute banger if these 2 games are anything to go by. So guys, come back in just a bit.
Girl, shake that body, shake it down to the ground. Whoa, girl, shake that body, show me how it's gonna go down. Don't be late to the party, don't be afraid to scream and shout. 'Cause when we dance to the music, you know that's what it's all about. Yeah, yeah. Hey, girl, shake that body, shake it to the left and to the right. Yeah, girl, shake that body. We're gonna shake it all night. We're going down to the nightclub in my stretch SUV. 'Cause you know, girl, when we're dancing, there's no place I'd rather be. Yeah, yeah. Girl, shake that body. Ooh,
We blindly chase, but lose the natural way. Oh, please set me free. Take me so
we have, for the second series of the day, Kips, a game number 3. This series has been absolutely insane all around. Crazy games. The first game, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. This game, a little bit smoother from Lynx, like you said at the end of the last cast. Kind of what we expected them to do in game number 1. This time they actually did it. But there was some shaky moments still. There was still some shaky moments at the end. Luna getting caught off by herself top. There was a kill fed by the Phoenix bottom. And then it kind of snowballed into another roommate kill. And I was like, oh man, I've seen the story before. But this time Lynx, they built up the advantage well enough to pull it off in the end.
They did, yes. They seem to start to iron out the wrinkles in their game plan right now. And I'm hoping that for Namiya, this is going to be the wake-up call that they once again are going to have to put a little bit more pressure on, that they can't just wait for Lynx to fall on their faces, because it seems like they've been there, done that, they got over it.
Team ban.
100%. This time around, we see the Bristleback banned out, the Moita banned out, the Tyrant banned out.
10
Trying to remember,
seconds
did we have
remaining.
Bristleback appearing in the first game? Did we have Bristleback appearing in the series
5
at all? I don't think
seconds
so.
remaining.
It's starting to all sort of blend
Dire
together,
team
because this
pick.
entire day should have been over several hours ago.
Radiant team pick.
But I'll look that up for you, because I'm not entirely sure yet. No Bristle in game 1 either, and not even banned out. Banned out in... No, actually, sorry, excuse me. Namiga has been banning it out twice. They have been taking off
Dire team ban.
the map the entire time. And they are so done with Young G's heroes getting banned out. Queen of Pain immediately.
Yeah, Team Link come out and respond to the Beastmaster. A hero also looked obscenely strong today from losing positions as well. Well, it wasn't a losing position for the Beastmaster, but they were
10
down in the
seconds
series to take the
remaining.
Beastmaster, and it was all uphill from there.
I
Nice to
think
see
this
Queen of Pain
really
actually make it
suits
through
Team
in the
Lynx's
draft as
tempo.
well. 100%. They've been the team that's played the early game much better, and this hero makes sieging up the high ground that so much easier compared to what they've been facing with in other games. You can just
10
go up,
seconds
siege at the
remaining.
balls, or if you go with HOD, you go that route, and if not,
And-
with the Axe, you're just
remaining.
super tanky, right?
Radiant team
Yeah,
ban.
if you go back to map 1, if you look at what Vladik was doing there, that is basically a Tidehunter playing the way that Beastmaster would, except for all of the boars and your army of animals. You just have me, myself, and I, the really big fish.
10 seconds remaining.
But you're the same kind of hard to engage into, easy for you to take down
5
that tower by
seconds
sheer presence alone, and then just colonize the top side of the map. Kind of deal that we're going to see here from him presumably as well. So we've basically already seen him play this style of game, and well, let's just say he took to it like a fish to water. So This Beastmaster is going to need to be addressed if Namiga wants to get anything to say in the, say, first 35 minutes of this game.
I'm curious to see what Team Lynx or Omega go for their offlane. We see Bristleback banned out. This could be an offlane Beastmaster, but we see Tyrant and Underlord banned out. So the three sort of premier offlanes all taken out. There is still the Pangolier, which I didn't go too well for Omega last game. So I don't know if that's something they want to go back to. The Slaughter is still left in the pool as well. Young G didn't have the best performance on it here in game number 2. But he showed his prowess on it previously before. The axe from game 1 is also banned out, which is quite funny to see. And the Rubik is back in the hands of Cubify again. QBFY had a decent performance on it himself last game.
Yeah, that's one of his signature picks. He is always a treat to watch on the Rubik, as far as I'm
10
concerned.
seconds remaining.
Some really solid steals.
5 seconds remaining.
Stolen Sonic Waves potentially this game, that could be fun. I just like seeing Rubik with Arcana so I can see all the green spells. It's like, hey, I haven't seen this one before.
I do think it's funny that a guy we're naming Cubify literally cubified himself during that game.
Like, that's actually facts. You know, you gotta... Ice Frog definitely plays favorites. I mean, he literally has an Arcana that gives him his own spells, like versions of everybody else's spells. Like, who else gets that? That is like the best hat ever, man.
It is, but it is also sort of... Can you imagine there's a Rubik Arcana that does not do that? There might have been riots in the street.
I mean, the Faceless Void Arcana just gave the guy tentacles. I mean, that's some of the most boring ass thing ever.
Yeah. But Faceless Void is one of the most boring ass things ever. So it's all about... I don't want to say it's all about the canvas, but like it's really... You gotta work with the materials you have, and I'm sorry, but Faceless Void just does not have a lot of pizzazz. There's not a lot of zhuzh you can give to a man who is so utterly devoid of a face.
Remaining.
The real Faceless Void Arcana is the fence we made along the way. Sekiro and Batrider now picked up on Amiga Gaming. So going back with the Batrider, happy to see this. The hero that showed it straight in both games number 1 and 2 made a lot of plays. Throughout winning positions, losing positions, it always looked good. Sekiro some lane secure finally for South8, who's had tough laning phases in both these games as well. So hopefully they actually, you know, give him a chance to play Dota, and oh my god, this is already a disgusting drop. Beastmaster plus Luna combo is so strong.
It's all coming together now. Picture me with my best Kronk face on, if you will. I love this draft. And then Batrider, no sir. We only need a couple of seconds each game to take your base, and we're going to be pressing R on our silencer for that this time.
What are we saying though, Kipsy? Static support duo, Rubik silencer, 2 rage, kind of sit at the back, kind of support.
5 seconds remaining.
You do have 2 frontliners though, who are ready to play very fast. So I'm not completely hating it this time round, but the mid laner is going to have to do a lot of work on the side of Team Lynx for whatever comes out there. Oh, I guess it could be an offlane hero still, right? You could play the Beastmaster mid.
Yeah, could be. I'm wondering if this is not just going to be Melojules saying like, okay, thanks, I'm going to pick my Pango last because nobody bothered to take it out. I want to see him on the mid lane. I wouldn't particularly hate that.
Yeah, 100%.
10
Terrorblade coming up from Omega
team
Gaming,
back.
so quite a nice matchup against the Luna. You had that reflection to get that added damage, and you know, Glaze going back to the enemy team. You had the range advantage like the Moita as well. If she gets up too close to you, you always have a chance to sunder. I mean, not too much to bother the Terrorblade this game, besides like you got the Roar, of course. Again, the Lunar Eclipse is not
5
fun.
seconds remaining.
But it's not a bad draft by Nemeka by any stretch of the means. If the Sekiro can actually win this guy a lane for once, I'm curious to see what South8 does in the game.
Yeah, no, he has been pretty active even in the games where he wasn't necessarily having the greatest start. So I do think that we are missing out on some of his capabilities. Yeah, I'd like to see it. And TB, this is a good TB game. Although it is possible to lose it through no real fault of your own, just because the Luna Beastmaster might end this game at 25. Like, we all know that the throne is not going to fall at 25, but it's going to nonetheless, it could be over
10
by 25.
seconds remaining.
I do think TB is one of the best high ground defense heroes as
5
well. You can
seconds
spam reflection.
remaining.
If you pop Metamorphosis, you like another tower.
It's
when
about
you
the
can hit them
Skadi.
so far away. Yes.
You gotta get the Skadi before they go high ground. That is one of my rule of thumbs for the TB. His only job in a game like this is to get Skadi before the enemy goes high ground. Everything else is secondary.
That's a good rule to play by. I remember that if I'm ever playing TB in my pubs one day. What was I going to say? It's actually quite funny that they picked Sulfate all these like super late game carries. We saw Void in game 1, Moita in game 2, and TB in game 3. Because like you say, it's not like he plays like a full-on Arme style, like don't even look at me till 35 minutes type of play style. He's very active. He contributes to his team all across the map. So I don't know why they insist on picking him these super late game carries. It's quite funny. But I guess if you're playing active with the late game carries, you secure the early game and the late game. I don't know.
Radiant team.
Yeah, no, I think it's the superior way to play, personally. Oh, we were wondering about if this is a hero. So Namika is going to tell us all about it. Batrider, Centaur, Jakiro, that's a lot of early damage and engage, for sure.
I love this personally.
10 seconds
Not the
remaining.
easiest lane up against Rubik's Silencer, of course, but this hero does flash farm really well. He's also
5
good at
seconds
cutting creeps
remaining.
himself. And he is a super high strength hero who loves to buy Crimson Guard. I mean, this is like one of the best Crimson games you'll ever see against Beastmaster Luna. So I really like it. It gives his team some escape and disengage. It helps with your Batrider. It gives Terrorblade some mobility, a hero who notoriously struggles with it. I do think he is quite weak to Global Silence though.
Choose your hero.
But hopefully he can itemize against that.
So Beastmaster, yeah, on Melloduel to the mid lane. So that might mean we might just get an Aghanims Beastmaster this time, which I do think is probably the better choice in order to deal with the Terrorblade. Is really going to do a number on the TB. And then we actually get the Dawnbreaker, which is a hero I haven't seen in quite a while. Maybe you can tell me if I'm wrong about that, but did not expect her to make an appearance here.
I did actually see in the games you missed out on, not yesterday, the day before with Ajarath. We saw it, I think, not even just once, twice. And sort of coming back, he's still good in the laning phase. The build is a bit different on it now. You don't go with like the rush into Ags and Refresher. They've nerfed the healing and stuff quite a bit. So it kind of builds more like a carry, going to like Echo Saber, Harpoon.
Echo Saber.
It's good. I think it's fine. Again, I do worry that Sulfate might have a hard lane. Again, Rubik plus Dawnbreaker is a really strong lane. Has a lot of kill threat. But as it scales throughout the game... Yeah, as it scales throughout the game, I'm not sure how good it will be. But again, if it's building more like a carry, maybe it will look much better later on. So I don't know. We'll have to see how it goes. I'm not the biggest Dawnbreaker fan, but it's a strong hero. It's a strong hero.
She is indeed. I think in this case, and it's interesting that you say that she's not being built for the save currently, because that is definitely one of the reasons that I see why you would pick it up here. If somebody gets lassoed, you immediately drop the Dawnbreaker ult on top of them, and you see if you can't rescue them out of that situation through the backup forces coming in, plus the heal over the top. So let's see if Vladik is going to play ambulance this game, or if we're going to see more of a fighting type of rescue crew.
Well, it's not that she doesn't really play. I mean, the save and stuff is still amazing. A huge part of the hero. It's just that like, they kind of nerfed the Aghanims where it's like, that's not the best way to itemize on the hero. You know what I'm saying? Where the heal is not the biggest priority.
Yeah.
That you have to kind of
And
like
I'm saying,
in terms
does
of
he...
tactics and stuff as well.
Will he build suboptimally just because he thinks that that's nonetheless going to be his role in this game? Or not?
Ah, I see.
Like, the old build
I
isn't
think a
dead
lot of
if you
time-
just want to revive it badly enough.
I do think a lot of the time Dota players do get caught into I
30
like to
seconds
call
to
it like
battle.
spreadsheet mentality. Oh, the numbers changed slightly, so now this is broken or this is bad.
Yes.
Where it's like that's 5 extra damage on your diffusal blade. Like base damage really make this item so broken. Was it really unplayable before? You know, or is it just bias now that you're aware of these things? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. It's a lot more psychology, and there's a lot about what they
battle
see in
begins.
pubs as opposed to what is actually the truth. Learning Dota 2 is a very social process, even if you don't really realize it. Like, you can only learn one hero at a time yourself, but you're constantly learning about 9 others in every single game.
I think Jakiro went for his passive level 1. I do see Jakiros do that. I'm not the biggest fan because I feel like Dual Breath, you have such a big mana pool. Why not use it at level 1? But they actually failed to get the range creep denier to start the lane, so he will start shoving back. I think the Jakiros might work out to be quite a nice pick here to actually secure Salvate a good lane for once.
Just for once.
Down bottom.
Well, you say that.
Myself think my
Centaur off to a first blood here at level 1. That's crazy to see. And that's a great start for him. This guy gets farms very good. He can get up early Vanguard, and then he won't have to worry about Luna whatsoever. You go 3 points to Tune and Vanguard, and Luna's gonna be the one to say, maybe I don't want to play this lane anymore. Yeah, I'll go to the jungle first, friend.
I saw the look in your eyes.
Entirely possible, and this silencer can do absolutely nothing to protect you if you're 7 Jesu here. Like, the best shot you have is hope that you can keep them low enough that they don't want to go for you. And as a solo silencer, that's easier said than done.
100%. Again, he gets that Vanguard. Tyler's silencer is going to barely tickle him. Once the return points are out, more
Yep.
than 2 points are in, he's going to be taking more damage than he's going to be putting out against the Centaur. Again, I'm very happy to see this hero being picked up in pro play again. I love the hero. One of my favorite heroes in pubs. I think I have like a 70% win rate with him. So when I'm in a rough
Nice.
position, I always go back to him.
Same actually,
Bottom,
big
they're
center
going for
player
play
here as well.
once again.
Ah!
Can they kill 7 Jesu? They do. It does cost them the Centaur first, but I think they're going to be happy with the trade despite going down on the offlaner first. So it's going to be 2 kills going over to the side of Team Blink, so maybe not the best trade in the end.
Yeah. Permanent scaling on that silencer, don't you forget about it. But the Centaur is such a useful hero in that regard. Like, he's easy to itemize with, deals a lot of damage even if you're not having the best of game, and your ult is just always such a boon for your team to have, no matter what position you're in a game. Really enjoy that guy.
Yeah, you know, and sometimes
Might be
in
one
these
of my
pub
most
games
played
you
as well.
just need Blink Stun, you know. What's a more signature
Yes.
Blink Stun hero than Centaur?
No, he's the guy. That's him, Mr. Blinkstun. Johnny Blinkstun.
There we go. Up top. Boy, finally having a decent lane. He can finally just sit and farm for one time in his life. Down bottom.
You said that, but he's at the bottom of the core net worth currently. And when you were talking about the first blood on bottom, he was getting his ass kicked in top already.
Talking about getting your ass kicked, Cricker. It's an inevitability, him going down. I see why people pick the silencer against Batrider in theory. Like, oh, you spam Arcane Curse in the lane, and he doesn't want to spam Napalm. But in practice, man oh man, you can just get run down by the Batrider. He doesn't really give a crap. Now he's going to pop the Metamorphosis. He's going to go for a move on Cubify, but he's going to be fine in the Rubik. And he's going to take so much damage from the Dawnbreaker. And like you say, I don't think I cast this curse tip this time. I think I just straight up huffed Copium, hoping he has a good lane for once.
Well, to be fair, that was the worst of the lane. The level 2, the Dawnbreaker, definitely the most dangerous. As I say that.
He used his advantage to get a kill here, but can he turn it around and maybe fight through it with the meta? He's not even going to try. The 2v1 affair, I don't blame him. Now he could turn on Cubify. It's oh my god, so much damage out of the Rubik. The damage reduction and the damage coming out. The 2-in-1 special, and unfortunately he's going to make the Walk of Shame home on a carry. That is a long lane
Dire's middle
to
tower
walk back
is under
from, my
attack.
friend.
Yeah, that's gonna take a bit of time. At the same time, though, he wasn't going to get any creep wave that he was allowed to touch for quite a while. And this time
Jackie?
he's at Terrorblade.
He's coming back here. He's just given up on his carry and he's like, let's push to the other lane. We saw him make this exact same move last game. And this time rotation going to be successful. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Talk to me about the Cereblade hero Gibbs.
But everybody watching right now, I just want you to know that I've told this man to stop apologizing to me, and he won't stop doing it. I can't make him stop. Somebody help him actually. Help him to just, say what he has to say, because it's very useful and we'd all like to hear it. Anyway, all I was gonna say was just simply like, at least he's a Terrorblade and he's level 3, so we all know what that means. He can retreat into the jungle without feeling too bad about himself. That's all I was gonna say.
Well, that's exactly where he is right now, farming up. Sorry, kids. Mama raised me with manners. What can I do? And Fat Rider, Tiki Raja at bottom. Where did the Jakiro go? He's still here. They hate this man. 7J2. He's been a beast so far this series. Shutting him down is a big priority. But are they going to manage to do it, or they're putting up more than they can chew? They do get him, but it's going to cost them heavily once again here. Cubify with a double kill. He's on a killing streak for 2 games in a row on Rubik. In middle lane, Young G struggling up against Melody. The spam from the Beastmaster too damn annoying. We haven't actually spoke about this at all. 32 and 18 versus 21 and 4, and a walk of shame coming out from the Quap Kips.
Yeah, that Luna, she might be dying, but she's always taking heroes into the grave with her, and that is the one lane that Namiga is currently focusing all their attention on winning. I do think that that's the correct move. Like, try to win one lane instead of trying to shore up the ones that you're losing. You're just going to, spread your forces out thinner into situations where your enemy is strong. But the fact that even while they're making the correct choices, they're not actually getting to properly push that Luna off the lane. The way their Terrorblade has been getting punished, the way their Quap has been getting bullied, it sucks.
And if you're watching this at home, kids, and you think, oh, this Young G guy, he's such a bum, a Quap losing to a melee hero mid or something, nah. I don't think this has anything to do with skill. You hyped up this Beastmaster hero, Kips, and I'm gonna say that's biased. This hero is effing broken right now. And what do? He just sends balls and throws axes the whole lady face. Like, he A-clicks the ball, and throws axes, and there's nothing you can do about it at Philippine. Honestly, it's just such a damn tough lane.
Correct.
But now, they're gonna try set up for something. They got the ulti available in the Quap. In fact, actually, it's the Rubik hunting, so they're trying to call the Jakiro over for some help. But now they're gonna commit Silencer, close out his Q. Arcane Curse is going on, and just there's so much emphasis being put on this mid lane. Tower getting threatened. You know really how you respond to this. I don't think the support flag playing up against this Beastmaster either.
No, and I don't think it's going to do anything for you. Like, you're bringing people into the lane that you're already losing, and now you're sharing EXP. So you gotta, commit harder, bring somebody in on the actual overextend, try to get, no. And yet. Anyway, to further the Beastmaster debate, yes, I am currently very much a Beastmaster fan, and there's a lot of Beastmaster fans right now. But nobody else of the Beastmaster fans right now has been a Beastmaster fan since 2016 in an unbroken streak. I just, good, bad, awful, broken, I don't care. Beastmaster, yes, 10 years. 10 years in a row. So, yeah, sure. I'm right now, and I was wrong previously, and I'll be wrong again, and I'll be right again. It doesn't matter. I love Beastmaster.
Oh, not a bad hero to love, because he's one of IceFrog's favorite children. I wouldn't be surprised if he was broken since 2016 at this point. And this is the problem. One of the problems with Queen of Pain, right? It's not one of the best heroes. Like, your lane is so important. Getting these creeps, getting your XP.
Yes.
It's not the best hero to fall back on. It's quite a, I don't want to say a front runner hero, but oh my god, when you hit on this hero, you're almost immortal. Right now, very heavily threatened. Tower about to go down.
Look,
the course can't really make a rotation, so this is just an inevitability.
Exactly, and this is why I say don't bring more supports to the losing lane, because they were just standing around there with their hands in their pockets going like, yep, that sure is a Beastmaster killing our tower. We sure hope that he'd overstep and, misplay so we could to capitalize on it, but he doesn't, so we all wasted our time here. It sucks.
Sinto went for the HOD build this game. So I guess Kovis9 wishes he was playing Beastmaster right now, it seemed. I don't hate the HOD build, but I don't really like it this game either. I don't feel like you're ever going to have a chance to pressure this Luna's tower with it, so not really seeing the point. just a farming tool basically at this stage now. And I think Luna can actually kill your HOD creep with one support next to it, so just free gold for the Luna.
Yes, in a lot of other games I would be a fan of it as well. I like the extra map presence it gives you. I like the fact that indeed you get to push towers when the carry goes off the wave. But this carry is not in any hurry to leave that lane, and as you said, it's an overwhelming physical damage kind of hero. They love getting brought extra creeps. She's got the Mask of Madness up already. There's absolutely nothing you can do to threaten her, and she will happily take the extra CS that you kindly brought to her. So completely agreed. I like the build, but not in this game.
100%. Again, if you can push the towers or offlane, oh man, you feel so good, like you're walking around with two heroes. But in this kind of game, we saw what Zevin Jesu does when he gets space on this Luna in the past, and this game, it took him a while to catch up to the Moita. He had a rougher game in the previous one with Luna. This time he's starting from jump. At 10 minutes he's the most farmed hero in the map, and I don't think that's going to change anytime shortly. Terrorblade is a good 1,500 gold behind him. Now, QB5, he's on that killing speak. But he might be some trouble here. Queen of Fate coming through. She would love to find the skill, but there's the roar. The counterplay is coming out. Even the Solar Guardian on top. They're throwing everything here in the mid lane, and it's going to pay off dearly. They get 2 kills onto Mr. Mellow Jewel. That axe is going to come out even faster. He's going to farm harder, and he's going to do even more damage. Feels bad, man, for Namega.
Really painful. The QoP is their way into this game, but you know what you should have probably had in order to enable that QoP? You should probably have had a Blink Dagger on your Centaur. If you have that, you can get an engagement, and yeah, maybe it's a bad jump and your Centaur is going to die, but at the very least your QoP is going to get a lot of information about who's in that fight. A couple of heroes are going to be low. She's probably going to be able to get some kills with a with that maxed out Screamer Pain as well as a Sonic Wave over the top.
I mean, this
But
is
you
so
don't
greedy.
have that
He's
tool.
dragging the creep wave off the tower. But maybe if you went for a Vanguard or something, you could have just maybe put his body there on the line to keep the towers alive. But right now, he's went from the strongest hero on the map for his team to be an absolute bot. And unfortunately, he's not a Beastmaster. He's not the type of hero that like scales super well into the late game that you're going to hit this time when you're going to come out and like dominate. It requires coordination with the team, and I don't know, man. It's not looking pretty. 3k gold lead, 11 minutes in. They are getting a lot of creeps here onto the Queen of Pain. At least some nice stacks. So we'll boost up Young Cheese Gamer, but she's sorely needed. We'll see when they make that first big move. I mean, like you said, he's the Blink Dagger hero. It's not like Bat Rider's got a chance to farm this game either to get his soon. So a lot of pressure onto the Centaur on Covers 9, and I don't know if he's living up to expectations so far.
It's, especially if you look at the order in which he's got his items queued, we might be waiting for that Blink Dagger a long time. And sometimes I'm fine with that. I'm like, yeah, well, in this game they're gonna come to you anyway, but this is not necessarily they're gonna jump you and you get to, you know, stand there and tank it kind of game. This is they're gonna walk up to your towers and destroy them, and you can watch while they do it kind of game. That's where you would need a Blink Dagger, even though they're definitely going to be on your side of the map. They're not going to be interested in you all that much.
And his counterpart, the Dawnbreaker, she can play to one side from the deepest counter in the map, just AFK hit people, because the minute action breaks out, you can just press R and join the team immediately. Save cannot be said. Mr. Centaur. But all things considered, well, I was going to say the game stabilized with those ancient stacks and sort of catching up the network, but now starting to fall behind again. Luckily, that Starbreaker did kind of get missed there on Jakiro, so he'll make it out with his life. He's doing a good job of keeping his tower alive, but then again, Dawnbreaker, not the best hero at sieging up the tower either. So one of the few advantages to have in this game.
We're in the Beastmaster Axe waiting room, right?
Bat Rider Ariel has seemed to farm pretty decently. He's about 600 gold away from his Blink Dagger. His team sorely needs that. If he can get to that, then he has some form of playmaking on the team at least.
Well, very good that he's managed that, because Beastmaster waiting room is now over. I expect to see Mellow Jewel either cut through the jungle towards top or just straight up march up the lane, and that last tower is going to fall. This man will be looking for blood.
You know what's the funniest part about Beastmaster Axe? It's such a huge timing, and you don't even need to do anything with it because it increases your farm speed so much. You can just go back to farm Ancient
Yeah, you
and get your Blink Dagger 2 minutes later, and then you even freaking stronger. But they're gonna smoke up and look to do something like you said. Maybe make a play in the jungle and go for that Terrorblade's T1 tower. Ariel, this should be a huge pick-up actually. He doesn't have his blink just yet. He's trying to farm that up and they killed the Batrider. Luckily he didn't lose too much gold, but man oh man, he would like to have spent that time farming right now. And Shakiro gonna pop the ulti. He's back to keep wave, trying to keep himself alive with the TP, but he's gonna get farmed as well. Kill number 4 for Melojul. The guy is absolutely beasting right now. Another tier 1 tower going into his hands, and he did not go back at farm chips. He went immediately to make an impact with his team.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
No, Melojul not the kind of guy to let an opportunity window go to waste. It's always been a... I mean, his signature hero, as far as I'm concerned, is the Pangolier. And you want to make things happen all the time with a hero like that. And he shows the same on a lot of the other heroes that he plays. Very active kind of player.
100%. We'll see when the Mega decide to get active. Right now, all their cores, they're sitting in the farmlands, hitting creeps as best they can, trying to get something here.
Agriculture.
They're rejecting the collectivization. They refuse to get machinery and equipment right now. They want to do it the old school ways.
Have you ever played a communist lane, Camille? It's where both of you picked pos 4 and you're just sort of staring at the creep wave. You have to share it and neither of you does enough with it.
So bad. Getting to that 16-minute mark. Looks like Melojul gonna find himself yet another rune this game. It's gonna be a regeneration rune, like he needs any more healing on top of that Aghanim's. And your boy Bat Ariel does finally ship out the Blink Dagger, so maybe they'll look to make a play. Easier said than done into Global Silence, into Solar Guardian. But they have to try something at some point, Kipsy. Waiting on the Dragon. Somebody's gonna show they are gonna find the perfect guy silencer caught to get things off, but he didn't have the time to burst him in time. So the global silence does come out. So I didn't have the damage to burst him in time, but he does get killed eventually. They did commit a lot just to kill a boss by silence. So global silence, Central Stampede, and the lasso there. Sorry, and the sonic wave, not the global silence.
Yeah, on the other hand, the Solar Guardian did get spent as well. So that one is at least off the board for a little bit. But on the other hand, it looks like that was enough for the Radiant side to say, okay, let's see if we can make an attempt at a tier 2 tower here. Melojul backing up 7 Jesu.
Tier 2 would be a huge objective. We'll see how hard they want to commit for it. I don't think Namiga are going to want anything to do with this push right now.
Dire's
Not with any of the
tower
ultimates
is under
available.
attack.
On the split side, on the top side, they could be split pushing with the Terrorblade Illusions and the Jakiro spam out there. It's like don't break a wall TP to try to deal with that. And this game, this time round, 7 Jesu is going to go for that Aghanims on the Luna Kip, so sort of smelling blood right now.
Radiant's top tower.
No, really enjoy it because you've got so much right-click power coming in for your Beastmaster as well, that you don't necessarily need to be the be-all to end-all right-clicker right now, and instead you can be a adding to the team fight contribution here instead.
Roshan
And
has
I think it's,
fallen.
oh my god, they snapped the Roshan. Kind of expected with Beastmaster lineup on the backlines. They do get something going the way of the Maker. They pop the lasso and they get the
Radiant's
Rubik
top
kill.
tower is under attack.
They did put the Aegis on the Beastmaster, which is kind of expected. He's very strong at this point of the game. I also like it because his opposing carry this game is a Terrorblade, and he's not a hero who really likes to buy BKB at all, and especially not early in the game.
No, he hates it. He's supposed to be naturally survivable on the TB, right? Between the high armor and then the Sunder. And propensity for building up a Manta style, so you have that purge as well. You'd really rather only buy the BKB once you've got all of the overwhelming damage at the ready.
100%. Okay, turning into a bit of a farm face with Omega. The most passive I've ever seen them play, it feels like. And Luna just 200, actually just 100 gold off her Aghanims. Once she has it, I'm sure she'll be extremely happy to join up with the team and start making some big moves. To have Ags,
that is
on the
not a farming
Beastmaster,
item.
Ags on the Luna. No, most definitely not. Harpoon completed now for Vladek on the Dawnbreaker, who's actually, Dawnbreaker's managed to keep up pace with the Ags mid Beastmaster, which is actually crazy to think about.
The power of being able to play away from your team is just ginormous, and we've seen him leverage that very well on the Tide and the Underlord previously as well.
Behind Paddock now. He's going to show the lane, but his whole team is behind him. Anybody shows, they're going to get punished heavily. And talking about showing getting punished, Hero is going to be the unfortunate victim of this moves here. Does sort of tank the gank for his TB, for his quap.
Oh yeah. No, that could have been so much worse. And here again, fast moves immediately through the gate, meet up with the Luna.
The center forced to pop
As
Seppi,
no, the
jungle,
Dawnbreaker
they're
does
making
not
a
make
move
their
on
way up.
somebody. That's a nice kill. We were just talking about how farmed this Dawnbreaker is, so getting a pick up on her means quite a bit. And now Luna is going to feel fully confident to push up that lane. Just going to have to send the Mantas there. The whole team was ready to go there bottom, and now without that Dawnbreaker, without that global building coming in, it's going to be a bit wiser in terms of the safer Torment to play here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And he goes, yo, Cuba Fire. Homo was died there. And who picked up this? Silencer picked up the shot. What does it do on
Dire are
Gaze
scanning.
of Wisdom? Okay, it bounces. Doesn't seem like the best ability for support Silencer, but we'll take it. It's a free shot. I think you muted there, Kips.
I was indeed. I have been sneaking almonds, and sometimes I forget to unmute after I crunch into a treat. So thank you for that.
Big no stress. Melajum walking towards his BKB as well on the Beastmaster. That's a great place. It'll be a nice timing once he gets that. Still going to be quite a while. And he does have the Aegis for another 2 minutes. Would like to see them make a big move with that. But doesn't look like they're in too much of a rush. They're already out getting them
Well,
across
here's
the
a
map
move.
for the moment. And they find the Batrider. Maybe with
Yeah,
that
a
pick up, they
medium
might start
move.
looking forward to a medium move. I was going to say transitioning for a tier 2, but Luna's already working on it. She doesn't care for TB's busy with other business.
Like, Lynx really pushes that
Dire's bottom
that
tower is under
bluff
attack.
of, you know, my entire team is behind me. Actually, psych, they're killing your, they're killing your post 4 in another lane. They seem very prolific at that, but it's also definitely one of the things that makes them look silly. Like the Dawnbreaker pick off on top looks very careless, when it's really just hard to keep the balance of playing split up all the time while not also overextending one of your heroes that is currently playing solo. Like, overextending on that hero is kind of part of the deal.
It's like, it's not the boy who cried wolf, it's the boy who didn't cry wolf. It's like, yeah, I'm fine, don't worry guys, I'm here. Whole team behind me. It's like, well, are they really?
Yeah.
And now this time, the team is all clumped up together, 3-man smoke move. Trying to find the TB here in the jungle, but he's farming on the safer side, much closer to his tier 2. But they're not going to give up the go. They might just go back in. This time it's a 4-man smoke from the Mega. Finally, they're feeling confident to get together and make some moves. What they're going to find though is the question. They do finally have a blink at the center.
Dire
Let's see if they can
are
put it to
scanning.
good use, Gibbs.
Let's see, indeed. It's about 10 minutes after I would have wanted him to have one.
And they're going to fully commit to this move. They're going to go down the low ground. They will be forced to go up a high ground if they want to do something. I don't know if that's the play you want to make. Global Silence is pop. Fight breaks out here in the jungle. Trying to burst down somebody, but they just don't have the damage. And now the Luna Eclipse comes through with the Aghanim, doing a lot of damage, even eating through the centaur here. Nobody's dropped this yet, but that's not going to last for long. Obviously, first to fall here at the centaur. The Hawk throws out the Sonic Wave. Help his team retreat, but there's going to be stragglers, and those stragglers going to get burnt the hell down.
No, chasing them all the way up the high ground, probably not the best of ideas. And on the other hand, though, you gotta try and catch the Dawnbreaker. It is your only possibility for getting a fight where they are indeed split up on Team Lynx and not just faking being split up. But alas,
Dire's top tower
you
is
don't
under
kill
attack.
any of them fast enough. The Luna shows up, drops that Eclipse, and that was once again basically the same amount of damage as the rest of her team combined, mostly just off of dropping that ultimate.
Radiant's middle tower
He
is
wait for
under
this
attack.
Bloodstone Bolt first.
Dire's
Trying to
structures
keep his
are
five as best as possible. When tries getting the Agnums, actually get the lasso off there. Once again, we see this play. Just playing up by herself. No teammates really around in shape to help her right now. And they get a huge, oh my god. There's no way. Luna died to a neutral creep. In what world is that fair?
So that must have been a Croaker noticing 3 heroes on the other side of the puddle. And throwing a spiteful, what's that ability called? A Tendril of the Deep that way? I think that must have been what happened.
Are scanning.
Now,
Well, here is the Death Cascade.
They're actually going to make the move on to Melody with the Hunters. Actually starting to make it this time. The Sonic Wave is looking pretty good, but they still manage to survive through the Beastmaster. Might have to turn their sights onto Dawnbreaker. This would be a good big kill if they can find it. And you see Silencer using that shot to good effect, trading up with the Queen of Pain. Not doing a terrible job at it, but he's going to get caught with a stun from Seto. He's going to get punished. Oh man. Some big kills here, some big moves coming out on the map, and I would like to say if they actually got the Luna kill and it was denied by the creeps, what would the net worth difference have been here? Oh boy, that would have been a huge one.
That would have been significant, but it seems to be the same with Team Lynx that whenever they lose their momentum, even for one moment, they're going to toss several kills in afterwards just because they don't realize that they're gonna hug towers for a while.
And the Mega on the flip side, they love to cascade and snowball these kills they get. They're going to smoke up and they're going to go yet again. There is a lasso available on the Batrider that Luna showed on the wave. This would be a huge pickup if they can get it. Are they going to commit to the high ground? They've fallen victim to that move in the past, but this time she truly is alone. But the team not really confident, Kips. They're going to give up on that. They're pinging down bottom. They want the Beastmaster again. And I do want to point out a bit of a worry, Kips. If this game goes long enough that the Luna gets her, the Queen of Pain gets her Ags comfortably, it doesn't matter how far behind they are. These team fights are going to be extremely hard to play if you don't pick up this cop first, because her damage, sustained damage to these fights is just going to be crazy.
It's not quite what it used to be, but it's still such a
Radiant's
potent
bottom
tool.
tower is under attack.
And you know, Namiga, in these games where you've been behind, there's always some very nice money bags to mop up after you finally get a little bit of room to breathe. All of these towers still sitting there, you kill them a lot faster. You get, you spend a lot less time and therefore get a lot more money per tower, if you will, if you just leave them to stand there for a while. It's almost sounds like a great strategy until you realize that you get other advantages out of killing towers early.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Unfortunately, the towers are not susceptible to the chicken strat of getting more money the more you feed them and the longer they stay around.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Unfortunately.
But we work in esports, Kips. Money is money. We accept it however it comes.
I have said no to several different kinds of money, I'll have you know. But that is neither here nor there.
We'd have made probably the safest part of the jungle, just trying to get to the Aghanims as fast as possible. The Centaur stopped really, he's scaling. I mean, actually, he's the most farmed hero on his team still. Still waiting for his next big item. Looking towards that Aghanim, that Ag's up next to get that cart save. Could see some funky plays with the Centaur getting rove around in the cart and smacking people down. But they'll have to survive through the smoke gank first. Team Nyx, they smoke up, they draw on the map, they know where the Terrorblade is. I don't know if he's going to be there by the time they arrive though.
But there might still be a Jakiro.
He's gonna...
No, they miss him just about. Ships in the night.
Gonna say, take one for the team, suffer for the cause, you know what I'm saying?
Tank the gank.
Tank the gang. Both teams playing a bit more conservatively now in game number 3, not taking too many risks. That Aghanims we spoke about is done on Young G. You could see a smoke up come out here from Silent Omega. They're gathering up together. Could meet the Centaur down bottom.
Roche is here. It is on their side. For another minute.
Is the best time to take a fight or win a fight, more importantly. Get the second age. Is this the second ages or the first ages of the game?
Second. We had a Beastmaster ages earlier.
That is true. This is the important one. And there's the timing we spoke about, Kips. The Scotty is completed for the TB. Yeah, he's behind. Now he's finally hitting some of his core items. Looking to make some impact in the game. They don't catch him with the roll. They have to make a choice. Do you want to roll up Young G on the feet of fate? Do you want to roll up Zerablade if you can find him? Smoke not going to find anybody, unfortunately. They're going to wait on this high ground, hoping somebody will show. Flip side, Links, they're waiting at the bottom side. They know where Roshan is. Maybe just Nameka are waiting for when the Roshan moves to the other side. Don't know if they're going to make a move for it there. Or
Radiant's middle tower
hope
is under
somebody
attack.
takes the bait and comes up, yeah. Team Link's reading out this place perfectly. They're in the exact red side of the map. Not taking any risks. And I wonder, I mean, they are gathered up on Team Links. They should be getting together to smoke themselves, but I wonder how quickly they could take the Roshan if they wanted to on the Mega. Queen of Pain sort of going to walk away. Sento's probably going to show to the wave now. So I'm not trying to sneak out anything this time around.
And Amiga did what I think is most important here. If they're going to fight for this Roche, then what they want is vision over on the other side. So they have established really good presence of wards on the other side of the river right now. And it's going to have to be dewarded and taken care of first.
They're going to have to get there soon because I'm sure they're going to make the move to deward on the side of the Radiant. They actually get all under the wards. They're going to see him jump. But the Luna's going to show. He's going to get last on. There's the global silence. Actually comes out a little too late. Luna going to be okay for the moment. Pops a BKB. Now the Aghanim's ulti comes out. Don't break the goal. Deep trying to burst out the TV. Sonic Wave's coming out. They keep out stopping there for a moment. But Terrorblade, oh, he gets rolled down. He gets beat down too. He's dead out of the fight. 50 seconds. The DD on the cop, but without your TB. How can you really take this fight, Kips? I don't think you can.
What? My god, that Rubik jumping forward at about a quarter health. Absolutely fearless. And I'm surprised to not see Team Lynx disappear into the pit immediately. Lasso is down, Macropire's down, Sonic Wave is down, even the Stampede is down. I am very surprised to not see them run in themselves.
Every single
What are they afraid of?
ultimate on the enemy team is gone. Well, besides the Sunder, I guess, but that's not his real ulti, Gibbs. So yeah, I'm also
Yeah, and besides man's
what
dead.
the issue is. Maybe they want to bait them into Roche again. They're just gonna use Roche's bait, like, come to us, daddy, come to us, and they just kill them over and over again. This time they're gonna smoke now when the team is back alive. Hoping somebody shows here.
And they're gonna start it.
A vision for the Radiant themselves. Then they're gonna break the smoke immediately. Covers 9 trying to get the kill on Rubik, but QB5. Fingers a little too quick there for him. And now he's gonna try to make a move and Seto. He's forced to pop his ulti to retreat here.
Stampede stolen.
Ooh, that's a big one. And they're gonna pop it. Can they catch anybody though is the question. And just gonna look like they
No.
a threatening Stampede.
Just for funsies.
Yeah.
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 And it is pretty threatening spell, but it's a little. That one was for morale.
Roshan's gonna roll, and I'm not sure why they feel comfortable to go now. Surely Nameka want to contest it though. Lasso's back up, Sonic Wave is back up. Still might be a bit of a while for the Metamorphosis, but they can get here in time. Yeah, big kill. They're gonna go in the back lines. Oh, the Luna ulti took a decent amount of damage, but mostly seems to take it up. They're gonna get the Lasso finally on the Luna, but do they have the damage to burst it down? It doesn't look like it's Saber 2 just gonna stand up strong and fight away. So much damage. The Sonic Wave comes out, but it's still not enough to bring down the Luna. The Metamorphosis is here now. They're trading away. His heroes on Radiant are just too elusive. Stolen, Quap Blink got QB5 now as well. He's having a ball of a time here on his Rubik so far this game.
Oh, incredible. Absolute massive Starbreaker from Vladik coming through there. Just when you think that they've got the lasso on the Luna, they've got her dead to rights, he comes in, stuns everybody up, and Amiga has to scatter to the 4 wins again. Maybe Team Lynx is right. They can just keep on baiting this Roshan. They never have to take it. Amiga will just come and fight them there, and they can kill off another couple of guys. This is working great.
They killed them with the Terrorblade like that. They killed the Centaur like that. They didn't bleed a single kill themselves in these moves. We'll see if the strategy pays off for the 3rd time. This time though, Roshan on half HP.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Vega are gonna go and give them that opportunity again. Maybe just cop the L this time, but he could have used the Eclipse here to bring down the big bad.
Immortality.
So, yeah, this time they actually want the Roshan. There's no faking, no funny business. They're like, hey, give the Aegis to Luna and let's go get you from here. Queen of Pain does almost have a BKB here.
Yeah, it's about time that somebody on the Dire bought a BKB. Now, of course, I don't want to be mean about it, right? They have simply not had the money. They've had to keep on buying damage in order to, you know, stay in the game at all. But it definitely is a good sign for him that he finally has the space in the budget to bring one over, and that's going to make him, I want to say, a proper contributor to these fights now, because we have seen the Queen of Pain still need to back off. The survivability from the Bloodstone simply not enough to allow Young G to stay in these fights. So now presumably we're going to see a couple more rounds of spells than just the one getting thrown out from this Queen of Pain.
Yeah, for sure. Despite going for this Bloodstone Axe build, has been mostly of him playing on the periphery. I don't think he's incorrect to be playing like that. It's been an insane amount of damage coming out of Team Link so far this game. Wouldn't be surprised to see him if he goes for the Lincolns up next after this BKB to maybe mitigate the Rubik Lift and the Beastmaster Roar. And I think with that, he could maybe really be a frontliner for his team, jump in and just beast mode.
Once again, Team Link's kind of taking their time with this Aegis, going back for Tormentor first. Cracker.
Whoa.
That's a gem on the deck.
That's pretty funny.
Dire are scanning.
Beastmaster gets a shot. Wow.
This is the East European special, I suppose.
That's pretty funny. Beastmaster gets a shot for himself.
I'm
and gonna take the Shrine of
pointing at
Wisdom.
Toronto, Tokyo, but I am.
Oh, bad. Queen of Pain gone for this Scream of Pain talented 20. So obviously not going to have the super short cooldown Sonic Wave, but with the Ag, very needed in these team fights. Every lick of damage out of every dagger, so don't blame her. It's not like she's getting to style super long team fights, throwing multiple Sonic Waves. It's fine.
Well, I wanted to say I want to see Lynx make like a proper combined move with this Aegis now, but you know what they're doing right now is roughly their equivalent of that. Once again, Seven Jesu is pretending his entire team is behind him, doing a great job of it too, and Namiga is not going to argue with him once again.
I don't even have if
Instead-
Namiga have a coach. But do you think afterwards when they watch it back on this replay and they see the Luna doing this move every single time, if they're gonna like kick themselves and be like, oh my god, how did we let them get away with this?
Yeah. But like it's hard to call that bluff though, because if you walk up to that Luna and go boo, there might just be like a whole chorus of enemy teammates going boo right back at you. And then you die, you know, about 10 feet from your own high ground, and you're gonna be sitting on the sidelines as the Luna takes your base. It's it's a clever gamble. That's all I can say.
And I mean, is she ever really alone, right? You have this Dawnbreaker who can always come in with healing and global presence. You have the global silence to back you up if you need be.
Radiant
But yeah,
are scanning.
still a bit of a gamble. Been paying off
Radiant's
so far for
bottom
Team
tower
Leaks.
is under attack.
Does seem like this 15k goal lead has been stable for quite a while now.
Yeah, for about 15 minutes almost.
How do you approach the high ground yet? You see a set and done up against the Batrider, up against the Jakiro. Its Queen of Pain spam is also very annoying, and even the Turboblade, like we mentioned before. If you can just stand and hit from the high ground, it's going to be really hard to do anything about it. And Namika looks like they're just going to wait out the road. Team Mix are just going to wait out the Aegis again. Rather have the Luna Butterfly than Aegis to push up high ground, it seems.
Perhaps. I mean, one of the things that you could very easily do with this lineup is push 2 waves and make the Namiga spread themselves out, because as we just discussed, you do in fact have the Dawnbreaker, you do in fact have the Global Silence. It's not nearly as much of a problem for you to split your forces up as it is for Namiga to do so.
You do have all the split push. And now, TB and Namika looking to make a move here. Looks like they're all gathering up together again. But it looks like
There
teammates are
goes
the
the
wiser.
Aegis.
They have timed this. This has slowly but surely become one of the most predictable moves in coordinated Dota. The minute the Aegis expire, you smoke up and chase the enemy heroes, you know?
No,
It
like
looks like
the real trick is to start doing it about 30 seconds before.
100%. Are they aware of the team links though? They're gonna go set up the high ground. They are together. Luna's still on low ground. They're gonna
Smoke
pop a
of their
smoke
own.
of their own. The ward comes out.
Ward drop immediately spotted.
Ooh,
Radiant's middle
the
tower
boars
is
giving so
under
much
attack.
damn information there. If Pain does find herself an arcane ruin, so they look like they want to go back to the outpost, re-control their own triangle. Batrider has his BKB now. They're feeling confident. The axe also completed. It was completed a while ago for the Centaur as well. I think the BKB is going to be a nice addition to him as well once he finally gets that, which is not too far away from it. And the TB might be working towards... Okay, he wants a Daedalus in the end of BKB. I don't disagree with that because every time they catch this Luna with the lasso, they just tickle her. They have no real damage to kill her through it, so... A Daedalus will help him with that. She does have the butterfly though, unfortunately, but you never know. 1 or 2 lucky crits could make all the difference.
Good. No, QBFY just showed off the good old go behind the wave that's pushed out. That's where they're going to be logic, but unfortunately he was just a little bit slow. And now they still don't catch Namiga. But I do feel like they're actively trying to give Namiga a little rope to hang themselves with. Give them a little space, back off to your side of the map a little bit.
Radiant's
See if you can
bottom tower
actually
is under
catch them
attack.
out somewhere outside the base and get a 5v fight in an environment that is much more advantageous to you than walking up the high ground against a Terrorblade and a Batrider.
100%. Miga for once don't look like they want to take the bait. They've always so overeager throughout the series. Paid off for them dividends in game number 1. In game number 2, they kind of got punished for it. In number 3, playing a lot more conservatively. I don't really blame them. They've stabilized the gold lead, and they do believe in the high ground defense. Queen of Pain, spam with the Aghanim's. The Sekiro macro power from the long range. Again, Centaur jumping in and out, and most importantly, the Batrider. So, liking what I'm seeing. This Luna, unfortunately, is like the sole guy going up high ground to push. So it makes Batrider's job very easy. Do they have any Lotus Orbs on the high ground to counteract this is the question. Sorry, on the Radiant.
Beastmaster might be flying one in right now. 1 sec. Yeah, he's definitely working on it.
He's building a Lincoln, and it looks like
Radiant
Silencer.
are scanning.
Well, he was going for a Lotus Orb, and now he just decided to buy an Aghanim's instead. So, change course for a bit.
Arcane Curse for... I mean, sure, that's going to be a lot of damage. Especially versus the Queen of Pain, the Batrider, but I'm not sure if that matches the utility of it. And now he's going for the Refresher Orb, of course. Like, you can't just
Radiant's middle
half-ass
tower
it.
is under
If you're gonna
attack.
go for the
Dire are
for the
scanning.
axe, you gotta go for the Refresher. Okay, fine. At least the Beastmaster has that Lincolns.
He's gonna pop the meta here. Who did they spot? It was actually Luna. 7 Zissou. Zissou came through there. They had no way to lock it down. Now they're gonna pop the global silence. They do go on Mellow Jewel here. They catch him, but Terrorblade is he in the range to hit him out? They do.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, you see the difference that crit makes now. They ace through this big tanky Beastmaster. They're trying to the Dawnbreaker as well. Look at
Radiant's
Yankee
middle tower
chasing
is
forward
under
with the
attack.
Sags. That's 80 seconds though, Beastmaster. Keep it coming through. I wonder if they're gonna actually take the time to poke. This is the first team to make a move up the high ground, and it's Team Nameka down 15k. Not a single Aegis ever showing up for them. And they get 2 pickoffs, and they're gonna go here for the tier 3s. They're gonna almost get it. The Glyph comes out just in time. They might feel a little scared now. Got what they came for. They force out a buyback. They might get the hell out of dodge. And Roshan's back up in 30 seconds. So let's give them a chance to get their wards down and control the area for them to maybe look at Roshan. Unfortunately for them though, Luna's gonna jump
Orbital
back
cannon.
and blow Jakiro the hell up. TB gonna pop that BKB and TP the hell out. Oh man, the unfortunate thing though, even though they get the Beastmaster Kips, Roshan's going to be back up in 10 minutes and it's going to be no Metamorphosis, so I don't know if Namiga can actually contend with this.
I'm not sure either. And then, I don't want to say unfortunately for us, but last time that Lynx got the Roche, we didn't really see anything happen with it either. So I'm hoping that they're going to be able to push the issue this time around. They already have a banner saved up on the silencer from the last time around.
They're actually going for
Now-
trees, I don't care. They're down into Kiro. They're down meta. They don't want to give away the social speed they have. Oh my god, they take the stopping speed to catch those 2 heroes. But the Roshan goes down. Who picks up the Aegis? Nobody as of yet.
Aegis
They're trying to
was
give a
based on
shot.
Young
so
G.
they go back, but Young G steals it. It's a huge one. They kill 2, including the Luna. The first time this game they managed to kill her. The clock save is there for TB. And Young G, he's got an Aegis. He's going to play so damn confidently. Look at this chase kips. Heroes are going to start melting across the board. Middle 2, he's trying. He's gonna try for the TP, but just doesn't have the damage. He's dead yet again. He still doesn't have buyback. 2,000 gold away from it. Nobody has it besides the Luna. Don't break because gonna pop hers immediately, but her team's already dead. Oh my god, and now because he didn't have the meta for the fight, he's gonna have it for the high ground kips. Could this be a
What a
throne run?
disaster.
They're gonna pay for it for sure.
Radiant's middle tower
Yeah,
has fallen.
look at this. He's gonna storm straight
Why
on
not?
up.
Don't even care about the racks. Straight up with the tier 4s. Force them to buy back, force them to react, force them to do something. And right now they're doing absolutely nothing. Team Lynx, you had the advantage. You had all the Aegises. But Namiga are the ones pushing for the game right now. How will they respond? It's Luna and Don't Break a 2 versus 5 scenario. They have to do something. They have to do it quick. The Rack is falling. The Throne is falling so damn fast. They're going with TV. They're trying with the first damage. The Agnes just got enough. Look at Young God go. The ulti. It's good. It's great. But TV, he might be in
Luna's
trouble.
winning.
He gets brought down. Luna, man against the world. He's winning these fights. What a fight for Young God. He's cleaning up. Can he kill the Luna? He's gonna try his best to use the buyback. This would be the game if he can. She's still man fighting through, but in the end, she inevitably goes down. The buyback is there from Gaia. They're gonna come back through. They're gonna try for this rack. Young he still somehow has the Aegis in the GG. Well played. It's called they tap out. Team Lynx in every single game this series they had a chance to win, but they could never close out the games. The Mega are the comeback kings, giving themselves the victory here, Kips. Wow.
I do indeed. And in the end, I guess all I can say is that the more stable team takes it here. This was a Team Lynx, and I like what they're doing, right? They give the aggression, they control the map, they set the pace of these games. And ultimately, if they look at what they've done in this series, yeah, don't beat yourself up too hard. The fact that you were able to throw this means that you were in charge the entire time. You can't throw what you can't have. But at the same time, it's really hard to not feel like you dropped that proverbial ball pretty hard several times. There were really more opportunities to do something with the lead that they had in these games, and instead Namiga with the pressure, with the ability to wait out all of these ganks, all of these moves, really good smoke movements, didn't even seem phased about being behind a single time in the entirety of this 3-hour series at all. You gotta give it to them for just the sheer tenacity of hanging in there.
I know we want to end on a positive note and all, but I want to say it's quite a grief what the Silencer and the team of Lynx did. The fact that they didn't go a single Lotus Orb up against a Batrider Lasso, that's the only risk for Luna, right? They have all these Aegises, but they don't buy the items needed to go up the high ground. So yeah, you farm, yeah, you win the fights, but if you don't give yourself a win condition, what's the point of it all? So I think if they go back, they're really going to be kicking themselves for Team Lynx. Team Omega, man, they're going to be puffing that cigar, pouring the whiskey, because this is, they got away with one year. So it's a phenomenal games. We've been going at it since 10 a.m. Kips. So any final words before we finally end up this broadcast on our shift at least?
Yeah, itemize not just for the game that you want to have, but the game that you're going to have. Is the lesson here, and for Team Lynx, definitely not just in this game, right? We were talking about the Wind Wakers all the way back on the first map. There is, even if the enemy is not a threat right now, they might be in the future. You have the money, be ready for it.
Well, thank you all for watching Kips and I. The games here at DreamLeague Division 2 are certainly not done, but we will take our leave. So thank you for joining us here today, and be sure to catch the next series, which should have been starting about 1.5 hours ago, in fact. So stick around, it'll be back up in just about 10 minutes. And check out the other streams, ESL Ember, ESL Main, and there's another one I'm forgetting, ESL Earth. So yeah, thank y'all for watching, and see y'all tomorrow again.
my head. Got the whole world at my feet, and there ain't a cloud ahead. There are stories I need to tell. There is laughter I need to share. Joy and love all around. I can feel it in the air. Oh, nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all.
a marathon series that was just before this one got started. Welcome back to DreamLeague Division 2. My name is Bayo. We got Rojo right there. And Rojo, unlike the Boston Marathon that just completed, that was a marathon that actually took a long time. Which means we get to now, hopefully, this SAR continues their journey of absolutely dominating everyone that gets close, unless we talk about League of Game 2. It's SAR, it's Alice Ventorus and Rojo. I'm going to open by asking you one very simple question. Who can stop Wits?
It's a hard question to answer. I mean, I think teams from all across the world and in all sorts of tournaments, PGL certainly included, are wondering the same thing. So he's looked really, really great. But I think, you know, it's who can stop Wits, but it's also, Bayo, there's a very technical skill that we were kind of missing out on yesterday that I think teams could learn to adapt to. And it's so when you're on the draft screen, you usually would want to do, you might want to press H on your keyboard. That's going to highlight heroes that kind of have that name, you know, starts with the letter H. You might press O afterwards to narrow down the search, and then you're going to ban kind of the first hero that shows up, which should be Hoodwink. And you're not going to let Schofield have this hero. And that's a hard thing to do. Of course, we're going to take a quick look at the standings as of right now. South America rejects pretty much guaranteed, or I think they are just guaranteed.
Yeah.
Upper bracket at this point. So really, really great for them. They're very, very happy and in a great spot. Alice Ventorus, very important then for them that they bring this one out because they're right on the cusp here. So it's a very important set of games for them to kind of be bringing out here. And I think we're covering, it's two of their games or two of their series, right? So these are going to be the really, really massive ones here for them.
Yep, we have moved on from our full-time job of covering South American rejects, although we do get them here, and I am not complaining. And it is so fun to watch how SAR, when they're on, which we did see against League Game 2 yesterday, they were sometimes maybe not quite as on as we'd like to see them.
Yeah.
But when they're on, they are so crisp and clean. And of course, they did make their way into the playoffs of PGL earlier today. Pretty cool series against Mouse.
10 seconds remaining.
But it is going to be fun now to see whether Alice Ventorus can make it happen because
5 seconds remaining.
we've seen them not look very good. When you and I caught their games earlier on in the tournament, they were okay, making a bunch of mistakes, but they did take down Z10. And Z10 is, I think you and I will agree here,
10 seconds
a
remaining.
team that we expected to be maybe not top in their group, but upper 50% in their group. They tend to perform pretty well. And again, maybe that might mean something here. Now, I don't think Alice Ventorus is going to beat South American rejects, but they have forced SAR to ban their own Hoodwink when they have first pick. So,
yeah, well,
not sure about that one.
Guess my advice went the wrong way. I'll be a bit more careful next time
10
around.
seconds remaining.
It is interesting they banned their Hoodwink because yesterday they were very, very, very big
5
proponents of
seconds
picking it up,
remaining.
especially considering that it was
Radiant
partially just
team
a
pick.
hero that they were taking away as sort of an extra ban. So I am a little bit curious what they'll pick up here. Yesterday they were going with we did see El Misha picking up the Phoenix for himself pretty frequently in first pick, and then they kind of, those games were a little shaky, so I guess this time around we're experimenting with letting the Hoodwink get banned and then picking up a Bristleback. Probably, I mean, definitely still kind of a deny pick, but this is something that I think, I don't know, I'm sure you and I are both on the same page that I think I'd rather just have Hoodwink.
Remaining.
That being said, I think we need to talk about where South American rejects stand just in the context of the broader Dota 2 ecosystem. Because they just qualified for BGL playoffs, right? They are going to be able to do that later on. It might start tomorrow, might start the day after, but they're going to start to do that. They pretty much qualified for upper bracket here in DreamLeague Division 2 as they try to go qualify for the next season of mainline DreamLeague. If there ever was a time for you to not show your strats, not show what you're going to do in the playoffs of PGL and the playoffs further here, but instead, start to experiment a little bit. See if some of these other ideas that teams have been throwing at you or throwing at different teams has any value to how you want to play. I mean, this series right here, the series they're going to play next today, the series they're going to play tomorrow, is just the optimal time to make that happen.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. They certainly do have a good opportunity. Game 1 against Alice Ventorus. Not doing any, I mean, Bristleback's not anything crazy, but definitely kind of seeing how
10 seconds remaining.
they can potentially work with it. And I mean, Frank, I've definitely seen play a number of Bristleback games for quite some time anyway. So definitely not anything they're uncomfortable
Dire
with.
team ban.
Definitely could be onto something there of just a little bit of self-experimentation. Get ready to, even just properly prepare against other strategies. Sometimes you play a bristleback and you kind of see the ways in which teams can struggle about it, and it's actually one of the better ways, I would say, on average, to
10
kind of learn
seconds
about
remaining.
different meta picks. Is you just kind of pick it and see what
5
feels
seconds
bad about it, what
remaining.
feels good about it. Can definitely help your
Dire team
overall
pick.
read on whether you are going to let
Radiant
bristleback
team
through
pick.
in the future in PGL. For Ventorus, of course, they don't really have quite the same luxury. They're going to pick up a Quap, which I think is an
Radiant
incredible
team
response to the Bristle, and then they're going to go Tusk themselves. South America rejects go back to
Admiral Conker.
their Grimstroke, but then pick up a Conka. So this is a little bit interesting that Ventorus, they did pick the Quap, and then they went ahead and banned Dark Mago's Ember, which I don't mind, but most teams have been banning the Dark Mago Conka, especially if they
10
plan on picking
seconds
Quap, or
remaining.
especially if they have already picked Quap, because he's really good at this hero, and
5
it is
seconds
one of the
remaining.
more brutal lanes. Definitely more brutal than Ember on average.
Yeah, definitely. And Dark Mago, he's warmed up on the hero as well. I know that doesn't matter too much at the end of the day, but he had a killer game, right? Against Mao's game 3 to begin qualify to the playoffs, knock Mao's out of the tournament in PGL this morning. So not only is it one of his best heroes, he's warmed up on it. He's got a great matchup. And while Kunkka is maybe not the best pairing with Grimstroke, being able to double X is really nice. And Grimstroke is just another layer of, hey, Quap, you're not going to have fun in this game with the Phantom. Of course, you can go and kind of do that to the Tusk as well, prevent some saves. So already, Quap, great hero, certainly, don't get me wrong here, Rojo. But there's a pretty solid anti-Quap draft from the first. We don't even have to pay attention to the bristleback. But yeah, this Kunkka, this Grimstroke, just very much an up yours. I'm not going to get Quap. We're going to make you really sad about trying to take it.
Yeah, definitely a really nice response pick to the Quap overall. Grimstroke very annoying for Tusk. And they also still have an 18 pick here, so definitely for Ventorus, even if South America rejects are switching a little bit up from what they've typically been doing, at least so far in DreamLeague, definitely still got themselves a really nice draft, and it's not an easy set to pick into here. Maybe I would consider, if you play it for Ventorus, I might honestly consider taking the Monkey King away, just because I think the
Dire
tempo they
team
could play around the map if they give that hero to Wits could be seriously worrying, and
Radiant
thankfully, of
team
course,
pick.
they did ban out that Frank Doom earlier. They could have flexed that bristleback in theory, but there's no Doom. Wouldn't pick the Alchemist if that was open. And go with the Shadow Demon immediately after. So Ventorus is pretty defensive so far. They did end up with Alchemist Quap, but as you mentioned, they already have an okay response to the
seconds
Quap, especially
remaining.
early. And they do have this pick here as well, which I do imagine Wits is going
5
to kind of keep in
seconds
mind
remaining.
something that is decently good against Quap, decently good against Alchemist. It could even just see, I could see Wits just picking up a Kaz immediately here. I don't know if there's a hero Amisho is really eyeing, but I suppose there's no harm in picking up his hero here.
Yeah, not really. I'm not going to say worried because, again, we have Quap somewhat handled. But at the end of the day, Rojo, this is going to be a Quap that's going to have something plus the Ags at 20 minutes. Assuming the Alchemist has any moderate hope of a good game. So even if you are handling the Quap, and we've seen this happen time and time again where, Quap has a bad time, but Alchemist has a bad time, but you give the damage. And then Quap goes like, Veil, Kaya, something, and it really is this incredible
Radiant
timing.
team ban.
So just have to pay attention to it. Of course, Bat Rider is another, hey, not gonna have a great time. Although this is
Dire team ban.
likely a support Bat, right? Grim Bat as the Schofield Elmisho heroes.
Yeah, probably. Almisha, I think, likely picking that one up actually in the 5, I would guess. It is kind of what it seems like. I guess Schofield can play also in the safe lane. Either way, I don't mind
10
it. It does
seconds
pair nicely
remaining.
with the Grimstroke. It's more catch, more things to deal with the Quap. It's not necessarily
5
usually considered the
seconds
best
remaining.
into Shadow Demon, but that is a double kind of edged matchup in the sense of obviously Shadow Demon can save, but you can at least catch the Shadow
Radiant
Demon.
team ban.
So it has some kind of nice answer there. Overall, I would say their draft, I would say, is on Ventorus is pretty good against Monkey King, but I think they're smart to just ban it. I don't really care how good you think your draft is against the Wits Monkey King. It's something I would never elect
10
to play
seconds
into if I
remaining.
had the choice. Of course, we've just been very
Dire
high on the
team
praise for
back.
Wits. I think very, very deservingly so. It is a bit interesting, South America Rejects. They did have Slardar open for the entirety of this draft. Now they're going to go ahead and ban it from Alison Torres, probably wisely. But they didn't elect for it this game, which is a little bit interesting for them. Again, maybe a slight bit of
10
experimentation, a
seconds
little bit of
remaining.
dealing with the QoP. For Wits, I kind of
5
do just
seconds
want
remaining.
damage. I suppose, I mean, it's an okay game if he wanted to just pick
Radiant
up
team
like the
Dire
Void
team pick.
for himself, but I'm not sure that's something he's been playing much, and he'll just go to his patented Slark. I mean, it is pretty good. These two supports are particularly poor at dealing with Slark. So that's yeah, that's a pretty good Slark game for Wits. Usually when we've seen the
10
Slark, I feel like
seconds
we've both been in agreement that there's some pretty obnoxious things for it.
Choose
The
your
Dawnbreaker
hero.
definitely has the Dawnbreaker has good potential to be annoying for the Slark, but otherwise, I would say this is one of the better Slark games you and I have actually seen it be picked into.
Yeah, there is not. You have technically Sonic Wave, technically the Ags for some damage on the ground. You could do some fun stuff with Unstable Concoction, but yeah, no, really not one of these ideal games where there's just a bunch of nonsense on the ground that you have to go and work your way through. So I'm with it. We have, of course, seen Slark, even in technically really good Slark games, fall flat on their face. But not the Wit Slark. In fact, we've seen Wits go pick a Slark in what we were saying is not
Probably
really
one of the
that
harder
opti-
games.
Yeah, not all that optimal of a Slark game, and he ran the game over in 20 minutes. So
Yeah, it's
now you give him
also
a good one.
notably, it's also a very good Mage Slayer game, so that's partially what's concerning me a little bit. Is that I believe last time that we saw Wits playing it, he did go for that kind of first item Mage Slayer, and then he was super strong on that timing. Then he got his Ags, and then again everything just kind of fell in place. They won pretty quickly on SAR. He's very good at connecting with this hero. Makes a lot of sense playing around their vision, whatnot. So yeah, very solid draft here for South America Rejects. Even if you can consider some experimentation, maybe there is, maybe there isn't. They definitely got themselves a very solid draft here. And for Alison Torres, I would be, just a little bit scared. Have a little bit of a worry heading into this game one. Again, this is a very important series for them if they really want to make sure they have a good chance to kind of make it in, or at least to head towards tiebreakers. This is a really great start to it. And I mean, all things considered, they did get Alchemist QoP. So I think you and I certainly in agreement. Never going to discount that. All these Ags, in fact, are really incredible for the Alchemist. So if they can stabilize the game on Alison Torres, if Panda God especially can just have a normal mid lane, if some weird rotations come through, if they're able to maybe find Delight with a disruption and an early tag team and all these kind of things. They do have, they have some very strong kind of solid combos. Their early game is decent. They have kind of good mid game tempo with a lot of their item timings. I'm just, you and I have covered a lot of South American Reject games in the DreamLeague Division 2 here, and very frequently you just don't hit those timings because of how active they are. And of course then that all kind of walks into the Wit Slark potentially having that Mage Slayer at any point in the game, and
30 seconds to
does make
battle.
things a lot more complicated, a lot more punishing. As they should get a first blood here though.
That's pretty nice. Frank on the bristleback. He's gonna be a tanky hero, but is not tanky at level 1. So, and that is the question, right? I feel like we're seeing a lot of these bristleback picks, not necessarily on SAR, and historically Frank is a very good bristleback. But we're seeing a lot of these bristleback picks, Rojo, and the tempo's
battle
just not always where it needs to be. The timings are weird. Things don't go as they do. Look, nice
Dark
steal.
Mago?
Actually, Dark Mago is going to go get taken down as well. Now, Norma has to be careful. We'll get turned around on. Slark gets himself a stack, but now Wits has to go and run away. But Panda got 10 stacks.
Panda got it. I think Amisha should walk into the tower.
He's burning down. Don't even need 2 more stacks. There we go. Okay.
Double kill for Elmisha. I mean, I guess it works out. I was wondering, Elmisha did have a very interesting angle there to just leave Panda God alive. But it probably wasn't correct given that Panda God got a little bit of extra gold off of killing Dark Mago. So we'll lose that first wave. get a permanent agi onto Wits. He didn't end up dying, which is also quite nice for him. And Batrider is just one of the supports that you can never complain about getting gold on. So Misho pretty happily take that trade. Also kind of split things on the top side a little bit, so the light gets to the top lane a bit later. But you're absolutely right. Bristleback, I think, I mean, I've been pretty vocal in the fact that a lot of the Bristleback games I've seen have been pretty underwhelming. Ultimately, that I mean, you don't usually win the lane on Bristle, barring some extreme circumstances, even now, taking a ton of damage. I'm gonna look onto the light, though. Oh,
Frank has the kill here, yeah. The skill field going down. That's gonna be a kill. And yeah, you said, look, these Bristlebacks, they don't tend to, as Tusk's bottom as well. You see, these Bristlebacks don't really tend to win lane. And I was gonna say, hey, getting a kill helps, but if Zip Zap goes the other way and gets another kill, then we're going full South American South American mode here today, which is fun because that was a very slow game in the PGL game 3 is Schofield. Now unstable concoction, staying around a little bit too far. Letting this Alchemist get ahead this early on is when we talk about this Ags Alch timing, it's real. There was one thing you had to do as Wits now snowballed onto bottom side. He's gonna be fine.
Oh no,
okay.
Didn't reset the napalm. Norma's dead.
Six tags, body block, wait for him. Instead, he's gonna go get taken down. 4, 6, 8, trying to get the kill to Wits. We'll be able to go get him down. But yeah, if there's one thing you didn't want to do on the side of South American Rejects, it's let this Alchemist get ahead. And Frank is gonna go down.
Another one.
That's 3 deaths for this Bristleback in the first 2.5 minutes. Although, wait, Zip Zap
didn't explode.
No.
That's unfortunate. So a lot of times when you put the Inkswell on creeps, they attack once and then their stupid AI just like sits there. They don't know how to attack moves. So stupid creep says, "Ooh, Schofield." He has boots. So does Zip Zap. But they're the same movement speed exactly. Unfortunately, not able to trade. But yeah, I mean, yeah, this is a bloodbath of a game. I think especially if you've been tuned into the Dota 2 Storm here for a little bit, you're probably especially happy. Very long set of series before this time around. Or I mean, could be long, but it's certainly exciting at least. This Schofield doesn't quite take the 5th stack of the Shadow Poison. This lane, I mean, the lane combos for Alice Ventorus are very strong here. Unfortunately, it doesn't really seem like this. I mean, this Dawnbreaker Tusk lane, I mean, historically, very, very strong. Still very, very strong. But with that early couple kills on Misho, plus the fact that Wit has the lane in a really nice position, not actually doing too great yet. You usually typically need the 2 points in tag team. Of course, that's twice the amount of damage on that power spike. You gotta wait for it. Otherwise, though, Shadow Demon Outpost, it's very reliable. And he is low.
Yeah, this is. So we talk about how good Kunkka is in the co-op, right? You have Admiral's Rum. It's just a big damage differential. You're a pretty low armor ranged hero versus the Tidebringer. We're seeing Panda God play for lane domination, right? He's gone 3-1 and nothing, holding his
here on
now. Tusk goes in on waveform. TPN from Schofield.
Good silence.
It's a really good.
Has a Lotus.
And now Panda God blinks bottom.
Oh no.
Go alive, and that is okay. So you've skilled for lane domination, 3-1 and a point held. You die, and you drag waveform to his death as well. Just about the polar. If this was a co-op going, you know, max Scream of Pain, just farming, trying to do what you can, it'd be unfortunate. But this is a co-op with 3 points in the Shadow Strike at level 5.
And a point in Blink, notably. A lot of the co-ops who go multiple points in Shadow Strike have not been going to Blink early on. That also helps, or that also really hurts this kind of Scream of Pain timing. Still gonna do decently in lane for the time being, but yeah, definitely feels very tough for Panda God. I think he made kind of the right idea, but in that fight when he blinked, he would have had enough mana for another dagger, so maybe he would have denied Dark Mago. Maybe that, I mean, that's probably what he was mainly concerned about, but the blink away just, I mean, he just lost the pretty much exact amount of mana he needed to Scream or to Shadow Strike. Was a little bit of a misplay. Does end up, yeah, as you mentioned, very, very punishing for him. Dark Mago, level 5 now, can certainly jungle, even if he thinks that he shouldn't come back to lane, and so far just doing that a bit quickly. Top lane stabilized a bit for Frank. Let's wait for him. Up here, let's go field now.
Yeah, no, nice stun. We'll be able to
Walk
build
away.
some separation. Yeah, he's just got boots. He's a speedy little painter, and certainly now in the river. Probably, I think one of the more underrated changes that we saw in 741 Rojo is the fact now that if you're in these sidewater areas, obviously not the river, but if you're in one of these sidewater areas, you just get the constant movement speed no matter where you are. Moving upstream, moving downstream, down to the tail end of the river, up at the headwaters. You will just move fast. Zelmisho, with this Invis rune, doesn't have a stun. So they're going to try to go force the blink out of Panda God. X-Mark him back in. Yet again,
there.
he's going to show under tower. X-Mark's spot is there, of course, and the boat torrent. He's going to have to go left side, taking a lot of damage, though. 4 stacks.
There's a Sonic Wave.
Just building some space. And that's pretty good, but even still, it's only 1 point in Blink. Zelmisho chases him down.
Blink's
4
fine.
stacks. Blink's bottom. Hey, by the way, Frank died topside, and they got it. They got the Grimstroke as well. So, yeah, bloody times.
And they might just lose the Wisdom Shrine too. I mean, Zipzap does not have the
Radiant's
ulti,
top tower
but
is
he's
under attack.
up a stun. He's gonna kill Zelmisho, but he will get Wisdom. That is disastrous. South America rejects going a little bit ham this game and just not paying off for them. That's Sonic Wave from Panda God, really nicely done. A lot of co-ops as well would not have leveled the ulti there. But Panda God has just correctly assessed, maybe held it right up until that moment. Even a second later would have hit all 3 heroes with a Sonic Wave. Very devastating rotation from Alice Ventorus, even Delight stacking or looking to stack up a bit. It's going very, very well. I mean, especially for Zipzap, who's, I mean, you know, just don't check the net worths. It's not important, not important at all. Wits is he's really farmed on this arc, and that's all I'll say on the matter. Nothing else.
Is. Yeah, he's not having a bad Slark game. Yeah, this Alchemist is disgusting. You know what? This is what happens sometimes. You let Alchemist through the ban pool, and you're like, well, not only we gotta go and let him get played, we're also gonna feed him 5 kill participation, 2 kills, 3 assists in the first 7.5 minutes. Oh, and yeah, we're gonna give him a Wisdom Shrine.
Oh my god! Look at this.
And we're gonna give him a lot of stacks.
Ooh.
And he's gonna get some weighted dice.
And he got so lucky on the creep rolls too, by the way. Golems with the satyrs.
Radiant's
and the
middle
ogres are
tower is under attack.
pretty solid. Now he's gonna get all these little polywogs. So cute.
He's gonna be 7K at 10 minutes, and that might be a little bit hyperbole, but not by much. This is gonna be like a 1030 radians?
It's getting there. This is a 1000 GPM game for sure. Even Waveform, by the way, is dragging the creeps into the top side. Partially, again, what we see sometimes with Bristleback. I mean, you kind of just do mediocre in lane, and you're not really able to do much about this. Schofield even as well, and you're fine pairing with the Bristle, but not the most impressively. And yeah, it looks like pretty sure that is just the full radiance, or okay, that's just the relic, I guess.
Okay, bro, he's having a good time.
Yeah.
We can slow our roll a little bit. It's not a 9-minute radiance.
It'll be,
Courier has been killed.
close enough. In the
I
grand
don't know.
scheme, we'll hit 20 minutes. It'll feel like a 9-minute.
Dire
On the
are
geological
scanning.
time scale, it's a 9-minute radiance. You know, on the scale of us to dinosaurs, it's fast enough.
Absolutely, and maybe part of the reason that Panda God felt fine not going as many points to the Scream of Pain, he just said, well, my jungle is yours. You can keep it as long as you need. Extra bounty runes will be nice as well for him to pick up an extra little 100 gold. Waveform is usually the mid leaves, and then you kind of take that XP, but it's actually just the Alchemist leaving topside, and now Waveform is getting the XP up here.
You know, Rojo, it does beg the question. With how far ahead this Alchemist is, right? Again, 7K before 10 minutes. This is disgusting. What am I looking at? I don't like this. I really don't like this map. But is
Dire's
it?
courier
It almost begs the question if it's okay. At least they get the courier. But is it almost worth it to just not get that first Ags this early and play for yourself? Just again, given how far ahead you are as the Dawnbreaker goes down, not really making hot neck, but does break the play open. Yeah, is it worth it just playing for yourself? with how far ahead you are in this game?
I don't really think so. I mean, the thing is the Ags is an enabler for your farm. They're actually going to look on to Zipzap. They might
Massive
get him.
kill if they can find it. That is the Radiance timing.
Oh, Snowball.
Minutes. Snowball trying to buy some time. Which still a decent amount of damage. Left side stuns him up a little bit.
No.
Oh, good concoction. They will be able to go get him down, and Waveform should get punished as well. You would assume. The slow is actually not really. I guess he's only got 1 point in nasal goo, so now Snowball on top of it. They should get him. Yeah, they should be able to go. Okay. So Waveform will go down, drops a tree because why not? But that's a massive kill. Yeah, he got the Radiance before he died. But you're slowing him down in some small,
Radiant's middle tower
some
is
tiny
under
way.
I mean, it's a pretty big kill to get relative. I mean, when you think of the gold potential that he would have gained, looks like his courier did die at some point, so he really felt pressured, into that secret shop. Otherwise, wouldn't have really had the opportunity to do. The rest of the map is still pretty good. So for Alice Ventorus, a little bit better for South America Rejects, but he'll take that. And I think there's always merit in just playing for your game as the Alchemist. I think going for the straight Ags is a little bit overrated just in general. But it does give you a lot more farm. I mean, the extra amount of gold that you get per kill onto neutrals is very, very solid. So there's no... I mean, if you can get it to a good timing, and especially just if you have a co-op. Because it also... The co-op Ags also functions as a farm item, is one of the nice things for co-op. So I think it's definitely right to probably get at least the one. Although, if you made a stop for a blink, I could never really be too upset about that. I think even relatively blink for Alk is a pretty solid farming item, all things considered, just the mobility it gives you. And then that extra 1 or 2 kills you'll find throughout the game with it, but he's just so far ahead.
Yeah.
Interacting with the game is optional.
And you do have this other potential concern, which we're gonna have to see. Quap should be fine. She's getting her levels to where she needs to be. But I think if Alk doesn't die there, we're starting to have the conversation of Alk is getting her this Aghanim Scepter so fast that she does not have 4 points in Shadow Strike and doesn't have 4 points in Scream of Pain. And then it's just like, well, Alchemist, you were a little bit too fast here. Now, of course, he died, and we're going to be fine. But there was a world where that was a discussion.
I will say, Walrus Kick is one of those abilities that you just get for getting Ags back, by the way. That ability does 550 damage. Alongside, obviously, the utility. I wonder if there is some world where it is worth just genuinely giving Waveform an Ags. I mean, obviously the co-op one is so good that you would never really give anybody else it. Also the Dawnbreaker one was really, really nice to have, but that's a lot of damage. Like this early in the game, 550, and it goes into an AoE as well around the landing, which is hard to hit, mind you, but and that's like half a Schofield's HP. 550. That is very significant. Not probably worth it by any means in this game, but interesting little here. Got Frank, he has like Crimson, so he's pretty strong. No Micho.
It's gonna be a lasso, but not really gonna do anything. Now Dawnbreaker goes down, and Frank has to be very careful here. Fully surrounded by 3. I mean, Sonic Wave, he's not taking a lot of damage with this Crimson, but they will eventually be able to take him down. And
expected the rest of SAR to be kind of right there, ready to help Frank. Not quite connecting in the same way as they did yesterday in some of the DreamLeague games.
Yeah, we have been a little bit... We have been somewhat conditioned to assume that SAR are a global team regardless of what happened.
Yeah, and usually I think they would be. This tower being up at 14 minutes is very uncharacteristic of all the games we've seen for them. So certainly, so far, they have not quite fit into that box that we found SAR into significantly. I will say, I mean, the fact that the Alchemist is this farmed and it's only a 2k lead is pretty impressive, granted, but it's enough of a lead that it is certainly very concerning. Panda God's game is not bad at all, of course. We get some gold. They're onto the light with a quick little smoke. Just the Shadow Demon, it'll get them the top tower. This is probably the move that you would have expected from them, but significantly earlier, especially granted if Zipzap hadn't not such a insane
Dire's
game,
top
because
tower
Ags will
is
be
under
coming in
attack. Dire's
just about a couple
top
of
tower
camps,
has
maybe
fallen.
one or so.
Ready for
Into
a
the
fight.
triangle, get ready to purchase that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, it is also worth pointing out here, is even as you say, okay, the fact that this is only 1,000 net worth lead, just like how absolutely cracked this Alchemist is. Wait for, ooh, nice ice shards, but does have a Phantom on top of him, which should be able to go get the stun there. Okay, able to go get him down. This is a massive Slark by the same measure. He's got Diffusal Blade, he's got this Mage Slayer, both done. And that's again, you would like to go. Right, you would like to say this is all that matters. Alchemist is having an incredible time, but Wits is similarly massive. And in the balance of having a Slark or having a having an Alchemist as this game continues to scale, the carry-to-carry matchup is just really good for this Slark.
Yeah, it certainly is. They're really, really trying to chase one of those. Dark Mago, oh, can they get the lasso? They did.
Oh, yeah, not quite the double lasso though. A little bit unfortunate. Wits on top of the Shadow Demon. Not gonna be able to get
Fighting into the Ags.
Oh no. Here comes Norma. And now Wits has to beat this. Okay, they're gonna be able to take him down. And now we just don't have a lot of damage. Yeah, you got a lot of beef in Frank and Dark Mago, but this 16-minute quad Ags. Yeah, okay, Dark Mago, here's your BKB. Who cares? It truly does not matter. Look at the spacing on Frank. They're playing with their food at this point. This is just, I don't even know how many stacks Delight just had on him, but they are just playing with their food at this point.
They absolutely are. And again, I mean, this Alchemist Ags, he's going to go for a secondary one here, and I can't necessarily blame him. You get so much gold once you do complete it. Feels really bad getting to it if you ever die during the time doing it. Sucks, but yeah, I was taking an extended fight into that 16-minute Ag swap. You will end up losing it. Big shock to SAR. I'm sure they knew that internally, but they just wanted that Delight kill so bad. Unfortunately, it's a little bit too solid from Alison Tora. I really like this Mage Slayer pickup here from Norma. It's not the most spell damage coming out, but just having it into Bristle, into Bad Rider feels really nice. Almisho, he was on the way to a really early blink. Probably what we would typically see from SAR this game around, where they're a little bit sloppier, not quite playing the same that we see them typically. He does have that blink a little bit later. Just finished it now, so they made moves before the blink came out. They made that move on Dark Mago's BKB, but you can see it doesn't really do much. Panda God is just allowed to have free reign here. 2.6k HP, mind you, on this flop with that Bloodstone that newly completed. Arcane Rune to boot on the top side. So, yeah, good luck in the next 2 minutes. I think it's probably dodging for now.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. It's very, very worrying. But yeah, talking about dodging, it is still giving space for Zip to go and continue to be utterly and disgustingly massive. And that this second act is 800 gold away now. Here comes Solo Guardian on top of it. He's going to be able to go the head of a Lotus. He's going to be able to get on out of there. That was a very near to be a kill on top of Wits, but he's going to get out. And now it does make the question, the second axe, I know you say, look, a Walrus kick is a ton of damage, really nice to have. I'm assuming that, oh, there we go. They're going to find themselves Shadow Demon. I'm assuming the second axe just goes to the Dawnbreaker though, right? The healing, everything else that you get, the AoE following you for 2 seconds after your crash land, just probably too worth it, especially when you talk about like it gives you a healing amp, and the Alchemist loves that.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I would actually, I mean, probably they should give it to Delight, I would think. Delight having extra HP is really good. And I mean, the Shadow Demon axe is just broken, so.
Fair.
I actually think that's probably the slightly better one. Norma, his axe is great. It does notably scale though as he kind of goes up in level, so. I think, yeah, I think I would almost definitely just give it to Delight, particularly in the sense of, yeah. So he did end up giving that to Delight. It does give the extra 2 charges. Does have that base recharge time, and then of course it breaks. So that's the big part there. Mostly, it's actually good, I think, against Wits, which yeah, I mean, surely you know, but you think of it as the natural counter to Frank. That's very nice, breaking Frank, but you can just mitigate the impact of Wits so significantly.
And I really like this. I mean, part of the reason I'm asking about the Dawnbreaker is you see a lot of teams say, look, even if there's really good support ags, concentrating net worth on our cores is just probably the better play. And I am so happy to see Alex Ventorus here with this lead saying, no, we have really good support ags, and we are willing to go and commit that.
Light.
Smoke breaks right behind. Well done here by Panda God. The light does have to be careful, but as you say, like, not only is this just a really nice ag, it does tank him up a little bit. Buys time. Disruption's going to go out as they're going to try to run him down. He's extremely tanky. Certainly wait for him there.
The snowball.
The snowball.
Broken.
Now on the backside, here comes Frank, and Frank is dead. Frank evaporates as the purge is way too much of a problem. Now Witz has to run, trying to TP. Stun doesn't land. Wait for him. Not quite. Very close. They're going to be able to take the tier 1 on the backside of this as well. And now Alchemist. He's got something else coming out on Curry. What is the...
It's the blink. I also checked. Which, I mean, still feels great, all things considered. They, at this one, I mean, realistically, it's pretty much just dusted. This is not a lineup that wants to play on this kind of tempo for SAR. This is not a team that wants to play on this kind of tempo as we've seen. Zip Zap. Way too farmed. Just ridiculously. Of course, I mean, his effective net worth is 18,000 right now. With those 2 ags given away. And he's level 18 anyway.
Is it wrong for me to say that I kind of want him to go buy a 3rd eggs? I mean, he is
not entirely
so far ahead of this game. His team is so strong that, yeah, BKB on an Alma is really nice. They're going to go find Ord. This is what you want to do. Get rid of the global.
Oh, no.
And that's a BKB.
Yeah.
That is not.
I mean,
plus, we haven't even talked about it. This Dawnbreaker Tusk combination is so strong with the Starbreaker. And now it's just, he's got to find some way out of here. Does have one more.
Oh, he's broken.
He's dead. And I was going to say, it's like, this team is so strong, you give a Walrus kick. Isn't that, like, that might actually just be better than getting a BKB? Again, just given how strong the rest of Ali's Ventorus are, just ignoring the Alchemist.
Yeah, I mean, Ags are also there. I mean, a big reason why you pick up so many of them as well is it's a very significant amount of damage. You get a ton of damage off of buying it. It's, I mean, at least an extra just 30 from giving the Aghanim's, which is not small at all. Of course, that mostly is coming from the Greeble Street even. Yeah, it's very nice to pick up the Ags. I definitely can't disagree. We'll see if he considers it, but I'm sure he can't go wrong realistically with whatever he buys. He could probably buy an Octarine and a Midas Refresher. I think it'd be it'd be perfectly in line with the rest of the game. There's just not much for this lineup of SAR to do. This is again not the tempo that they wanted to set. The only reason again that I slightly prefer their draft is because they're SAR and because I expected them to kind of win their lanes and connect all their heroes, but this is much more typical of the Bristleback games that we have been seeing, which is that Frank is kind of useless, to be honest, and that's just the way it goes, you know, and no need to feel bad about it. It's just the way they drafted, and unfortunately the play didn't quite match up.
In fairness, Valve is still saying, and again, I know we question Father Gaben on a daily occurrence, but Valve is still saying this is 70-30, which is a lot more. 30% is not a large number, Rojo, but it's not done and dusted. And if you can go and say get a Soulbind into a Lasso, pull a couple heroes out, let the Slark start to get their stacks, play with this team fight, start to get some pickoffs. There is a world where this happens. Now it's not it's a 30% world. It's not high, but given how bad this game feels for SAR right now,
some metrics, 30%.
By some metrics, fair.
Radiant are scanning.
But I'm telling you, there's a chance.
Yeah. I mean, there is. I mean, SAR is they're very good at all portions of the game, but definitely this is past where I think they usually start kind of dominating. And again, Alice Ventorus lineup it's very solid. It was never a bad lineup by any means. They got a lot of things that they definitely wanted, a lot of kind of OP combos. Their lineup looks very comfortable. Mostly just worried about a little bit of the early game and then losing that snowball. The Alchemist would be in kind of a similar position to how we see Frank right now, which is just not able to take up much space on the map. Kind of feeling a little bit sad. That is not the type of game that they've had though. And
are scanning.
It's just very limited. Darkmago, he does have a Silver Edge and a BKB.
Oh, unfortunately, Demonic Purged and slow as wolves. Ooh, no, gets not. I thought that was from someone else, despite him being the Kunkka. And now Frank, he is under vision. Norma would at least like to steal his creeps. That's gonna be fun. But yeah, okay, we'll be able to go. And now Celeste with the slow Shivas as well. 25 minutes in. This is he's broken. He is dead. Yeah. Had the Lotus.
The worst thing about
Radiant's
I mean,
bottom
yeah,
tower
probably
is
no
under
purpose
attack.
too. This one is brutal, and again, one of the worst things about this demonic purge is, you think of Viper, you know, as a very hard counter to Bristle. Is kind of stalking on me. She'll probably go find him. Can blink out. You know, Viper is like a huge counter to Bristle. Absolutely has that just innate break build up. But you can build Yules into Viper. You can build Manta to dodge it.
Radiant structures
You
are
can.
fortified.
There's some things that you can do on the Bristle. You can't. You can't do anything. You can't buy a Yules to try and buy time. You can buy a BKB to try and run, but you're slowed.
Radiant's bottom tower
It's just
is
miserable,
fallen.
and this Shadow Demon Ags is absolutely broken. But it's so expensive for most supports that we'll just never see it, or at least very, very late in the game. If you're Bristleback facing into a 20-minute Ag Shadow Demon, I mean, just what do you do?
I'm almost surprised that he didn't buy a Linken's instead of a Lotus, but it's also Shadow Demon, and you have Disruption that breaks Linken's, and Disseminate that breaks Linken's, and well, actually Solar Crest has has not been an aggressive item for a long time, but you have multiple ways to break Lincoln, so you can't really. I guess the best hope is you pop Lotus, he purges
Dire's
himself,
top tower
and
is under attack.
you both die. You know? And
Yeah, he's just kind of
something.
He's got to kind of take it on the chin, and it's very unfortunate for Wits as well. He wanted to play tempo, wanted to play the Slark, very, very fast, the same way he always does. He still had a good Slark game. I mean, he's 6-2 and 2. His CS is ultimately still pretty good, but just not the way that a typical Slark lineup wants to go, and definitely not the way that he wants to be playing it.
Oh,
Kinda
he's
got
doing
his-
it. Yes.
Especially troublesome.
Yeah, Alchemist is getting another
Another
eggs,
eggs.
man. Another eggs. Here we go.
Yeah.
Who gets it?
There's the Walrus kick.
You know, not
With,
bad.
mind you, Waveform also just has a
scanning.
BKB.
And a
27
blink
minute
dagger.
Tusk with a BKB. He's basically the same net worth as the Alchemist at this point, of course. Every creep that Zip Zap is killing is worth an extra 34 gold, and that accounts for, you know, wards, sentry wards as well. If you ever see a sentry ward with an Alchemist on your team, let him hit it for an extra little cheeky bonus. Yeah,
Oh, wait, is that so?
I mean, Zip Zap might not need that efficiency, but
If the support drops the ward and Alchemist hits it, Alchemist gets 34 gold and the support gets the 200. Is that how that works?
Dire are scanning.
Oh, cool.
there's anything it also goes
Well,
for,
you know.
even though sentries give 0 gold, he'll still get gold. Killing them, so.
All right, do it. Alchemist, look, I know Assault Cuirass is a solid item in this game. I
Yeah, but, I
understand.
mean, you have to collect the.
Yeah, we need to get
all the
Exodia
stones,
going
right?
here. Oh, Schofield, that is a large Solar Guardian coming in from Norma. As but you know, we talk about these fast item timings. Norma has not really been the beneficiary of any of this. He is not
Yeah,
been
he'd be the highest
accelerated.
net worth.
Dire's top
Yeah,
tower
he's top 2
is
net
under
worth.
attack.
He's got a Shiva's on top of the BKB. He had a Shiva's for 25 minutes. You know?
Yeah, no, it's very. There's not much to say other than SAR. I mean, they missed their window pretty significantly, pretty uncharacteristically of their Dream League season so far. I mean, again, you can chop it up. This series is not
Radiant's
the most
middle
important
tower
one, but they
is
still want
under
to win. I
attack.
mean,
Radiant's
Alpha
middle
Flores,
tower
they
has
got a
fallen.
really comfortable draft. They played it very, very nicely. Ultimately, SAR, all the moves that they made were just not the
Dire's
correct
top
ones.
tower is under attack.
Oh, no.
The way that we put it.
No. He's going to get broken. They're
Even the
gonna
Kunkka being broken is
Yeah.
pretty good. I mean, not something that you would. I mean, it never mattered before, obviously, for Kunkka, but on the top side is all Norma. Even though Misho, cheeky enough to live. He's getting close to an Ags. I guess they can, in theory, get a 4-man
Four-man lasso.
lasso. So,
I mean,
oh, Misho.
Radiant's middle tower
hit.
is under attack.
Delivered.
But Dark Mago, I mean, yeah, they killed him, but talk about just betrayed by the neutrals there. It's been a long time since I've really felt the need to complain about the Ancient Prowler and how obnoxious that is. They were
Radiant's
nerfed,
middle tower
but
is under
the
attack.
root minus armor into the kick is just, I mean, let me see if yeah. How much damage that kick did?
Radiant's middle tower
Trying to
has
find it.
fallen.
76, it says.
376 damage.
Waveform did the most damage to him, just total. It was 1200 with the Walrus Punch as well. So. Yeah, it's very, very gross. Alice Ventura. They've itemized well. They've gotten everything they need to. Panic got an earlier shard
Radiant's
than
top
most of the
tower
cops
is
do,
under
which
attack.
I've been whining about consistently. So I'm glad someone has listened. And not much to do. I will say even as well. Obviously, the Slark Quap matchup is pretty brutal, no matter how you toss it. If he was strong in the early game and this wasn't a free Ags and had this Mage Slayer, maybe you can consider it tolerable. But Pentagon with a free Ags gets like this, I don't know, 15-minute Bloodstone something. But once you get the shard as well, it's really hard for Slark to actually play around.
Radiant's top
Just
tower
like constant
has
blink on
fallen.
top of you. Does have an arcane bottle looking towards that Octarine.
This man has learned from the Reddit post. He doesn't have a shadow fit, but learn from the Zip Zap is Zip Zapping all over. He has TP back. Sonic Wage is okay. This guy's supposed to be tanky. He's got an SY. He's got himself this Crimson Guard. It
They
just
have the
doesn't matter.
Ags. Will they get full? Oh, both supports.
You know, that's actually really good to Frank, but Norma comes in and says, I have all the healing in the world. This is not a thing. Rodrigo gets kicked back. He's broken. Norma just he's taking the front of this. They are diving tier 4s at 31 minutes in, and it's just not close to having enough damage.
Not close to much of anything of significance this game. I think SAR had, I think, around 9 kills before 8 minutes, so about 5 until the end of the game or so, maybe less even. Yeah, it was a brutal stomp from Alison Torres. Probably don't let them get those combination of heroes by any means again, and maybe put yourself on a little bit of a better place. Maybe go back a little bit more to your roots for South America Rejects if you want to take this series seriously. And again, I think they're very, very much still playing that game 1 by all means. They just didn't play their typical style and really messed up when they were trying to. It was not great. I think you know, maybe they were trying to bristle. Maybe this is something they genuinely thought was just the best play. Absolutely, but I think just drop the bristle, pick the hoodlink for SAR. Don't complicate things. I mean, even if you're gonna cope and say, you know, they're experimenting, this is not the most important series to them. Maybe that's true. Maybe it's not. It's still a lot better to play, I think, a consistent game and kind of hone your craft than it is to just get brutally beaten down by an Alchemist Quap. So, is what it is. Delight ended up with 10-4-15, probably the best scoreline I've seen on a Shadow Demon maybe ever. So that's fun for him at least.
Yep, and you said this was going to be a 1,000 GPM game. 1,073 was the number there for Zip Zap at the end. And the other, okay, so we talked about how theoretically this series in particular, it doesn't matter as much as others. Again, you look, PGL playoffs, pretty much secured yourself upper bracket here. You probably don't want to run into Enigma round 1, so you do want to win this series, certainly. But B, you just had probably one of the most emotional series of your team's career, like an hour ago. Right, hour and a half ago, however long it was when they won that game 3. And if you're watching, we saw the coach of SAR, comes running in, they're all celebrating. They made playoffs on this new team, this Orgless team. And now you got to reset from that and go play another series in a series that doesn't necessarily feel like it's got the same stakes. And I know we talk about, execution. We talk about whether they're going to practice and everything else. It's hard to recenter yourself after something like that. And I'm not giving them excuses here, but it does make sense that we're not seeing the crisp, clean, absolutely dominant SAR that we've seen up until this point in DreamLeague Division 2.
Yeah, I mean, I hope for their sake that they're a little bit low cortisol. I'm sure that they're a little bit more relaxed after coming down from that high. But Alison Torres, I mean, regardless of what it is, whether it's South America Reject, I mean, it's probably some combination of all the things listed above. And either way, Alison Torres, they still, again, they did exactly what they needed to. Very comfortable draft for themselves. And whatever it is, they'll happily take it. Again, this series is quite important for them. Of course, South America Rejects, again, they still absolutely want to bring this one for themselves. But Alison Torres, it's definitely higher stakes for them relatively. Trying to kind of keep their spot maybe look forward to better things here in the Dream League Division 2. But regardless of what it is, it's going to be after our brief little debrief here. It's going to be about 8 minutes or so. We'll come back with that game 2, see if SAR can shape up.
Girl, shake that body, shake it down to the ground. Whoa, girl, shake that body, show me how it's gonna go down. Don't be late to the party, don't be afraid to scream and shout. 'Cause when we dance to the music, you know that's what it's all about. Yeah, yeah. Hey, girl, shake that body, shake it to the left and to the right. Yeah, girl, shake that body. We're gonna shake it all night. We're going down.
Welcome back to Dream League Division 2. And Rojo, we have been singing the praises of SAR over the course of the last couple days, and we've seen them lose a game against Liga. Up until this point, though, there hasn't been a game where they've looked dominated. Even that game against Liga, it was back and forth, some draft issues, whatever. This game, though, game number 1, made SAR look weak. They look human. They look vulnerable in a way that we've not seen, not in PGL, not in Dream League Division 2. So the question then becomes, what changes do we need to see going into game number 2?
I mean, probably mostly some draft adjustments. I think Alice Ventura got a little too many things that they wanted. And then for South America Rejects, just be a little more... I think they had some of the similar ideas to what they typically do. They just were not landing, and I think they were a little bit off tempo of where they typically are. So maybe correct ideas in some places, but they just gave Alice Ventura way too good of a start specifically for that Zigzag Alk that did end up over 1,000 GPM as we head into this game 2 draft here. And I think just drop the bristleback, Bayo. And I mean, for South America Rejects, we kind of talked about it. Hoodwink looks great. But there's no reason that I think they need to be banning it on their first pick. And we've just seen so many games with the bristleback where it just didn't feel that impactful. I feel like we've seen like maybe 2 out of the 6, maybe even 7 bristleback games that we have casted at any point, and it's usually this kind of like 10, like maybe even like 8 to like 15, 20-ish minutes even mark where the bristle just doesn't do much. You just kind of hit lane creeps and run back to the triangle, and I mean eventually you do scale up nicely. That hero can hit really hard once you hit its timings, but a lot of times that top tier 1 is still standing. A lot of times the hero is just not able to make moves with the team. It's not very good at connecting to things. It's not good at TPing into things. It really makes that mid game super awkward for your team because you just don't really have an offlaner to play around. And I feel like that kind of just has been the theming of this hero, at least in a lot of the series that we've been watching.
Yeah, and okay, so Bristleback, I'm with you. Don't take a look at it. But as we take a look at this draft here, I was gonna say kind of surprising. We're seeing South American Rejects ban out the Quap instead of the Alchemist. Now, of course, they could have first picked the Alchemist if they wanted to. Instead,
that's okay too.
They're going to go take the Slardar. Now, notably here, Hoodwink is in the pool. It has not been banned by either team. And I understand that, especially if SAR, you're trying to... Okay, they're going to pick the... I don't mind the Tusk. Waveform is a great Tusk. But I think on the one hand, SAR are trying to say, look, we can win games without the Hoodwink. Banning this hero is not perfectly key to our success. But also... You're down 1.
They'll be able to because it's a weird interaction. I hope they fix that. Anyway, at least for the Clockwork's sake.
5 seconds.
Panagon, I'm sure, is hoping that they did not. But Hoodwink definitely great against the Huskar. Tusk is usually pretty annoyed by Clockwork in terms of just the cog is really messing with your positioning in fights. Now, they do have a double pick here. I wouldn't say it's quite as hard actually as the last time around. And then, well, they managed to get a very good set of picks for themselves last time. But now they have some more things banned from what they played last time around. Maybe you could look at Norma's Legion again, honestly, at some point in this draft, but picking an offlaner into Clockwork, into a Hoodwink that come around, plus an 18 pick potentially for Wits that might be Monkey King, it's a really scary prospect. Maybe you just don't pick. I don't know, it's just hard. Whatever this 18 pick is, you're potentially giving just a very solid pick over to Wits. So this phase is pretty hard for Alice Ventorus, at least in terms of if you're not able to find some flex between whatever heroes you pick up. Because it could be a really solid game for Wits. Even just something, I mean, could just go something like an SF even if you have the Slardar. We've seen SF be kind of wishy-washy, but as soon as you pair that with a Slardar, completely different beast.
Yeah, I'm still a little unconvinced about, even with the Slardar, Shadow Fiend in 741B, but in 741 in general. Okay, Huskar Dazzle. My head says Axe, but obviously we're not going to do that. A, Slardars here. B, that is Dazzle makes life really difficult for Axe in lane. But now, yeah, you're looking for some sort of healing mitigation. You're not gonna. You don't have the easy Shivas option anymore that we talk about. Is this
5 seconds?
Now it's not a Necro game because you have Dazzle. even if you do have the ability to kind of steal a lot of healing amp with the way Necrophos works now. I feel like this Dazzle, I kind of like the idea of the Monkey King you were talking about, right? It gives you vision. You can go hunt this Dazzle on the back line. Very hard for Dazzle to, for a while, hard for Dazzle to go in and get the Shallow Grave just because of the space that Wukong's command takes up. Yeah, I think that...
Yeah, I'd expect it to be just straight up a Monkey King for South America Rejects. If they're going towards their typical style, then I think there'd be no reason not to pick it. Faceless is fine against Monkey King, but definitely not the best. You get the Wukong's down before he chronos and he can't walk into it. If he chronos something that isn't a Monkey King, then etc. doesn't pair the greatest with Dazzle. I mean, it's okay. The Faceless is, I think it's fine. Maybe one of the better picks Alice Ventorus had, but either way, I think South America Rejects. If they just want to pick up that Wits Monkey King, it's really fast around the map. That's something that Faceless Void hates.
Okay.
Instead, I'll go for an Axe, which, I mean, can't complain too much about that either. It's not always the best in lane into Dazzle, but is obviously one of the hardest possible counters conceptually to Dazzle. And with the addition of the Faceless Void, probably going to be a very comfortable lane. Faceless kind of just does nothing to Axe for most of the game, and then of course you have really good threat on him. So I don't mind the Axe. I mean, it's slightly precarious into Tusk. We've seen that in previous TIs back, but it's still quite solid.
Yeah, BKB piercing lockdown for the Faceless Void means the Shallow Grave is not nearly as relevant as it might otherwise be. And they're I understand that Sniper into Huskar is kind of your that's probably one of the few lane matchups that actually is not good for Huskar, but there's no world where you're picking a mid here, right? Like, this is the Wits hero we're looking. We're not gonna play carry Slardar.
Yeah, I mean, probably not. I would not expect it either. So it's a bit of an interesting ban. Maybe South America Rejects, considering how much Dark Mega loves the hero, would have been slightly willing to. But yeah, I don't think it's very smart. That's probably the biggest issue with this Axe, and why usually you would have picked up your carry there on 18 is just the considerable fact that now they know it's Huskar into Slardar mid. Slardar can sometimes get a very small advantage level 1.
There's Monkey Ban.
Then for the rest of the game, it just becomes miserable for the Slardar. Not my favorite that they end up with that matchup, although we've seen Dark Hero struggle at times, and then they'll pick up a tiny for themselves, and it's not very good actually relatively into Huskar for a decent portion of the game, especially the kind of style of Huskar that we saw Panda God play, where you do just kind of build for the late game scaling and then really stack up the spears onto a hero like Tiny, but it's quite good into Faceless, not really bothered by the supports. You'll build a Silver Edge at some point, so that will be your point in the game where you're much stronger at beating Huskar, pairs with Slardar. I really like Tiny in general, and for an offlane Bat Rider to boot with it, that's good relatively against the Wits Tiny. So draft going fast as per South America Rejects typical style. Takes a little bit of time from us to analyze it, but I do think overall as Ventorus, they have, I think, a comfortable draft for themselves. They're very happy with the Panda God, Huskar. Although South America Rejects, this draft is much more their style than I think the previous with that Bristle. Frank has a really good Axe game in front of him. I'd maybe give, honestly, a very slight boon to Alice Ventorus just straight out of the draft in the sense of having to play this this Slardar into the Huskar. It should be really miserable, and connecting heroes might be quite difficult to deal with Panda God. But I think South America Rejects, they're gonna have a lot of openings, and that's the one thing that's kind of nice about their draft, is that they're gonna have a lot of different timings to play around. Schofield and Misho can obviously kind of rotate into whatever lane it is and potentially open up ganks there. Frank on his Blink is going to be really strong. Tiny on his Shadow Blade is going to be really strong. Dark Mago on his Shard Blink is going to be very strong. So there's a lot of potential opportunities for them to kind of find things and kind of twist the game in that way.
Yeah, I regardless of everything you just said, Rojo, the most important thing here is that Faceless Void, Zipzap, he's got a chromatic gemmed Mace of Eons. So nothing else matters. He's going to win. Right? He just has the very expensive cosmetic with an even more expensive prismatic gem on top of it. But yeah, in general, I'm with you. I think I like Alice Venturus' draft. Wits really hates to get slowed. This Bat Rider should have a pretty good time. Faceless Void is that ultimate late game insurance that we like to talk about. Silver Edge might be interesting. I know you say you're eventually going to get it. It's good for Faceless. It's good against Faceless. Really good to have that secondary break in the Huskar. But I think the big thing I'm just looking here is like, Frank, don't feed. Don't give Faceless Void 6K at 10 minutes, which I guess would be the equivalent of what the Alchemist had, 7.5. Don't let him go up that high. Give yourself a shot. And realistically, I don't think Axe should. Axe can cut waves. Axe does have actually pretty decent pressure into the Faceless Void. If you can get the Battle Hunger off, damage over time is really nice against Time Walk. So you have it probably shouldn't be as bad.
Yeah, I mean, I think Frank should have an okay time. I would expect as well for the lane to eventually break down into a 1v1. I don't think Delate wants to stick too heavily to staying up with a Faceless. I wouldn't even. I just like the Husk Batrider is a pretty decent pairing, but I'd not be that surprised if they switched lanes either, just in the sense of, yeah, I mean, the Dazzle is okay against the Axon lane for a bit, but you're just not going to want to stay, I think, particularly long. You don't want to get stuck by Battle Hungers and have the waves being dragged, and eventually you're going to have to match Schofield across the map. That should give Frank a decent time. Again, I think he has a really nice Axe game ahead of him, all things considered. It's going to be waveform, his job to consider kind of stopping Frank from having that tempo, and that's ultimately just the game for Alice Ventorus, because their timing that they're playing for is much different. It's going to be really kind of misaligned from the side of SAR. That's the important thing to kind of watch out for this game, I think, absolutely, is that SAR, again, they're going to hit multiple very, very strong timings. Blink on pretty much any of their heroes. The level 6s on their supports are a lot stronger than the 6s on Alice Ventorus. They're going to end up hitting that Shadow Blade on Wits at some point, even when he's level 6 or 7, able to go through the gate, try and pressure towers at some point. These are things that you can't just really, I mean, you just ideally won't really have items to match with. Maybe you'll have a drums on Norma, +1 item. Waveform is certainly not going to be close to any kind of blink. Huskar is probably going to have Armlet. Maybe if Panda God does strongly enough in lane, you can really mitigate those timings. Maybe Zip will have a couple points in time dilation, a chrono to throw down into the bot side. But otherwise, I mean, yeah, Alice and Torres are pretty limited in their playmaking. That's the one thing that does kind of strike me as difficult about their draft. But I think, if they make it to 20 minutes and they don't really lose that much on the map, they don't die to any of these really good timings from SAR, then I think their game should be pretty comfortable, pretty reliable from there.
Now, I can't just help but wish that SAR on that 18 pick and just pick Monkey, right?
Yeah.
I don't think Axe was going to get banned. There's a world where it might.
It might
smoke breaks here, but
30 seconds to battle.
Just given what the heroes that are in the meta right now, I don't think Axe would have been banned. And then, yeah, Tiny plus Slardar is nice, but Slardar plus Boundless Strike is disgusting. It is a crazy amount of physical burst. It's, we talk about, can you burst down this Huskar before he gets caught? I mean, Corrosive Haze plus Boundless fully stacked up is disgusting. It is, we've seen this stat before, like with the Bristleback is now on the bottom side. Should be Dark Miguel. We'll be able to get the bounty rune. But, we see this happening before, this kind of minus armor plus Boundless. It's not available this game. It is nice, of course, to have the trees. Yeah, sure, but I don't know, just given the way SAR have been playing, I'm with what we were talking in the draft. I really think 18 picking the Monkey would have given them pretty much what they're getting out of the Tiny, but play to their style a little bit more.
Yeah, I think the Wits Monkey King would have been a great option to go for. But the Frank Axe, it's a really, really good Axe game, so it's going to kind of match up to see just how good we think the Tiny is in comparison to what the Monkey King would have been or could have been.
I'll make an exception.
In theory there. It's again, it's one of those games where on his timings he's going to be very, very strong into the enemies. As the game goes on, it'll be a little bit more questionable. Definitely late game.
Has been killed.
Gonna be very, very happy for Zip as this Faceless Void, and even a little extra insurance between your supports. Mid lane, fortunately, well, actually not going the worst considering the Dark Mago did get his level 2 first, but lost a couple denies. So really nice denying the Huskar level 2 early. Kind of one of the few ways that you can potentially try and make something of the lane, but fortunately wanted to go for.
He's dead.
A kill. Yeah, he
He's gonna burn down.
He had a fairy fire. He just didn't want to spend it, and that might be correct. Honestly, it's this lane is brutal, and this is like the biggest reason ultimately that I was preferring Allison Torres lineup. Is I don't know if SAR will get to comfortably go to their timings because Panda God is just going to be unfathomably massive, and for Dark Mago, not going to have really much of anything to work with.
How much are you allowed to, obviously you're going to lose lane as this Lardar. Ooh, nice job there. The light is Frank under tower. I said Axe should be kind of okay. Now hiding in the trees, blood raid into the call. Will be able to turn it around. Well done, Frank. And now Zipzap. That was his time to walk forward. He's going to eat a battle hunger for a while. Not really creeps available, especially with a battery assault on top of him here. This is a decent amount of damage. I don't know that they kill him, but that is
okay. What a opening.
I think he was dead anyways, right? Call was off cooldown, but that is an insane turnaround this early game for SAR.
Yeah, really nice by Frank to recognize the level of call there. Able to stop Delight from getting off those fairy fires and everything he would have wished to. Delight diving a little bit too deep. I definitely, when you're kind of in the hindsight of that for Delight, and you just didn't need to actually go into the tower. You kind of already done your job.
Look at where Dark Mago is,
all right,
by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be his life, is just kind of stacking up waves and dragging creeps and hoping that you can catch a courier or do something kind of silly with your early boots. Some bushwhack. Norma taking some good damage.
Fortunately, Wit's only level 2. 1 point avalanche is, even if you can go and get the bushwhack, it's not really enough to follow up. But, you know, as this goes on, this is actually a really nice lane combination. I know we talk about the Schofield position for Hoodwink all the time. He is playing in the off lane this time. Again, we kind of saw why. We saw the value of Clockwork plus Axe and what that's able to give to you. But it does mean level 3 maybe. If you catch someone off to the side, I mean, this avalanche combo with bushwhack it's worth a lot of damage. Of course, Waveform doesn't really care this time.
Actually looking to do it.
Well, hey, blood grenade, looking for maybe a deny Wit's getting the kill. And yeah, there is nice shards, and that is obnoxious to deal with this battle on top of you. But bushwhack is there, and now Cogs, Norma. Schofield has to be a little bit careful. He is burning down, but the Cogs are pretty good. Even as I say that, Firefly now is done. You get battery assault on top, and they will be able to go get Norma down. So nice rotations. You trade your Hoodwink, but you get to.
Definitely worth it in the grand scheme there. I mean, a little bit unfortunately, the wave was stacked up nicely, so Normal will catch some of it mid lane. Multiple heroes coming in, Schofield and El Micho. Can't walk through the cogs.
Can't walk out anymore. Good call there. Now looks for the stun. They're going to go get this Huskar. Now, El Micho is dead, but you're very glad to make that trade, although you'd have to back up now. No further trades. Dazzle shows up. An early game Dazzle is a lot of damage.
Yeah, it looked like now that the cogs are tighter, I guess you can there was some weird interaction there. It's probably still interaction, but he wasn't able to just blatantly walk through them like Huskar was able to at some point. And
is it so now the cogs go down when the Clockwork walks over them? Does that let other people out of the cogs as well?
Yes, I believe so.
That looked like what might have happened.
Yeah, but he phased out of them. It was really strange. Anyway, we'll keep an eye on it. See if we can deduce any important interactions for the rest of the game. For the time being, though, good moves early by the supports of SAR. Very important that they do so. Zipzap in the top side, by the way, gets the
really nice notification there. And now, actually, wait a minute. The shallow Axe in the ice shards doesn't really have a lot of damage. Looks for a spin, but will get taken down. Almost a bit of a mistake. The Shadow Wave killed the creeps that the Faceless Void wanted to kill. So Battle Hunger lasted a little bit longer than it should have, as this bushwhack will not land. But and then at the end of the day, no harm, no foul. Faceless Void will survive. They get the Axe.
Nicely done by the sports team. Coming back onto Wits. Wits is 10 stacks on him. TP by El Micho.
Yeah, but Schofield rotates over. Buying some time. On the other side, I guess there was creeps still remaining, but Waveform should be able to. Oh no. Okay. We'll be able to go get him down, even with the arrival of Delight. Now, Witch is low. So is El Misho. So is Schofield. Not really a fight you want to go into. Witch just has to go spend the last of his mana, get the avalanche, keep everyone straight and out of there. As Dark Mago is, all things considered, having a surprisingly good time. He got himself a kill. He has 17 CS. He's getting the creep wave pretty manipulated, so it crashes his tower. It could be a lot worse.
Certainly could. They're looking back onto Norma. Ooh, good bushwhack.
Good bushwhack. That's the avalanche as well. You do have it. You do have
that much damage.
They don't really, but they will be able to go burst him down at the end. And even as Tusk rotates, now that's 70 seconds. Tusk can't really join anyone else. That was his TP in. And Frank is just running in Zip Zap. So the second you leave the Zax alone versus the Faceless Void, Faceless just has to run away. It is not a good situation. And that's the power.
Yeah.
Again, this overloading the bottom side is forcing that bad interaction. Zip Zap, is he dead? No, okay, he's got time walk. And now Norma, they have to rotate Norma over to try to stabilize this.
Yeah, he can TP even though he's gonna have to take the gate, get back to the bot side. On the mid side, Dark Mago to go on the Panda God. El Misho is the trade, but they brought over 4 heroes. That's Wits to the mid side. That's one of his classic moves, and it's so hard to expect. It's 7 minutes and 20 seconds. That's obviously when every carry walks to the mid lane, or might have TP'd over this time for Wits, but the rest of the team just making that proper rotation, get Dark Mago to his level 6. Again, you're mentioning, yeah, I mean, for a Husker lane, he is having a pretty okay time. It's 2.5k net worth, which is a little bit brutal, but he's at level 6. That's mostly what matters. Game is mostly intact for him. What's getting that extra little bit of XP and gold injection. The mid lane didn't lose anything on his waves. This is definitely much more typical SAR and Zip Zap. Dead. Wow.
Oh, that's Frank continues the domination. Oh, and by the way, we saw this get pinged out. Waveform decided to go for a deep ward back in the jungle as the Slaughter was right there. So we haven't gotten rid of the ward just yet. As a snowball buys some time, dodges the avalanche and the cogs, but Waveform will go down here, even as Norma does have lasso, so he's gonna try to find something as he stacks things up, but the bushwhack keeps him safe. They know this ward is deep in the jungle. They saw Waveform go up to the pillar and walk away. So that should be a nice little bounty in the pocket of whichever support decides to go and clear that out. Vision's not really going to be there as much eventually. And Witch is having a fine time. He's 3-0-3, he's 44 CS. He's tied with the Huskar, who's had a totally free lane. And even as we see these rotations, Waveform is here to put bushwhack once again. The prospect of the snowball means that he's got to get out of there for a while now. And there's the lasso into Poison Touch, which we talked about him having a good game. No real saves as they try to burn him down to actually feed him a Lotus. And he will be fine. So this first lasso use, especially with support rotations, not really getting anything for Norma.
SAR are connecting all their heroes constantly. Oh, really good chrono.
That is top really good chrono, yeah, right on the edge. And they're going to give it straight to Panda God. Very tempting to give Zip Zap that to get him back in the game, but they understand Panda God is their tempo guy this game. He is the guy that you want to get ahead early, even as we've seen these Huskars that play a little bit more farm heavy. But
Radiant's tower is under attack.
That definitely helps a good amount. I do like, again, a lot this from SAR, just bringing all their heroes everywhere they go. This time I did punish them a little bit. That's how Dark Mago taking some damage to the supports, but otherwise is fine. Panda God, of course, you know, removal of facets. Huskar no longer has that just dispel from the start of the game. Does have it on his ult though.
Bushwhack. They're not going to be able to break on top of him though. Tusk eats it, and the Shallow Grave keeps Panda God alive for now. Backside, Delight has to be careful. But nice rotation to keep this Slaughter alive, but they're not going to get a kill just as Dark Mago has to be very careful. Good stun. There we go. Shallow Grave on cooldown. Can't get him down, and now you're looking for a little bit more. The regen rune, they were able to go pick up. Really paying dividends there. The hook shot as well. On top of this dazzle. This is the SAR we've been used to seeing as Zip Zap topside. 2 levels down on Frank. Very heavily pressured. Just ring around the rosy around the tower, looking for a call in just a second, but we'll be able to get out of there for now. So Frank, what a different game he's having compared to game number 1. I mean, game 1 was a disaster. Game 2, he is just bullying the hell out of Zip Zap in this lane.
Yeah, and Good snowball.
Snowball though. We'll keep him alive for now. Might have gone a little bit too. Yeah, okay. But he did force 3 TPs. Top side of the map. But now the question is, if you're SAR, what can you do with that timing? You got 70 seconds where the Bat Rider, where the Tusk, where the Dazzle will not be able to really be able to respond to your moves.
Yeah, definitely gonna look under the mid rune. Dark Mago, he's gonna have a really nice timing for this Blink Dagger again. We saw him yesterday in one of these. I think it was Pango against Vesper as well, I believe, or Pango against a really fun match. Maybe it was Death Prophet or so. Hook shot on the top side. No man.
Oh, that's a little bit unfortunate. Bushwhack pulls him out, but even still,
not quite.
10% HP. Schofield trying to go chase him down. Acorn shot. Okay, he's got the sharpshooting. That's giving up. Schofield will fall for this one. Wait for him. In danger of being dunked. The hail last second. Should probably die to the battle longer, especially now. I don't know that he got the heal in the snowball from. I guess he did, but even still will fall. Yeah, they get the Faceless Void. Schofield very happy to give his life in that trade.
Panda got showed just slightly early. It's a little bit unfortunate. Are they going to bring anyone over to him? I don't know. Looks like Frank is just chips in the night, running by, has that blade mail finish for himself. Again, definitely a very different game. I think at some point,
Middle tower
I don't know, I guess it's just the moves by SAR just connecting all their heroes that is making it so difficult for them to continually stay in this top side. But an axe getting your tower before 13 minutes is just a really great sign for this hero. Even just an extra little Coiling Blade stack, of course, preventing Zipzap from getting to his farm. Almisha in particular, by the way, as well, he's been the benefactor of a lot of really solid rotations, a couple kills himself. He's 3, 2, and 10, mind you, goddamn. I didn't even realize there was 10 assists on him already, but he has 3.7k gold. He is like very close to a force time. He's a fluffy hat away from a force time when he's taking the top side of the map. There's a kill onto Norma.
Yeah, there's
and they're TPing multiple heroes again, and they're just not going to catch Schofield either. I mean, the reason that, you know, for SAR that you don't ban the Hoodwink, that you pick the Hoodwink, reason for Alice Ventura, you should ban this Hoodwink. Schofield's a monster on him. He's 3, 3, and 8 as well. Blink Tiger.
Yeah. Hook shot now on the waveform. Snowball again buys time, but Dark Mago is going to be very happy to go hit the crush axes here. Does have a call if he wants it. He contributed like 5 damage. He was there. But now it's going to be the mid lane tier 1 as well. And in a Huskar lane into a very bad matchup, they're going to take the mid lane first.
Dire's middle tower.
Now they are, and Pandagod's even going to have to take this Wisdom, or he's choosing to take the Wisdom Shrine bot side. They're letting him have it on Delight. Standing there, watching. They're looking towards Zipzap. They see him.
Under attack.
With the flare, but
up for
not
now.
enough heroes.
Yeah.
Not enough, unfortunately, but it's still just holding him back. Anything they can do to stop him from farming. His nice wits is holding firm on this bot side. Delight.
Rolling forward on top of the light there. The damage is insane. And now Dark Mago just pops Invis Rune, squirts his way on out of there, and we'll be fine as Frank coming on over to the other side. Zipzap's there, but not quite gonna find him on the rocket flare until right now. And Hookshot's gonna go get him down with the pushback as well. Away from the there.
Oh god.
What a different game. Not just Frank versus Zipzap, but Zipzap versus Wits in general. This is the Wits we're used to seeing, and to be honest, this is the Zipzap we're used to seeing. This is a much SAR woken up. That's the story.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. I mean, this game just looks very, very similar to all their games so far in DreamLeague, and really reminding you what they're capable of when they get the drafts they want to play. And again, this is the most impressive thing I think actually by far about Dark Mago as a player. He's a really strong laner. He's great at scaling. He's great at doing whatever you need him to. On the mid side, he's great at dying. Really great at dying. But I mean, even, you know, regardless of that singular death, Frank on the other side, he has just a little bit of help from Schofield on that bushwhack, and it's a full kill on the Zipzap. That feels horrible. You can get 100 to 0 like that so easily, and that's for most of the game. But Dark Mago is just really good at losing lanes and winning, losing, you know, just very gracefully losing lanes. It's really impressive as a mid laner.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's probably the hardest thing to do. It's easy to win lanes that you're ahead on, that you're supposed to win, but drawing bad lanes, winning bad lanes, gracefully losing. It's not an easy thing to do. And now they will find wits here. With the ice shard's honestly not all that great.
Or snap
But now the snowball is waveform doesn't have blink, so he is very
forward.
Very dead here. There's the dunk. They're gonna be able to get him down. Now looking for a little bit more delight. Does have a shallow grave, but he's stunned. And cannot get it off. Now you're looking for a little bit more. A little faceless void. Toss off into battery itself. Not going to get the time walk off in time. And okay. By raw gold, this is not as much of a stomp as game 1 was for at least Ventorus. However, that was an alchemist game. So if you compare game 1 to game 2, who is stomping harder? At least Ventorus in game 1, SAR in game 2. Oh well, if they get Panda, did we just answer your question? Did we just answer my question?
I think we might have. Wits is he's not quiet for long usually. These games where SAR stomps so much, usually ends the game with just about 0 deaths, and they're under a tier 2 here. Frank is just running by.
For Chrono, but there's no damage to pump into it, so that's not great. Dark Mago finds man out. Chrono. Oh, it's not a good one. Norma has to go onto the outside. Lasso's gonna be there, but okay, they get him on the high ground. Dark Mago should die here, but you lost your Faceless Void. So yeah, that was your Chrono. That was your comeback attempt.
That was your lasso.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, this is brutal. They're playing very, very comfortably on SAR. Again, very much what we've seen from them. Wits, in a lot of the games where they're winning, he just connects to every move really seamlessly. Doesn't actually usually have, I mean, the most insane CS. This game he has definitely a lot. But he's so good at connecting the moves with his team, making moves with his team. Almost always 0 deaths in these stomps that we've been seeing in the DreamLeague games. Just such a consistent player across the map. Never really feels like he's in the wrong spot. That's why we give him so much continual praise. They're smoking to the bot side. It's 18 minutes. It's a little bit late for Husker to desiring to be doing this. They see Norma.
They do also know where Frank is. Norma will die first. The smoke is going to come to... Well, you know what? They might be able to go right here. They're going to go find him. Doesn't have any way out of here. So they will trade offlaner for offlaner, which, you know, in the balance of things, that's 6 times killing spree to give on over to Panda God. That is pretty good. And now Dark Mago, with this amp damage rune, they got vision on him. They would love to be able to go connect on top of him as well, but he's playing on the edge. He's so fast, so survivable in the water. Meanwhile, Wits is gone and killed off the Faceless Void by himself, as one does with the Silver Edge. And every time it feels like these trades might be pretty good.
Oh,
they're not. That's not a diamond. That's amp damage slaughter. I think you got the death behind you, I guess. The shards are not going to work out. As Hook shotting away, El Misha with the cogs as well, holding everyone back. And now Dark Mago is just looking for an engage. Once again, he still has this amp damage room. Wits now rotate to the other side. Nice dust. Will be able to get a lasso. Problem Husker is not available for the damage. And the avalanche toss combo is way too strong. Now, Wits should die here. Percentage damage really good. But even still, it's not quite enough because Axe is back. And he's going to go get... This Faceless Void is so far behind that was a dunk from literally 50% HP. And it's still...
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was... I think it was the bash came... Or... It didn't... He didn't get the refresh, but...
No.
Either way, it just a bunch of damage came in.
I'm looking at the death summary. And in the same... I guess it was dunk then 96 physical hit?
Yeah.
Because it's in the same tick.
Yeah. Whatever happened... yeah, I think it was the 375, and then the hit from Dark Mago. Just a frame later. Throw pause out, but I mean, it just feels horrible. Alice Ventura, you have 9 deaths on this Faceless Void, and Zip Zap. Granted, a lot of those, that lane is really difficult. Frank played very well, great rotations from SAR. You know, you're playing against a Tiny who has Silver Edge before 20 minutes, so there's only so much blame you can put on him, but there's a pretty significant amount still that you can throw from TPing into these random fights really late and showing on the top side. This is what tilted carry gameplay looks like. Even Waveform has a Midas.
Yep. We have a Midas and a Shard queued up on this Faceless Void, which, seeing that the biggest problem Faceless Void is dealing with right now is the fact that he has 1400 HP on Strength Treads. Don't know that giving yourself more attack speed and therefore more damage into a blade mail without solving your HP issues are really going to do all that much for you, bro.
Yeah, I mean, there's the biggest issue is that he currently has give or take the same exact gold as Zip Zap. So the Midas, I guess, is a in theory a solution to that, but they're going to get completely out tempoed on the map. Eventually, here the Tormentor's up. They're going to take that on SAR. Roshan is on the field at some point for them as well. Of course, Panda God. I mean, you're playing a Dazzle Huskar lineup. You picked it very, very confidently. There's no Doom. There's no AA. Not even really any negative health restoration, but you're just getting continually pushed back. Don't even have Roche before 20 minutes. That is brutal.
Here is my question for you, Rojo. As we're marinating in this pause for just a second, hopefully not too much longer. That pause came right after Faceless Void died topside, TP'd back in, died again. What are the odds that we're pausing because a keyboard, some headphones, a monitor are now broken and need replacement?
I'm not qualified to speak on such topics, but I would
never.
I would say it's not. It's more than 0, so take that as you will. And I mean, wait for him at least. I mean, he's pretty positive support. I'm happy with his Midas timing. He did get his Midas before Zip Zap did, and maybe that's a metric that you can say is a good thing. Eventually, wait for him. He'll have a blink and maybe an Ags. Maybe he can transition into being a core and buy a Silver Edge. We'll see where the game takes us. I mean, again, one of the unfortunate things too is that for Alison Torres, I mean, it was already kind of. I mean, I think the Faceless Void was a relatively good pick, but they don't have that much damage in the chrono, and the Axe really just kind of set it up as. Ooh, they actually get on top of Panda God, but should have good damage. Okay.
Dead Wits. That's a very nice move. And now moving forward, Schofield has to scurry on out of there, cranking the smoke. Oh, he wants them. He really wants them, and they're playing around. Backside into the call. Oh, but the chrono actually, it's not going to give him any damage, but it is going to keep these heroes alive. Snowball goes in as well.
Hook shot.
So many people locked in such a small area, but it's really good for Ali's Venturus as El Micho should burn down. You try to go see if you can get Schofield as well. Unfortunately not.
Man.
But that is on your Midas timing, you get 4 kills.
He's happy to pick that one up, absolutely. And of course, mentioned that's not a great Faceless Void game, but uses that chrono really, really nicely for Zip Zap. Can help him put himself back onto the map really, really nicely. Sanji Yasha finished now for Norma, or for Panda God. He's going to be able to buy that shard soon. It'll feel incredible for the Huskar. A little pause out again. This time, maybe it's something that's broken in happiness, and a little bit of a rejoice monitor, if you will. Keep one in the back pocket if you get really, really excited.
So, if you're paying attention, by the way, and okay, look, we're going Midas here. We're scaling for the late game. We got to find some comeback. And you're just trying to track at what point have the Midases paid for themselves? Well, the Tusk got his Midas at right around 20 minutes, right? A Midas pays for itself in 19.5 minutes. Ignoring the attack speed, but just in terms of getting the gold back. So if this game goes to 41 minutes, which is not a guarantee, but if it does, hey, that's the timer you're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, it pays for itself, I think, in about 10 minutes or so, because you have the sellback gold.
Oh yeah, okay. I mean, if you sell it, different story.
Yeah,
but just
it's it takes about 10 minutes or so to fully pay off. Of course, that's with opportunity costs, so probably give or take add an extra 5 minutes, maybe more. Not probably for Zip Zap. I think he kind of just needs this. And wait for managed to win a fight with the Midas, so he's super, super happy about that. It was a good jump by Dark Mago, but unfortunately, I mean, Wits was just kind of alone, and then whenever Frank isn't nearby, then this Huskar Dazzle is just as strong as you'd expect it to be. Now you have, of course, that also kind of guaranteed. Well, actually, I don't know if it's always guaranteed, but you do get the crude the crude enchantment. At least he has it right now for Panda God. It's a tier 2.
I think is the guaranteed one.
Yeah, I think it is guaranteed. Yep, and then on tier 3 as well, he'll have it. So that's always really, really great. Of course, that amps healing that you take from heroes as well. Much better with the Dazzle nowadays. So it's actually a more potent combo in some ways, this Dazzle Huskar, than before. The game's different, so it's not quite in those kind of ways, but just raw numbers and healing values, whatnot. Very, 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 very good for Panda God. If you have the fights kind of broken up in that way, the breaks come out and something strange, and just ended up playing a decent fight for themselves again. It's kind of the big thing for them was to not really mismatch their timings with SAR and kind of lose a lot in the early game, and they did. But getting that one comeback fight sets them up to a much more reasonable place to try and set the game a little more even. Of course, unfortunately for ZipZap, this is one of the issues with Faceless Void just period, which is the hero doesn't really build HP much at all with most of the kind of standard builds. I think maybe you could have looked towards kind of the Etoro school of thought, maybe going like just I want to farm with Battle Fury, not join the game at all. I'll go for an Ags eventually. That gives you a lot of HP. But with the Mask of Madness type of builds, you never really build HP on Faceless. So it's not the best into Axe as a whole. And this game, there's just a ton of burst. One thing that he's going to have to deal with. And probably part of the reason he went Midas is to just wait around and let that little bit of strength gain that you do have take you to a point in the game where you can eventually get a Scotty, and that's when you start building HP pretty late into the game, BKBs, whatnot. A little bit on the light and waveform. Still not an easy situation for Alice and Paul, but that one fight, I mean, it put them way, 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 way closer to having an even game state. They were
It's still pretty rough, but again, yeah, taking time bomb, right? You go 45 minutes, the Midas's payoff.
Is under attack.
Faster if you sell them, of course, but the Midas's payoff. You have a late game Faceless Void. Very difficult to deal with, but Wits here on the Silver Edge. Timing, looks for ZipZap. We have the damage, toss, another hit, just barely. Not going to be able to get him. Wits now has to be pretty careful. Doesn't want to go get caught out, but no, somehow no one's responding. So,
yeah. They definitely thought, I think, that people were going to be coming through. Otherwise, they might have actually just re-gone back onto him. I'm going to smoke up now, maybe, and I mean, kind of knowing where Wits is relatively on the map. He has no BKB. Be really, really important for him when he does pick it up.
Dark Mago gets found out by Norma. He takes a lot of damage here. No BKB. He runs 6 stacks. Will go down. Oh,
Schofield as well. Caught in the mid side.
Yeah, this is very nice for Ali's Ventorus. Cool guys don't look at explosions. Schofield will go down as well.
Ooh,
now
Frank
gets a good call
is
on top
jumping in.
Certainly, but he's not going to get the kill in time. Shallow Grave is there. And his 4 heroes collapsing onto the mid side of the map, which is not going to be there in time. Frank should just die, and now any sort of rotation over is not going to really be it. So they're just trying to go and mental gap ZipZap as they're just clustering bottom side up Micho with the Invis rune. Does see ZipZap. There's no entry. They got him. Know exactly where he is. Gets Flamebreak on the low ground. Good force down as well. Tries to take on out of here, but the snowball is there. And he's gonna miss his hook shot. So I think he's dead anyways, but definitely dead now. And across the map, we all of a sudden lose 4 heroes. This SAR team that had woken up looking so good, and the way they've been looking the rest of the 3 days in this tournament thus far, all of a sudden they look like they did game number 1. This is very disconnected play, Rojo.
Very quick flop. Very, very quick. They hit kind of the BKB timings, and then they kind of mismatched into Alice Ventorus timings, which are a little bit harder for them to do, but with this Dazzle, easy, very easy to miscalculate things. Dark Mago, be very careful. Don't have immediately got the Blink Cancel and the Lasso.
Yeah, Dark Mago's gonna go burn down once again. It's a very hot lineup from Alex Venturus with the Huskar and the Batrider, and the mid lane, ZipZap is not gonna go get solo killed. He's apparently kind of hit a break point where he can almost die, but not 100% die. And that's honestly his Faceless Void. That's all you need. Time Walk gets you out of there.
Yeah, that's certainly something. Something you will take. Wits is still level 18. He's still very farmed. He just hit his BKB. It's going to be a little bit of an issue. But again, he's kind of mitigated a little bit, or I mean a lot more nowadays by the way that Huskar works. The percentage HP damage being innately built in does mean that you're pretty good at killing the Tiny for the whole game, realistically. If you aren't getting killed by the Tiny, you're quite good against it. The biggest caveat to that is Dark Mago's a magic amp. But across the map, they're just losing kill after kill after kill. These late game kills, of course, are mid-game, rather, timings. Worth a lot more gold for them. They have the Midases and are still only down less than 1k. They're really happy Alice Ventorus completely turned this one on a dime with a couple nice saves and a little bit of over-ambition and just disconnection from SAR that we weren't seeing at the very start of the game. But unfortunately, it's
Radiant's top
it's a
tower
Dazzle
is under
Huskar
attack.
with the Tusk. It's very easy to miscalculate. Just the smallest of play.
And you need to all in so much on them to be able to take him down, which means that this late game phase of Void
Radiant's
Chrono
top tower has
is
fallen.
very difficult to deal with as kind of a secondary engage. So
Radiant's
you're right.
middle tower
Difficult
is
scenarios
under
is
attack.
they're looking high ground with this Aegis. 27 minutes in. A little bit dicey, certainly. But the Witchback's not really going to hold him back. He's going to force the fortification. The Witch showing no desire to rotate back home. Saved two of Dark Mago, but they're going to rotate on top of him instead. Here comes Norma. Does have a nice lasso. Panda God TP to the outpost, and Dark Mago is just dead again.
That nice little move by them. Bring all the heroes where Norma is, stopping them from being too annoying. They can't actually kill Waveform. He's got a little bit too much HP as well. With that Midas as well, he's building into an Ags, as we kind of dreamed up at some point for them. But yeah, this is exactly what Alice Ventorus would have wanted. They didn't get there exactly the way you would have expected, but now having level 20 on Norma, he's incredibly strong into these heroes. He hasn't really struggled much on the Batrider, truthfully, in comparison to his team by any means. Now there's a Hurricane Pike for Panda God. Extremely relevant, extremely nice for him. So just a minute left on this Aegis. I mean, pretty much 2 minutes. They continue to look to poke the high ground. Schofield, by the way, he also did, this game, he did go for an Orchid, which is an interesting little adaptation for him, but it's not paid off at all. Not been able to find anything off the time since he got it.
And what's I think extremely relevant here is Delight has his shard now. Now, of course, the Orchid can't really make that happen. Now they're going to go find Frank Lasso on top of him. Good. He doesn't have a BKB. It's holding the line a little bit longer. Looks for the goal, but will still die. Wits does blow the Dazzle up on the backside, but they know he's here. They have vision straight on top of him, but he's actually getting out of Sentry range for the time being. He gets himself an Illusion Rune as well. But there's the Chrono. Edge of Sentry range. Do they have the damage to take him down before he gets out of here? Yes, they do. So Witch has been hard farming for the last 8 minutes, not really connected to his team, and not really able to pay that off as he's dead for 70 with a fight right outside of their base.
Just Norma finding catch after catch after catch. He is the one enabling his team this kind of way. He has a really good farm. He hasn't slowed down. And Batrider at 16k. It's not, you know, the highest, but I mean, level 22 at, I mean, 16k is very high for the Batrider, mind you, is what I was getting into. Usually don't see this here at this level. Dark Mago did manage to escape on the bot side from Panda God, so the Aegis will be out. But yeah, I mean, they've just fully mitigated all these timings from SAR. That was kind of their win condition. And after a couple of good fights, because SAR were giving them some of those openings you could consider. Panda God's going to look towards a heart next. And it is just damage that we're looking at for the side of SAR. It's damage and breaks, but it's not any kind of anti-health restoration. And they can't really build it either. Tiny's certainly not buying any kind of Scotty. Maybe at some point in the game you could have looked towards a Spirit Vessel for Schofield, but again, he went for this Orchid. Just no negative health restoration at all. Krello's Crucier, I guess, at some point for Dark Mago, maybe if you're really happy about it, but I think they're just going to commit to trying to deal as much damage as possible, and that's a little bit dicey. Full Shivas as well finished for Norma.
Does have enough damage on Schofield. If they can find someone early, they're going to get the nice hook shot, but Zipzap gets out of it somehow. Okay. Time walks away from the hook shot, goes straight over it. Even still, they will get a kill on this Tusk, looking for a little bit more, but the Flame Trail makes it really hard to go chase anyone. Blink's just continuously broken.
Delight? Might.
Yeah, it might get Delight, yeah. Alicia is actually so fast. There we go. Okay, hookshot, silence, Orchid. That is a dead Dazzle. And that is the value, right, of getting this Orchid against any other disable. You can go pop your ultimate, get out of there, and get yourself a shallow grave, but Orchid does prevent that from happening.
I mean, they're making it very interesting. Another smoke up really quick here. Onto that top side, expecting that's where the heroes went. If they're on timing, they're going to catch either Panda God or Zipzap here. Should see Panda God, but who do they want to switch for? And
yeah, that's called into the break. That, yeah, okay. They will get Panda God. That is an incredibly impactful kill. They're going to look. Oh, pushback. Oh, this is so big. Zipzap does have working on top of him. Here comes Dark Mago. Do we have the stuns in time? Can we take him down? Yes, we can. all of a sudden swings back the other way.
It's a little bit of a game of throws. Although that time around, I think SCR. This is what happens when they connect and they make their clean moves. They're getting punished.
And
finally able to
this is
utilize
a-
that Orchid.
And kind of interesting is
On
that
the
we're going to go
waveform.
find Waveform as well, toss him back to the team, or he just, the value of this Orchid, 30 minutes in, is a lot
Yeah,
more
not
than
the-
we would expect.
It's almost funny because I think it might have kind of faked
This
this Alice Ventorus out because they're like, well, he just bought this Orchid and that item's really only useful when you buy it. You know, the next
Dire's
usually
middle
5 to 6
tower
minutes
is
after you buy an
under attack.
Orchid, you got 1 or 2 kills with it and then the item kind of falls off. But they don't have any dispels. I mean, Waveform, he just straight bought Nags again. That's
Dire's
a
top
really
tower
nice
is
item for
under
him. They can
attack.
play off of that potentially, but they don't have dispels on any of their other heroes. Like,
No, and
not a single hero is a dispel.
Faceless
other than
Void, and I
BKB.
understand why he's getting SNY, right? Reducing the call duration is really nice, but it means this Orchid is just going to kill him. They have enough stuff, and by the way, SNY does not help you with Avalanche. Right, that is a
No, it doesn't.
permanent aura stun. It doesn't really do anything for you, so
Or costs even
yeah.
as well. So yeah, I understand why he wants the Sanjayasha, but I think I don't know. I just don't. I don't like this kind of mixed Maelstrom Mask and Madness build he wants this game. I really think the Yutora style could have kind of fit him this game if he was going to go Sanjayasha. Otherwise, I think this should definitely be a Manta. The idea of just kind of keeping this corrosive haze on you, the idea of not being able to get rid of potentially the Orchid, again, as you mentioned, Sanjayasha doesn't really do anything in Tiny, other than, I guess, reduce that duration of the break. Most of the time you're dead before that happens. Anyway, so, yeah, again, understand the Sanjayasha. I don't think it's a call, though, and, you know, even with the Manta style, it's very hard to do. You know, you can't rely on it, but it does make axes have to do a little bit of extra if you're tapping. Oh, on the Mana God.
No, we're not.
1
Nice.
HP.
Nice trade at the very end, and looking for a bash. We'll be able to go get skill kill on the high ground. Silenced up the Faceless Void, but does not
Run
matter
away.
now. Delta's like, get on out of here. Good shot. Oh, good hook shot to my space.
Sacrifice.
Okay, Elmisha will die here. He's very happy to give his life for his cores. Now that's Lasso down, BKB down, Chrono still available, and Roshan spawning in 1 second. So yeah, you're happy to give your life and not have the cores die, but you have gifted a Roshan on over to Alex Venturus and maybe more. They're gonna see Frank. There's the kickback onto Panda God, and Frank can try to TP on out here. That's not gonna happen. There's a punch. There's a secondary stun.
Yeah, not able to. Really nice.
Dire's top
Just
tower
smoke
is
after
under
smoke is
attack.
landing and play after play.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Not quite what they're wanting. That was very close to killing Panda God. So that, I mean, genuinely, I think Panda God went down to around
Radiant's
200
bottom
HP or so.
tower is under attack.
Armlet toggled, got graved. It was extremely close. So unfortunately, they get punished in that kind of way.
Radiant's
If
bottom
you're
tower
SAR.
has fallen.
Now that Roshan is up. Moving to the bot side soon. They're going to still just poke the
Radiant's
high ground. I mean,
bottom
40
tower
seconds
is
without
under
Frank.
attack.
You really got to assume that he
Dire
doesn't have the
are
high.
scanning.
Could be correct if that's what they were thinking. He doesn't have BKB anyway. Back on Misho.
Hey, that's a good Lotus on
All
the
in for it.
Snowball. They're going to drag back up now. Not going to go on top of Grave.
Chrono on the support.
Chrono is awkward. It is just
Oh,
with this
no.
Faceless Void. Avalanche cast range.
Dark Mago.
This Faceless Void goes in. He's just dead, and they never got the Aegis. So Dark Mago will be able to go get taken down. But they
wanna
trade for
play
the
this, I
Faceless
think.
Void, and that should never have happened. Roshan was right there ready for the taking.
Never go high ground.
Never go high ground.
That is that you should definitely abide by if you're Alice Ventorus. At least, either way, they're giving us a fun game here. Very nice amount of kills in the game. Smoke up again now. No Dark Mago, but they're realizing there's not too many resources. Panda God still has his BKB though. And skeptical if they can kill him. There's the Grave. Have vision.
Very disconnected from the rest of this fight, but BKB dazzle behind him. Got to be kind of
He's getting
careful.
fighted
They're
on Panda
not
God.
really all that fun, but this dust is still pretty low. Back Frank once again 6 stacks on him.
Okay.
He's very dead here. He's just getting hard juggled, and now Wits has to be careful. Does pop the
Norma's
BKB.
running.
Norma, no lasso. But Will still can continue to try to run him down. He's out of vision though, and no dust available. Norma just popped him a little bit too early.
This walrus kick, wait for him, even though he didn't go for that dispel, which could have been really nice into the Orchid. He does still can have an ag with very early.
Oh no, not again. Which shows once again. And now do we have to
Can he
touch
track
him?
him?
Is he out?
Bloodhound
He's out.
doesn't sniff him.
Doesn't sniff him.
Doesn't. Not quite. Although, ooh, it's onto a sentry.
Oh, he's under a sentry once again. Flame break, not enough. Continues to break the blink. Avalanche building space 2, 1. I mean, certainly they're gonna finally get the Aegis, but it looks like Wits is on out here. Let me see, try to go in, steal the Aegis. Not really able to get there though, and now Zipzap wants to take him down, but he's on the low ground and barely gets out.
It's very close for Wits there. Maybe if he had the Daedalus at some point, he would have considered fighting Norma. But it's unfortunate. He has built up so much farm on himself, and that Shiva's really, really helpful. Has a level 25 on the Batrider. He's the first to get there. Really, really high level on this Batrider. And it's a really, really good talent as well. That Flame Break applies for sticky napalms. Doesn't have the extra bit of support that you might see sometimes with that. That's still extremely, extremely valuable. Lot to stack up instantly. Full Daedalus for Wits, and he's close to 25. Not necessarily the greatest for 25, but still certainly a valuable one. Gonna look for kickbacks on the waveform. They get it forward there. Ooh, really good Orchid.
Waveform goes in. Will get called as well. That should be a distortion on
Lipso.
but it's not. Shallow crane.
Oh no, the shards.
Oh. Buyback here on top of Schofield. They really need to make this happen. Duck's not gonna land the heal really good now. Here comes the Chrono on top of 2x. Really good Pandagon. Now allowed to start laying the damage in Frank's dead. No buyback. Supports have died. No buyback again. And Wits just has to run. Okay. Dark Mago dies as well, so it's just Wits. Well, Dark Mago does have buyback. But it's 2
Probably will have to
versus 3.
realize it.
Yeah. This is dicey now.
Still Aegis on Pandagon. This heart kind of, I mean, really paying off for him. There's no negative health restoration. Wits is gonna jump in. A little bit annoying.
This stage of the game. Now we have paid off our Midas at this point. One set of racks has fallen. Second set should die here as well. You got hook shot. You get clockwork in 1. Now it's going to be 3 versus 4, but this is why I like the buyback from Waveform. He's got a gem on himself, not just playing right behind the team, ensuring that they had at least 1 save against the go. And now
they get the lasso.
This goes to die back. He has to go. He has to find somebody to keep alive.
No.
But he's going to be right back on the high ground. He's dead, and now that's 114 seconds on the deck. No Slardar. Looks like okay. Clockwork will be able to get out of there. And now Frank's up. But now, again, no Dark Mago Slardar the next 100 seconds. How do you force him off the tier 4s?
Well, he has an Aegis and a heart. It's not exactly easy. And we're going to try toss on the 2.
Fantastic. Only 1
Oh, there's
great
the grave.
gets out right back up to full. Now Wits has to find his way back into the battle. Please.
Has buy.
Buybacks immediately. Avalanche not going to have a toss back into the
Schofield's
battle.
up.
It is die back on way for him, and you know they do force staff. They try to force staff. Huskar in
There's
the
one.
toss, looking for the call. Huskar should die the once you got to assume, but still Axe.
There's
dies.
another.
Not gonna happen for the second time. Another good toss back, but again time walk. This is one of the better lineups to time the fountain, which will fall.
It's over.
And with that, this game, this team
All right.
has looked untouchable in DreamLeague Division 2. Goes down 2-0 to Alice Ventorus.
Yeah, they did not show the proper amount of respect that they needed to, especially in the first game, maybe you could say so in draft, and in the second game, particularly in that middle portion, just losing fights by very small margins. Again, unfortunate for them, but much more disconnected in that kind of latter half of the game than we typically see from, even just the first portion of that game. Ends up punishing them really, really significantly. Alice Ventorus, 2 games in a row, I think they kind of did get they're kind of ace in the sleeve there. Unfortunately, Zipzap, he struggled a lot on this game as the faceless void, but Pandagon 19-6-13 with that Delight Dazzle behind them, even with the incredible game that Frank Axe had at some point. Again, just those mid-game timings when they didn't quite get the kills they were looking for. He wasn't able really much to get into a next item out of that, so he's just Blink, BKB, Blade Mail. Wasn't enough to get through this Pandagon, plus the Dazzle. Can't catch both of them. It's just way too hard. Norma, I think, probably is maybe the ultimate carry of that game for the side of Alice Ventorus. Just very consistent from him, especially on that Batrider. So, very, very happy for them on Alice Ventorus to pick up that series again. They need that one to really kind of ensure that they can push themselves just moving forward into that kind of playoff spot, and then especially that they won't be heading into tiebreakers, of course. I mean, that's just this first series here. I think we have another Alice Ventorus game coming up here, Bayo.
We do. And look, if you can take even an SAR that is on the mental come down from a very impactful win in PGL, even with that, if you can go take them down, that is really nice news. If you are Alice Ventorus against, is now you're going to run into a team that is not having a great time. Starbacks have, of course, gone and taken down their compatriots from South America in BTC Gaming, but that's about it. 1-4, 3-8. If I'm Alice Ventorus right now, I am pretty happy about the opportunities to have my life in my hands. Go 3-2. Actually, go 4-2 today. Bring yourself up to 4-2. Try to go 5 tomorrow. Win that last win, and then I think, look, if you're 5-2 in series, I got to assume, I haven't done the math yet, but I got to assume that is good enough to put yourself in the upper bracket going into playoffs.
Yeah, might be enough to reach you into the tiebreakers, even if not to try and contend for that spot. So definitely, I mean, again, this series is very, very important to put them in that kind of state too, especially be able to just continue fighting on.
Yeah. But now we're going to have to see what Alice Ventorus can do. Now they've taken down the scariest team in their group. What are they going to do against Starbacks after the break?
Girl, shake that body. Shake it down to the ground. Whoa, girl, shake that body. Show me how it's gonna go down. Don't be late to the party. Don't be afraid to scream and shout. 'Cause when we dance to the music, you know that's what it's all about. Yeah, yeah. Hey, girl, shake that body. Shake it to the left and to the right. Yeah, girl, shake that body. We're gonna shake it all night. We're going down to the nightclub in my stretch SUV. 'Cause
cherry pie and cream. There are stories we need to tell and laughter we need to share. There's joy and love all around, good vibrations everywhere. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm
set me free. Take me home. So dragging on the floor, crawling, falling, washed up on the shore. This fight we blindly chase, but lose the natural way. Oh, please set me free. Take me home. So
Welcome back to DreamLeague Division 2 as we get to see whether Alex Ventorus can ride the momentum of taking down South American Rejects and take down another member of the region in Estarbacks, or whether this was a high that is not exactly repeatable. Of course, we got to set the stage here. Alice Venturus now sitting at 2-2, or excuse me, 3-2. Take it down as they are. They win this one. They go up to 4-2. Almost a surefire, certainly surefire going on into the playoffs. Almost secured top 4 in the playoffs, which of course means you start in the upper bracket. If they lose this, then they go to 3-3. And then it's very much dependent on tomorrow. And if we're lucky, Rojo, it means that we have crazy tiebreakers. Of course, Alice Venturas don't want that, but as casters, we're allowed to cheer for something else, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and we typically always do. So definitely, I mean, I am hoping for definitely a close little group stage out of here. The Starbacks, I haven't fully caught actually their score line yet, but I know that they haven't been doing the best. So I'm not sure that I want to look at it, Bale, but definitely, I mean, I think regardless of what it is. Okay, they've won 3? Okay, well, that's actually
they 2-0'd
solid.
Bitcoin, but who hasn't?
I think
then they took another map against someone else.
Okay. Oh, I see. They've won. Okay. I see. Yeah, so for Starbacks, I mean, yeah, that's pretty much do or die at this point. And I really like the players on the Starbacks a lot. We've seen a decent bit of them, and I think they have an extreme amount of potential. It's just kind of how much can you live up to that? How much, of course, is just how staunch the competition is here. How many times do you have to face into teams that are just a little bit above you in terms of that execution, in terms of that consistency? Do you just have a bad day? Unfortunately, and for Starbacks, they need to have a good one here. And Alice Venturus, of course, they're looking towards it, but at least they do have the opportunity for tiebreakers. I'm pretty sure Starbacks will be out for the running if they can't manage to bring this one.
Yeah, if they go 1-5, I don't think. I haven't gone through all the permutations, but I'm pretty sure this would mathematically eliminate them from any sort of contention. They would go 1-5. League, yeah, it just doesn't really seem all that likely, all things considered. But, and you talk about a Starbacks, they have pretty good highs sometimes. They look pretty good, lacking consistency. Part of the problem with their lacking consistency is that while they've played with the same roster of 5 players in DreamLeague Division 2 every single time, they haven't had a crazy amount of subs. That is the exception. That's not the rule. As Starbacks, they always, they got a mid subbing in. Hike may or may not be there when they go play in these other leagues. So it's really hard to establish core team identity, exactly have a good understanding of what you want to draft, how you can get these pocket picks going, if you're never really sure who's going to be playing with you or not. So again, not exactly happening here in DreamLeague. But if this is like the first tournament where you are able to go and get your roster together as you would like it to without a random sub here or there, you don't really have a good stable base to build on.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely very difficult, and that's been one of the limiting factors for a very long time for South American Dota as a whole. Unfortunately, is there's so much Dota that they want to play. There's so many iterations of everything that they try, and sometimes it works out positively. We end up with teams like South America Rejects that really look solid, but a lot of times it just hurts. I mean, some of these really great teams that we see in Europe is just they have the benefit of being able to stick together for a long time, even without kind of great results. And a lot of times that can eventually end up into a team with really great synergy. Of course, sometimes the stack breaks in and then they just look really nice together, but there's definitely a good amount of these stacks, again, in Europe, and as compared to most other regions that just don't have the capability to, that can stick together and really practice and try to build up each other and the team bonding. And at some point, build a level of consistency that we just don't really see from, South America, I think, is especially so, but of most regions, to be honest, that just aren't Europe.
Yeah, and look at what that gives you, right? You want to talk about teams that are unstable, bouncing around. There are so many examples of teams that say, look, we got a good thing going, and we may not be succeeding right now, but we can grow together. We can make this happen. Gamer Legion is your kind of more modern example. Yeah, they finally got rid of Yamps and they added Ghost in. They're looking a lot better as of late. They took down Spirit in PGL. They took down Mouse in PGL. Now, unfortunately, they didn't quite make playoffs, but they are on an upward trajectory. We're seeing them every single tournament start to improve. Old Liquid, they lose TI. They keep the squad together. They change one player out, but you have this hope. Old Alliance that I guess became Old Liquid. We, as the scene has matured over the years, we've started to learn that arguably it is better to kind of sit there and let a team gel and marinate and come together rather than just like hope you get some lightning in the bottle, crazy combination that wins you a tournament and then falls apart.
Yeah. We are going to head into this game 1 draft here. Of
Radiant
course,
team
always
back.
talk about a very, very good starting point. I think
Dire
hitting the
team
Huskar
back.
for Starbacks is a smart little adjustment here. I'm sure they were definitely watching that last series, or at least if they have a coach, their coach was, as much as
10
they possibly
seconds
could. Get as much
remaining.
information you can gather from Alice Ventorus and hopefully be able to limit
5
some of that
seconds remaining.
kind of style they were playing last time around that did beat South American Rejects. Again, if you're a Starbacks, whatever it was with South American Rejects, get 2-0'd by Alice Ventorus first series they're losing here, and
Dire
Starbacks
team
are
back.
definitely not on the same caliber as South American Rejects. Just unfortunately, just truthfully, no flame to them, nothing wrong about it. But
10 seconds
it's
remaining.
it's a little bit of a scary premise, of course. At least you do now have the
5
benefit of you
seconds
literally just
remaining.
watched them play, or at least you have some good information on what they're looking towards as of, again, quite literally today. So gonna definitely have that little bit of benefit in their pocket here. Look towards whatever they want to build up for themselves. Should be at least helpful for their draft. We've definitely seen some drafts go pretty sideways, even in the case of
Radiant
our very
team
last
back.
series, South America Rejects. Sometimes you give away an Alchemist, sometimes you give away a Huskar, and you think you can deal with it. Maybe you could have if you played a
10
little bit better,
seconds
but
remaining. Dire
it can make the
team
game pretty
back.
dicey pretty quick. They're just going to ban out the Quap anyway.
I don't mind that one. Again, Quap is just... It's funny. I feel like Quap has
10 seconds remaining.
been the mid for so long now. It's taken
5
so many
seconds remaining.
actual spell nerfs, item nerfs, facet nerfs when we had facets. And we're still first phase banning it. We're still first phase picking it because it's a lot of damage. It's mobility. It's soft disable with the dagger slow. Now that we live in this alch meta where if you're unlucky, if you let someone through, suddenly it's a 16, 15 minute ags on top of, say, a veil or something like that. It's just really good. So I don't blame them, but I wish Valve would take Quap out of the rotation for a little bit, Rojo. It has been a long time with this hero being first pickable.
Dire team
I don't really,
back.
but...
Well, yeah, but
that's
you're a Quap player,
maybe
so, you know.
Maybe a slight
I
bit
play
of
Quap
bias.
and I feed
play-
my butt off.
No. I play Quap
10
through thick and thin.
seconds remaining.
I'll at least be honest.
Well,
I
then you
played
shouldn't
that
mind
hero
if it gets nerfed. You're willing to play it
5
anyway.
That's true.
seconds remaining.
That is true, but you know, it doesn't hurt if it's strong. Certainly taking a lot of time on their own bans for Alice Ventorus, so seemingly not having the best necessarily read of what a Starbacks are going to first pick. They're really, really racking their brains, which is not a great sign. Usually this first set of bans is pretty set in stone. You want to be going through those quickly, getting
Radiant
down to 50
team
seconds. Some of the best. Phoenix was definitely one of the heroes they were eyeing, so I'm not upset by any means taking that out. Yudomi is an incredible, incredible Phoenix.
Dire
For a
team
Starbacks,
pick.
I'd probably take Hoodwink, Batrider. These heroes
Just
are
Alch ban Doom.
reasonable. You certainly could.
Radiant team back.
Nothing wrong with it, but they'll take Hoodwink themselves, so should be
Although-
fine. Usually Batrider is a slightly better trade in this circumstance, but they don't always interact too much.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, like Batrider's nice. It can go cut the Hoodwink tree, but yeah, as you were saying, A, they don't always interact. B, Waveform's Hoodwink is
10
just
seconds
disgusting.
remaining.
This hero
Radiant
has
team back.
so much utility over the course of the game. Not only because, I mean, I haven't seen a Bushwhack miss in I think about 5 days now. These players are really good at that one. But it zones out a lot of heroes that you might want otherwise to get pick. The Sharpshooter break. Yes, it can be dispelled, but
10 seconds
means you're probably not
remaining.
going to pick a Bristleback. You have to think twice if you want to go pick a
5
Tide.
seconds remaining.
A lot of these offlaners that you, again, this could just be offlane bat, and we are in a position where we are kind of like theory crafting something that doesn't really matter, but
Dire team
it
back.
does make it hard for a lot of these heroes that you might like to otherwise pick.
Yeah, it's definitely. I mean, the Hoodwink is just super, super obnoxious. I think they should definitely take a little bit of a look-see at the Bushwhack cast range and at least make it scale per level, since it's just so far
10 seconds
at level
remaining.
1 already nowadays. But you know, his other hero is it just looks really,
5
really,
seconds remaining.
really consistent. Nothing wrong at all with the hero. Do get a 13 pick to pair with it as well. There's still some decently strong answers to, or just, I mean, just strong heroes in general. You do have potentially like a Shadow Demon, which can be nice against Batrider as a save. You know, Tidehunter against Batrider is fine. We've been not really seeing any Tidehunter, you and I, so
Yeah,
interestingly
not
enough,
these-
people have really fallen off of it, but we've seen like such a surge in Bristleback, and I feel like I just have the opposite read of those two heroes. Like I think Tide
Dire
always looks
team
really
pick.
good, even when it seems bad, and I think Bristle has usually looked pretty bad, even when it's looked good.
Now we're banning the Shadow Demon on Alias Venturus when we could just pick it and have a save for the Batrider. Our Hoodwink support is not the best
Radiant
interaction with
team
Batrider.
pick.
Again, you're not always worried about it. Pangalier's fine. Like, I don't hate Pangolier,
Yeah.
but
Pretty good.
this draft already, yeah, some of the decisions that Alias Venturus are making, struggling to wrap my brain around them, Rojo. I feel like you're banning out the heroes that you want to pick and picking
10
heroes that
seconds
are not.
remaining.
Optimality is overrated if you're just comfortable with the hero, but
5 seconds remaining.
not the most optimal against what Estar backs are showing, even just 3 picks in.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Yeah, I can't go wrong with their heroes, but it was, banning the Shadow Demon was a little interesting. I guess they thought they really much would rather have Pango, and then that way, it's a decision that they've made. I don't think it's going to necessarily hurt their draft the most. Starbacks have a couple of options here to go towards. Again, they're going to be definitely disincentivized from a Tide, from a Bristle. That's at least one nice thing to look away from. Probably is just going to be this Batrider offlane again, based on their bans so far in the game. So build up. Potentially, I mean, if this was a
Radiant
South America
team
rejects, I think we'd probably see a Grimstroke here, and looks like they'll take a little bit of a page out of that, and a Clockwork as well. So really just taking a page out of South America rejects. I think that's probably a smart idea. It has looked very solid for when they've done it. The Grimstroke is a great answer to Pango since forever, but in particular, this patch, it does look like it
10
has a little bit
seconds
more
remaining.
comfortability. It pairs really great with Clockwork. It pairs really good with Batrider.
5
Has an early
seconds
kill combo.
remaining.
These two heroes aren't great at killing the Phantoms, so overall, I mean, a very solid 2 response picks. Pango is so good that I don't think you have to like be extremely bothered by this, but
Dire team
it is a very, very good direct answer. They'll go for the IO on Alice Venturus, which has
Ooh.
usually been banned against them. It was banned in the last 2 games for South America rejects, and it looked pretty good when they were bringing it out the other day. What
So-
they pair with it is slightly better question.
Where do you stand on this
10
this tiny
seconds
discourse right
remaining.
now, where we're seeing some people go like the Glimmer Cape, the mech,
5 seconds
right? This
remaining.
very classic support tiny, and then you have 9 class rushing like first item ags.
Well, yeah, he said tiny. I know. I'm pretty
Radiant
sure he meant
team
IO. Anyway, I'm gonna go for Luna. I mean, I think generally I do like the support a little bit more, especially if you have the capability of not facing into much anti-health restoration, which there isn't much in the game right now, as we've kind of talked about last couple of days. But I mean, if you're 9 class, you can
10
try a lot of
seconds
things, and
remaining.
sometimes they'll work really well. The Ags is super strong on IO, so it's not
5
the craziest
seconds
idea that
remaining.
he's ever attempted. I think a lot of players end up maxing the spirits anyway, so I mean, if you really want to be greedy on the IO, if you think it's important to get your game up, especially if you think going later in the game, you're just going to be able to absolutely pump out numbers, especially in terms of that healing and effective healing, then yeah, I mean, definitely an option to go towards. I think this game and waveform in general has been a lot more in favor of just playing the kind of normal headdress IO. You're going to go for a mech, you're going to go for eventually a shard or glimmer, holy locket, whatever it needs to be that game, keep you alive. It's a little bit unfortunate in this game that there is quite a bit of catch for the IO already, but they thought that didn't particularly matter. If they can pair it with Luna, get a ton of farm on the map, it's a pretty solid Luna game. IO Luna should be great against Batrider plus whatever the pairing is. Relatively not too pressured. Double wand in that lane.
Radiant
Super strong
team
from
back.
4 Starbacks. They'll go Terrorblade as an interesting answer. It's pretty solid overall. Of course, Luna in this patch and in previous patches specifically was going the Ags pretty frequently, so that's probably your biggest worry of this TB, but otherwise it's pretty
10
good against
seconds
IO,
remaining.
Pango, Hoodwink. These heroes don't actually threaten TB too much, especially as the game
5
goes
seconds
later
remaining.
and later.
And we're going back to this IO, this very greedy 9 class IO we're talking about. Again, first item ags, get it in like 15 minutes. You start jungling the interior jungle camps near the mid lane.
Mm-hmm.
It's very reliant on having a self-sustaining, an independent position 3 someone that can go and kind of farm and absorb pressure. They did it with Doom, which looked pretty good.
Team ban.
You know, Pangolier, you could probably do that. Pangolier is pretty maneuverable, but it does make the question now. Like, do you put Pandagon as Pangolier and pick, I don't know, Tide? You know, Doom looks really good here,
10
right? Just Doom the
seconds
Terrorblade.
remaining. Radiant team ban.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Doom Terrorblade matchup has been pretty double-sided for a long time because Doom is not, or Terrorblade's not necessarily the worst hero to lose your spells or health restoration on, granted, compared to like a lot of different heroes. But you do have decent magic damage. I think particularly now that Doom's better in lane,
10 seconds
it's a lot better for that kind of side of the Doom matchup. Could be hard, maybe though, into like
seconds
Clockwork,
remaining.
Grimstroke, Terrorblade early. I think I like the idea of maybe getting a slightly better response, the Terrorblade
Dire
from
team
specifically the
ban.
mid lane, for the side of Panda God. But I mean, you know, Pango you can throw anywhere. I'm mostly thinking that this Pango is gonna have a pretty hard time with, you know, supports coming into the lane, which actually means I would probably rather it be kind of top and just kind of chill up there. Maybe you
10
can't put as much
seconds
pressure on the
remaining.
Terrorblade. Maybe they're thinking to go, you know, a different way because of that. But
5 seconds
if you go on the mid, you have a
remaining.
little bit more kind of farm priority, and just in general in fights, you're not going to get to play much as the Pango. So I'd kind of rather have
Radiant team pick.
lower pressure, I guess, on myself if I was this Pangolier. For Slotums, he is kind of a more
Dire
specific mid
team
laner, and he does like he likes his Sand Kings, his Embers. He could have gone for any of those. Sand King definitely very good at killing IO, relatively, and won't waste any time for Osmond
Choose your
Forest.
hero.
The other spirit that I mentioned there for the Ember. It's an interesting kind of setup here from both teams. Went a little bit awry from what we typically see, particularly in the IO. Grimstroke is something we're starting to see more, but not quite popular yet. I will say one big thing. You mentioned this, I think, in another Grimstroke game we were watching. You're basically like, how much can the Ags on a Grimstroke impact this game? And the answer to this game is that there's a Luna, so potentially a lot. The previous game, it wasn't really impactful. And, I mean, not that he ended up building it at all anyway on Skillfield, but I mean, this time around, that is kind of something you could play around to potentially bail you out.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how this one is gonna work out. I think so we talked about IO, exactly how do you build the IO. We're gonna be paying attention to that one. You have two Mage Slayer builders on the side of Alex Venturus in Panda God Ember, in Norma Pangolier if they decide to go for it. It's an okay. It's not a bad Mage Slayer game, certainly with the Sand King pick, this Bat Rider. Definitely something like how exactly do you decide to want to build the Pangolier? But as this game goes later, I mean, you talked about Zip Zap Luna, you talked about the Ags. I've been on the other side of the matchup a couple times. Eventually your BKB is only 6 seconds, and the Ags just makes your life really sad sometimes. As this game goes later, how are we looking at core-to-core matchups here? Is this something where a Pyke is just Terrorblade goes to 50 minutes and Luna goes and Terrorblade is just winning that core-to-core matchup?
It's hard to tell. I mean, I'll say that I think my overall perspective of these drafts is pretty even as we're getting kind of close to heading into the beginning of it. But I think, I mean, as the game heads late, definitely Pyke, I think, should be on the better end of that Luna matchup, all things considered. But there's so much just, you know, in the game nowadays, there's just so much kind of gunk. I don't really know how much else to put it. There's so much on the ground, particularly I think if Panda God, if he has a pretty decent game, Ember definitely very, very solid into Terrorblade. You can't get multiple BKBs anymore as Pyke, which is kind of unfortunate. Does mean that Panda God, if you go something like a Bloodstone and he really kind of leans into that magic damage, you know, maybe in a fight he just gets onto Pyke and does most of his HP, or maybe he gets, you know, Grimstroke Soulbound. So it's going to be a lot of execution, I think, and I would expect on average, you know, I won't fence sit it anymore, really, that I would expect Alice Ventorus to have a slightly advantageous draft. I think their playmaking is a little simpler. I think just having that reliability of the Luna with the IO is going to be quite nice for them. Messes up some potential kind of plays that you want to make around the map. You can reload the heroes in, you can reload heroes out. That becomes pretty hard to play around and kind of remember. And if Zip Zap gets a good timing, like he can potentially find an Ags this game, go for that kind of different style of build, and that also slightly mitigates the impact of the potential Grimstroke illusion. It's still very strong with Luna no matter what items you buy. But if you go for things like Silver Edge, Ags, you know, Blink, these kind of like really aggressive items, the BKB, obviously the illusion doesn't really benefit from those. So we'll see what ZipZap does end up buying. And I think the Ags, if he has a good game for it, is going to be very, very solid. Some really great heroes to throw in it. There's a Hoodwink to watch for Delight in particular. Has looked really, really good on this Hoodwink. So for Alice Ventorus, again, I just think there's a lot more kind of margins to play off of. Estar backs are going to need more specific kind of ways to find kills. Slotums has to hit his timings. He's got to get a really nice blink. He's kind of got to find the IO. I mean, you need Soulblind to land in a proper way. That's probably the biggest thing going for them, is that it's a really nice Soulblind game. But how much value you actually get out of Grimstroke before the Soulbind is up is usually debatable. Means maybe you have to connect Yodomi. Just a lot of kind of weird things that happen for Estar backs to kind of get their game rolling. I think in comparison to Alice Ventorus, who maybe just have, again, I guess I just kind of like simple execution for the heroes relatively.
My question for you though, Rojo, is you say, you know, look, Delight has looked really good on this Hoodwink. Have we seen someone not look good on a Hoodwink? Like, I appreciate
really
what you're saying, but
not
you know
really
what I mean.
have we seen anyone, look bad on the Hoodwink so far. I'll actually break onto ZipZap and has boots on Yodomi, so it's just
and Flame Grenade down as well. Very nice flame break, and ZipZap, I does have an IO with him.
Wait, what?
We're gonna have to see how much healing that's gonna matter. Cog doesn't like good body block there from Waveform. Now this IO already off to a pretty hot start.
They just missed their spells. They missed the Stroke of Fate, didn't go for the Inkswell. Could have just gone, I'm pretty sure, Napalm.
The
And been able
begins.
to walk down ZipZap. There was a lot of ways for them to get that kill, and honestly, they just messed it up. So that's not a great start. I'll be completely honest. It's 0 for 2 on night on the Stroke of Fate, so that's 200 mana he spent before the lane even started. Maybe not the most relevant, but could definitely matter.
His stroking is just a little bit off this game, Rojo.
Yeah, you really got to get on pace for those kind of things. Make sure that you're keeping it steady.
On the level.
Absolutely. Mid lane will be, of course, this is the classic Sand King thing I always mention. It's kind of just a little sentry game arcade. You don't really gotta do much more on the Sand King other than just kind of get the better D wards. Level 1 or early levels should probably be a bit easier for the Sand King than most matchups.
Yeah, so as we take stock of these lanes, obviously Terrorblade is just going to try to farm. You do have these breakpoints where Metamorphosis is up, and you can try to zone things out a little bit. But again, taking stock of these lanes overall, you said, look, mid lane should probably farm for the most part, as long as the minigame is fine. These side lanes, kind of the same way. Do you expect it to break down? And anything we should be looking at in particular?
Definitely, I mean, however Pyke uses meta, going to be super, super important. If you can get a ton of value out of that, you can definitely try and do something in the lane. Norma, I mean, definitely not the best hero into Terrorblade by any means. That's why they're quite happy you have the stupid squirrel in your lane. Should be able to benefit you, but yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't expect too much action in this game, at least is what I'm preparing for. And I'm hoping that by me saying that, I'm going to miss a kill and then it'll snowball into more kills and we'll get a little bit of an action-packed one. But overall, I mean, in the theory of these lanes is that they shouldn't be that easy to kill. Topside definitely can look for opportunities, though. A Batrider or Clockwork always can get kills, and it's just kind of hard.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go. They got one. Nice. Oh, yes. I did it.
Good job. Oh, Rojo, thank you so much for showing up. I mean, you're paid to be here, but thank you so much for showing up today. Thank you for cursing things for meta kills, and Knight has redeemed himself. Yeah, you know, his stroking is fated to be a little bit rough, but Inkswell speeds up the Terrorblade. And there was a time when Metamorphosis made the Terrorblade slower than he was in melee form.
Yeah, there was.
That was a fun time.
There was. There's a lot of funny little things that heroes used to nerf themselves with that they've stepped away from for the most part. It feels quite nice for Pyke getting another kill again. Terrorblade definitely a very solid game overall. I do just foresee some potential struggle in his future if he doesn't hit his item timings really, really brazenly. I do like at least as well for Pyke this game. It's very far down the line, of course, but Terrorblade is one of the heroes that builds Scotty kind of the earliest out of many carries. which could be definitely a really
Dire's
nice,
courier has been
nice
killed.
thing for them to be able to play off of. It takes a bit of damage. But yeah, again, not much access to kind of negative health restoration, as we mentioned in the last couple games. Alison Torres, last game, I mean, they played a Dazzle and a Huntstar, and definitely felt good that there wasn't as easy access in that kind of regard. Panda God almost died in the mid lane. He is slightly up on Slotums in terms of denies, but not up on resources.
No, and he is he's the owner of the Sentry right now. His high ground one that he's got the freshest one here. So, you know, even with having full vision of the Sand King, yeah, gotta be careful. You're an agi hero into a Sand King that, you know, does get your caustic finale for free. His topside waveform trapped in the cogs, bounced around, but actually healing up quite a bit.
Dire's
And the spirits
courier has been
just
killed.
enough to slow the clockwork down. The Tali will find himself at the high ground, but bottom side, they were able to go and get the Grimstroke in
Dire's middle
mid.
tower is under attack.
This Ember Spirit, again, despite owning the Sentry, technically an advantage for him, just goes down to Slotums.
Yeah, I mean, I think it just seems like he's been tanking just a little bit too much in Panda God. Maybe in this kind of matchup, it can get a bit dicey if Slotums has a decent first few waves and gets those points in the Sandstorm. If you don't dodge the Stinger, you get hit by a Burrow Strike, you can take a huge amount of damage. So I guess there's a little bit of a slight mini game here as well. Didn't go any points in
Dire's
Flame Guard either to
courier
try and
has
mitigate
been
it.
killed.
Bot side Norma might die. Yeah, extended go here onto him. Delight, of course, was going back. I believe he was walking back to base there. So a little bit off tempo gives Pyke another kill.
And we're seeing just why this Grimstroke is picked as the counter to the Pango. Not just can you lock someone in place with your Soulbind when they're rolling Thundered. This Phantom's Embrace, when you are such a mobile hero that when you get aggressed upon, you want to be able to swashbuckle, shield crash, do whatever. Having to spend a couple seconds is it is the difference between dying and not dying, as we've seen already here. But again, as this game goes on, ideally, as this Pangolier, you're not going to be showing. Right, you're not going to be the one. You're going to be the one that opens the fights, not the one that gets the fight opened upon to you. So, but yeah, now in lane, you can talk about Pyke having to have a good game. He's having a great one the first 5.5 minutes.
He really is. This is a start he's extremely happy with. And there's a lot of things that mess with him as the game moves forward, but it takes a little while to get there. If he hits his timings really comfortably, he can start rotating into mid towers and taking them unexpectedly and really helping assist them have those timings. Unfortunately, it's a little bit. I mean, Zip Zap is doing quite well for himself. Hasn't gotten any kills, so he's not near the net worth of Pyke. Won't accelerate the same.
And what a care! It will be an AM damage rune going on over to this Hoodwink, but Hoodwink will give his life in response. Yadomi gets the.
Yadomi.
Nice job there. Waveform does see the stack and blocks it, but still very nicely done. Yeah, you talk about again. I know we've been talking about this Grimstroke a lot, but not only is it a good counter right to this Pangolier, and pretty much all stages of the game, so long as you can see him, there are a couple very good carriers right of the Inkspell as you move forward. Sand King in particular. So it's just a nice pick. I mean, SAR, they're onto something with how they're consistently picking the Grimstroke into these setups.
Yeah, definitely think there's probably some scrim information too that we're just not privy to tonight. Even trying on Norma again. Not going to be able to find it necessarily.
Well, Pyke's not level 6 just yet. Good body blocking from Norma as IO TPs in, tries to move forward, does have the balls ready to go, and Pyke will finally get punished for his temerity. 7-minute timing as well. Delight, I cannot believe you just did that. Delight goes bushwhacks to cancel the TP instead of running in and making sure he gets the Shrine of Wisdom. In the balance of things, Knight probably dies here, but he is happy to make that exchange. That was a big misstep from the Hoodwink.
Yeah, losing that Wisdom Shrine, it does not feel good. Even on the... I'm kind of surprised, but Vitaly, he's just not been having a good lane necessarily, so Zip Zap. They kind of went on to him, but they weren't able to commit, even with 10 stacks of the Napalm. Although Slotums is here.
Does have he's going to get canceled out, but Nomi's here, locks him in the cogs, and Zip Zap does get a clip off. It's a lot of damage. But
scary.
There are 3 heroes there, and there's an entire creep wave, so not quite enough to burst him down.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, kind of have to wonder. It probably should just be TPing there on Norma, or I mean, Panda God definitely, I think, would have TP'd if he had it available. Used it with his low resources to go back to base. That's one really nice thing about Slaughter's game so far as well is not only is he propelling himself, but he has slowed Panda God down. Have to, again, feel pressured enough to go back to base. Not able to catch these rotations. Zip Zap uses that first, clips, and goes down. Bushwhack misses onto Vitaly, just barely at top side. So not turning up all Alice Ventura so far. It's all turning up Pike so far, realistically, and Slaughter's as well in the same thing. They're having much better games than they should, and Vitaly is having maybe a slightly worse game than he should, but that's a bat rider. We've seen this story a number of times, Bayo. Sometimes they do really good in lane, and then their game goes kind of rough. Sometimes they do really bad in lane, and then their game goes really good. It's just kind of a slot machine. Slaughter's nice burrow strike.
Nice job there, burrow strike. Yeah, he
probably
sees
missing
the squirrel
more
run in.
Bushwhacks than we've seen in the last couple days, so not quite getting the value that we've seen.
What a Dickensian tale that we're looking at here from Alice Venturas, right? This is the tale of two teams. Last series, they were looking so dominant against a team that has really not shown weakness over the course of DreamLeague Division 2, or to be honest, PGL as well, playing against even stronger competition. And now, Alice Venturas, very rough off lane. Safe lane not having a great time. They're going to try to die in clockwork mid. That is... 3 points and balls are... It is worth a lot, but even as you do that, that's going to be a dead Luna's. Pike makes his level 7 rotation, couple points in meta, takes the tier 1 down. Yeah, this is not the same Alice Venturas that we saw just 30 minutes ago.
And probably a cleaner Starbacks than has been in the past couple days. We haven't caught too many of their games ourselves, but their score not speaking too much for itself. So this game around, though, very comfortably. Panda God does take the haste. It's on the waveform. It's enough. It's like it.
That center is going to be up. They're going to look to turn it around. That's a pushback that lands as the Cogs not really doing all that much. So they take Slotums down in the mid, 4 times killing spree. And now this is the 10-minute cart wave. So if they can go and stick around, we're going to have to see exactly how Starbacks want to go respond. But hey, look, you got the cart clearing. This should be the mid lane tier 1.
Yeah, you'd think so, but well, for now at least, Panda God is TPing. He'll come back and we will take it. But these moves from Pike into that top side, get a kill on Zip Zap to steal the top tower. Again, should probably get this mid tower, but how much does it matter? Slotums is TPing in anyway.
Yeah, a little bit awkward. You don't does not necessarily want to be here, but a good stun on top of 2 from Slotums. Good skill bind as well. The Phantom's Embrace and waveform. Well, yeah, IO doesn't really right-click all that quick. At least the Phantom's Embrace goes down, times out, gets reapplied, and yeah, just gets 2. So they do get the mid lane tier 1. They trade 2 supports for it, and now it's time. Vitaly, a little bit lacking in mana, but he's going to start to think about clearing these stacks as Panda God is going to get found out here. Nice job there with the slight chains. Not going to get lassoed.
Pretty close. Gotta play a little bit scared. Yudomi steals a creep away from Zip Zap for his level 5. Not quite 6 enough to chase. They're actually onto them. Reload as well now.
Comes from behind. IO relocate play goes straight over where the Cogs are, but Vitaly on the low ground. A little bit awkward pathing coming in from Panda God and waveform. Now with 5 seconds remaining, Pike is here, and this IO's
almost has meta.
There's the lasso. This is not the play they were looking for, but Clip does land. And now they're looking for the Cinder. Gonna get it last second, but even still, not convinced you have the damage as 2 heroes die, Batrider falls.
No way.
And even though this was kind of an awkward go from Alice Venturas, well, here comes Slotums, and no, it's fine. Never mind. Metamorphosis is up, ready to go. Slotums does connect on his blink timing. I'm gonna say, even though it's awkward, working out for Alice Venturas, except again, they lose that Ember Spirit at the end.
Pretty unfortunate. This Ember Spirit as well. I mean, they are stacking Mage Slayers, which I don't necessarily disagree, but for the time being, their biggest issue looking forward is going to be Pike. Not really much else to itemize for Ember. Could have maybe looked towards the Spirit Vessel, but his game is so rough. Norma, he did go for a Mage Slayer. Maybe it would have been a little bit wiser. Gone for a Diffusal. Not sure how that one's going to pan out for them yet, but it does mean, again, Pike is not going to really be affected by that item too much. It's physical damage now, so the damage is the worst in the Terrorblade it's going to ever been, and reducing any of the damage. Get Zip Zap 2 up. I was just not even paying attention, but Slotums with Knight. That is absolutely my fault here.
Yeah, 5-1 and
they
3.
Are really connected. Yeah, Knight's Grimstroke looks really good. He's gone definitely the correct kind of build. He's been in the right spots. He's using his Phantom Embrace correctly. Slotums is finding his timings. And they're just not, I mean, on Alice Ventorus, they're kind of not really doing anything. There's like kind of that top play, but aside from that, it's mostly been farming and then kind of getting caught out. And this is a Luna 6k net worth of 13 minutes with an IO. This is not where Zipzap was supposed to be. And talk about Alice Ventorus in the previous years, how they looked pretty good. And maybe find Slotums here. Good bushwhack.
Really nice slice change into the bushwhack. And Slotums, though, finds way out of the low ground. Looks good. The TP has to cancel it and will get sharp shot down. So, you know, we've been questioning Delight's bushwhacks occasionally. That was not one of them.
That was good. And that was a move for him. Really well done. And Storma, he's going to look to make his own as well with a blink.
Kind of awkward, though, as throwing the announcing danger of him on the low ground. Even still, that kind of god will be able to go complete the rotation. Norma gets the kill, and Waveform got himself a shrine. Now going to go bring Delight. Where is he going? Back, okay, right back. Back to the mid lane.
I mean,
okay.
Of course, I'd say they hadn't really done much this game, and immediately they make a... So, pat myself on the back there. Always keeping out.
Yeah, you're doing a really nice job there, Rojo. Well done.
Yeah, always giving them a little hand there. But I will say, in that previous series, they did play quite well across the board for Alice Ventorus. I do like what they're doing now, the way they're connecting their heroes. But Zipzap did not have the best of game 2s by any means on his Faceless Void. He had maybe a couple good chronos, but in terms of the value Faceless Void gets in a normal game, very, very low. He was at 0.92, I think, at one point this time around. He's at least a Luna, so he can recover much better. Still not the place that he'd like to be in of the game, and Waveform has also gone this Spirit Heavy build. I think that's perfectly fine. He always does this. But it's not connected to the Luna, so that's not a steroid that you're looking at.
And I think the Spirit Heavy build is it's kind of just the way to go. It's for Vili. Now Bushwhack, Sharpshooter, Control. Oh, Lasso. 33 seconds, you're dead. 87 seconds, no Lasso, but they will go find this Pangolier bottom. So Sacrifice is probably willing to take Pangolier. Strongest hero on Alice Ventorus right now. Going to be able to get the tower as well.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Zipzap has been very hot and cold, Rojo. We saw the game 1 where he was 7,500 net worth at 10 minutes on the Alchemist. And then, yeah, you're right. We also saw game 2 where he was
tower is under attack.
Kind of a 4v5 game. Alice Ventorus very much felt he would get some good chronos at the end, but very much felt that was a game that he was brought back into, and now Slotums look for an FP on top of 2. Here comes the clockwork as well. Well done. You talk about, again, Knight on this Grimstroke. It's just so effective as now Batrider's going to get found out, has to run away. Eclipse is barely not going to get on out of here, but Luna, can they take him down? This IO is taking him, amping him up so very much. They separate. Really nicely done there, making sure that this IO is not, it's just bounced out of the position he wants to be with the Luna, and now he relocated out, but there is no helping him. He's not going to try. He might try to go and do the TP thing, but I don't even know if that's possible anymore. Can you still theoretically do the Ake play and then TP, or the EGM play and like TP back to base as the relocate ends?
I don't think that you can. I'm pretty sure at some point they either broke it or fixed it or whatever you want to call it. Even if you can, I mean, I think it's even more of a tight window. I'm pretty sure. Either way, really nicely played by Estar backs, I think. And I mean, they're bringing moves to Pike's bringing to them, following a little bit of that kind of wit style. They are replicating South American rejects in a pretty significant way right now, and that's a pretty high praise. They have looked very, very good at Estar backs.
Radiant's bottom
falling behind. I mean, Slotums is also doing a great job as the Sand King. He only has the 2. He's 6-2-6, which is a really, really good scoreline early on. He's not been over making moves, only really when he has Epi and his team is connecting. He's gonna have that Ags at a pretty good timing. He's not, again, the most farmed on the Sand King, but this is perfectly reasonable. His levels are great too. He's doing a very good job of doing his job, especially into how many Mage Slayers they have.
Yeah, all things considered, this is a pretty fun Sand King game, right? Like when I you know, off-lane Sand King's a little bit different from mid-lane Sand King, but if you're kind of doing the calculus on, is this a good Sand King game? Do I want to pick the hero? Are there 2 squishy supports that I can just go Ags, Epi, and kill at the start of every fight? If the answer is yes, it's you have a lot of fun, and that is absolutely true here. Hoodwink is never tanky. IO does tank up a little bit, but generally you just kind of get on top of him and kill him. So not only is he having a nice time now, but he's going to continue to have a nice time. As there's that Epi once again. Luna falls for the umpteenth time. 2-5-0 on this Luna.
Yeah, it's Zip's games when he's having a bad one, he continues to have a bad one, and Alice and Ventorus are just, they're not the best at, I think, reading these timers from a Starbacks. Norma dying on the spot side when the rest of the team is top side, Zip dying on the top side.
Radiant
It's
are
really
scanning.
well set up by our Starbacks. They are
Dyer's
going to actually
middle
smoke,
tower
this time
is
without the
under
Epis.
attack.
1 of the 3 times they made this kind of move, but how farm Knight is, he has a Blink, Max, Inkswell. They're going to find Waveform, and it's an easy kill. Basically,
He's in there.
like,
Has fallen.
metas as well, and takes an extra second. He's going to actually try to pressure this tier 2, looking next into his Scotty. This game is going very, very cleanly for Starbucks. Only a 2k net worth
Dyer's
lead
middle tower is under
in theory there, but
Radiant's
in
top
practice
tower
it
is
feels
under
definitely like a
attack.
lot more Pike, because he only has 1 death and also
Are fortified.
the deaths on cores, it's mostly Vitaly who's suffering
Radiant's
as this Bat
top
Rider, and
tower has fallen.
this doesn't feel like it
Dyer's
been
middle
too
tower
impactful
is
yet.
under attack.
And now
Obviously,
Norma
they find his timing trade.
and his outpost taken down.
Dyer's
And Norma,
middle tower
he's
has
gotten
fallen.
Yules after the Mage Slayer blink, which is not something we generally see.
Yeah.
Is this just for like to dodge phantoms?
I think it's mostly for the Soulbind. It's kind of like a way. It's similar to the Bristleback Yules that we saw yesterday. You just want to buy time while you can't do anything. It's not unreasonable, but it doesn't, again, really address Pike, and that's the biggest issue they're looking at. Their itemization is not ready to deal with this hero. If Pike doesn't die before he gets to Scotty, if he doesn't die before he's got this next meta and they win some fight around Roche, he gets an Aegis, they're going to be really missing that window to ever punish the Terrorblade. Usually Terrorblade games, I mean, you die 1 more time around now, maybe you get the shard a bit later than you want, you feel pressured to buy a Hurricane Pike. Anything like that can just set you behind, and then you're kind of perpetually that way. That's how the Luna's game has gone. Still looking for the Ags on Zip, but this is not the ideal timing that you're looking to utilize for the hero. You want to get an early Ags and then kind of get that first kill off of it, hit immediately into that level 18, be able to utilize that and get some extra kills onto Pike, slow him down. But he's just going to get to his items in stride, especially I think if he can get, the Scotty, and then probably he can just finish a BKB from that point, because again, he's itemizing for his Ags. I think it's probably correct, but it's also far enough behind. There's a chance where you only might have a couple minutes window to actually utilize it for kills, and then you'll be walking into a Terrorblade with BKB, and now that item just doesn't feel good. It's just kind of too much net worth across the important answers for Starbucks, I guess. Even though, again, they're only up 3k, the ways that Alice Ventorus can deal with the Starbacks, I think, is much more limited than the other way around.
Yeah, and of course the really nice thing as well. First of all, there's a blink stun on this Grimstroke, but
yeah, he's had it. It's like so early.
Yeah, that's a problem. You talked about how eventually you're going to get an Ags, and then you're going to have a Luna amping up your entire team, plus doing a ton of damage. But the other way to, you talk about it's only 3,000 lead. I agree with you that the net worth is in the right people. Pike is 2,600 gold ahead of this Luna. And even then, as you're saying, like the Ags is nice.
Guess it's my shot.
The Ags is going to hit the same time as the Scotty on this Terrorblade. And I don't know. I don't know. I mean, in fairness, Eclipse Luna is a
Radiant's
lot of
bottom
damage
tower
into a
is
Terrorblade.
under
But
attack.
and part of that is,
Scanning.
you talk about BKB. Scotty is just enough HP that you probably survive long enough to be able to get us under off.
Yeah, it's also, I mean, a lot of their net worth too on Alice Torres, a huge amount of it actually is located on Norma, who has gone a really defensive item build, and they're going to find Zip Zap potentially again, and Waveform for one.
Big Lasso, goodbye. But now that timing, he said there was going to be like a 2-minute timing where this Luna has the Ags and they don't really have a good answer for it. Losing. He's so good. Feels so nice. Flame break to go, and it just kind of a couple more cogs bounces. Norma out of mana on the low ground, but Knight with his blink dagger. Very happy.
Yeah, Starbucks, they've done all the right things.
And you talk about Zipzap having his outer cold days. Knight is very much the same player. We've seen him a lot across the different tournaments we cast. And there are days where he has 20 deaths and looks awful. And there are days that he just looks like he's the best support in the tournament.
So you'd say he's kind of night and day? Is that maybe how you'd put that?
No, he's not playing Dawnbreaker, so no.
I think I maybe actually have seen him play Dawnbreaker. Maybe that's a pub or something. Anyway, very, very poor attempts at puns aside. This game, yeah, for our Starbacks, just really, really well done. It's, it's still every time you look at the top, it's 5K at 23, but it's the lineup that they just feel very comfortable in the Starbacks. These are all very comfortable heroes for them, and as you kind of mentioned, just they have all the proper answers. What else Ventorus wants to do. They're interestingly gonna smoke up while the Aegis is up. There's no meta and there's no epi, so they are actually stronger, I think, right now, especially with that newly completed Ags. This is the best time for them to look. They're probably gonna find should get
You'll divide time, and
that
is a lot of damage on the Eclipse. So, interesting build by the Batrider as well, right? You talk about this timing. I love Consecrated Wraps. I think it is the most broken item in the game as an offlaner. Thank you, Ice Frog. You made my life a lot easier. But
Haste.
It's not a pipe. It's not Blink.
Yeah, it's an interesting
Dire's
little
middle
build from
tower
Vitaly.
is
I don't
under
necessarily
attack.
agree with the way he's itemized, but here's what it is. Really late Blink is particularly what's kind of throwing me off. He's had the rest of the team, though, to follow up in swaths. Doing a good job of doing so. And Vitaly, yeah, he's just been tanking the ganks. He's honestly a huge amount of where the net worth disparity is part of the reason it's not as high, and it probably doesn't matter too much. I think, again, I think because he's so low net worth, he should definitely consider a little bit more having gone a slightly different build. But they're not. I mean, they catch Vitaly and they don't catch Pyke, and Pyke's gonna have this meta soon. Well, he hasn't now. If he wanted to potentially poke the high ground, not feeling like it. I think we're both on the same page that that's perfectly fine. Don't need to go high ground. Never go high ground if you're particularly intent about winning. Go ahead and soak all these waves. You died to the Luna Ags reveal, but a singular kill off your first Ags reveal for the Luna at 25-ish minutes is not particularly impressive. Still not even level 18, and when we've seen this hero really, really pop off again, it's hitting those timings pretty quickly in stride.
Push shot not quite gonna land, but Pyke looking to cut the light off at the pass. Reflection on cooldown. Not gonna be enough of a slow, but yeah, you talk about this Ags. Does it still amp it doesn't amp the damage, right? Not anymore. So that was one of the reasons that we were seeing this like really strong Luna build with what was it called, Moonstorm, I think, where every time that Lucent Beam hits a hero, you get more damage. And yeah, sure, Epi is, or Eclipse is half, but you were seeing these Lunas have like 500 damage at 25 minutes in. And that is just not really the case anymore. Again, it's still a lot of damage, but it's not this orbital cannon plus heavy physical damage that we were seeing in the last patch.
Definitely not. It's been brought down to decent tier. Interestingly as well too. I mean, this game for Zipzap, he'll get the bottom tier too, which feels nice. He's not putting any points in the lunar orbit, which I guess I can slightly understand again if he thinks it's going to be mostly farming. But that does now have the damage reduction built into it. It needs to be part of the passive. Now Pyke poking onto the high ground. It's more like deleting the high ground. So much damage this early on. I mean, no other hero really can match this kind of timing from a Terrorblade. Just being able to pump damage into buildings while that meta is up. Panagon especially, he has been, this game he's on Mage Slayer BKB, that does nothing to Pyke.
Yeah, now, range rack's gonna fall, 26 minutes in, Luna is like 500 gold.
They're going
524 gold away from the BKB.
The soul bind, got one!
Okay. Metamorph
Bottom is here.
They're gonna be able to get terribly the runs, but it's nice.
The Eclipse!
Oh, the Oracle Cannon, still really, really strong, but Pyke, he's still half dusted. Okay,
it's under
an illusion. Not going to be able to do
Look
damage
back.
to the Luna. Now he's dead. Eventually.
Yeah, he is.
So it is a buyback on waveform. They do lose range Rex tier 3. But still a pretty nice hold overall from a Starbacks or from Avis Venturus.
Yeah, they went before Pyke had his BKB, Zipzap now hitting that level 18 to get the kill onto the Terrorblade. That's going to help a lot in terms of this match being difficult. Now has the BKB available. And it's just, yeah, it's I think, you know, maybe never go high ground definitely is something to look towards. Alice Ventura, nice little bit of punish there. That really, really hurts the Starbacks. They lost the Aegis, of course, as well there. So just really double landing a couple. That first BKB committed from Slotums. Gonna lose a little bit there.
Radiant's middle tower
Just
is
not,
under attack.
yeah. This is the part of the game where it is starting to hurt a little bit. The way that Vitaly has kind of built. He now has the BKB, which is nice, but no blink on this Batrider. It's kind of hard to be set up in that position without the BKBs. Should have probably been a little bit more patient on the side of the Starbacks. That could I mean, that cost them a lot already in terms of what their net worth was at. Could cost them even potentially more.
Still kind of according to Valve, 80-20 for a Starbacks based on the game state, which,
Yeah,
you know, I mean,
still
again,
pretty good.
not bad. And I like what... I wanted to say I like what Slotums is building next. He's just going straight Daedalus after this. Just Blink, BKB, Ags, Daedalus. Which is just, if you're a Sand King and you feel like you need to you just need more damage, just carry the game, delete the supports. A Daedalus will give you that. The physical damage, even though they've nerfed the damage off the Stinger procs, it's still absolutely enough to go and go in and just heavy damage. But as I say that, Rojo, is that something we really need out of the Sand King versus, you know, maybe a Basher, right? More control, something like that. You're never not gonna you're always gonna have enough damage when there's Terrorblade in the game.
Yeah, I think particularly he's thinking most in terms of how can I probably kill off Waveform, because the last fight he jumped onto Waveform and didn't really get the kill for a pretty long time there between that Glimmer Cape and that extra survivability. So he's just thinking, you know, IO's relatively low armor, even 17 is okay, but not the most. Thinking that's probably the best way for him to do it. And there's Mage Slayers.
Are scanning.
You know, again, for Panda God, he's itemized mostly into that BKB Mage Slayer. I don't think the idea is wrong necessarily, but I do really like, even with all those things combined, I still think that Bloodstone is perfectly great on Sodoms, and in particular, I could see as well, I'm just building towards a little more, I definitely should have a Chasm Stone, that's what I was thinking, and the other item I was thinking, sorry, I look at the shop, I had to really gather my thoughts, lost them for a second there, it's not easy to hold on to them. The Krella's Crozier.
Radiant's
I think the Krella's Crozier could be really good for Slotums. I think he should consider. And Vitaly, he'll break the smoke, gets bushwhacked, but
yeah, nice part about having those wraps is you break smoke and you're really not worried about it. Now they're looking for a little bit more.
Going.
It's in the fullest secret. On the move.
That's BKB and Pike.
The epicenter or carrying the Eclipse, and Pike nowhere to go, no one to sunder. Has to bob his BKB,
so
go up on the high ground. This is awkward now. What are you gonna find? Rolling Thunder's gonna be down in just a second, though.
Thunder.
He does have Thunder, but the BKB on top of Luna is a problem.
They're bottom.
Further away, and Relocate just not there yet. Pike now is gonna get the Thunder on top of Norma, and this Luna is nowhere close to his friends. That is not how you want to make this happen. Norma will die on the backside as well. Really nice fight from a Starbacks, identifying that there is a timing that they cannot fight with Eclipse down on the Rolling Thunder Pangolier. But if you Delta split, you find high ground, those timings are going to be done. Those ultimates are going to be off the table. And then there's no way they can fight.
Yeah, I mean, whoever called for that reload, I mean, definitely a little criticism there. Is trying to kill Vitaly, Panda God. He's going to move forward. Does get it, but he dies to Pike anyway. Has buyback. He wants to commit it, but it's not going to be able to do anything, unfortunately. Pike drops out of the meta, but he's strong enough to take these barracks on his own.
Yeah, hook shot.
Double hook shot.
Top of two. Really nice. And he follows.
Buyback on Ember.
With the Inkswell as well. Slaughter
double.
Get the kill, and Ember goes straight in on top of Pike. Really trying to go get Yadomi, but there's going to be a Thunder once again. Got slow with the
He should reset.
Still. Yeah, he's down here. He's going to try to reset onto the high ground.
Hey.
So, I mean, it's still Elena Rax. It's still Luna dead. It is still the Pangolier falling. This is just picking up breadcrumbs from the table of a sumptuous feast. It's something, but you really would have preferred the steak.
Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely. It's not the perfect situation. Panda God, he just played it well. So, I mean, props to him on that Ember. If he can get to his items, a little bit of goal injection, as well, but they're actually reloading on the Pike. He has the BKB.
And he's just
going to TP out.
He's going to TP out of here. I was like, he's hanging around for a second. That's a little crazy, but just wants to get some creeps.
I think he assumed that it was probably the Luna, and maybe he was gonna try and Sunder and then TP, so he's guide in the TP. Definitely not necessary in that case. So they waste reload, kind of, not anything valuable out of the Rolling Thunder.
Radiant are scanning.
Okay.
Did finish the Daedalus on Slotums.
Why does Terrorblade have Partisans brand?
Yeah, I also saw that earlier, and I just assumed that Pyke has an IQ that is too high for me. Maybe it affects reflection, and otherwise I don't know.
I can see it affecting reflection. The other question is that a debuff that is not player specific coded? So if one player has, if I have Partisan brand, the damage that the spell damage that you're doing is also amplified.
Not sure I understand.
Because if that's the case, and you're reflecting a couple heroes, that actually that amps your Sand King by quite a bit.
I don't think so. I don't fully understand, but it really only I think increases just actual spell damage. Maybe it works on illusions because they're spells. That's maybe my best theory grab is they are going to look forward. Scan quickly catches them. BKB on Pyke. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I would imagine that it doesn't do anything, and maybe he honestly did not read the thing the best. Maybe best case it works on reflection. Does have a Satanic now, so they're gonna smoke up themselves. Slotums also has a Daedalus. He got this, and you know we were questioning how good or good it might not be, but he's really hit these timings on the Sand King. And whether the Daedalus is incredible or is the right item or not, the timing that he has it is really good. So it's gonna be extremely good. And their wrap, ooh, delight. Ollie, got the IO too. No buyback.
Yeah, absolutely. Just dead delight. Oh, okay. Epson is gonna go take him down, and now it's just the cores. Nothing to go help him, nothing to keep him safe. Hand to God, BKB onto the high ground, trying to run it. They don't necessarily have stuns for him. But this Eclipse, not really doing enough. Do we have the damage? Yes, we do. First strike into the stun. 3 dead.
Yeah, no buyback.
No buyback. Yeah, that's a dieback on this Ember Spirit. Luna got out, but the rest of them didn't. And now, not only is that 3 big kills, Roshan is a very, very quick kill with Metamorphosis going.
Yeah, Norma, he's thinking about it. He's going to go way early, unfortunately. So, that's a little bit of a pipe thing. Maybe he can TP out at least. He'll be fine. But he has, I mean, relatively, he's gone for this very, very low damage Tango. Mage Slayer, Yules, Shivas, very much built into utility, expecting the damage to come from other places. And it hasn't really. Zips Up is capable of a decent bit of damage. Verse 6 little midnight walk. I think it's mugged in the middle of the night. We'll take that Aegis on Pyke. Soon to finish. He's looking at a Hydra's Breath, by the way. That's how confident Pyke is here. He doesn't think he even needs the Hurricane Pyke. Pause for laughter. But no, there's the Hydra's Breath. I mean, most games I definitely don't think it's correct over Hurricane Pyke, but this game, I mean, what is he worried about? What is he piking away? I mean, he can pike in. I guess the Force Staff to go in further to the team is nice, but otherwise just that pure damage is going to be so good if you pick it up, and he doesn't even need it yet.
He's pretty close.
No Panda God needs no threat.
We're looking at pretty much Megas. This is the last tier 3. There is a Memory Rack top side, but this back bottom side is going to go down very quickly. You got to make a decision here on Ali's Ventorus, trying to keep your hopes alive in this game number 1. And with this Aegis, it's a difficult thing to deal with. So Rack's bottom. Now, you do have to walk top, and that will waste some meta time. But if they get here, this is Megas. The base is going to go down. They don't have a fortification, so
also
smoke up.
Wait, I think, if they want, but for now, going to go in on Panda God. Straight away, the target break.
Trying to go get on top of these supports backside. Does pop the BKB, which is locked in the cogs. Has to go back on top of Pyke, which is not
no remnants left. No reload.
No, Glimmer Cape is pretty good. He's going to waste most of the time, and now here comes the backside. Slotums doesn't have the damage. The Eclipse is really good. Pentagon will fall once again and get the rest of them.
TP out.
But this Terrorblade is a turret. He's just going to have to TP out at the end of the day, though. Not bad. Actually, that looked like even with the kills they got, Terrorblade was going to kill more, but they have the control. He gets that. Now, Vitali, he's fast. Is he fast enough?
He might be. He might just be. He's running, can TP out here on the high ground. Nicely done. Does not read it. Norma, very close to. But I mean, I think honestly they maybe should have just been patient. Pyke was a little bit close to that Hydra's Breath. Could have waited to get a neutral item. It'd be pretty nice to upgrade to a tier 4 enhancement, but particularly a tier 4 item that definitely does something for you and isn't a maybe or may not. Just a nicely done by Panda to go in early, but I just think his Starback should have been a little bit more patient. Also, Slotums, he didn't press his BKB, so everyone, tar and feather him. That is a pretty big mistake to be making at this point in the game. They don't lose the Aegis. All things considered, game is still great for Starbacks. And we talked about the late game potential, how they should feel heading into the rest of this game. Setbacks like that are pretty detrimental. You got Udomi as well as you go up and they can get away for him with a lasso.
They got to burst him down pretty quickly though, and they will. So the gem is traded and traded back. They're able to go maintain control of that one. And Pyke just gets more. I mean, Pyke has the Hydra's Breath in his backpack. But my question for you, Rojo, is we wait for this Aegis to expire. Metamorphosis is of course back up once again. He's looking at Daedalus next. Hydra's Breath, Daedalus, both late game damage items. Do you really prefer the Hydra's Breath, the percentage HP damage over just the pure crit that a Daedalus gives you with meta?
It's definitely less damage. I mean, it is absolutely less damage, but it does give you extra hits, which is kind of relevant for a hero like Terrorblade and has a little bit of a, just that extra damage over time. It's overall, I think, probably the better option for him, given the game state right now. Maybe just Daedalus Hurricane Pyke is more consistent, but let's get Dandelion Amulet for himself and some extra attack range as well. That enhancement. Very close to 25s on some of their heroes, and they still don't Udomi. Jump forward on Panda God.
When they lock the Zemmer down, Norma is from Slotums thinking about the epicenter, not popping it just yet, hiding in the trees. And they will get the Grimstroke, but now wait for him. Has to be careful here, just rolling Pyke as long as possible. But they don't necessarily have the damage taken down in time now.
Where's Slotums?
Pyke having to fight. No one really just under is going to have to go on top of the light. 30% H or 80% HP and wait for him. He is going to go get taken down here. Eclipse on Slotums blows him up. Now, there's no BKB. There is no safety really for the Terrorblade, but it doesn't seem to matter as he is just this turret on the Logram. But Zipzap 20% HP now tries to turn on top of Pyke. Sunder not available. They're going to blow. Well, maybe. Satanic not going to be enough. And 5 alive. Waveform did have to buy back into this one, but this is going to be a second life done for Pyke at this stage in the game. He can't win this game by himself, certainly not with that meta. And we talked about the late game, about how this was something that Estar backs were going to scale into. Apparently not.
I mean, for the time being, at night, I'm a little bit shocked that he ended up going for 4 staff in his Elite Lens. I guess maybe kind of reading what we had earlier, that Zipzap wasn't the strongest, but now he's built up a Butterfly. That miss chance percentage, that's what's really messing. I mean, he went for this Hydra's Breath, didn't have that defensive capability, and the Hurricane Pyke wasn't able to get off Zipzap. Wasn't able to kill Zipzap off, certainly through that extra bit of evasion. That was extremely impactful. Early lasso didn't quite catch what they wanted. Slotums was stuck on the backside and BKB'd early. They're close to 25, but didn't hit them. There's just a lot of things going wrong for Starbacks in that engagement. They maybe could have prepared and planned for a little bit better. Their impatience in this game might have just cost them. At least at the very, I mean, they have an IO plus a Luna. If Terrorblade takes buildings quick, well, 25 Luna certainly takes them much quicker. Let's get through this tier 1, of course.
The downside of how this Terrorblade's been building, though, is he had an Aegis. He was very confident in his ability to survive. Is not quite going to get him, but he doesn't have buyback. He is 700 gold from that one. He's looking at MKB next item. A little bit unfortunate, though, not able to go and really get the barracks, but Zipzap is now level 25. I don't know how much. I mean, 50 more damage is pretty nice. 25 to your team, especially with Pantheon playing everyone, but Slotums has to go just find his way on out of there. This game is turned on its head. 7,000 lead. Net worth lead for Alice Venturus at this point. They only have 1 barracks. They only have 1 barrack. But as we're seeing in this late game, if you can get the jump, these heroes, I'm kind of at the point where I know Sand King is looking at a Hex, but I'd almost just like to see an Eon Disc. Like something just to keep him alive as he goes in.
I think the Grella's Grozier is definitely where I'm eyeing. I mean, they the healing reduction is really, really nice as kind of that aspect holding on to. But even the Ghost Scepter is decently valuable, even though there's good magic damage. It'll stop Mage Slayer from applying onto you, which could potentially be value. Yeah, again, this is what I kind of foresaw from the start of the game before the drafts went all wonky and Pyke played a really, really good Terrorblade game. Is it's hard for Terrorblade to just kind of do everything you want to, particularly in that last fight. I never mentioned him, but you know, Delight is a Force Staff and he has an Urn and a Shard. Not much to work with on this Hoodwink, but he lived past the initial jump, and he ended up, I think, getting at least 2 or 3 extra Bushwhacks onto Pyke throughout the duration of that fight. That's why he just wasn't able to throw in the damage that he wanted to. Once he has this MKB, he can match up a lot better into Zip Zap, and part of me is also almost wondering if it was worth it to go for this Metamorphosis duration talent as opposed to picking up the Sunder. And I mean, they don't kill him fast. I mean, at least they weren't maybe before they hit all their item timings. Now Ember, with the Shivas, with this level 25, and the Bloodstone, is doing really significant damage. And if they break the smoke, Panda God, he does have an amp damage active right now. They don't know that.
Are scanning.
At least I don't think they do.
Level 25 as well, 2 sleight of fist charges is
Wait for him.
very difficult to deal with. That's a great thing. They get high at the very beginning of this
In theory,
one, I would think. But the Cog bounces back and gets the will secure the kill.
Hold on.
Will fall in response. Now Pyke has to fight, but Knight is dead. Really dead a good Soulbind. It's all on the epicenter now. Here comes Slotums.
It's doing a lot.
On top of Zip Zap, and Norma has to run away. Buyback coming in from this Grimscrow against Panda God is so slow. Trying to heal up off the Bloodstone. Not really getting all that much out of there. Is
Light
trying to go, okay, they get Norma. They're going to be able to burn him. I thought they got him, but not quite. Panda God, though, will fall to the Metamorphosis. You get out on Norma, you get out on Zip Zap. But this initiation, if you get the IO at the start of this fight, certainly now that he doesn't have buyback. Well, first of all, this is Megas. I don't see a real world where even if they buy back, they're going to try. Here comes the Spirit on the back line. Would love to get this first turn. That's a massive kill, right? Knight does not have a buyback, and Ember deletes it. There's no buyback there. Norma moves forward. Good shoot with the top of Pyke. Metamorphosis is done in about 30 seconds, but he still has it for now. Looks for a Sunder. Eventually, but he has to kind of help the BKB. Looks to turn around. Sunder gets stunned up, doesn't get off. Oh, the 100 seconds on the deck does have buyback, but I thought there was no world they were going to be able to prevent Megas. Instead, they turned it around. No buyback on the Bat Rider, dieback on the Grimstroke.
Yeah, this matchup, I mean, in terms of being the Ember versus the Terrorblade, as the game goes on, it's very, very Ember Spirit favored. There's not a lot of items that you can get for the side of Pyke that can actually just deal with this hero properly. It needs the MKB for the damage, and at this point, definitely regretting the Hydra's Breath. The idea was interesting if they would have gone kind of with the timing that he had it, but he died right before finishing it, and then he finished it as soon as the Butterfly came up. It has really, really ended up being a punishing item for him to have gone into. That has experienced the full slots, and of course, incredibly fast. Fatality's not up for another 20, for another 50 seconds. 20 on Knight, still never finished Ags. Buyback on Yadomi, but Zipzap's just hitting the throne. Has extra night vision as well, potentially to read where Slotums is coming from. He does a lot of damage on Slotums, at least. He did hit 25. Could even kill off Zipzap if he's not careful, but to be worried about wait for the pop. He's going.
Oh, he's gonna be able to force step on out of here, so it's not gonna land.
Good Soulbind. Really good Soulbind.
Is a problem. Slotums has to get on out of here. Luna 10% HP. We're gonna go take him down. They will be successful. And now the Metamorphosis BKB. They have to find more out of this. They have Mod back. That is the Terrorblade buyback, but they're just gonna get the Luna. Slotums half an inch short
too. Yeah, I mean that buyback on hit. They didn't find anything. They got Zipzap, who has buyback. They're not going to get the Megas off of that. Yeah, there is Roche potentially they can look towards, and that'll be nice. But Terrorblade with Roche is kind of it's a chud. It's a chud Roche. You really, I mean, you know, lack of a better term, it does nothing. There really is not a good Aegis target for Pyke, so he's not going to take the Aegis. I don't think they're going to give it to Slotums. Slotums, I mean, you play a lot of Sand King. I don't think you're very often asking for the Aegis.
No.
On this hero, you kind of you blow your load. That's just about it. And that's all you got. You can't look.
Yeah, you're an epicenter.
They don't need to. That means that they're going to be able to keep this buyback on Zipzap as well, since they're doing this road. Which I think it's correct. They could easily lose the game if they had tried to attempt to go back towards that Megas, but this means that Zigzag has no pressure. Just sit around and wait.
Yeah, somehow, despite everything, Valve is still saying, I'm assuming the racks, but this is an 80-20 for a Starbacks. I am unconvinced, as Pyke will get the Aegis, does have Refresher as well, so this meta timing not quite as difficult to think about as it might otherwise be, if, getting 2 of them. But these late game refreshers, bro. Although, actually, we're going to give the Refresher to the Sand King. That makes more sense. But these late game refreshers, not a shadow of what they used to be, right? You don't get you don't get 2 BKBs, and if you're Pyke, if you're the Sand King, only 1 BKB is a very difficult situation to deal with 48 minutes in.
Yeah, very, very much so. Part of the reason that Sand King definitely in the very late game has fallen off pretty heavily. You can't go Scepter anymore while you're BKB. That was a huge part of that hero's late game strength, something that players like Malrine were using a lot. And then, of course, being able to refresh your BKB and then be ghosted again. That was what kept you alive to do 2 epicenters. Now it feels like you get 1, and then I guess you refresher and hit another Burrow Strike. Otherwise, just not getting as much value as you, not even close to as much value as you used to. Vitaly is close to 25, but so late in the game that kind of have to wonder. I think he will just take that Flaming Lasso duration, which is nice. Probably not enough to swing the game. They did get the Aegis, by the way, over to Pyke. This melee Terrorblade is just not going to be able to fight the Luna. It's not going to be able to fight the squad of Panda God. Panda God himself, even about a Radiance, by the way. There's an MKB finish for Pyke is at least nice thing. It's just not feeling great for him, especially when, refreshers for most heroes definitely got a lot worse in value, but in terms of for Pango, it's still very, very good. Norma's been making a lot of work out of this utility. They're going to try to jump in. Do they find word form again?
They're going to be able to get him the very start here. Turn around. They're going to be able to go. He's surprisingly tanky. They will be able to go and get him down. And now he's looking for more. TP on out of here if possible. As the light scurries away. No stuns for the Pangolier. And they will find the light. He is, lands a bushwhack, but
there's no TP.
No, not really. And Clockwork. It's a Rocket Flare True Shite, so even though you do have a Glimmer Cape, it doesn't really matter. It's delayed. He'll get taken down. Hook shot doesn't land, but not that big of a deal.
The light down for 100, that's potentially really, really massive. Does not have that buyback. They're looking at Sodom, and they should get him. Freebie, no buyback.
Here at the center, in the rolling thunder. Oh, he's on the high ground. Maybe pops the BKB, gets on. Oh, that's a disaster. That is
Norma.
Big cooldown, and now we're going to find Norma on the backside. Lasso for 7. We'll dodge the hook shot for a second time, but you're going to have Lasso in 2-1. No Lingans to keep him safe, and that should just be a dead Pangolier.
Ventorus just not ready for those kind of moves, and not having a TP on Delight, not having this buyback. That might just cost them at this point, being so disconnected. Norma, he did save his refresher. I kind of liked his patience there. He could have lived and have used the refresher. He's thinking he'd rather have 2 of the Rolling Thunders than have his buyback. That probably is the correct assessment. But will he even have the first one available for this Rax? If they fortify, they don't have it potentially for tier 4s.
Dire's top barracks
They will have that Rolling Thunder.
As they try to poke. Trying to poke down. It's half damage on the Pyke already. Panda God does a lot of damage in this late game.
Have the Rolling Thunder.
It's ready to go. Rolling Thunder on top. They're just going to blow him up. Plate range. Make sure he doesn't get a Sunder off. But he's going to go get Megas. TP on out of here. No way to prevent that one. No bash. No BKB piercing stuns. They're moving forward. Backside. The Terrorblade's not here. Can we get something more? But the Cogs bounces back the relocate. And everyone Delta splits. Almost a disaster.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Close to being scary, but doesn't actually manage to punish them at all. So very, very nicely done for Starbacks. Megas, of course, at 52 minutes, especially in the list lineup that Alice Ventorus has. Not going to be necessarily anything that wins them the game, but it's going to make the game a lot easier to play, especially macro-wise. And Alice Ventura in the last just kind of 5 minutes or so, they kind of fall behind on that macro already. Constantly how to keep these waves out. Panda God, unfortunately, he did go for this Radiance, which I do think feels really nice, but kind of feeling like maybe that just should have been an Ags, which he's now looking towards. He can probably sell this Mage Player as well at some point, to be frank. So he needs just a little bit more to potentially try and catch these heroes. No refresher available on Norma, no buyback available on Norma. Which is a pretty big one to look towards. He can die in these fights, and eventually, Bear, we talked about it at the beginning of the game, eventually Knight here, he might be able to just build himself up in Ags. Maybe at some point he'll even consider selling something.
Double damage.
I'm very shocked that it took him this long to get here. Here we are. Amp damage on Pyke. No.
Pyke's selling the Hydra's breath. He's like, yeah, this was a mistake.
Yeah, you see that.
This was a mistake. Let's just get a dataless. Okay, I'm with him. All right, I think that just makes a lot more sense.
See what he does. He'll still technically kind of have a slot to work with, especially if he sells the Hydra's breath. But they're looking. They want to get Zip Zap potentially. Oh, double lasso! Oh no!
The biggest appearance you could possibly get. Now they do have buyback. 99, 125 seconds.
And waveform too.
Force them here. Norma goes in, buybacks on top of two. Here comes Emmer onto the backside, trying to take down the supports, and that will be a dead.
Can they get him?
Does have buyback? He's trying to get Pyke.
Sunbeam? No buyback.
They can. 124 seconds on the deck, Rojo. And no buyback.
It's
they
over.
take down Slotums as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a miracle here. Vitaly, he's going to have to look to just kind of cut these waves. That's the only way he could ever possibly buy enough time. And even then, there's a Rapier on Zip Zap coming through. He might even, I mean, he can probably just end the game through backdoor. Give him enough time. Vitaly's not looking for it.
I want to point something out. In this last fight, we talked about how Terrorblade is replacing his Hydra's Breath with a Daedalus. He was with 5 stars. As now we're going to go find Vitaly here, just blow him up. He does not have those. Well, yeah, no, he's dead.
Oh, he got the wave. That's
did get the wave.
The best he could do. He needs to... They're trying to push him top now. Now he needs to buy back and try to go to the outpost, I think. And
do it again.
This next wave, or at least just run away.
Yeah, the problem is top wave is also getting shoved in.
I mean, there's also...
Radiant's middle
I think they just have
tower
enough
is
damage
under
between them. Buy back on Slotums. Doesn't have the Epi for 16. They're going to try to kill this. Almost going in.
Radiant's
Rolling Thunder just to buy time.
It's down.
They have fortification. That is worth paying attention to.
No backdoor.
He's just zoning. Find time. That
They
will
use
force the
the
fortification
fort.
out. And now, Epicenter is available. You're looking for one last ditch effort. Goes down.
Got the lasso.
Look at the damage, but we'll try to last him into the found. Even
got it.
still, the Moonstone
Oh.
causing problems. And they just burst it down.
Oh.
Ancient Falls. Alice Venturus makes a hell of a comeback and go up 1 game in this series.
Yeah, I mean, they did what they needed to come back into that game. Good late game itemization, absolutely. But I mean, you can't help but feel bad for Estar backs that was just it was a little bit of a patience issue. Unfortunately, they went high ground when they shouldn't have. They died when they shouldn't have. Pyke, I think towards that end of the game, I mean, either he had Sunder available and he could have used it and at least tried, or there just wasn't vision for him to be able to get it. Either way, it ended up again very, very unfortunate for them. It is, I mean, ultimately their fault. And I think, again, Vitaly build, I'm questioning it a little bit. What he got in that early game. We look at what Slotums, his itemization falls completely off a cliff past the 35-minute mark. He doesn't get a single extra item. Pyke went for that Hydra's Breath, and Knight never finished an Ags. I mean, you know, usually a lot of things come down to draft and to play, and their play mattered a lot in this game, absolutely, for Starbacks, which was mostly clean throughout the game up until those high grounds. But the itemization is not something you always lose to in this game. I think they might have.
Yeah, I want to double down on what you're talking about with Slotums. He got his Daedalus at 32 minutes. He got a shard at 35. He did not complete an item for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
That is just... he got close to refresher. No, he got a refresher. Okay, at 48. But yeah, 13 minutes to go and get yourself a new item is not the progression.
Yeah, that was the
you're looking
refresher
for.
shard even, I think, too. So
Was it? I'm
was-
looking at the backpack, right? It says recipe, ring, and tiara. Anyways,
I think, yeah.
regardless of what it was, I do want you to take a look at the damage dealt here. Of course, this is not surprising. It's a Terrorblade game, but tower damage, 0 on Yudomi, 0 on Slotums, 400 on the Batrider, 0 on the Grimstroke, 29,000 on Pyke. It's a Terrorblade game. Always kind of fun. When it's funny when you take a look at those. But anyways, we're now going to have to see if Starbacks can come back from what has to be a pretty crushing loss. They were in a great position to end the game until they threw it away on the high ground about 5 times. So after the break, can they make the comeback?
Whoa, girl, shake that body. Show me how it's gonna go down. Don't be late to the party. Don't be afraid to scream and shout. 'Cause when we dance to the music, you know that's what it's all about. Yeah, yeah. Hey, girl, shake that body. Shake it to the left and to the right. Yeah, girl, shake that body. We're gonna shake it all night. We're going down to the nightclub in my stretch SUV. 'Cause you know, girl, when we're dancing, there's no place I'd rather be. Yeah, yeah. Girl, shake that body. Ooh, girl.
welcome back here to game 2 of our 4th series of the day, 2nd series for Rojo and I, Dream League Division 2. It's Alex Venturus. It is Estar backs, and game 1 Rojo, kind of up and down. Alex Venturus, very rough early game, but they were able to put it together, and in nearly an hour-long game number 1, Mega Grape comeback, run it down, put a rapier on the Luna, take the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was sounds a little more exciting when you put it that way, just in the sense of they played well on Alice Venturus. They absolutely took the opportunities they could. I think particularly Panda God on his Ember made a lot of really great decisions to kind of get them back in the game, but a lot of it was, as we kind of talked about before we went to the break, not the best itemization, truthfully, coming from a Starbacks, a decent bit of disconnection from them, and then walk onto the high ground and just losing their lead time and time again that they had built up pretty meticulously. So for Starbacks, you definitely have to feel bad about making that kind of misplay. For Alice Ventura, definitely happy to get away with a little bit of criminal activity. Of course, again, you know, did their jobs. I think Norma also on the Pango. I was a little skeptical of his build. It didn't deal the best with Terrorblade necessarily, but just ended up kind of being that game where even though Pyke was extremely farmed, he had so much under his belt. As soon as all the items had built up, as soon as there was enough stuns on the ground, there's only one BKB left in the game. Not able to use that refresher anymore, and it just wasn't enough for him. So it was really unfortunate for the side of a Starbacks, especially considering, again, that we talked about. This is a series that is, I mean, do or die for them. I think there's a chance that either they face into tiebreakers or end up just dropping out anyway if this series was won. But if they wanted a chance, they definitely have to take this one. Alice Ventura is in a little more of a comfortable position. Definitely happy to be able to get this game under their belts if they can. They're going to be looking towards game 2 on, of course, both sides. The Starbacks, I think they had a good, again, solid idea, but unfortunately just not able to take it all the way through. And Alice Ventura, where they were patient and played with the late game that they kind of needed, and eventually ended up doing what their draft was supposed to do. In the game 2, they can kind of look to get maybe a more normal game for themselves, and at that point, you know, maybe you find something that, and they kind of did in that last series against South America Rejects, just kind of continue that streak that they've had.
Yeah, they have. I would love to see them be able to continue not just this streak in game number 1, but be able to make a run even further, because
yeah.
While I think that if they can they stabilize Zip Zap, because he has had some very rough, he's had some disastrous first 30 minutes, but if they can't, they could have a pretty fun run at the playoffs. Now, I don't know that they're going to be able to hit top 2 Rojo, because you have Nigma still in the pool. SAR in a 5-game series feels like a pretty difficult thing for Alex Venturus to deal with, but specifically for Alex Venturus, we have to remember, or for SAR, we got to remember that they are playing in the PGL playoffs, and they're going to judge that a little bit more. So maybe if you make a deep enough run, you can do it again. You can go and catch them on an off day as they're prepping for, I don't know, Extreme or something, for Aurora, and you can kind of pull the wool over their eyes at the end of the day. Would be kind of cool. Would be fun to see a group of people that, you know, we've been watching like Waveform in CCT and other kind of EPL kind of Division 2 stuff. Some of these guys, but it would be nice to see another crop of players pop up, start to punch up at, if not tier 1, high tier 2.
Yeah, 1.5 tier 2. Definitely think. I mean, they've done it. I mean, so far today, wasn't necessarily the best showing we've seen from South America Rejects, but you got to take your wins where you can get them. Alice Ventura, again, as Starbacks, not necessarily the best showing from them. Well, I mean, actually was kind of the best showing from them, I think, so far in this tournament, which is partially too why I think might be a little more difficult to reset into this game too. Of just, I mean, they kind of had it, and their tournament has not been going good. Alice Ventura, they've had, again, a little more middle of the pack run, and as you mentioned, I think a good amount of that is related to Zip Zap, as he's been very, very. I mean, we've seen the 3 games from him just today alone, where it was a really, really great one, and then a really, really tough one, and then a really tough one, and then a really good one, and so he's just showcased us every little aspect of his gameplay. If they can, again, as you mentioned, kind of stabilize him, then yeah, I really do like the roster of Alice Ventura. I think Norma is a player who's looked really great from the offlane. He's been playing less conventional things. He's been getting a ton of value from his heroes. Even necessarily in that game, he was Pango with more farm than you would expect, and he managed to do a lot with it respectively. In one of those games we saw he was a Legion with not very much farm and also managed to do a lot with it. So Alcentor is definitely a very fun team to watch. It's just sometimes it can be a little bit brutal to see Zip Zap on a Faceless Void TP in, get caught again. We'll head into this game 2 draft, see what he picks up for himself this time around. Fun to see Zip Zap, get 1,000 DPM on Alk, but he's been a factor of the team that has been a little bit hard to kind of pinpoint.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, my question here is, as we talk about Zip Zap,
5
again,
seconds
very hot
remaining.
and cold. How much of this is Zip Zap the way he's playing? And I think certainly, TPing back in his Faceless Void and dying is purely on the player. That is not you can't say, well, that's a bad pick. You can't say, well, his support didn't do enough, whatever. But these lanes maybe not going the best, and these first 10 minutes being kind of awkward for him. How much of that is on him? How much of that is on the matchups they're giving him? And how much of that is how the side of Alice Venturus are choosing to play around him?
I mean, there's definitely a decent factor in the fact that they do give Norma, I mean, at least in that game, they gave Norma a lot of farm priority. Panda God definitely plays heroes that want a little bit more net worth, particularly when he plays these Huskars and things. So they're